Chapter 1. Grant me but a single opportunity to sink a three-pointer, and I shall repay you with a dynasty. On December 15th, 2008, in Cleveland at the Quicken Loans Arena, the crowded stands were alive with fervent fans, their arms waving excitedly as they erupted in exhilarated shouts. Cleveland's hero, you are the best, LeBron. Destroy them, reign supreme. The Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, were demonstrating exceptional prowess, boasting a staggering 35-point lead over the Orlando Magic with less than 3 quarters elapsed. Beep. Both teams, in unison, substituted their starting lineups, ushering the game into garbage time prematurely. Yet, in a dim corner of the Magic's bench, a handsome young man with dark hair and yellow skin could hardly conceal his excitement. This striking youth, named Zhao Yi, had been fortuitously selected by the Orlando Magic as the 21st pick in the second round during the summer of 2008, with head coach Stan Van Gundy recognizing Zhao's remarkable shooting ability from beyond the arc during his NCAA tenure. In the 2007-08 NCAA championship final, during a crucial moment, Zhao Yi delivered an extraordinary three-pointer that led the University of Kansas to a last-second victory, securing the championship title. Consequently, during the 2008-09 preseason, Van Gundy granted Zhao Yi ample playing time, averaging around 30 points per game across 3 matches. However, perhaps due to the rookie wall, Zhao Yi's performance had plummeted drastically, yielding an abysmal average of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and 5 turnovers per game, earning him the derisive nicknames Five-Ring Flop, Legendary Disappointment, and Best Benchwarmer from his teammates. Thus, he was naturally relegated to the bench by Van Gundy during the regular season. Now, with over 30 games into the 2008-09 regular season, the team's management had begun to voice their discontent regarding Zhao Yi's presence, with some suggesting his release. With this game concluding, Zhao Yi felt as though his journey with the Magic was about to reach its end, filling him with anxiety. Van Gundy, seated on the bench with a furrowed brow, acknowledged that, despite being one of the best coaches in the NBA, the prodigious talent behind the chosen one was indeed beyond what Howard could withstand. Sigh. With a heavy heart, Van Gundy scanned the bench and then noticed Zhao Yi. Recalling Zhao's diligent training and respectful demeanor, a flicker of compassion stirred within Van Gundy. Zhao Yi, you will take the court in the 4th quarter. This is your final opportunity. Zhao Yi sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination as he replied, I will not disappoint you. Van Gundy offered a reassuring smile, reflecting inwardly, let this be a final feast for this unfortunate Chinese player. Perhaps his dreams of NBA glory dwindled to just a few fleeting minutes. Returning to his seat, Zhao Yi beamed with excitement, initially believing he had lost all hope. The coach is truly a kind man. At that moment, a scornful white teammate approached, deridingly remarking, utterly useless, Eastern pig, don't get your hopes up. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Yi clenched his teeth tightly. This individual was none other than the racist sharpshooter, J.J. Redick. Redick had always looked down upon those of Chinese descent, and his envy toward Zhao Yi's dynamic talent especially, as Zhao played a position somewhat similar to his own fueled a fierce rivalry. For the greatest animosity often lies among competitors vying for the same spot. Before Zhao Yi could shake off his anger, another mocking voice chimed in. When I hit the court, I certainly won't pass you the ball. You might as well give up on staying with the team. This was Jameer Nelson, the Magic's backup point guard, who, standing at under 190 centimeters, lacked the physical gifts Zhao Yi possessed. Fearing that Zhao might usurp his position as the primary backup point guard, he frequently joined Redick in bullying Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, furrowing his brow, and chose to ignore his bothersome teammates. Proving myself on the court is a far better retort than mere words. After a round of taunts from Redick and Nelson, they begrudgingly departed upon receiving a disapproving glance from Van Gundy. Look at him, so serious about warming up, it annoys me. Don't worry, Redick, just wait until he hits the court, we'll show him. Having completed his warm-up, Zhao Yi returned to the bench, eyes closed, his mind racing with frustration. Does this cursed system truly wish to ruin me? As someone who had traversed dimensions, Zhao Yi had previously been a 175 centimeters amateur basketball enthusiast. Even if he couldn't compete professionally, his relentless training ensured that he could often be found on higher-end outdoor courts several times a week. On rainy days, snowy days, or during periods of busy work when he couldn't play basketball, the NBA 2K series served as his beloved pastime. Had it not been for a particular snowy day when Zhao Yi, unable to resist the urge, rushed to the outdoor court with a basketball, only to be struck by a drunk driver at an intersection, he would not have found himself in this NBA universe, which exhilarated him for an extended period. Moreover, The golden finger always arrives late. It had never been absent from the web novels. Just 5 minutes after his transmigration, as Zhao Yi assessed his assets in this new life, a notification rang in his mind. Ding. Fusion Host 1, 5, 1099. Ding. The golden finger is preparing to complete. Please activate according to the conditions. Upon seeing the activation conditions, Zhao Yi exhaled in relief. System activation condition. Make a three-pointer in any NBA game. What followed was a source of great frustration for Zhao Yi despite Van Gundy, granting him a full 90 minutes of playing time. Either Nelson refused to pass him the ball, or J.J. Redick incessantly hurled insults at him, while Zhao Yi himself could not find his rhythm, going 0 for 16 across 3 games, ultimately disheartening Van Gundy and leading to his miserable benching. Zhao Yi longed to tell the coach, "I'm a prodigy. Grant me but a single chance to score a three-pointer, and I shall repay you with a dynasty." Yet reason prevailed, preventing him from uttering such words. Otherwise, the magic might have promptly sent him to an asylum. As the fourth quarter commenced, Zhao Yi finally took the court, only to find himself dismayed to discover he had yet to receive a single opportunity to touch the ball. The bench players were all eager to showcase their talents. Yet point guard Nelson refused to pass to Zhao Yi, and throughout 3 minutes of frantic offense and defense, Zhao Yi had yet to even lay eyes on the ball. Bang, 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 bang. The substitutes from both teams, desperate to pad their stats, grew increasingly impatient in their shot selections, resulting in a flurry of missed attempts within mere minutes, leaving the scoreboard untouched. In the stands, the fans were not angered, but rather pointed at the anxious Zhao Yi, mocking him. "Huh, that little pretty boy, with all zeros in the preseason stats. How dare he step onto the court? A second-round pick, what hope can you possibly have for him? I heard the Magic plans to cut him after this game. Truly pitiful." Aside from Yao, I haven't seen many successful Chinese players. Zhao Yi is surely no exception. As Zhao Yi's anxiety escalated, a powerful three-pointer launched by J.J. Redick ricocheted off the rim, soaring directly above him. Zhao Yi's heart soared with joy as he deftly caught the ball. The Cavaliers players showed no inclination to defend, casting scornful glances at the five-ring flop, as if to say, "Go ahead and shoot well, grab the rebound." Zhao Yi retreated a step beyond the three-point line. Then, gripping the ball and bending slightly, he sprang upward, releasing the ball from his wrist in a smooth arc that soared gracefully towards the basket. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as the basketball effortlessly swished through the net. The expressions of ridicule on the faces of those present froze in disbelief. The opposing players were taken aback. The five-ring flop actually made it. My goodness, how did that even go in? This bum has his moments too? Redick's expression darkened, while Nelson, feigning indifference, consoled him. "It's just one three-pointer, Zhao. He merely got lucky. I refuse to believe he can make a second." Redick nodded, his gaze sharp. Yet Zhao Yi paid no heed to any of this the moment the basketball flowed into the net. A melodious notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host system activation conditions met. System activation successful. Reward for the host. Beginner's gift pack automatically opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring. Enhanced version of Pete Kai's three-point ability card automatically used. Ding! The host's three-point shooting skill level NBA level has surged from 0 to 97. Chapter 2. The three-point shooting frenzy of Gutu Yu can return home to embrace your children. Swish! The basketball was launched high into the air from Zhao Yi's hands, ultimately finding its way into the embrace of the net. A perfectly executed three-point shot. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, yet no one truly regarded the significance of the shot. In the realm of basketball, anything can transpire. Even a five-ring flop occasionally finds success. On the sidelines, Van Gundy observed Zhao Yi with astonishment. His shooting form has transformed. The step-back motion is remarkably fluid. How could I have been unaware of this? Zhao Yi's shot successfully piqued Van Gundy's interest. On the court, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson exchanged glances, their expressions sour as they approached Zhao Yi once more, intent on delivering a reprimand. Oriental pig, you've simply stumbled upon luck, but your fortunes end here. You want to get another chance to touch the ball? I assure you. Zhao Yi's response was remarkably composed. He disregarded his two bothersome teammates and pivoted to return on defense. I am no longer the person I once was with the system activated. My future surpasses your wildest imaginations. In the stands, the fans dismissed Zhao Yi's impressive three-pointer with mockery. Wow, it seems anyone can make a three-pointer. Let's not forget that this pretty boy went 0 for 16 in the preseason. Van Gundy is truly kind-hearted. I would have cut him immediately. Haha, I genuinely look forward to it if he manages to sink another one. They'll treat you all to steak. I got it recorded. Come on, Pretty boy, our stakes depend on you. In the Cavaliers' bench area, the chosen one, LeBron James, looked on in astonishment. OMG, I vaguely remember this rookie. He does possess some shooting ability, but his preseason performance was rather dismal, and there are rumors of him being cut from the team. Will this game witness a miracle? The tattooed Morris Williams leaned in to contribute. Boss, you're overestimating him. Hitting an open three is already pushing his limits. I dare say that if we apply even a modicum of defense, he'll be shooting air balls. Ha ha. James chuckled, nodding in agreement, choosing not to comment further. As several plays unfolded, both teams' substitutes were repeatedly attempting shots, yet failing miserably, growing increasingly impatient with an escalating number of errors and missed attempts. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Yi, leveraging his impressive vertical leap and wingspan, successfully secured an offensive rebound. Smack! Upon landing, Zhao Yi sprinted back beyond the three-point line, executing a swift stow pattern, preparing to launch another three-pointer. On the court, the Cavaliers substitutes maintained a spectator-like demeanor, the closest player merely reaching out to symbolically obstruct Zhao Yi's line of sight, lacking any real defensive intent. In the stands, the fans erupted in gleeful taunts. Oriental Pig, if you make this, I might as well marry Black Widow. Haha, do you really think you can make it? That's amusing. Have you forgotten your 0 for 16 in the preseason? Basketball isn't suited for you. Go back to Huaxia and play 11 Bay. At the moment Zhao Yi prepared to shoot the three-pointer, the cacophony around him faded into silence. A smile graced his lips. The system's level 97 three-point shooting skill had transported him into a mystical realm. In his eyes, there was only the distant hoop and the basketball in his hands. With a slight crouch, he lifted his arms, leaped, and released the ball in an extraordinarily smooth and fluid motion from beyond the arc. And in that moment, Zhao Yi knew with certainty, this three-pointer would surely land. As the spectators wore expressions of schadenfreude, amidst a chorus of boos and jeers, the basketball arced gracefully, heading towards the hoop. Swish! The net rippled as the ball entered the basket effortlessly. Zhao Yi's second three-pointer of the game. On the sidelines, Van Gundy's interest in Zhao Yi deepened. From his shooting form and rhythm, it was evident that Zhao Yi had made significant progress. His preseason struggles were likely just an adjustment to the rigors of the NBA rookie wall. In the face of adversity, Zhao Yi had finally unleashed his shooting prowess. J.J. Redick, with his fair complexion, wore an increasingly scornful expression. Oriental Pig, your shooting may feel on point today, but soon enough, your luck will run dry. You will always remain a useless pig. Jameer Nelson interjected provocatively. The Cavaliers will soon target you. Your days of fortune are numbered. On the sidelines, Van Gundy summoned Nelson over. Nelson jogged over eagerly, expecting important instructions from his coach. Remember, pass the ball to Zhao Yi as often as possible. I want to discover the limits of his shooting ability. Do you understand? Nelson was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile, suppressing his inner thoughts about Zhao Yi's luck, mindful not to defy Van Gundy's authority. In the stands, the fans were slightly taken aback. My goodness, he really made another one. This pretty boy does have some talent. Perhaps he can indeed create a miracle. If he hits 2 more shots, he'll become his fan. He'll support him for life. In the ensuing plays, the Cavaliers substitutes intensified their defense against Zhao Yi. While they hadn't yet committed to strict coverage, they were no longer losing track of him during defensive plays. And Nelson, the primary backup point guard, indeed possessed commendable assist skills. As Zhao Yi capitalized on opponents' lapse, finding an open spot beyond the arc, Nelson begrudgingly delivered a precise pass. This time, the Cavaliers' substitutes rushed forward, extending their long arms, exerting considerable pressure. Unexpectedly, however, Zhao Yi calmly retreated 3 steps beyond the three-point line, while the Cavaliers' defender relaxed, merely watching him from the three-point position. What trick is the five-ring flop trying to pull now? Attempting to break past me? How laughable. Yet, before he could fully express his amusement, his expression shifted to astonishment. From 3 steps beyond the arc, Zhao Yi crouched slightly, then abruptly raised his arms and propelled the basketball skyward. At the moment of release, Zhao Yi felt a familiar sense of intuition. This shot would undoubtedly land. The crowd erupted in uproar. Van Gundy furrowed his brow in concern. Nonsense. J.J. Redick burst into laughter. Zhao Yi, have you truly given up? Haha, you're killing me. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball, then plunged fiercely toward the center of the hoop. Bang. A spectacular long-range three-pointer. This marked Zhao Yi's 3rd three-pointer of the game. Observing the look of utter dismay on J.J. Redick's fair visage, Zhao Yi seized the moment. Hey, if I recall correctly, you're still 0 for 6 in this game, right? I've hit 3 out of 3 for a total of 9 points. Reddick, momentarily overwhelmed with shame and indignation, widened his eyes and retorted, "Humph. Pure luck. That's all. I refuse to believe you can maintain such fortune for an entire quarter." On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy was visibly moved. Zhao Yi's performance had genuinely taken him by surprise. In the stands, the number of fans booing Zhao Yi dwindled, while more spectators began to revel in the excitement, cheering loudly. "Brother, you must believe in yourself. You can sink 3 more threes." Although the game had slipped into garbage time, this young talent from Huaxia had indeed brought unexpected enjoyment. Luck, at times, is a part of skill. Keep it up, my friend. In the Cavaliers' bench area, Mo Williams flexed his tattooed arm and turned to LeBron James, saying, "Boss, should I go in and shut him down? He has already racked up 9 points. It's outrageous." LeBron shook his head, replying, "We're still leading by 26 points with half a quarter left. If I were to go in, I couldn't guarantee we'd recover the score." Morris Williams nodded in agreement with a fierce glare directed at Zhao Yi. "Don't let me face you on the court. Otherwise, I'll make sure to take you out. I despise your kind of Huaxia pretty boy." As the fourth quarter sped by, after 7 or 8 possessions, Zhao Yi, aided by Nelson's assist, actively positioned himself to seize opportunities. Despite the Cavaliers' increasingly stringent defense, he boldly sank 2 more three-pointers. One of them, clearly disrupted by a defender's fingers, still managed to rattle the rim and bounce into the net. Swish, swish. To this point, Zhao Yi had displayed extraordinary three-point prowess, hitting 5 consecutive shots, 5 for 5, a shooting percentage of 100. In just about 5 minutes, he had scored 15 points, with the ferocity of a divine warrior. The crowd erupted. "My goodness, a miracle has truly occurred. Can he really overcome a 35-point deficit? Has the divine intervened?" On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy's gaze flickered for a moment before solidifying with determination. The Magic called a timeout. As Zhao Yi returned to the bench, Van Gundy smiled and patted his shoulder, then delivered a surprising directive during the tactical discussion. "Listen, going forward, we will build our strategy around Zhao Yi. This is the plan I devised for him on the fly. Do you understand this? Zhao Yi, take the 3 whenever you get the chance. I'm granting you unlimited shooting rights for this game. You are the tactical core of the team. Show me the limits of your shooting talent." JJ Redick and the other substitutes could barely conceal their envy, all too aware of Van Gundy's authority, and dared not voice their objections. Zhao Yi confidently locked eyes with Van Gundy and resolutely declared, "As long as I have a chance to shoot from beyond the arc, I will plunge them into utter despair." Chapter 3. The emergence of an extraordinary sharpshooter, the Little Emperor enters the Wi-Fi mode. In the clash between the Orlando Magic and the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Cavaliers, under the leadership of the Little Emperor, dominated the first 3 quarters with a staggering 35-point lead, rendering the game a mere formality. The fans had largely lost interest in the encounter. Unexpectedly, a dashing Chinese substitute guard ignited the atmosphere in the fourth quarter, achieving a remarkable 5 for 5 from three-point range within just a few minutes. His shooting accuracy soared to an astonishing 100. In merely 5 minutes on the court, he amassed 15 points, rekindling the fans' excitement for the match. "Well done. Just sink 2 more threes. I bet you can do it. Don't let me down." A miracle was about to unfold. Another exhilarating night had arrived, and this ticket was truly worth it. In an astounding display, he hit 5 three-pointers in 5 minutes, including one from an impressive distance, remarkable indeed. On the Cavaliers' sidelines, the tattooed Maurice Williams clenched his fist and seethed, "Boss, this pretty boy is too arrogant. Tell the coach to let me on the court. I guarantee he won't score a single shot." LeBron James chuckled and shook his head, patting Williams on the shoulder. "Don't worry. This game is already over and has little to do with us. Let us save our energy for the next match." As the timeout concluded, both team substitutes returned to the court. JJ Redick swiftly approached Zhao Yi and venomously stated, "Your luck won't last forever. Soon enough, you will revert to your true self." Eastern pick. Jameer Nelson joined in, approaching Zhao Yi while Van Gundy pondered in silence, "Pretty boy, I want to defy the coach's orders. But I've passed the ball to you. If you miss, you have no one to blame but yourself." Faced with the provocations and derision from these 2 unsavory characters, Zhao Yi responded with a confident smile, "You'll soon realize that I am no longer the player I was at the beginning of the season." With a few parting remarks and a disdainful glance, Nelson and Redick walked away, realizing their taunts had little effect on Zhao Yi. When did he become so self-assured? Humph. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. When his shooting touch goes cold, that will be the moment he faces dismissal from the team. On the sidelines, Van Gundy contemplated deeply before raising his head with renewed determination. If Zhao Yi can showcase his exceptional shooting touch over several games, I wouldn't mind signing him to a non-guaranteed contract for the season. Show me your limits, young man. In the few possessions following the timeout, the substitutes engaged in a chaotic battle. The pace of the game was rapid, yet the shooting percentages were dismal. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of clanking iron echoed, the true symphony of a blacksmith. In 2 minutes, neither team managed to score, even with Van Gundy devising a specific strategy for Zhao Yi. The substitutes lacked the tactical acumen. Once the ball was in their hands, their sole focus was on padding their own stats, with all 10 players eager to score while their offensive techniques were utterly dismal. Thus, during one offensive possession for the Magic, Nelson noticed Zhao Yi and Redick both breaking free for open shots and decisively passed the ball to the latter. Redick's shooting technique was nothing short of exemplary, releasing the ball with a textbook shooting form. Bang. However, a perfect shooting form does not equate to being Stephen Curry. The Magic's substitute big man snatched the offensive rebound and, out of the corner of his eye, spotted Zhao Yi positioned at the corner three-point line. He promptly passed the ball over. Receiving the ball with poise, Zhao Yi was poised to shoot, but the Cavaliers' defensive player closed in swiftly, arms outstretched to contest the shot. At present, while Zhao Yi's three-point shooting level is on par with the pinnacle of Curry's skill, his other skills, such as ball handling and driving, remain at a rather mediocre level. Zhao Yi's ability to make three-point shots when unguarded is truly remarkable. However, if there is a competent defender in front of him, his shooting will undoubtedly be affected, to the extent that he may be unable to release the ball at all. With a resolute heart, Zhao Yi, defying the defensive players, leaped into the air, executing a high-difficulty drifting shot, barely seizing a sliver of release space, and propelled the ball at a steep angle into the sky. Caught off guard, the Cavaliers' bench surprisingly failed to disrupt the shot. Swish. Even as he momentarily lost balance in midair, the ball found its way with precision into the center of the hoop. A splendid drifting three-pointer. This marked Zhao Yi's sixth three-pointer of the game. J.J. Redick chose to remain silent this time, swiftly retreating on defense, refraining from uttering another word of trash talk. Jameer Nelson also turned to defend, rendered speechless. With a flawless shooting performance of 6 for 6 in the quarter, netting an astounding 18 points, such a display was enough to silence any critic. In the stands, Cavaliers fans had forgotten their allegiance, vocally rallying behind Zhao Yi. Hey, you handsome lad, well done. If you sink another 3, I swear I'll forget about LeBron and root exclusively for you. What a man, truly impressive. If you manage to reverse a 35-point deficit, you will undoubtedly become a household name. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy, visibly excited, pulled out his phone and dialed the Magic's general manager. I believe we have misjudged Zhao Yi. He deserves a non-guaranteed contract to remain with the team. Indeed, his perimeter shooting is commendable. I will send you the footage of this game. Very well, that is settled. I hope to expedite the contract discussions, as I am confident many teams will take notice of Zhao Yi following this performance. Zhao Yi, through his remarkable performance, silently captivated the entire audience. At that moment, Zhao Yi was undoubtedly the brightest star in the arena. In the subsequent moments, his teammates began to genuinely adhere to Van Gundy's strategic directives, centering their offensive maneuvers around Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi did not disappoint anyone. Seizing 3 opportunities, he achieved a perfect record of 3 shots, sinking 3 fierce three-pointers once more. The frenzied Zhao Yi resembled a war god, amassing an astounding 9 three-pointers in a single quarter, totaling 27 points. The Cavaliers' head coach, unable to endure any longer, called for a substitution and deployed the entire starting lineup. What astonished the audience was that Van Gundy chose to keep Zhao Yi on the court, making him the focal point around which the main players would execute their strategies. Under Van Gundy's authoritative presence, even Howard and the other starters dared not voice their grievances. However, as the game resumed, the scene quickly transformed into a duel between 2 formidable contenders. In the span of 5 minutes, Zhao Yi primarily served as a deterrent, creating space for his teammates to cut or drive towards the basket. Within the Magic's star-studded tactical framework, Zhao Yi found it easy to integrate into the team's strategies. Yet at this moment, his skill level did not suffice to position him as the team's nucleus. With 30 seconds remaining in the game, the Magic initiated the classic Lewis high-position ambush tactic, but the shot missed. After Howard secured the rebound, he was met with a collapsing double team from the Cavaliers. In that instant, he caught sight of Zhao Yi, who had sprinted to the weak side corner beyond the three-point line, and decisively passed the ball. Swish. With a swift and precise motion, Zhao Yi nailed a corner three-pointer. Zhao Yi has made his 10th three-pointer of the game, with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. The Cavaliers maintain a slender 2-point lead. In the stands, the fans gaze wide-eyed with excitement, having staged an incredible comeback from a 35-point deficit. They are utterly exhilarated by this thrilling climax. This is no longer garbage time. LeBron and his formidable Cavaliers teammates are all present on the court. This final shot will determine the outcome of the match. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy watches Zhao Yi with eager anticipation. "Let me see your limits, young man." The fate of the game rests on this moment. As the game resumes, the ball is swiftly circulated, yet LeBron vigilantly shadows Howard, denying him any opportunity to penetrate the basket. Simultaneously, Lewis, stationed at the high post, is also closely guarded. The perimeter shooters find themselves stifled by the zone defense. With no openings available, the seconds tick away, and soon there are less than 5 seconds left in the game. Confronted by the tenacious Morris, Zhao Yi executes a pick and roll with a teammate, shaking off Morris before making a sudden cut towards the right side 45-degree arc, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. With just 2 seconds remaining, the ball finds its way into Zhao Yi's hands. As a defensive player rushes towards him, Zhao Yi swiftly raises his arm and releases the shot. This attempt not only boasts impressive height, but is launched at an angle approaching 60 degrees. While the opponent desperately attempts to interfere, only to watch the ball soar into the air. As the referee's whistle signals the end of the game, the basketball finds its way into the embrace of the net. The red light on the edge of the backboard illuminates. After a brief moment of silence in the stands, the Cleveland fans erupt in a cacophony of astonished cheers. Zhao Yi launched a decisive three-pointer, sealing the victory of this match with a remarkable comeback from a 35-point deficit. Triumphing over the currently resplendent young emperor, Morris stared blankly at the beaming Zhao Yi, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Could it be that I am unable to defend against a mere young man from Huaxia? Under his relentless defense, Zhao Yi landed 2 three-pointers, one of which was the game winner. Morris found himself questioning his very existence, as did J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson, who were equally astounded. In the stands, several journalists who had come specifically to witness LeBron James were utterly stunned, only to later erupt with excitement as they began to contemplate the content of their reports. An extraordinary sharpshooter has emerged, leaving the young emperor to lament his home court. Chapter 4. Kobe. Zhao Yi is quite a remarkable young man. The day following the game, the media sphere surrounding the Ugly Duckling League was set ablaze with a minor sensation. A shocking comeback from a 35-point deficit, the Magic had acquired an exceptional long-range shooter. With an astounding 33 points from 11 attempts, Zhao Yi is a phenomenal talent from the East, achieving a perfect three-point shooting percentage throughout the game. The extraordinary long-range assassin had arrived at the Amway Center. Netizens in the United States flooded the Orlando Magic's official website with comments. "This guy is amazing. I look forward to his next performance. Wow, he hit 11 three-pointers in a single game, all within the final moments of the fourth quarter. A miracle. Who else could shoot so accurately? He single-handedly vanquished the opponents." Prominent figures in the basketball community also took to Facebook to express their thoughts. Reggie Miller: "The young man's shooting form is commendable. Keep it up." Ray Allen: "His long-range shooting is truly impressive. His talent from beyond the arc rivals my own." Michael Jordan: "Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you." Kobe: "Keep pushing forward. Zhao Yi still has much training ahead of him. If he's interested, he can come to the Lakers and assist me." However, in stark contrast to the burgeoning media buzz and online excitement, Coach Van Gundy did not take Zhao Yi to the post-game press conference. Upon returning to Orlando that night, Zhao Yi settled into his rented studio apartment. Zhao Yi reclined on his bed, shutting his eyes as he began to explore the system panel within his mind. The system was aptly named the Invincible Overlord System, that incites opponents to question their very existence, leaves coaches gasping in astonishment, compels teams to retain him with generous offers, and elicits fans to exuberantly chant his name. Zhao Yi: oh haha, it truly seems to be a late-stage adolescent phase." Zhao Yi continued to read. System panel. Name: Zhao Yi. Age: 19 years. Protagonist: personality, composed, a sharpshooter with a bold spirit. Protagonist measurements: height 194 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms, wingspan 203, 7 centimeters. Vertical jump 84, 9 centimeters, running jump 93, 2 centimeters, deadlift 400 pounds, bench press 84 kilograms for 10 repetitions, sprinting 11. 7 seconds for a back and forth run in the key area, 34 sprints in 3.28 seconds. Protagonist's background: at 18, he clinched the championship at NCAA Kansas University. hitting a game-winning three-pointer that sealed the match. Subsequently, he was selected in the second round of the 2008 draft by the Magic, criticized for his lack of physicality. In the 2008-2009 NBA preseason, his performance inexplicably faltered, recording 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, and 0 blocks in 30 minutes of play, leading fans to mockingly label him as a bust. He has since been relegated to the bench. Offensive skills: NBA level, three-point shooting, 97, mid-range, 0, layup, 0, floater, 0, hook shot, 0, dunk, 0, assist, 0, pick and roll, 0, isolation, 0, movement, 0, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, 0, block, 0, steal, 0, on-ball defense, 0, help defense, 0, switch defense, 0, rim protection, 0, awareness, 0, physicality, 0, special skills, NBA level, injury resistance, 0, luck, 0, touch, 0, leadership, 0, competitiveness, 0. Overall evaluation: an unparalleled enigma. The king of draft busts in NBA history. Zhao Yi, regardless of how infuriating the information from these systems may be. How can one elevate their skill level? The system provides a brief explanation regarding this matter. Notably, training, tasks, competitions, and the like can yield skill level enhancement cards. Utilizing these cards will allow one to elevate the corresponding technical proficiency. Zhao Yi let out a sigh of relief. It is indeed a blessing to possess a means of enhancing one's strength. Just as Zhao Yi was about to close the system panel, a gentle system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The inaugural training mission has been issued. Mission details: earn Kobe's favor and receive his guidance. Mission reward: beginner skill level card 100. Zhao Yi exclaimed, "Goodness gracious." This task arrived like a timely downpour, illuminating the perplexed Zhao Yi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened to the airport, purchased a ticket, and boarded a flight to Los Angeles. 3 hours later, he arrived at the Staples Center, taking a taxi to the entrance. However, the security personnel barred his entry, as this was the Lakers' exclusive training facility, not a public attraction. Just as Zhao Yi was beginning to feel anxious, a handsome figure emerged from within the arena. "Oh, you are Zhao Yi. What brings you here?" Zhao Yi lifted his gaze, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. "Kobe, did you not mention on Facebook that I could seek your guidance?" He had rushed over immediately after the conclusion of his match. Initially, Kobe intended to head home for some rest after his training session. However, Zhao Yi's performance in the game caught Kobe's attention, prompting him to consider mentoring this eager young athlete. "Zhao Yi, would you be interested in coming to Los Angeles? Your three-point shooting skills are precisely what we need," Kobe remarked as he walked, keen to recruit. Zhao Yi nodded and remarked, "Perhaps, once I have navigated my rookie period in the realm of magic, I shall contemplate Los Angeles." Upon returning to the training facility, the Lakers players had already departed. Kobe set up the shooting machine, instructing Zhao Yi to attempt 10 three-point shots from 5 distinct positions beyond the arc. Swish, 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 swish. The more Kobe observed, the more astonished he became. Zhao Yi's shooting percentage from 5 points near the three-point line is astonishing, hitting 48 out of 50 attempts, even in a practice scenario with open shots. Such performance is sufficient to showcase Zhao Yi's exceptional talent from beyond the arc. Subsequently, Kobe engaged Zhao Yi in a game of one-on-one. The outcome was stark. Apart from the initial surprise when Zhao Yi made a three-pointer, the score ended up 11-3 in favor of Kobe. With an expression of disbelief, Kobe noted that while Zhao Yi's three-point shooting is indeed among the league's elite, his other basketball skills are merely at a level reminiscent of a novice. Kobe, known for his passion for mentoring younger players, immediately ignited a desire to impart his knowledge upon Zhao Yi. He began with the fundamentals, teaching him footwork, help defense, and rim protection, revealing his genuine hope to mold Zhao Yi into a quality 3 and D player, potentially bringing him to the Lakers to assist Kobe in achieving greatness. Zhao Yi, fully aware of Kobe's intentions, marveled at his prowess. "Kobe, you are truly remarkable. You are indeed the pioneer of the Mamba mentality. Your insights have enlightened me." After 2 hours of intensive training, regardless of Zhao Yi's improvements in awareness and skill, Kobe increasingly found Zhao Yi to be an impressive young talent. Handing Zhao Yi a bottle of water, Kobe remarked, "You are doing exceptionally well. Continue to hone your craft in Orlando. Los Angeles will always welcome you." After undergoing intensive training with Kobe, Zhao Yi has grown quite familiar with him. and their conversations have become more casual. Rest assured, I will eventually become your reliable right-hand man. As the two waved goodbye outside the gym, the gentle chime of the system notification echoed in Zhao Yi's mind once more. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 100 beginner skill level cards. Zhao Yi pondered for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to utilize the primary skill level card for both single defense and confrontation. The single defense technical level would rise from 0 to 90, while the confrontation technical level would ascend from 0 to 10. Initially, Zhao Yi contemplated elevating either the 3-point or single defense technical levels directly to the pinnacle of 100. However, the system promptly intervened. A notification sounded. Technical levels up to 90 can be upgraded using a primary skill level card. Levels 91 to 95 require a medium skill level card, while levels 96 to 99 necessitate an advanced skill level card. To achieve level 100, one must possess not only a legendary skill level card, but also meet certain stringent performance criteria. Moreover, Kobe's reminder clarified Zhao Yi's understanding. Zhao Yi's temporary developmental trajectory appears to revolve around becoming a 3D player. With a robust level 90 in individual defense skills and a 10-level enhancement in his physical confrontational abilities, he is poised to astonish his opponents when Coach Van Gundy eventually grants him the opportunity to take the court. Time swiftly passes. The brief off-season has come to an end. In the blink of an eye, the Magic's next adversary has been determined, the Dallas Mavericks. Featuring a formidable lineup of Nowitzki, Kidd, Terry, Josh, Bass, and Beria, they present a team known for their precise shooting and seasoned defensive tactics. Chapter 5. Kidd. This rookie is no simpleton. On a rare sunny winter day in Dallas, Texas, at the American Airlines Center, more than 80% of the seats in the stands are already occupied by Mavericks fans an hour before the game. Zhao Yi sat anxiously on the sidelines, refraining from rushing into warm-ups. With the team no longer discussing the possibility of his dismissal, he understood clearly, as long as he could maintain his performance from the previous game, a promising new contract was within reach. Perhaps even a guaranteed contract lasting until the season's end, with an annual income of approximately $1 million. However, should Zhao Yi falter in his on-court performance, he would once again face the grim prospect of being cut. Nevertheless, with his three-point shooting ability reaching an impressive level of 97, rivaling the peak performance of Stephen Curry, and enhancements in one-on-one defense and physicality, he felt a surge of confidence. In their prior encounters, the Mavericks had triumphed 3 more times, affording them a psychological edge. As Zhao Yi's prowess ascended, fans eagerly anticipated the surprises he could bring to the Magic. During the pregame interview, the seasoned veterans of the Dallas Mavericks spoke with an air of arrogance. Nowitzki remarked, "Indeed, Howard is a formidable opponent, but apart from him, we shall prevail." Kidd added, "I am unfamiliar with this Zhao Yi. When I was making a name for myself in the league, he was still a child." Terry chuckled. "I will demonstrate to Zhao Yi who truly deserves the title of 6th Man of the Year." Josh noted, "We have been in fine form lately. The Magic are likely to suffer a bitter defeat." Beria laughed. "I know the players from China too well. With just a modicum of physicality, they struggle to maintain their dribble. Zhao Yi is no threat." When it came time for the Magic to be interviewed, Howard was the first to speak in defense of his team. "How could we possibly lose to a bunch of aging veterans?" "Don't make me laugh," Lewis added. "Boasting 1T win us the game. I will ensure they learn this lesson." Turkoglu asserted, "I 1T circumvent them. They are far too arrogant." Nelson concluded, "As long as I am on the court, I will deliver each pass precisely to my teammates in need." Zhao Yi, underestimating our next match. They will soon reap the consequences of their folly. Those unscrupulous journalists, armed with their long lenses and short tempers, secretly chuckle as the two teams are already embroiled in a war of words even before the match has commenced. They continue to incite and provoke, unperturbed by the potential lack of material when it comes time to write their reports. All the players, having donned their jerseys and organized their bandages and equipment, stride onto the court with renewed vigor under Howard's leadership. The technologically advanced and somewhat unsightly Central Arena is currently hosting the classic NBA entrance ceremony. Various highlight reels of the home team stars are being played, eliciting ecstatic screams from over 10,000 Dallas fans. Those who have attended an NBA game in person are well aware of the intense engagement fans have with the match, boos, cheers, disruptive noise, and even a beer can hurled at an opposing star after a quarterback's long pass. Of course, the price for such antics is to be gently escorted away by several tall, robust security personnel. Zhao Yi, battling away from home, found himself surrounded by disapproving faces in the audience, met with taunts and even insulting curses. Yet, within him, a profound tranquility began to blossom. Soon, you shall comprehend the extent of your folly. I am unyielding, and I fear nothing. Following his remarkable performance in the previous game, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson harbored an increasing disdain for Zhao Yi. The greatest animosity in this world stems from one's peers. But an even deeper resentment arises from those who vie for the same position. During a brief interlude when Van Gundy stepped away, the two disgruntled players approached the warming-up Zhao Yi, their faces twisted with malice. J.J. Redick sneered, "You despicable yellow-skinned swine. Your last game was merely a stroke of luck. But your fortune shall end here." Jameer Nelson added, "As long as I share the court with you, do not expect a single pass. Apart from occasionally sinking a few three-pointers, what else can you do? You are nothing but a waste." However, Zhao Yi remained impervious to the provocations of these jesters. Ding! The maiden match mission was announced. Mission objective: successfully defend against your opposing player and ultimately triumph in the game. Mission reward: variable resources based on overall performance ratings. Soon after, the two clowns were perplexed to find that Zhao Yi exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, a genuine smile graced his face, even hinting at a touch of surprise. Humph! Has he been rendered speechless? To still smile, has he truly lost his mind? Zhao Yi watched as the two clowns turned away, his heart stirred not in the slightest. Soon, you shall realize that my potential surpasses your imagination. However, when the match commenced, Van Gundy did not allow Zhao Yi to start. Even Stephen Curry, to a great extent, relies on the Warriors system. Despite the fact that the Splash God possesses elite one-on-one skills, such as the fate of a shooter, within the Magic's framework, a player like Zhao Yi, who offers offensive prowess without defensive skills, serves merely as a catalyst for scoring, enhancing the already established strengths, yet failing to contribute to the siege. He risks becoming a glaring liability for his team. At the outset, Howard undoubtedly secured the jump ball. Subsequently, he scored the first points of the game with a smooth hook shot following a pivot. Under Kidd's leadership, the Dallas Mavericks united in force, frequently scoring mid-range shots. Much to Howard's chagrin as he guarded the paint, the Mavericks achieved a staggering shooting percentage of 52.3 in the first quarter. The Magic, receiving a sound beating, found themselves in a painful predicament, trailing 32-21 by 11 points. Only Howard managed to score in double digits for the Magic, contributing 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 1 block to salvage some dignity. Nelson played the full 12 minutes of the quarter, yielding a mere 3 assists, shooting 0-for-5, while allowing Kidd to amass 11 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Nelson was thoroughly outplayed by the veteran Kidd. Van Gundy, with a dark expression, chastised Nelson fiercely. Nelson, head bowed, dared not utter a word, further aggravating Van Gundy's annoyance. Casting a glance at Zhao Yi, a glimmer of expectation illuminated his features as he declared, "Zhao Yi, in the second quarter, you will replace Nelson on the court. Make sure to make an impact." The Magic's bench immediately cast envious glances towards him. A confident smile graced Zhao Yi's face as he addressed Coach Van Gundy, saying, "Coach, you shall receive the rewards you deserve. I will not allow them to continue their arrogance." Van Gundy nodded with a smile, recognizing that Zhao Yi's performance in the previous match warranted him a greater opportunity. "Seize the moment, young man, and do not let me down." With the brief intermission concluded, Zhao Yi joined his teammates as they stepped onto the court. In that instant, the audience erupted in excitement. "It's the three-point sharpshooter." Indeed, this was the player who had faltered early in the season but had spectacularly risen in the last game, making an astounding 11 three-pointers out of 11 attempts to clinch victory. The crowd was abuzz with anticipation, wondering if he would once again create a miracle, the remarkable young talent from the East. As the whistle blew, the game resumed. With Nelson off the court, Kidd found himself matched up against Zhao Yi. Confronted by such a newcomer, the seasoned Kidd bore a look of disdain. After dribbling past half-court, he gestured to his teammates that he intended to go one-on-one, prompting them to create space. Although Kidd was not renowned for his isolation plays, his height limitations necessitated a focus on orchestrating and assisting. The reason he chose to challenge Zhao Yi was that he perceived no hint of anxiety in the young player's eyes, a provocation towards a veteran. It was only after stepping onto the court that Zhao Yi truly felt the might of the system. The enhancement of his one-on-one defensive attributes was comprehensive, soaring to an impressive 90. As Zhao Yi confronted the formidable pressure exerted by Kidd, strategies for defensive maneuvers surfaced in his mind, alongside a keen observation of his opponent's court awareness. Most crucially, Zhao Yi realized that his muscle memory had been holistically enhanced alongside his attributes. The moment he conceived an action, his body instinctively followed suit. This singular quality is a feat that ordinary players, lacking a decade of rigorous court experience, find exceedingly difficult to attain. In that moment, Zhao Yi comprehended the formidable power of the system. He felt liberated from the need for training, study, or refinement. With a mere elevation of attributes, he could possess it all. To the serpentine roll kings, I am the koi. I need not roll. Even while indulging in my daily pleasures, I can achieve a greater enhancement of strength than you. As 5 seconds elapsed, Kid's expression gradually grew solemn, for he found no flaw in Zhao Yi's stance. Suddenly, Kid erupted with explosive energy, employing a distinct dribbling rhythm. With a swift change of pace following a between-the-legs dribble, he launched a sudden directional breakthrough towards Zhao Yi's right side. In an instant, Zhao Yi envisioned an effective defensive strategy, and his muscles sprang into action, effectively blocking Kid's path to the basket. Just as Kid was about to collide with Zhao Yi, he passed the ball to Nowitzki. Nowitzki pivoted, backing in, then spun around to execute a graceful jump shot, scoring the first points of the game. Swish. 34-21. The Mavericks maintained a 13-point lead. During the first quarter, Kid relentlessly attacked the rim, overpowering Nelson with 4 baskets, making his intentions clear. Unexpectedly, as the second quarter commenced, the Magic introduced a rookie point guard, a player unknown to Kid, who found himself thwarted by Zhao Yi's defense. Realizing the challenge posed by this newcomer, Kid resolved to focus on orchestrating the offense. He glanced at Zhao Yi, who was retreating to defend, contemplating his next move. In the stands, Dallas fans were jubilant. "Kid, great pass. Keep it up," they cheered. Howard is nothing compared to our German cannon. He will surely falter." Kid intended to penetrate and distribute, believing that once he focused, Zhao Yi would inevitably falter under pressure. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy wore an expression of surprise. As a seasoned coach, he discerned much more from the brief matchup between Zhao Yi and Kid. It appeared that Zhao Yi's defense was commendable, very good indeed. Meanwhile, on the bench, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson simmered with anger, increasingly envious of Zhao Yi's imminent rise. Initially, Zhao Yi's three-point shooting seemed limited to that of a stationary shooter, one they could counter. However, in a matter of days, Zhao Yi had improved his defense significantly, complemented by his remarkable physical gifts. This made their aspirations of starting seem ever more elusive. "Redick, what do you make of his defensive prowess?" One scoffed. "The yellow-skinned rookie won't always have luck on his side. He has already provoked Kid, and soon he will be ruthlessly exposed." In the subsequent possessions, Kid ceased his attempts to penetrate Zhao Yi's defense and instead delivered a series of brilliant assists, facilitating numerous baskets for the Mavericks sharpshooters. Swish, swish, swish. Within just 5 minutes, under Kid's leadership, the Mavericks shot a perfect 8-for-8, with Kid amassing 6 assists and propelling the team to a staggering 16 points in the quarter. Conversely, the Magic struggled. Although Howard managed to score 6 points with brute force, the other shooters faltered. Fortunately, Lewis found his rhythm, benefiting from the Magic's classic high-position jump shot strategy, making an impressive 4 of 5 attempts for 8 points, prompting the Mavericks to reconsider their double team on the formidable Howard. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Magic found themselves trailing by 8 points. During the time Zhao Yi was on the court, Kid's scoring remained at a standstill, and his instances of isolation plays were significantly diminished. Although Kid's assists were elusive to defenders, Zhao Yi's defensive prowess garnered widespread acknowledgement. In the stands, fans furrowed their brows in frustration. Is this handsome man from Huaxiao truly that skilled defensively? How infuriating. When did he become such a formidable defender? Kid, do not falter. Overpower him. On the bench, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson were in a dismal mood. Goodness, even if Kid is not known for his offensive abilities, it is inconceivable that Zhao Yi could contain him scoreless for over 10 minutes. Rest assured, a pig is still a pig. He shall not boast for long. On the court, the Mavericks' offensive possession began with the seasoned Kid dribbling past half-court, smoothly passing the ball to the German sharpshooter. A few missed opportunities ignited some frustration in Howard. This time, Nowitzki's post-up was particularly challenging, as Howard's immense upper body strength made the maneuver arduous. Ultimately, when he attempted a jump shot, Howard leaped dramatically, swatting the basketball away with force. The ball soared towards a nearby Magic player, who promptly initiated a fast break. However, the Mavericks' transition defense was exceptional, thwarting the fast break attempt. Zhao Yi was the last to reach the front court, and the swift pace of Zibi made it challenging for him to keep up with the tempo of the fast break. After Zhao Yi skillfully lobbed the ball to Howard, He swiftly dashed toward the weak side triangle area. Kid immediately trailed closely behind. In the face of a double team from both defenders, Howard calmly gripped the ball and executed a post move, his immense upper body strength causing a furrow of concern on Nowitzki's brow. As the veteran Kid approached Howard, he suddenly launched a stealthy attempt to intercept the ball, bending low to snatch it away. Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to sprint back decisively, finding himself in a vacant position at the weak side corner. Howard, a seasoned veteran of the NBA, thwarted Kid's intentions, gripping the basketball with his right hand before launching it forcefully in Zhao Yi's direction. In an instant, Zhao Yi received the pass with poise, without any adjustment. He raised his arm and unleashed a three-pointer from the baseline. Even as Kid rushed to block his line of sight, the feel of the shot was remarkably good. At the moment the ball left his fingertips, Zhao Yi's 97-rated three-point attribute ignited his intuition. This shot was destined to succeed. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, soaring towards the rim. Swish. The ball nestled securely into the net, producing a crisp sound as the crowd erupted in astonishment. My goodness, he has done it again. His shooting touch from beyond the arc is exceptional. How infuriating. Kid defended with all his might, yet Zhao Yi remained unperturbed. Was this guy suffering from a preseason stomach upset? Such a decisive corner three-pointer is certainly not the mark of a mediocre player. Simultaneously, the booming voice of the DJ resonated throughout the arena. A precise corner three-pointer from Zhao Yi of Huaxia. In the television broadcast studio, a smiling African-American gentleman nodded approvingly and remarked to the commentator, "That was impressive." The shot was both assertive and confident, and the shooting form and rhythm were quite remarkable. It's no surprise it went in cleanly. Commentator Jason nodded gently, glancing at the basketball deity Michael Jordan, and somewhat timidly inquired, "Mike, if you were to rate Zhao Yi's performance in this game, what score would you give him?" Jordan stroked his chin, pondering for a few moments before smiling at Jason and replied nonchalantly, "Not bad, I suppose. A perfect score would be 3 points. He's a standard 3D shooter, decent in both defense and shooting, a valuable piece for a championship puzzle." Jason immediately nodded in agreement and followed up with, "Mike, receiving such praise from you indicates that you hold Zhao Yi in high regard. Do you think he has the potential to become an all-star in the future?" Jordan, flashing a sardonic smile, responded, No, you're overestimating him. At best, he has just a piece of the championship puzzle, a mid-tier 3D shooter with a salary that won't exceed $10 million. Apart from shooting and defense, he significantly lacks in other areas. And you can't seriously believe Kid is merely at this level? Just wait and see. Kid will soon impart a profound lesson to the young ones. Jason nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, even in retirement, the basketball god Michael Jordan commands respect that few dare to challenge. Despite his reputation as a gambler, a lecher, and a rogue, his contributions and influence on the NBA brand warrant admiration from even Commissioner David Stern. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the Magic trailed the Mavericks by 5 points. 52-47. Zhao Yi's individual statistics reflected a modest contribution of 3 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. However, astute observers could clearly discern the impact of his defense, which rendered Kid scoreless in the second quarter, completely stifling his performance. In the first half, the Mavericks exhibited a remarkable shooting prowess, achieving an overall shooting percentage of 52.3 in the first quarter and an astonishing 61.2 in the second. Had it not been for the formidable presence of Howard and Josh in the paint, the deficit would have likely been greater than a mere 5 points. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi's spirits were buoyed. His performance in the second quarter instilled within him a burgeoning confidence regarding the completion of his system tasks. Securing the rewards from this match could potentially elevate his abilities to new heights. If he could successfully neutralize Kid while also registering double-digit points, it would be a testament to his capabilities, especially considering his impressive back-to-back performances. There would be little reason for Van Gundy to deny him a guaranteed contract for the season, with a salary in the hundreds of thousands tantalizingly within reach. However, Zhao Yi was acutely aware that his opponents were not to be underestimated. The Mavericks, a formidable ensemble, could unleash a barrage of shots capable of overwhelming any rival. Countless teams had succumbed to their shooting prowess, effectively extinguishing any hope of victory. Van Gundy offered an encouraging pat on Zhao Yi's shoulder, saying, "Zhao Yi, take a good rest. You'll return to the court in the second half." Well done. This moment caused the substitute players nearby to darken their expressions. J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson pulled Zhao Yi aside as they entered the players' tunnel. They felt it was time to impart a lesson to the newcomer from Huaxia. Should the team require a starting guard, it would be one of them. and the rookie should learn to recognize his place. It was imperative to teach him that the starting position was not something he could covet at this juncture. Chapter 6. Zhao Yi. A fresh hot pot experience. Don't hold back. The game was momentarily halted for halftime. In the broadcast commentary room, commentator Jason expressed his surprise, stating, "Mike, your insight is commendable. That Huaxia rookie has continued his fiery performance from the last game, executing his three-point shots with remarkable decisiveness and finesse. Moreover, he has displayed commendable one-on-one defensive skills, limiting Kid to 0 points in a single quarter." Michael Jordan smiled as he remarked, "This is a valuable piece for the championship puzzle. My judgment is rarely flawed. However, temper your expectations. He is at best a competent 3D player." Commentator Jason nodded in agreement, adding, "For such an affordable contract, acquiring a solid 3D sharpshooter is a stroke of divine favor for our team." Michael Jordan stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "I find this young man intriguing. I admire his demeanor. Perhaps I shall engage him in conversation off the court. It could be quite enlightening." In the players' tunnel, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson, resembling two youthful flies, flitted over to Zhao Yi, derisively exclaiming, "Eastern pick. You ought to be more self-aware. The starting position is beyond your reach. Learn to recognize your place. Indeed, do not be misled by the coach's appreciation. You will soon reveal your inadequacies. I wager you will continue your preseason performance in the second half, and do not forget your reputation as a draft bust." Ha ha ha. Zhao Yi completely disregarded the two individuals. It is futile to reason with those who harbor prejudice, for these individuals have no intention of engaging in rational discourse. Zhao Yi's rise encroached upon their interests. This is not a matter that can be resolved through mere reasoning. Upon returning to the locker room, Zhao Yi, having completed a brief wash, emerged from the bathroom to find Van Gundy smiling at him. "Zhao Yi, you performed excellently. Continue to play this way. I am contemplating making you a starter for the next game." Zhao Yi could sense the envious glances directed at him from several substitute players nearby. "Rest assured, coach, I shall not disappoint you." In the stands, fans enthusiastically debated the first half of the match. The German cannon remained as formidable as ever. Our Mavericks are destined to triumph in this contest. Kid's performance was mediocre. Although his assists were commendable, he had failed to score a single point since that Chinese player began guarding him. Who is this dashing newcomer from China? Daring to challenge, Kid? In the home locker room, the seasoned Mavericks veterans appeared relaxed, engaging in lighthearted banter. As Nowitzki adjusted his leg wraps, he cast a glance at Kid, teasing, "Old pal, that Chinese rookie is rather audacious. Do take care not to let him give you a haircut." Kid, well aware that this was merely a jest from a dear friend, responded with a confident smile, "Fear not. I shall ensure he understands that the NBA is not as simple as he imagines." Terry and Beria joined in, their faces brimming with trust, proclaiming, "Let him know who truly is the strongest active point guard. Asen, you are the finest engine in the league." Kid chuckled, remarking, "Even if I cannot score over 20 points against him, I will certainly make him question his very existence. He is merely a rookie from China. I can handle it." "Brother." The halftime intermission flew by. Zhao Yi leaned against the wardrobe, closing his eyes to rest. However, his consciousness activated the system panel to check on the task status. Task evaluation. In the first half, he conceded no points in single defense, successfully restricting the formidable Jason Kidd's performance, resulting in a temporary evaluation of B. Temporary system rewards, 60 basic skill level cards. Note, as the task evaluation level increases, the system rewards will become increasingly abundant. Oh, haha. Zhao Yi discreetly swallowed hard. The system is truly my benefactor. In a single match, it can elevate one attribute from mere mediocrity to a respectable mid-tier level in the league. Imagine 82 games per season across several seasons. At this rate, I could easily overshadow Jordan, have LeBron carry my gear, have Curry serenade me with birthday songs, and provoke Durant to create a fake account to malign me. Just as Zhao Yi reveled in his delightful daydreams, Van Gundy patted him on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Well done, young man. If you can restrict Kid to under 10 points throughout the game, I will grant you a starting position." Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity as he rose with fervor, exclaiming, "Your choice will yield tremendous rewards, and I shall not disappoint you." Jameer Nelson and J.J. Redick wore expressions of discontent, and with Stan Van Gundy present, they refrained from mocking Zhao Yi. However, the two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in tacit agreement. As teammates, should they have the opportunity to take the court, it would be effortless for them. As seasoned NBA professionals, to put Zhao Yi in a challenging position, akin to the simplicity of nourishment. After an interminable wait, amidst the fans' eager anticipation from the stands. The music and whistle heralding the start of the second half resounded once more. The players of both teams returned to the court, eliciting a tremendous uproar and cheers from the audience. Overwhelm that Huaxiao lad, old kid, the German cannon. Obliterate the opponent's defense. Jet Terry. Show that Huaxiao rookie what offense truly entails. The only surprise for the spectators was Zhao Yi unexpectedly took the court as a starter in the second half. Kid raised an eyebrow. Does he truly believe that a newcomer can restrain me? The game commenced with the Mavericks in possession. The seasoned kid confidently dribbled past half court, signaling to his teammates. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. Kid was about to engage in a one-on-one with that newcomer from Huaxia. Excitement filled the air. Kid, dominate him, and show him whose territory this is. That oblivious rookie will soon learn the strength we possess. Zhao Yi approached, adopting a defensive stance and extending his long arms. Kid, a point guard not particularly skilled in shooting, but adept at penetrating and orchestrating plays, found him manageable under these circumstances. For a few seconds, Kid's piercing gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yi before his brow furrowed in contemplation. The rookie from Huaxia displayed commendable one-on-one defensive capabilities. While he had room for improvement, he was already impressive for a newcomer. Welcome to the NBA, rookie, Kid taunted. Before launching into action, his first step, as swift as lightning, left most NBA players in awe. However, bolstered by a defensive attribute rating of 90. Zhao Yi was ready for the challenge. In an instant, Zhao Yi's awareness was sharply attuned, his body instinctively mirroring Kid's advance. With a movement and footwork perfectly aligned to counter the singular defensive system, he managed to keep pace with Kid's rapid breakthrough. Resolutely positioning himself alongside Kid and persistently shadowing him as they surged toward the paint. Kid was taken aback. Despite unleashing all the speed and prowess he had honed in the NBA, he found himself unable to shake off Zhao Yi's relentless defense. Fueled by frustration, Kid escalated his pace once more, bursting forward as he swiftly penetrated the paint with 2 decisive steps. Zhao Yi remained utterly focused, closely adhering to his defensive assignment while applying considerable pressure and interference on Kid. As Kid penetrated the paint, he soared upward, attempting a sudden, rapid layup to secure victory in this one-on-one encounter and reclaim the dignity and authority of a veteran facing a newcomer. However, Kid underestimated Zhao Yi's leaping prowess. At the moment the ball was released, a shadow darted forth, swatting the ball away with a resounding smack. Zhao Yi leapt into the air, delivering an emphatic block to Kid amidst the fierce competition. The previously thunderous cheers from the crowd fell into an astonishing silence. Countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Did Kid, in a one-on-one duel, truly get blocked by a newcomer from Huaxia? What a shock. Before the fans could fully comprehend the situation, Turkoglu, who had just received the ball, launched a long pass towards the front court. At that very moment, Zhao Yi, having landed, instantly surged forward, sprinting towards the front with remarkable speed. It was only then that Kid realized what was happening and quickly attempted to recover and chase back. However, it was too late. Zhao Yi swiftly dashed into the front court, then leaped majestically to conclude the fast break with a thunderous dunk. The sound echoed throughout the arena, leaving the crowd in sheer astonishment. Goodness, he delivered a resounding rejection to Jason Kidd. Impossible. Kidd, the seemingly invincible maestro, had succumbed. The strongest point guard had been bested by a newcomer from Huaxia. My heavens, the world is utterly insane. On the court, Howard beamed with delight, warmly embracing Zhao Yi as he exclaimed, "Brother, that play was sensational." After the game, let us celebrate at Dallas's premier nightclub, my treat. His white teammate, Hito T. RKO Liu, joined in the congratulations, saying, "Good buddy, you're on the verge of stardom. I'll make sure to pass you the ball. Seize the opportunity." The heartfelt accolades from his teammates enveloped Zhao Yi in warmth, boosting his confidence as he seamlessly integrated into the team's familial atmosphere. However, seated on the bench in the Magic's resting area, Jameer Nelson and J.J. Redick, along with their fellow substitutes, were left utterly astonished. They had witnessed Kid's meteoric rise to become an NBA legend, and it was difficult to fathom that Zhao Yi could effectively thwart Kid's driving layup. Swallowing hard, Nelson felt as if he were hallucinating. J.J. Redick, in a fit of rage, hurled his towel to the ground. If Zhao Yi could maintain such parity in performance and prowess with Kid, then with Stan Van Gundy's evident admiration for him, the starting point guard position would be beyond their reach. The NBA is a ruthless realm, where billionaires coexist with substitutes earning mere tens of thousands annually. The chasm between them is not only one of talent, but also of opportunity. Zhao Yi's rise seems insurmountable, and given their past grievances, both players were likely enveloped in frustration. Yet, who could blame them for taking advantage of a rookie? The veterans who once forced King James to tie his shoes and compelled the prodigy to sing birthday songs often found their careers truncated or marred by injuries, leaving only regrets in their wake. Had they shown Zhao Yi the respect he deserved and aided him in overcoming the challenges of a rookie, akin to how older stars supported Yao Ming, they might have forged a connection with the next great Chinese player. What kind of reverence would they receive upon returning to play in the CBA during the twilight of their careers? Those who bully others often find themselves bullied in return. Those who uplift others ultimately elevate themselves. Life is a matter of choices, and one must bear the consequences of their own actions without casting blame. Nonetheless, Coach Stan Van Gundy's reaction was palpably exuberant. As Zhao Yi scored, he leaped to his feet, fists clenched in triumph, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. Zhao Yi indeed did not disappoint him. A player capable of single-handedly defending against Kid, who would dare to voice dissent over his starting position. In the television broadcast commentary room, commentator Jason wore a look of incredulity. "Mike, do you believe this is true? Is Kid feeling unwell today?" Michael Jordan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly whites, and replied, "I truly underestimated this newcomer from Huaxia. His defensive prowess is quite remarkable. This defensive ability is distinct from offensive skills. His footwork fundamentals and defensive awareness are top-notch, a rarity among Huaxia guards." Jason, increasingly astonished, exclaimed, "Goodness, Mike. Are you so optimistic about this newcomer? Do you think he will deliver an even better performance?" Michael Jordan, with a confident smirk, replied, "If I were still on the court, he would likely question his existence under my defense. However, that guy Kid is no pushover, so I truly need to observe further. Nonetheless, I am keen to meet this Huaxia newcomer after the game. It should be quite entertaining." Jason nodded in agreement, glancing back at Zhao Yi on the live screen. His eyes filled with curiosity. It is indeed rare to see a Huaxia rookie receiving such commendation from the basketball deity Michael Jordan. The game continued. As time passed, Kid refrained from further one-on-one attempts, opting instead to penetrate the Magic's defense with his incisive moves, delivering surgical passes that orchestrated the Mavericks' offense with flair. Zhao Yi, after bringing the ball past half-court, handed it off to Howard, effectively concluding his duties on the court. Time flew by, and before long, only 2 minutes remained in the third quarter. At this moment, under Kid's orchestration, the Mavericks players frequently found the mark, extending their lead to 11 points. Nowitzki had scored 18 points in 3 quarters, on the verge of reaching double digits. Although Kid had yet to score, he had dished out 4 assists in the third quarter, indirectly contributing to the Mavericks' 8 points. Jet Terry, showcasing his bench prowess, hit 2 three-pointers and a mid-range jumper in quick succession, racking up 8 points in just 40 seconds. Despite Howard's dominance in the paint with 9 points in the quarter and sharpshooters like Lewis and Turkoglu making their contributions, they were ultimately rendered helpless against the Mavericks' scorching shooting performance. Zhao Yi's performance was primarily focused on his individual defense against Kid. Throughout the majority of the third quarter, he managed to contribute only a single corner three-pointer, received in open space. However, this three-pointer was executed with a swift and decisive motion, demonstrating that his external shooting ability, with a system attribute of 97, is indeed formidable. As time dwindled, Kid wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and glanced at Zhao Yi with a hint of intensity in his gaze. Having navigated the NBA for many years, Kid had encountered numerous prodigies, yet he had never conceded defeat. How could he possibly yield to a newcomer from Huaxia? Kid was aware that he was not a scoring guard by nature. Nevertheless, out of respect for his veteran status, he signaled to his teammates for a one-on-one play once more. Zhao Yi no longer felt the initial tension and pressure concerning Kid. He was acutely aware of his capability to effectively thwart Kid's offensive maneuvers. "Kid, do not allow me to perceive you as merely mediocre." Kid, exhibiting poise, dribbled the ball for several seconds before suddenly unleashing a lightning-quick first step, darting towards Zhao Yi's left side with remarkable speed. Zhao Yi's reaction was swift. He instinctively maneuvered into position, pressing up to engage in defense. In an instant, as they collided, Kid's body momentarily paused before he furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of explosive power as he charged towards the paint, directly challenging Zhao Yi. Simultaneously, Nowitzki managed to draw Howard away from the basket. As Kid and Zhao Yi grappled their way into the key, Kid executed a deceptive pass fake while in motion, then took another step and leaped for a layup, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. At that critical moment, Zhao Yi discerned Kid's ruse. He was certain that Kid would not pass, as Kid's intent was to demonstrate his ability to score against Zhao Yi. This was evident in Kid's gaze. Zhao Yi's judgment proved to be astute. With a resounding smack, amidst Kid's astonished expression, Zhao Yi soared into the air, extending his long arms to deliver a thunderous block upon the veteran Kid. In the stands, fans were left in disbelief, covering their mouths and forgetting to breathe. Their hero, Jason Kidd, had been denied not once, but twice, by an unheralded newcomer from China. Could this be a mirage? How could Kidd, of all people, be so thoroughly thwarted? My faith has crumbled. On the sidelines, Magic coach Stan Van Gundy was exhilarated and animated. He had not misjudged Zhao Yi. An initial block against Kidd could be chalked up to luck. But to achieve back-to-back denials against his layup was a testament to Zhao Yi's solid defensive prowess. With such a defensive asset, not to mention an exceptional three-point shooter, Van Gundy took out his phone, contemplating how to communicate with the Magic's management and ownership. The team needed a remarkable 3D player like Zhao Yi, and securing a new contract to retain him was paramount. After this match, many in the league would undoubtedly take notice of Zhao Yi, should he depart from the Magic. It would be a monumental loss that Van Gundy dreaded. Otis, I believe we must offer this diligent Chinese player a contract commensurate with his talents. Meanwhile, on the bench, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson seethed with frustration. Zhao Yi's performance has undeniably created an insurmountable chasm between him and his peers. In the previous match, he executed a stunning comeback with a last-second victory, sinking an astonishing 11 three-pointers in a single quarter. In this game, during his 22 minutes on the court, he successfully contained Kidd, leaving the veteran scoreless. For a rookie guard from Huaxia, this is nothing short of legendary. After all, he was up against the well-known Asen, who has made a name for himself in the NBA despite his alopecia. Jameer, your starting position is truly in jeopardy. Could it be that the Eastern prodigy has stumbled upon some hidden prowess? I refuse to believe he can maintain this level of performance. Mark my words. Whether it be in the next quarter or the subsequent game, he will surely reveal his weaknesses. Indeed, how could the Eastern prodigy possibly surpass us? It is simply illogical. On the court, Howard, along with his teammates from the Magic, approached Zhao Yi to celebrate with high fives. Brother, you are extraordinary. Just look at Kid's face. It's as dark as oil, ha ha ha. Indeed, I acknowledge your talent, Zhao Yi. You are the most formidable Huaxia guard I've ever encountered. Keep it up. I have faith in you, brother. Zhao Yi responded with a confident smile, having earned the recognition of his teammates through his own prowess, which filled him with immense joy and a sense of accomplishment. As the third quarter progressed, the game remained relatively uneventful. Kidd, with a stern expression, returned to his role as the legendary orchestrator of the team's offense, while Zhao Yi, with a flawless three-pointer from the arc at the end of the game, secured his third three-pointer of the match, bringing his total score to 9 points. He was on the brink of reaching double digits, accompanied by 1 assist, 1 rebound, and 2 spectacular blocks. Ultimately, as the third quarter concluded, Kidd garnered an astonishing 14 assists, once again eliciting cheers from the fans. However, the fact that he had been held scoreless by Zhao Yi for 2 entire quarters left Kidd visibly displeased, his long face reflecting his frustration as he sat on the bench, covering his eyes, his chest rising and falling rapidly in evident anger. Nevertheless, the Mavericks maintained a 5-point lead, proving that the prowess of these veterans should not be underestimated. During the intermission, Coach Carlisle patiently approached Kidd and sat beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Asen, I understand your frustration, and I empathize with your feelings. However, you know what I mean. The victory of the team is paramount. Kidd removed his towel, gradually calming down, and turned to Coach Carlisle, stating, rest assured, I will make that rookie aware that aiding the team to victory does not necessarily require personal scoring. Coach Carlisle nodded in satisfaction, signifying his encouragement, for he saw the burning ambition and determination to win in Kidd's eyes. Chapter 7. What does it mean to have 3 without D? I made Kidd question life. In the television broadcast's commentary section, commentator Jason curiously addressed the basketball deity. Mike, I can understand why you hold such high regard for this newcomer from Huaxia. He indeed possesses a certain distinction. The old rogue flashed a mischievous grin and replied, this young man, though not yet of age, exhibits exceptionally solid defensive fundamentals. His instinctual defensive habits and well-grounded footwork are remarkable for someone his age, truly a malleable talent. You know, offensive skills can be honed, but without innate talent and foundational skills, one cannot hope to defend against a star of Kidd's caliber. Commentator Jason continued to jest. So, Mike, if you were to take on an apprentice, Do you think Zhao Yi would be fortunate enough to receive such an honor? The old rogue chuckled heartily, saying he is more than welcome in my training camp. I await him with open arms and can offer a substantial discount on fees. I have always taken great care of and admired promising young talents. Jason smiled in return. I hope he can win this match and meet the basketball deity with the poise of a victor. The old rogue shook his head. I know Kid. He is not the type to back down easily. The outcome of this match is uncertain. Zhao Yi has already succeeded in provoking Kid. Just look at Kid in the break area, radiating fierce determination like a wild, agitated leopard. Commentator Jason nodded and addressed the camera. Let us wait and see. The thrilling match will soon resume. The intermission swiftly passed. Due to concerns regarding Zhao Yi's stamina, Coach Van Gundy allowed Jameer Nelson to take the court in place of Zhao Yi for the initial 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, granting Zhao Yi a brief respite. Nelson, filled with self-satisfaction, believed he would seize this opportunity to reclaim his starting position, only to be met with Kid's furious wrath from the outset. Kid immediately sank a mid-range shot over Nelson, followed by an assist to a teammate for an alley-oop dunk. Then, Kid broke through Nelson's defense to score a layup. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Not even 5 minutes into the game, Coach Van Gundy could no longer tolerate the situation and pulled Nelson from the game. Even a pig would perform better than you. 0 points, 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and 3 turnovers. The true 5 rings messenger, Nelson. Dejected. Nelson felt as though Kid's fiery gaze could incinerate him. However, a single statement from Coach Van Gundy plunged Nelson into utter despair. Ahem, Zhao Yi, it's your turn. The team needs you. The others are merely useless. Nelson turned to see Zhao Yi tossing aside his warm-up jacket, standing with an air of victorious confidence, which only deepened Nelson's dismay. His greatest fear had indeed come to fruition. The coach had recognized the talent of this Eastern player, and his starting position had been usurped. Zhao Yi gazed confidently into Van Gundy's eyes and assured, rest assured, Coach, with me here, nothing is insurmountable. In the stands, as Zhao Yi donned his gear once more, a chorus of boos erupted from the fans. On the court, the seasoned Kid furrowed his brow, grappling with the decision of whether to engage Zhao Yi in a direct confrontation. Ultimately, Kid's sense of team unity prevailed over his personal ambitions. He could not selfishly dominate the ball at the expense of the team's collective interests. To challenge a defensive prodigy like Zhao Yi in a one-on-one duel was certainly not the wisest choice for a man of Kid's intellect. Presently, the scoreboard revealed that the Magic trailed by a full 9 points, 79-88, were it not for the consistent contributions from Lewis and Howard. The Magic's once esteemed tactics of perimeter shooting and high-position jumpers might well have been rendered a mere jest. As the game resumed, Kid diligently dribbled past half-court, executing a masterful assist that enabled his teammate to secure 2 points effortlessly. The score now stood at 79-90, a daunting double-digit deficit. In the timeout area, Van Gundy wore a troubled expression. Alas, Kid's cerebral approach to the game proved even more formidable. By relinquishing the opportunity to challenge Zhao Yi, Kid inadvertently rendered Zhao's influence on both offense and defense nearly invisible. For minutes elapsed, and Zhao Yi seized a solitary opportunity, launching a three-pointer from the corner beyond the arc, successfully landing the shot. Zhao Yi finally achieved a double-digit score in this match, tallying 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and no turnovers. So far, Zhao has successfully sunk 4 three-pointers, boasting an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. Such performance has undeniably transformed everyone's perception of him. What nonsense about being a mere 5-ring player. He is clearly a young bird, a young Miller. However, despite the collective resurgence of the Magic's shooting touch, they were still firmly suppressed by the scorching veterans of the Mavericks. For a period, the Magic, ignited by the explosive performances of Howard and Lewis, managed to close the gap in the score. Yet, upon the Mavericks introducing the bench sharpshooter Terry, he ruthlessly drained 2 mid-range shots, successfully widening the score once more and invigorating the entire Mavericks squad's morale. At this moment, the Magic trailed by 4 points, with merely over a minute remaining in the game. In the stands, fans roared fervently, "Crush them! Blast them away! You are the strongest, heroes of Dallas!" The cacophony of cheers intensified the atmosphere of the arena, filling it with fervor and excitement. Kid, with a calm demeanor, dribbled past half-court, revealing a knowing smile. He understood that he was not an offensive shooting guard. Rather, he was a player who heavily depended on the system, adept at creating favorable scoring opportunities for his teammates, while occasionally sneaking in a few three-pointers when the opposition faltered. Winning the game was paramount. The outcome of individual matchups held little significance. However, This was evidently not Zhao Yi's desired scenario. He needed Kid to become reckless, to engage in a fierce one-on-one duel, thereby consuming the Mavericks' ball control. Only to be severely restricted by Zhao's defensive prowess, potentially providing the Magic with a sliver of hope. Thus, when Kid halted his dribbling, he heard a devilish taunt. "Asen, if only you could grow a bit more hair, perhaps you wouldn't fear facing me in a duel." In an instant, Kid's veins throbbed with fury. Jason Kidd despised the nickname Asen, a moniker stemming from his natural, severe hair loss, a vulnerability he loathed to acknowledge. While he could brush off playful jibes from teammates, the provocation from this young newcomer, which led him to be humiliated, ignited Kid's complete eruption. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Kid, do you truly think I fear you?" Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, the coward never dares to take action. From the glint in Kid's eyes, Zhao Yi realized that his scheme had succeeded. In the next moment, disregarding the shouts of the Lone Ranger-esque coach from the sidelines, Kid unleashed an explosive acceleration, aiming to break past Zhao Yi on his right side. This time, Kid's speed reached unprecedented heights. It was evident that he was genuinely furious. However, Zhao Yi, with a scornful smirk, instinctively matched Kid's pace, nimbly retreating to position himself directly in front of Kid. As Kid attempted a sudden change of direction, his control over the ball faltered momentarily. Unexpectedly, the ever-quick iron hand swiftly lunged, knocking the ball from Kid's grasp in an instant. The sound echoed across the arena, leaving the audience in astonishment. Zhao Yi astonishingly intercepted Jason Kidd's pass before the fans could fully comprehend the situation. Zhao Yi had deftly maneuvered around Kid and seized the ball, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed as he surged towards the front court. Kid let out a fierce shout, pursuing him relentlessly. He was determined to thwart this play. Failure would tarnish his legacy and obliterate his hard-earned reputation. The two athletes raced past the three-point line, and in a surprising twist, Zhao Yi executed a sudden stop, retreating a large step back beyond the arc, leaving Kid in utter disbelief as he was propelled forward by his own momentum. Then, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Zhao Yi made no adjustments. Raising his arm and releasing the ball, the basketball soared gracefully from his fingertips, arcing high into the air with a spin, heading straight for the hoop. Zhao Yi felt a remarkable smoothness in his shot. An instinctive premonition told him that this ball would surely find its mark. Swish. The net rippled as the basketball soared directly into the center of the hoop, embraced by the net. A perfect swish. The arena fell into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of astonishment. The spectators widened their eyes, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. My heavens, Kid was left one-on-one, stripped of the ball, and then scored upon with a three-pointer. My faith is shattered. He is a demon, having destroyed our Dallas's most formidable point guard. However, before anyone could fully comprehend the previous play, Zhao Yi's commanding shout resonated throughout the venue. Quick, fall back. Prevent their fast break. Old Kid appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, his face a mask of embarrassment. He had just been poised to launch a counterattack when Zhao Yi saw through his intentions. Could it be that his illustrious career was to falter at the hands of an obscure newcomer from Huaxia? Yet, the coach's shout from the sidelines jolted Kid back to reality. Asen, there is no need to engage him in a one-on-one. Just secure victory in your own way. Kid nodded in acknowledgement toward the coach. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, realizing that he had just been outsmarted by that newcomer. Every player has their strengths and weaknesses. His true prowess lay in orchestrating the team's offense, not in becoming an offensive juggernaut like Kobe. Challenging the newcomer's commendable defensive skills with his own mediocre offensive techniques was the fundamental reason for his earlier miscalculation. At that moment, Kid was both furious and amused, his eyes no longer reflecting a trace of disdain. This Huaxia newcomer was no ordinary player. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with. In a pivotal moment, Zhao Yi's three-pointer successfully narrowed the score between the two teams to a mere point. He personally achieved an impressive tally of 15 points. With a flawless shooting record of 5 out of 5 from beyond the arc, boasting a remarkable 100 success rate. Moreover, under Zhao Yi's stringent defense, Kid was unable to score another point. This extraordinary performance left the ever-enthusiastic Van Gundy delighted. A player of such caliber, embodying the qualities of a 3D player, is undoubtedly among the most sought after in the league. Zhao Yi has already engaged in discussions with the team's management, asserting that he must remain with the team. The Magic will go to great lengths to retain him. When faced with Kid once more, Zhao Yi provocatively taunted. The reason your wife abuses you and divorced you is that you are a coward, Asen, a coward among cowards. Kid felt a surge of anger, veins bulging, as this struck at the heart of his family's private scandal, a provocation he found increasingly intolerable. Yet, he struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "Kid, I know you're trying to provoke me. You want me to engage you in a one-on-one battle that could sway the outcome of the entire game, but I want T-fall for it." Zhao Yi remained unfazed, continuing his provocation. "Indeed, a man who can be subjected to domestic violence by his own woman must surely be a perpetually composed sage. Ha ha ha. Kid." Suppressing the urge to unleash his fury upon Zhao Yi, chose to disregard the taunts. After all, as a seasoned veteran who had fought in the league for many years, he possessed his own methods for countering such verbal jabs. Noticing that Kid had turned his attention away from him and was fully engaged in the game, Zhao Yi ceased his verbal assaults. He felt a sense of accomplishment, believing he had succeeded in slightly unsettling Kid's composure. The next objective was to assist the team in defending against this play, thereby utilizing the limited time to execute a successful offensive maneuver and turn the tide of the score. As Zhao Yi diligently focused on single defense, he meticulously contemplated Kid's assist targets. However, he was ultimately caught off guard by a sudden assist from Kid, which tore through the defense. Terry received the pass and attempted a shot over Turkoglu, only to be fouled, prompting the referee to call a foul, despite the shot not finding its mark. The sound echoed, and the ball swished through the net. 1 out of 2 free throws converted. The deficit for the Magic had dwindled to a mere 2 points. With only 15 seconds remaining, fortune favored the Magic as they retained possession of the ball. The success or failure of this offensive play would directly determine the outcome of the match. Stan Van Gundy decisively called a timeout. During the pause, Van Gundy's tactical arrangement clearly indicated that Howard was to take the final shot, aiming to equalize the score and confidently secure a place in overtime, ultimately seeking to triumph over their adversary. Zhao Yi harbored no disputes regarding this matter. Although he exhibited remarkable progress personally, he was acutely aware that he lacked the singular prowess required to execute pivotal shots during critical moments. Following a brief intermission, the irate Kid would undoubtedly cling to his girlfriend more tightly than ever, rendering Zhao's chances of taking a shot exceedingly slim. With a resounding buzz, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Defense, defense, defense. The players and coaches in the bench area held their breath, as all eyes were fixed upon the Mavericks' half of the court. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the halfway line, then confidently delivered the ball into Howard's hands. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy impacts reverberated through the arena, igniting the fervor of the fans, who erupted into excited cheers and raised fists. However, just as Howard muscled his way into the paint, the Mavericks had evidently anticipated this move. All 5 of their defenders converged upon Howard, instantly placing him in a precarious position. Attempting to utilize his brute strength for an emphatic dunk, Howard was forcefully pulled down by Josh Howard of the Mavericks, who committed a foul. In that moment, the situation took a turn for the worse. How could a powerhouse like Howard excel at free throws? If he were to miss even a single shot, the outcome of the game would be all but decided. On the sidelines, the Mavericks coach wore a smug expression. This was the trap he had meticulously devised for the Magic. He had foreseen that the Magic would rely on Howard for crucial plays and had also calculated that Howard's free throw skills were inadequate. Bang! The fans and spectators were not let down. Howard's first free throw indeed missed the mark. Instantly, the Dallas fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. Wonderful! Victory is assured. If he sinks the next shot, we will regain possession, and they are surely doomed. Fantastic! He might not score a single point. At that moment, Zhao Yi subtly approached Howard, and Howard's eyes suddenly lit up with clarity. This caught Kid's attention, prompting him to warn his teammates to be wary of the crafty newcomer from Huaxia. This time, Howard did not take a conventional shot. Instead, he hurled the ball toward the hoop and charged into the paint, grabbing the rebound above everyone's heads. Following the prearranged plan with Zhao Yi, he made a no-look pass to the weak side corner beyond the three-point line. At that instant, Kid sprinted from the opposite side, desperately trying to reach Zhao Yi for the open shot. However, it was already too late. The Mavericks had hunkered down in the paint. Granting the Magic an opportunity from beyond the arc, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity, raising his arm and releasing the ball without any hesitation. The basketball traced a graceful arc, decisively plunging into the center of the hoop at the very last moment. Swish! Simultaneously, the red light on the scoreboard illuminated, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more, as if time itself had been halted for all the Dallas fans. In that instant, Howard charged forward. Exultation etched across his face as he embraced Zhao Yi, almost overwhelmed with the urge to plant a kiss on him. Meanwhile, Van Gundy, brimming with excitement, raised his fist in jubilant celebration. They had triumphed, In the final moments, they vanquished their rivals, sealing an unforgettable victory. At a critical juncture, Zhao Yi decisively sank a game-winning three-pointer. He achieved an impressive tally of 18 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. With a flawless three-point shooting record of 6 for 6, maintaining a 100 accuracy. Moreover, during more than 30 minutes of one-on-one defense against Kidd, he managed to restrict Kidd from scoring a single point. Remarkably, throughout the game, Zhao Yi committed no turnovers whatsoever. In the exhilarating moment when his teammates embraced him in celebration of their victory, Zhao Yi suddenly heard a notification sound echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. System evaluation has reached A. System rewards: 1 beginner skill level card 100, 5 intermediate skill level cards. This indicated that not only would Zhao Yi have the opportunity to elevate his three-point shooting and defensive skills to an elite level, but he would also receive 5 intermediate cards. According to the system's explanation, the requirements for skill level cards are as follows. 1 to 90 level beginner skill level card requires 1 card per level. 90 to 95 level intermediate skill level card requires 10 cards per level. 95 to 99 level advanced skill level card requires 100 cards per level. And 99 to 100 level legendary skill level card requires 10,000 cards per level. However, Zhao Yi's journey in the NBA is still long, and he is filled with confidence and anticipation for his future. Observing the admiring gaze of Van Gundy and the somewhat awkward yet eager expressions of J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson on the bench, Zhao Yi realized one thing. His starting position was secure. His NBA career was solidified. A lucrative contract was likely on the horizon. As he excitedly envisioned a $10 million annual salary, reaching the pinnacle of his career, and winning over a beautiful and affluent partner, a tall and handsome figure approached him with a mischievous smile. "Hello, I am Michael Jordan." Chapter 8. Jordan. This young man is quite intriguing. In an instant, Zhao Yi was utterly astonished. The robust physique, the sun-kissed skin, the mischievous yet affable smile, and the open embrace, all of these elements converged in a moment that left Zhao Yi, who had idolized the basketball legend since childhood, in a state of disbelief that was almost overwhelming. After a warm embrace, Jordan, amidst the astonished expressions of Zhao Yi's teammates, proceeded to walk with him into the players' tunnel. Following a brief moment of shock, Zhao Yi gradually acclimated to the casual atmosphere of conversing with his idol. "Hey, Zhao, your performance was impressive. I'm quite intrigued by you. Could you tell me how, at your age, you have honed such exceptional defensive skills?" Jordan inquired with a friendly gaze, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'm not entirely sure. It just comes naturally to me," Zhao Yi replied. Zhao Yi found it difficult to elucidate these matters. However, he could adopt a stubborn demeanor, feigning ignorance. Jordan's smile widened as he remarked, "Are you implying that you consider yourself a genius?" Zhao Yi humbly smiled and remarked, "In the presence of the basketball deity Michael Jordan, no talent exists in this world." This statement elicited hearty laughter from Jordan. He patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder and said with a grin, "Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at this location. I shall remain in Dallas for the time being. If you have any technical or experiential inquiries, I would be more than happy to offer you some advice." Zhao Yi's face radiated with astonishment. His elation stemmed not solely from Jordan's regard, but also from the resonating notification of the system in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued by the system. Mission details: elevate the affinity with Jordan to 100. Mission rewards: 100 junior level cards and 4 intermediate level cards. This revelation intensified Zhao Yi's excitement. He possessed 100 junior cards and 5 intermediate cards, which implied that he could elevate at least 2 attribute skills to an elite level. Furthermore, he could accumulate just 1 more intermediate card to have the opportunity to enhance a skill attribute above 90. All of this from merely a single match and an interaction task with his idol. How delightful it felt, as if the system's rewards were effortlessly bestowed. Zhao Yi's face radiated with sheer joy as he exclaimed his gratitude. Jordan, wearing a satisfied smile, nodded in agreement before turning to leave. Upon returning to the locker room, Howard, Terry, and other teammates extended their heartfelt congratulations to Zhao Yi. Even J.J. Redick and Nelson, with forced smiles that barely masked their discomfort, offered their insincere commendations. It was evident to all that with the conclusion of this match, Zhao Yi's status within the team had transcended that of a mere substitute, a man capable of single-handedly defending against Kidd. Moreover, he was a rookie from Huaxia. Van Gundy was the last to enter the locker room, his expression beaming with delight. "Howard, you and Zhao Yi will accompany me to the press conference." In an instant, the envious glances from the bench players flickered and vanished. However, Zhao Yi remained indifferent. Can you surpass my performance? I relish witnessing your envy while you find yourselves powerless against me. At the press conference, after the journalists posed a few friendly questions to Howard, the focus swiftly shifted towards Zhao Yi. Zhao, this is your rookie season. How do you feel about defeating Kid? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. How could such a beautiful and seemingly kind journalist harbor such malice? Any misstep in his words would solidify his rivalry with Kid. I believe there is some misunderstanding. Although Kid only scored 11 points in this match, he provided an impressive 22 assists. This is a performance befitting a legendary point guard. I believe I should learn more from my predecessors. As a newcomer, I possess the courage to face all challenges, yet I also recognize my own shortcomings in the areas in which I must improve. The journalist's brow furrowed slightly. This young man was not easy to handle. She promptly continued her inquiry. I have heard you gained the title of 5 rings flop during the preseason. However, in these recent games, you have successfully made nearly 33-pointers with a remarkable shooting percentage of 100. Now, showcasing impressive single coverage against Kid. What do you attribute to your performance during the preseason? Zhao Yi furrowed his brows once more, speaking without regard for the context. This beautiful reporter truly had a knack for touching upon sensitive subjects. Perhaps it was the influence of my rookie status, but in truth, I have already proven my capabilities. Thus, there is no need to dwell on the past. I shall demonstrate my innate talent through even more remarkable performances. As the press conference concluded, Zhao Yi chose not to return to the hotel with the team, but instead requested leave from Stan Van Gundy to meet with Jordan. Van Gundy, far from opposing this decision, wholeheartedly supported it and readily granted his permission. The team management had already conducted a preliminary assessment, and once the owner of the Magic ultimately made his decision, they would present Zhao Yi with a well-deserved surprise, a lucrative contract that every rookie player dreams of. Zhao Yi, brimming with excitement, hailed a taxi to the hotel where Jordan was staying and located him in the gym. Despite having retired many years ago, the venerable Jordan exhibited no signs of neglecting his physical fitness, often reminiscing about his illustrious past within the confines of the gym. However, he was known to be quite the gambler. After completing his set of exercises, he finally noticed the tall figure standing beside him. Upon recognizing Zhao Yi, a broad smile graced his face as he said, I've come right after the game. Let us converse in a different setting. Jordan drove Zhao Yi to a nearby training facility, having made prior arrangements so that they would have the entire venue to themselves. This demonstrated Jordan's unwavering confidence in Zhao Yi's intention to seek him out. Once they settled in the training hall, Jordan tossed the ball to Zhao Yi and generously remarked, I hold you in high regard. If you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask promptly. Otherwise, if I change my mind, this opportunity will slip away. Zhao Yi pondered over his admiration for Jordan, arriving at a score of 65, a commendable figure indeed. When you reigned supreme in the league, I was merely a young fan, captivated by your performances. Could you enlighten me on the essence of your dominance? Observing Zhao Yi's earnest expression, the esteemed elder Jordan felt a resurgence of the exhilarating spirit from his days on the court. If I were to pinpoint the source of my success, it would be my unwavering belief in myself. I shall never concede defeat in any contest, nor allow any obstacle to vanquish me. As long as there exists a glimmer of possibility, I shall exert every ounce of my effort. This, perhaps, is the crux of my supremacy in the league. For I am, by nature, a born champion. In that fleeting moment, the elder Jordan seemed to be transported back to his pinnacle. 82. Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy within. With the assistance of the system, he found that Jordan's experiences and techniques were of little concern to him. However, the rewards from the system's tasks were the ultimate objective of Zhao Yi's endeavor. 100 basic cards and 4 intermediate cards. A windfall indeed. Zhao Yi gazed at the venerable Mr. Jordan with admiration and said, Your fadeaway jump shot has always been the most legendary skill in my heart. Would you be willing to impart some of your secret techniques to me? Hearing the younger generation express admiration for his most cherished basketball prowess, Jordan felt a deep sense of gratification. Ha ha ha. No problem at all. Let us begin right away. Subsequently, Zhao Yi prioritized bringing joy to Mr. Jordan, striving to encourage him to demonstrate his signature move. However, Zhao Yi's attempts at mastering the fadeaway jump shot were rather chaotic, yet the bond between him and Mr. Jordan continued to strengthen. Ultimately, Mr. Jordan decided to cease his instruction, as he realized that Zhao Yi's mid-range shooting talent was not exceptional, and his core muscle strength did not meet the fundamental requirements for mastering the technique. Nevertheless, Jordan found Zhao Yi increasingly endearing. As they parted ways, A genuine smile graced Zhao Yi's face. Moments earlier, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Task 100 completed. Task rewards: 100 beginner skill level cards and 4 intermediate skill level cards. Mike, I will cherish the lessons you have taught me. Thank you. After Zhao Yi embraced Jordan, he promptly took a taxi back to the hotel. Jordan watched as Zhao Yi's car disappeared into the distance, his smile unwavering. What an intriguing young man. Upon returning to the hotel, there remained 2 hours before the team was set to depart for Orlando. Zhao Yi returned to his room, secured the door, and reclined on his bed, closing his eyes as he accessed the system panel. Offensive skills: NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97 mid-range shooting, level 0 layup, level 0 floater, level 0 hookshot, level 0 dunking, level 0 assists, level 0 pick and roll, level 0 isolation, level 0 movement, level 0 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 0 blocking, level 0 stealing, level 0 on-ball defense, level 90 help defense, level 0 switching, level 0 rim protection, level 0 awareness, level 0 physicality, level 10 special skills, NBA level damage immunity, level 0 luck, level 0 touch, level 0 leadership, level 0 competitiveness, level 0 overall evaluation, emerging talent, top tier 3D player. Zhao Yi's heart swelled with joy. The transformation in his comprehensive evaluation had occurred after merely 2 matches. Now, wielding 200 basic cards and 9 intermediate ones, he brimmed with pride and satisfaction. However, the question of how to allocate these points still occupied his thoughts. Intermediate cards could boost attributes between 90 to 95, with each point requiring 10 cards, meaning he would have to wait until the next match. Moreover, continuing to enhance his one-on-one defensive attributes seemed the most reliable strategy. First, secure the fundamentals, his bread and butter, before gradually aiming for greater luxuries, like chicken legs and steaks. As for the remaining 200 opportunities to allocate points between 0 to 90, meticulous planning was essential. First and foremost, as a point guard, his signature skill was assists. Though he had managed to suppress Kidd in the recent match, the truth was that Kidd, with his 22 assists, had thoroughly outplayed Zhao Yi. It was only the vast disparity in their reputation and status that allowed Zhao Yi to ride Kidd's coattails, experiencing a sudden surge in fame. Thus, Zhao Yi resolved to invest 90 points into raising his assists to 90. That left 110 points. How should they be distributed? There was no hesitation here. Playing in the NBA meant overcoming one critical hurdle: physicality. In this league teeming with brutes, failing to meet the standard of physical confrontation meant you simply didn't belong. Why did Chinese basketball prodigies often struggle to perform well in the NBA? And why did Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian manage to carve out respectable careers? The gap was purely in skill. Yao's peak bench press numbers, Yi's Herculean arms, and the Great Wall's legendary endurance. These were the true entry tickets to the NBA. Physicality was the gatekeeper. Zhao Yi is poised to allocate an additional 80 points to elevate his confrontation skill to 90. This leaves him with 20 points to distribute. Is there any doubt? Why has Tracy McGrady faded into obscurity? What caused the downfall of the once prominent player, Yi Jianlian? Why does Greg Oden remain a bittersweet memory for fans? Naturally, the remaining 20 points should be invested in injury resistance. Injuries and aging are the greatest adversaries in a professional athlete's career. No matter how formidable the opposition, one can always enhance their own abilities or discover ways to mitigate the opponent's strengths. The dominant Shaquille O'Neal? You could attempt to overpower him. The legendary Michael Jordan? You might resort to aggressive maneuvers. Kobe Bryant? You could employ fierce double teaming. Regardless of the greatness of these stars, there always exists a strategy to contain them. However, when beset by injury, even the mightiest superstar must obediently retreat to the sidelines and await the medical team's guidance. As a flash of insight illuminated his mind, Zhao Yi's system panel transformed. Offensive skills: NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97 mid-range shooting, level 0 layups, level 0 floaters, level 0 hooks, level 0 dunks, level 0 assists, level 90 pick and roll, level 0 isolation, level 0 movement, level 0 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 0 blocking, level 0 stealing, level 0 on-ball defense, level 90 help defense, level 0 switching, level 0 rim protection, level 0 awareness, level 0 confrontation, level 90 special skills, NBA level injury resistance, level 20 luck, level 0 shooting touch, level 0 leadership, level 0 competitiveness, Level 0 overall evaluation. Mature 3D player. Organizational engine. Having acquired the enhancement in skills, Zhao Yi spent a few days during the off-season testing his assist capabilities with teammates. The results astonished them. My goodness, Zhao. What have you been consuming? I had no idea your assist skills were this remarkable. Alright, calm down. When you play against Kid, you really hold back, otherwise. Kid would be utterly humiliated. Zhao, you are truly a remarkable individual from the East. You have left me utterly speechless. Zhao Yi confidently and gladly accepted the recognition from his teammates. Ultimately, Zhao Yi's progress reached the ears of Van Gundy, who promptly convened an urgent assembly, allowing Zhao Yi to lead the substitutes in a practice match against the starters. As a result, Zhao Yi not only excelled in three-point shooting, but also left Nelson in a state of despair with his exceptional one-on-one defense, while delivering an impressive 13 assists within just 20 minutes of play. Although it was merely an internal practice match, everyone adhered to the coach's directives and played with genuine intensity. In the end, the team led by Zhao Yi claimed a narrow victory by a single point. At a crucial moment, Zhao Yi executed a breathtaking alley-oop, sealing the victory for the game. On the sidelines, JJ Redick dared not refer to Zhao Yi as Yellow Pig any longer. He understood that Zhao Yi had ascended to the status of a star player in the eyes of the coach. Should Zhao Yi harbor any grievances, a mere word to the coach could spell the end of Redick's tenure in Dallas, propelling him towards a wandering career in the league. Thus, JJ Redick deliberately curtailed his appearances before Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion of squabbling with a foolish white fool. A general does not slay ants with his sword. He had little regard for engaging in petty disputes with a marginal veteran. Nevertheless, there was one undeniable truth acknowledged by the entire team. The position of starting point guard for the Magic this season unequivocally belonged to Zhao Yi. This was the source of Zhao Yi's greatest joy. However, soon enough, Stan Van Gundy and the Magic's management bestowed upon Zhao Yi an extraordinary surprise. In the conference room at the Magic headquarters, General Manager Otis, head coach Stan Van Gundy, and a host of Magic executives sat in their chairs, smiling as they observed the somewhat exhilarated Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, your performance has been evident to all. We believe that a short contract cannot adequately reflect your capabilities. So we would like to discuss an offer with you. The team is prepared to present you with a substantial 4-year contract worth $11 million. With the final year being a player option, although we will retain the right of first refusal for any extension. General Manager Otis paused, then smiled warmly at Zhao Yi and, in a gentlemanly manner, inquired, Zhao Yi, do you have any questions or concerns? Zhao Yi replied excitedly, there are no objections. Thank you for your trust. You shall be rewarded abundantly. Soon, the new contract was signed, and all legal formalities were completed. The Magic team thoughtfully arranged for Zhao Yi to rent a splendid apartment near the Orlando team's arena, spanning an impressive 130 square meters. Elegantly furnished in an American style. When Otis advised Zhao Yi to seek a competent agent, Zhao Yi mentioned that he was still deliberating on his options. The Magic truly valued Zhao Yi, directly offering him 6 months' salary to ensure he could settle into his new life comfortably. In recent days, Zhao Yi frequently conversed with the venerable Mr. Jordan. Although Mr. Jordan's judgments were notoriously sharp, those who believed often found themselves stung. His reputation, connections, and experience within the NBA were universally acknowledged. Through Mr. Jordan's introduction, Zhao Yi quickly became acquainted with the preeminent agent in the NBA, Jeff Schwartz. After their phone conversation, Schwartz's demeanor shifted dramatically. Initially, he sought only to honor Mr. Jordan, but upon engaging with Zhao Yi, he found himself genuinely impressed by the young man. Bright, confident, with clear logic, Zhao Yi embodied the diligence, seriousness, and humility characteristic of his heritage. A young talent endorsed by both Jordan and Kobe. A rookie guard who had previously stifled Kid's performance, and a player who, on the final day of a 10-day contract, exploded onto the scene with 2 consecutive games boasting a perfect shooting percentage. Netting 33 pointers, his rapid growth was evident as he successfully secured $11 million mid-level contract with the Magic. Rumor had it that Zhao Yi had recently developed commendable assist techniques. Schwartz was determined to take a chance, even if he misjudged. The immense income generated by the multitude of stars under his representation would not impede the normal operation of his business. Before long, Schwartz, with sincerity, signed the agent collaboration contract in Zhao Yi's apartment. Schwartz's commission was a fair 3 of the market rate, and after Zhao Yi reviewed the other terms without any issues, the two men folded the contract and embraced with smiles. Zhao, you are a potential future superstar. My instincts have always been sharp. Rest assured. Choosing me as your agent marks yet another pinnacle in your career. The bustling offseason swiftly passed. Subsequently, the entire Magic team flew to America's most renowned seaside resort, where they were set to face the formidable Miami Heat, confronting the likes of the Lightning Man, Beasley, Little O'Neal, Marion, and Chalmers. Zhao Yi eagerly anticipates the upcoming competition. Will he be able to thwart the Lightning Man's breakthroughs? Can he assist Howard in training O'Neal? Will he continue to deliver impressive performances? In his first match following a substantial contract, Zhao Yi is determined to provide both his team and agent with a resounding assurance. Chapter 9. Wade, this cannot be real. Miami is arguably the most alluring city in the world. With its year-round abundant sunshine, endless stretches of beach, and captivatingly beautiful bikini-clad women. This is the quintessential impression people have of Miami. The city boasts not only its sizzling beaches but also world-class hotels and a vibrant nightlife that entices affluent individuals from around the globe to vacation and retire here. Additionally, Miami is home to the NBA's Heat, a team whose culture is as fiery and unyielding as its name suggests. Zhao Yi and a host of Orlando Magic players arrived in the sweltering Miami Heat. In the midst of a frigid winter, they found themselves embraced by a gentle climate. The salty tang of the ocean and the faint scent of perfume wafting from bikini-clad beauties. At the pre-game press conference, the Miami Heat players spoke with unrestrained audacity. As a rival who persevered through a fever of 39 degrees to compete, only to provoke with mock coughs during interviews, only to be bested by Nowitzki in consecutive rounds, and to suffer alongside the gorilla in the finals, was the lamentable Wade. Coming from a humble background, he was sheltered by his wife's family. Yet after attaining fame in the NBA, he became unfaithful, seeking to abandon his spouse while engaging in illicit affairs with other women, reportedly transmitting venereal disease to his wife. The despicable Wade. As for the dazzling dunk artist Aaron Gordon, who astounded with a 9-point buzzer beater in the All-Star dunk contest, he too was part of this narrative. The Flash, Dwayne Wade, remained his usual brash self at the press conference. Wade declared, "I will obliterate them. Just a bunch of nobodies like Howard and Lewis. Clean your necks and brace for my onslaught." Beasley retorted, "I will make Lewis understand who the true power forward is." Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, "Howard is not as formidable as the legends suggest. You will soon realize." Marion added, "Our team is in excellent form lately. We regard this matchup with indifference." Chalmers remarked, "College leagues do not equate to the NBA. I anticipate it will be quite amusing to dismantle Zhao Yi and Nelson." Head coach Eric Spoelstra asserted, "I believe this game will not be overly challenging. Wade will lead us to an inevitable victory." In response to the Heat players' bombastic declarations, the Magic players seethed with indignation. Howard retorted, "Jermaine, you are no match for O'Neal. Even if O'Neal were before me, I would still outshine him. Just wait." Lewis added, "Beasley, you'll meet a grim fate." Turkoglu remarked, "The black players are utterly unreasonable." Zhao chuckled lightly, "Don't shed tears when you lose." Head coach Van Gundy retorted, "The Heat will pay a heavy price for their arrogance." Even before the game officially commenced, a palpable tension filled the air. As both teams entered the arena, the electric atmosphere of the NBA enveloped them, with pulsating music resonating throughout, intermingled with the fervent cheers of thousands of fans. Just minutes before the game began, Van Gundy decisively named Zhao Yi as the starting point guard, leaving J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson with expressions of dismay. Bullies often prey on the weak, and they had recently made desperate attempts to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Yi, who remained coldly indifferent to their overtures. They were acutely aware that should Zhao Yi solidify his position within the team and voice his disdain for them to the coach, their days with the Magic would be numbered. Regret flooded their minds. Had they foreseen Zhao Yi's prowess, they would have endeavored to win his favor from the outset. Embodying the fiery spirit of Miami, the local fans erupted in enthusiastic chants, demanding, "Kick their butts, tear them apart, crush them." In the distance, a disdainful player known as the Zaza Knight puffed his cheeks and cast a scornful glance at the opposing team. Turning to his teammate Beasley, he declared, "I will guard that Zhao Yi. Let him know that a rookie is still a rookie. He cannot compare to me, the strongest guard in the league." Beasley laughed heartily. Jesting, "He is merely a rookie from Huaxia. How could you regard him so highly? I wager he won the last 2 rounds against you before begging the coach to take him out." Laughter erupted around them, with Shaquille O'Neal adding, "Aside from Howard and Lewis, we need not concern ourselves with the other players from Dallas. Zhao Yi is just an inconsequential shooter." In the live broadcast commentary section, the glamorous blonde commentator Rita turned to the legendary NBA figure Larry Bird, her melodious voice ringing out, "Bird, do you believe the game will be one-sided? Will the Flash Dwayne Wade shatter the opponent from the get-go? What are your thoughts? Bird, exuding calmness and a hint of a smile, replied, "They are all nothing. If I were on the court, every team would taste defeat. And you know, in horse racing, only the wise can predict the winner. As for the inferior horses, it is impossible to determine which runs slower." Rita, tossing her golden locks, released a waft of perfume into the air before continuing, "Bird, have you heard about a dark horse on the Magic who has delivered astonishing performances in the last 2 games and has signed a substantial contract? Who do you think will perform better, he or Wade?" Bird raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Yi on the live screen, dismissively stating, "Don't be ridiculous. How could Wade lose to him? If I were Wade, I would feel disrespected by the Magic. How could they allow a rookie from Huaxia to take the court? Even having a white player guard me would infuriate me, let alone Zhao Yi, a newcomer from Huaxia." Rita, unable to suppress her intrigue as she gazed at Zhao Yi's handsome figure on the screen, quipped, "I don't see it that way. Just look at his charming face. I might even ask him out for dinner after the game." Bird laughed heartily. He has merely a pretty face, lacking substance. At the moment Zhao Yi stepped onto the court, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new game task has been issued. Task: achieve 6 or more assists throughout the game and secure victory. Reward: material rewards will be assigned based on overall performance in the match. Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy within him. His strength, having been enhanced by the rewards from the previous 2 missions, was now incomparable to that of his last match. Currently, as the system tasks continued to evaluate based on performance ratings, the rewards he would receive were bound to be even more substantial. Furthermore, he was genuinely curious whether he could defend against the lightning-quick first step of Dwayne Wade. The only individual capable of effectively guarding Wade's initial move was the formidable Kobe Bryant, renowned for his suffocating defense. If he could successfully contain Wade, it would significantly increase the Magic's chances of victory. The starting lineups were as follows: Orlando Magic, Howard, Lewis, Turkoglu, Alston, Zhao Yi. Miami Heat, Wade, Beasley, O'Neal, Marion, Chalmers. As the game commenced, Howard decisively claimed the jump ball against O'Neal. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Wade immediately charged forward with ferocity, arms outstretched, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Yi while uttering the taunting remark. "Rookie, don't start crying later," he proclaimed. The contempt in Wade's gaze did not escape Zhao Yi's notice. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the implications behind those words. This was the typical rhythm of an experienced veteran imparting lessons to a novice. Zhao Yi dribbled calmly, and just as Wade was preparing to unleash some trash talk, a sudden bounce pass sliced through the air like a surgical scalpel, passing directly between Wade's legs. This exquisite behind-the-back pass seamlessly found Howard, who was making a swift cut towards the basket. With a roar, Howard received the ball and, in an instant, leapt skyward, elevating the basketball high before emphatically dunking over the retreating Shaquille O'Neal. The resounding impact of the dunk electrified the arena. At that moment, Miami fans momentarily set aside their loyalties, utterly stunned by the breathtaking assist and dunk that had just unfolded. "Oh my goodness! That was astonishing!" they exclaimed. Howard truly showcased his prowess, yet the assist was so smooth, akin to a surgical incision. Their synergy was remarkable. Had they previously been teammates? Wade's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom what had just transpired, his expression a mixture of shock and admiration. This smooth, scalpel-like pass was beyond even his capabilities. Frustration welled up within him. He found himself increasingly irked by this rookie. Coach Van Gundy was equally astonished. "Incredible! I never anticipated Zhao Yi's assist prowess and practical skills to be so formidable." Even the formidable Flash, Wade, was unable to counter Zhao Yi's adept passing technique, coupled with Howard and Lewis's exceptional offensive firepower. This season promised a genuine challenge to Los Angeles. Choosing Zhao Yi was undoubtedly my most astute decision. JJ Redick was left utterly astounded by the play. Wait, wasn't he that rookie just honing his passing skills? How could he execute so effortlessly in front of Wade? Was he not the least bit nervous? Frustration bubbled within him. Such plays were beyond the realm of his imagination. On the court, Howard, brimming with joy, embraced Zhao Yi, exclaiming, "Zhao Yi, you're my brother now. I'll introduce you to some amazing girls. Just keep feeding me those kinds of passes." Meanwhile, Nelson was left speechless. Wow, a through-the-legs pass in front of the Flash, assisting Howard's dunk over Shaquille O'Neal. This is headline material. Lewis stared at Zhao Yi in sheer astonishment. This young man was developing at an astonishing pace. In just 3 games, he had firmly secured a starting position. This individual was certainly not ordinary. I must cultivate a good rapport with him. The ever-astounded Hedo Turkoglu could hardly contain his shock. My goodness, that was Wade, successfully assisted with a through-the-legs pass. Look at Wade's face. It's completely bruised. In the television broadcast commentary section, Bird and commentator Rita were so taken aback that they forgot to breathe. Good heavens. I have the same three-point prowess I had in my prime. He is so impressive. I must ask him out after the game. On the Miami Heat's side, Shaquille O'Neal wore an expression of disbelief. While it didn't surprise him that Howard could dunk over him, the sheer magic of how the ball had been delivered to Howard amidst their tight defense was astonishing. The chaotic force that is Beasley also bore a look of shock. No wonder Kid praised him. This guy is truly exceptional. I need to keep an eye on Lewis, with a distributor like Zhao Yi on the Magic. This game will be a challenge. Heath Jones felt a sense of trepidation. Thank goodness I'm not matched up against Zhao Yi. The consequences would be unimaginable. Watching Wade's increasingly bruised face makes me want to laugh, but I dare not. The versatile forward Marion from the Heat displayed an equal measure of astonishment. Well, a through-the-legs pass assisting Howard's dunk over Shaquille O'Neal. This play will likely be one of today's top 5 highlights. It was clear Wade was bound to retaliate. This young man from Huaxia was truly audacious. His daring was beyond measure. At this moment, Wade, confronted by the fans' deafening cheers, found his inner turmoil hard to quell. To be so humiliated by a rookie. Though he might have underestimated him, he needed to reclaim his honor. Wade glared at Zhao Yi with fierce intensity, declaring, "Next possession. Dare to guard me one-on-one? Don't tell me you're just a softie who only knows how to pass." Zhao Yi remained unfazed, instead mocking with a smile. "If I am a coward for assisting my teammate in dunking over you, then what does that make you? The sluggish knight?" With that, Zhao Yi turned on his heel, denying Wade the chance to retaliate, who was seething with fury. Wade's expression was menacing, reminiscent of one of the notorious 4 villains from Gene Yong's tales, as he seethed, "Dare to provoke me, the Flash? You shall perish, newcomer from Huaxia." His cheeks puffed out like a venomous pufferfish. As the next round commenced, it was the Miami Heat's turn to attack. Wade radiated hostility, swiftly dribbling the ball into the front court. After signaling his teammates to spread out, he approached Zhao Yi directly, his piercing gaze fixed on him. Beckoning with his non-dribbling hand in a clear act of provocation, Zhao Yi was inexplicably exhilarated. The opportunity to challenge the illustrious Zhao Wei's lightning-fast first step was undeniably thrilling. With merely his extraordinary talent, Zhao Wei dominated the paint against any adversary during the early stages of his career. That was until he encountered a man with a penchant for handsome features. Zhao Yi remained undistracted in conversation, his attention unwaveringly fixed on any subtle movements and shifts in Wade's center of gravity. In an instant, the seemingly unremarkable Wade unleashed a remarkable surge of energy, vanishing from Zhao Yi's side in a flash, akin to a bolt of lightning striking at his side. There were no flamboyant maneuvers, merely an unparalleled speed that transcended the realm of elite athletes, a first step akin to that of a lightning bolt. Zhao Yi's reaction was remarkably swift. He instinctively followed Wade's drive, instantly retreating and shifting laterally to closely guard Wade. His footwork and agility were truly among the elite in the league. Upon noticing Zhao Yi closing in, Wade erupted with immense force, determined to show Zhao Yi a lesson. Wade was indeed one of the few players capable of blocking shots in the paint with the stature of a forward, even bordering on that of a center. His physicality and strength represented the pinnacle among guards. Bang! At the moment of their collision, Wade was taken aback. Although Zhao Yi's confrontations are undoubtedly not as formidable as my own, they are not significantly inferior either. They can essentially achieve a stalemate. Zhao Yi is indeed a person of Huaxia, and a newcomer at that. Such innate talent for confrontation has caused Wade to question his own judgment. In a fleeting moment, Wade executed a rapid dribble and change of direction, intending to circumvent Zhao Yi and penetrate the paint. Determined, Wade resolved that this time he would deliver a thunderous dunk to vent the humiliation Zhao Yi had inflicted upon him. To his astonishment, Zhao Yi's footwork proved even more solid and agile. A swift lateral movement allowed him to closely match Wade's speed. With a further step, Wade found himself ensnared by Zhao Yi as he surged into the restricted area. In a fit of rage, Wade forcefully planted his feet on the ground and leapt into the air. Zhao Yi let out a furious roar, immediately leaping into the air. The two bodies collided fiercely mid-flight. Ultimately, it was Wade who gained the upper hand in the confrontation, just as Wade raised the basketball high above his head. Filled with immense momentum, ready to slam it into the hoop, a colossal iron hand unexpectedly emerged from the side of the rim. The basketball was hindered by this iron hand, causing Wade to smack the dunk against the rim, which then ricocheted high into the air. Bang! The flash, Wade. had astonishingly failed to complete the dunk under Zhao Yi's interference. The audience in the stands was left astounded. No way. He actually missed the dunk. The excitement, the thrill, the price of this game ticket was truly justified. My heavens, Wade was genuinely thwarted by this rising star from Huaxia. My faith is shattered. In the Magic's bench area, Stan Van Gundy sprang to his feet, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Can a player now single-handedly defend against the Flash's initial drive? I underestimated this young genius from Huaxia. JJ Redick felt a sense of shock that rendered him almost numb. This yellow-skinned player must have African ancestry, right? Such explosive performance. Could it possibly be produced by an ordinary player of Chinese descent? Has he taken performance-enhancing drugs? On the court, Howard rushed over to ensure Zhao Yi's safe landing, his face a mixture of complex emotions and astonishment. He recognized Zhao Yi's strength, having just assisted him in a spectacular dunk over Shaquille O'Neal. However, to single-handedly defend against Wade's initial drive, that was something even he, the dopey, would never dare to imagine. The 183 centimeters tall Jameer Nelson was equally stunned. I know Zhao Yi's physical prowess. He is merely an ordinary young man from Huaxia. How could he possibly contend with Wade on such equal footing? And to ultimately disrupt Wade's dunk attempt? This defies logic. Lewis's face was a portrait of shock. Indeed, I did not misjudge. Zhao Yi is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. I must cultivate a close relationship with him. This young man is destined to be the cornerstone of the Magic's future. The white player Turkoglu was so astounded that he momentarily forgot to breathe. My heavens, we have such a genius on our team, successfully defending against the lightning flash. And this is still his rookie season. Goodness gracious. On the Heat's side, Beasley reined in his temper, staring at Zhao Yi in utter astonishment. How could he possibly defend against Wade and even disrupt his thunderous dunks successfully, no less? It's truly unbelievable. Are his hands made of diamond? Doesn't he worry about completely wrecking them? I sometimes think I'm a madman, but this guy is even crazier than I am. Little O'Neal's face was etched with unmistakable shock. I know all too well Wade's strength and intensity. Every time I practice with him, I'm sore for days afterward. Yet this fellow manages to hold his ground against Wade? Doesn't he even look particularly muscular? In reality, he is a human colossus. Moreover, having faced Wade, one knows that the aftermath is always painful, yet he doesn't even flinch. What a fierce competitor. The versatile warrior Marion was also taken aback, rubbing his head in disbelief. My goodness, this is serious. Wade is bound to explode. When has he ever suffered such indignity? Just look at the fury igniting in his eyes. At this moment, Chalmers felt a chilling shock run through him. Wade is not a match for Zhao Yi? And he is still a rookie. A player from China. What on earth is happening? It's utterly incredible. In the television broadcast commentary booth, Bird's relaxed demeanor vanished. He frowned, his face reflecting shock. This play is extraordinary. If it were me, I would struggle to surpass his performance. Rita's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, I can hardly wait for a date with such a charismatic Chinese man. He truly ignites one's interest. In the front rows of the audience, scouts and staff from various teams were collectively astounded. His courageous spirit, audacious defense, and decisive shooting. My goodness. His footwork is akin to that of a peak star with 10 years of experience. A Chinese player, still a rookie. Holding his own against Wade in such a manner is simply beyond belief. We need a guard like him, but we must wait. The Magic has just offered him a substantial contract and will not let Zhao Yi go easily. I shall contemplate my next course of action. Wade, upon landing, felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury. After giving everything he had, he was still forcefully suppressed by this Chinese rookie during his signature drive to the basket, ultimately missing the shot in front of everyone. Although Wade, having played for years, wasn't overly troubled by this. He simply couldn't accept that he would lose to an unknown Chinese player, especially one who had recently been on a 10-day contract as a fringe shooter. Wade's eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a predator. Young man, you have provoked my wrath. Without uttering a word, Wade turned back to defend. But his intimidating presence was palpable to all. In the stands, fans rallied to cheer for Wade. They all believed he would personally cleanse the humiliation Zhao Yi had inflicted upon him. Zhao Yi, however, wore a joyous expression. He had discreetly checked the System S task reward rating section. The host's current performance rating stood at A. With a little more effort, achieving an S rating would be within reach. In the subsequent quarter, Wade attempted several times to break through Zhao Yi's defense to score, but either committed a foul or was forced into a layup that lacked precision. Ultimately, Wade was compelled to rely on his teammates' screens to temporarily escape Zhao Yi's relentless one-on-one defense. Once liberated from Zhao Yi's formidable grip, Wade transformed into the unstoppable Flash against the other players of the Magic, executing drives and outside shots, leading the Heat to closely trail the score. When the first quarter concluded, the score was 26-22. The Magic held a slender 4-point lead. In the live broadcast comment section, Bird displayed an unmistakable shock. Ahem. The Heat, who had been in fiery form this season, found themselves trailing by 4 points in the first quarter. And the formidable Wade was completely suppressed by a rising rookie from the Magic, who happened to be a yellow-skinned Chinese. Surely, this must be a jest from the heavens. The beautiful commentator, Rita, also wore a look of astonishment. I find myself increasingly admiring this man. He is as enigmatic as an undiscovered exquisite dessert. I can hardly believe I'm blushing, lost in daydreams of a date with him. How vexing. Bird, regaining his composure, remarked, "This is a fortunate event for the league. I never anticipated encountering such a genius. His future is boundless." The lovely Rita, brushing her golden locks, exuded a fragrant aura, and with a melodious voice. She stated, "There are few stars in the league who can keep pace with Wade's first step, let alone suppress the furious Wade to such an extent. In my eyes, Zhao Yi has become increasingly handsome, to the point where I find myself entertaining the rather embarrassing thought of having his children. Ah, how shameful." Inside Bird's heart, a wave of discontent surged. He felt overshadowed throughout his life, and today, in any setting, he was outshone by a newcomer from the yellow-skinned Huaxia. This could merely be a moment of extraordinary performance. It's also possible that Wade is simply not in good form today. In any case, it is utterly unrealistic for a newcomer from Huaxia to contain Wade's breakthrough. Moreover, Huaxia players are notoriously lacking in stamina. Should he falter in that regard, it is likely he would still be overwhelmed by Wade. Huaxia players are known for starting strong like tigers, only to fade into lethargy by halftime, ultimately becoming utterly ineffective. Wade could not possibly be defeated by a Huaxia newcomer. I suspect this fellow might simply be toying with his opponent. This critical match, broadcasted through agreements with the NBA and television networks, was streamed live to countless enraptured households across the ugly nation. At that moment, they were all utterly astonished. My goodness. Who is that Huaxia player? Is he even stronger than the Flash? Oh dear, aside from Kobe, are there really players who can keep pace with Wade's first step? Wade is at his peak. His speed should also be at its zenith. This Huaxia player is truly formidable. Within the league, those who care about Zhao Yi are also glued to this match. Kobe, in his training facility, watched the first quarter on his tablet, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Has Zhao Yi's brother grown to such an extent? His rate of improvement is indeed astonishing. I must step up. I cannot allow myself to lose to him in the finals in the future. At his home, could watch Zhao Yi's match with his family, their shock evident. It turns out that Zhao Yi was not even giving his all when he played against me. He is indeed a terrifying individual, preserving his strength as his short contract nears its end. During a break in commercial negotiations, LeBron picked up his phone to connect to free Wi-Fi. Immediately watching the highlights of Zhao Yi's first quarter, he gasped in astonishment. OMG, OMG, OMG. My goodness, not only does Zhao Yi possess a three-point shot, but his assists and defense are commendable as well. Agent Rich Paul, sensing the gravity of the situation, remarked in astonishment, "Should we consider?" LeBron pondered for a moment, then replied to his agent, "There is no rush. I believe many are observing. We should not be the first to make an offer. However, Rich, please investigate more about Zhao Yi. If he possesses skills beyond what he has displayed thus far, we must secure this Huaxia player for our team." Rich Paul nodded in agreement, his expression one of shock as he watched the replay highlights. Indeed, it is worth pursuing. In the home of the team owner, Nowitzki sat on the villa sofa after dinner, watching a match featuring Zhao Yi. Just from the first quarter, the astonishment on his face was unmistakable. My goodness, owner. This Huaxia player was the dark horse who defeated our Magic team last time. He is indeed impressive. Whatever his asking price, let us bring him in. That would secure our chances in the finals. Nowitzki nodded and earnestly said, "Owner, you decide, consult with the general manager. As I believe this is the perfect piece for our championship puzzle." In the Heat's resting area, Wade exploded in fury, wreaking havoc on the entire bench. The Heat players dared not utter a word. They understood that their leader was genuinely enraged and unable to vent his frustration. At this moment, anyone who spoke would invite disaster. After releasing a breath of exasperation, Wade still felt incredulous. After years of being revered as the Flash by all stars in the league, he was locked down one-on-one by an obscure Huaxia newcomer and had to rely on teammates' screens to successfully penetrate the defense and score. Is this truly the invincible Flash of the league? Wade felt like a laughingstock among his peers and feared the ridicule he would face in the future. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed. Coach Eric looked at his star player in shock as he unleashed his emotions, glancing at the disheveled bench. Veins bulging on his forehead. Wait, tell me this is not the version of you I remember. You are unbeatable. In the second half, I will continue to start you. But if you remain like this, I must say, we have no chance. You are the soul of the Heat, do you understand? If you cannot calm your impulsive nature, what are we to do? Wade took a moment to regain his composure, cursing, "Damn it, that detestable Huaxia newcomer. I will make you aware of my prowess. I shall return all the humiliation I have felt back to you." In the Magic S resting area, Zhao Yi returned to his seat on the bench, took a sip of water, and then covered his head with a towel. Subsequently, he activated the system panel in his mind. The performance rating for the first quarter of the match was A. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. The system's rating was indeed stringent. Despite having rendered the Flash, Wade, as helpless as a drenched dog, he still received merely an A. It appeared that attaining a rating above S was far more challenging than he had initially envisioned. Nevertheless, with the match only in its first quarter, Zhao Yi remained confident. The true utility player, Wade, was in for a reckoning. 5 minutes before the start of the second quarter, Van Gundy granted Zhao Yi a brief respite. The physical conditioning of the Chinese players was a notable concern. Whether it was Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, or any other top-tier Chinese basketball stars, this issue was prevalent. The more Van Gundy admired Zhao Yi's potential and prowess, the more he had to consider Zhao Yi's playing time a routine concern for any NBA head coach. During those brief 5 minutes, Nelson, in Zhao Yi's stead, struggled to contain Wade, who nearly overwhelmed him. With brutal drives and thunderous dunks, Wade unleashed his pin-up frustrations. Nelson winced in pain after several fierce encounters. At that moment, experiencing Wade's ferocity firsthand, Nelson had to concede. Zhao Yi was indeed formidable. Wade swiftly accumulated 14 points, turning the score in favor of the Heat at 36-41, leading by 5 points. Shortly thereafter, the whistle blew, and Wade was substituted for a breather, marking the commencement of the second quarter's garbage time. Once again facing off against Morris, Nelson found himself engaged in a competitive exchange. Nelson, averaging around 12.3 points per game, was a near starter himself. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, both teams reintroduced their full starting lineups. Wade cast a provocative glance at Zhao Yi, as if to say, "Rookie, just wait and see." In the stands, the fans erupted with enthusiasm. The skies had cleared, and they felt invincible. They vented their pent-up emotions, cheering, "Dominate him. Wade, you are the strongest. We are unbeatable. Turn our opponents to ashes. Wade, tear him apart. This Chinese rookie is no match for you." As the game commenced, Wade seized the ball for the Heat, swiftly crossing half-court. Faced with Zhao Yi's defense, he refrained from recklessness and opted for a screen from a teammate. Then, with a look of longing on Zhao Yi's face, he penetrated the paint, confronting Howard's defense. In an astonishing display, Wade unleashed a dunk, soaring over Howard. The dopey. For a moment, Wade roared towards the stands, his muscles taut like rocks. Instantly, the morale of the Heat soared. The players' eyes ignited with fire and determination once more. In the stands, the fans cheered loudly. "Well played. This is it. This will forever be our territory. Orlando rookies, go back where you came from." Howard wore a displeased expression. Zhao Yi approached and said, "Hey, buddy, I'll make him pay for it. Even the Flash cannot withstand our combined strength." Howard instantly shed his despondency and fury. Drawing closer, the two exchanged mischievous grins and conspired briefly, then together cast their malevolent gaze upon the retreating Wade. Wade shivered, sensing yet another schemer plotting against him. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past half-court, and in the face of Wade's defense, he playfully cast a flirtatious glance towards Howard. Utilizing Howard's exceptional screen, Zhao Yi deftly evaded Wade's tight coverage and accelerated towards the paint. Although Wade possessed the speed advantage that could have allowed him to quickly match Zhao Yi's pace, Howard's screen was simply too effective. Thus, Zhao Yi seamlessly penetrated the key, while Wade rapidly closed in on the edge of the restricted area. Just as everyone focused their attention on Wade, Howard, who had just set the screen, suddenly surged towards the weak side of the court, cutting sharply towards the basket. At a critical moment, Zhao Yi executed a pass to the corner of the arc, successfully faking Dwayne Wade to one side. Subsequently, in the fleeting moment of the basketball's trajectory, he abruptly struck it with his elbow, causing the ball to alter its course. By sheer coincidence, it flew directly to Howard on the weak side. What an astonishing elbow pass! A tribute to the legendary white chocolate. Bam! Howard faced Jermaine O'Neal without hesitation, violently dunking over him. The hoop seemed to tremble under the immense force as Howard let out a roar of exhilaration, joyfully bumping chests with Zhao Yi. Who wouldn't want to dunk? In the stands, fans gasped in disbelief. Goodness, an elbow pass. The signature move of White Chocolate. And he can execute it. I swear he is the first genius to replicate White Chocolate's elbow pass in the NBA. My heavens, am I dreaming? A Huaxiao individual has accomplished the impossible. Even Van Gundy leaped from his seat, his face a mixture of shock and delight. Truly remarkable. I knew Zhao was exceptional, but I had no idea he possessed elite playmaking talent. Quickly tell me, Zhao, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? JJ Redick looked pained and astonished, feeling as though his world had collapsed since encountering Zhao Yi. Why? Why can a Huaxiao player deliver such extraordinary performances? Is this still a Huaxiao person? Aren't Huaxiao individuals supposed to be weak and inept? Even the noble white players rarely perform such feats. And he succeeded on his first attempt. He must be a dragon capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Nelson's face drained of color in shock. My goodness. I have offended an exceptional genius alongside Redick. We are truly foolish to try to hinder the rise of such a talent. It's over. He has soared to greatness. Just this one play could land him a spot in the day's top plays. I am no longer in the same league as Zhao. From now on, I must do everything to mend our relationship. For now, a single word from Zhao could send me packing from the Magic. Lewis's astonishment grew more evident. I underestimated him. It's only one game, and he has already reached this caliber? Indeed, such a prodigy must be befriended. One cannot predict the boundless potential of his future. Turkoglu stood in stunned silence. Goodness, the skill that White Chocolate himself failed to execute has been realized by Zhao in an NBA regular season game. This is undoubtedly monumental news. This Huaxiao lad is no ordinary individual. He is destined for an astonishing future. Heat head coach Eric's expression of shock clearly indicated that Zhao Yi's performance had surpassed his expectations. My heavens, I knew he had been playing well recently, but I didn't realize he had reached this level. This is troubling. If he not only excels in one-on-one defense and physicality, but also possesses this unpredictable passing technique to orchestrate the Magic's offense, we are in serious trouble. This fellow has played numerous games, and he only shows his true prowess against us. The most uncomfortable person in the arena was Wade. At that moment, his cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish on the verge of explosion. Besides his fury, Wade's eyes betrayed an undeniable shock. He understood the difficulty of executing such a pass. Successfully delivering that elbow pass indicated that Zhao Yi's playmaking ability was formidable. Rookie, we'll see how this unfolds. If I can't stop you, don't think you can contain me. Let's see who falters first. Beasley was once again taken aback by Zhao Yi's performance. This guy is far from simple. Although he is Huaxia, his playing style is both graceful and fierce. Winning this game will not be as straightforward as it seems. In the television broadcast commentary room, the beautiful commentator Rita instinctively brushed her light yellow hair and raised her elegantly shaped black eyebrows, flashing a captivating smile as she addressed Bird. Larry, what more do you have to say? Do you still think Zhao Yi is a joke? Bird, struggling to conceal his astonishment, dismissively replied, Humph, just a stroke of luck. I could have accomplished that elbow pass countless times during my career. Rita chuckled softly. While Bird's career average of 6.3 assists is impressive, an elbow pass is another matter entirely. In such a rough era, did you expect Bird to make elbow passes with his injured fingers? An elbow pass from a man of resilience? It was nothing but blatant jealousy. After a brief moment of shock, both Heat fans and Wade chose to deny the reality. The fans began to shout louder. That pass was garbage, like a pile of dung. Wade's dunk, can you do it? Just an Eastern jester. The Heat players, undeterred by Zhao Yi's and Howard's collaboration, rallied with renewed vigor to compete with the Magic. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Zhao Yi took a moment to glance at the system panel. His performance rating for the match remained an impressive A. It seemed he needed to strive even harder. With a fleeting look at Wade's increasingly formidable pressure, Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement and thrill. Aren't you supposed to showcase your true prowess? I revel in the fact that you underestimate me, yet you are utterly powerless against me. As the first half drew to a close, the court transformed into a captivating spectacle of Zhao Yi and Wade exchanging relentless scoring blows. Back and forth they went, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. During this exhilarating exchange, Zhao Yi successfully delivered 2 more assists, bringing his total assists for the match thus far to 6. Achieving 6 assists in the first half already marked him as a competent point guard. However, Wade, Throughout the first half, ferociously racked up impressive statistics of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, which were commendable in their own right. Yet, everyone seemed to forget. Zhao Yi originally was a 3D player. Although at this moment, halftime has passed and the Magic team trails by 4 points, if the Magic, under Zhao Yi's leadership, unleashes a barrage of three-pointers, the Heat may find themselves utterly bewildered. As he descends from the court and returns to the locker room, an exhilarating smile graces Zhao Yi's face. Performance rating for this match, approximately S level. Note, please continue your efforts, host. Once the system tasks are completed, attaining an S level or even higher rewards is certainly within reach. Chapter 11. Rita, no man that I desire shall escape my grasp. During the halftime break, Heat fans racked their brains to disparage the Magic's performance. The Chinese team always falters in the second half, it's evident. To provoke Wade is to court disaster. How infuriating. This is an affront to the Heat, and we must not let them off lightly. 56-60. In the first half, despite Wade facing difficulties on offense, teammates like Beasley performed admirably, leading by 4 points at the break. In the Magic's locker room, Van Gundy enthusiastically encouraged the team, "Gentlemen, you are doing splendidly. The Heat are a consistently formidable team, but we have the confidence to overcome them." Aside from Zhao Yi, the other players exhibited signs of frustration. Representing the Heat, Beasley and his teammates, each endowed with exceptional skills, consistently stepped up to stabilize the score whenever Wade was contained by Zhao Yi. Moreover, in the absence of Zhao Yi entering three-point mode, his energies were primarily devoted to defense. Had it not been for Zhao Yi's effective containment of the electrifying flash, the Magic's deficit would have been far more significant than just 4 points. Though Howard is the face of the Magic, his defensive prowess is limited, and he remains a super-aggressive brute who has failed to develop post moves over the years. His offensive presence in the paint is largely strategic intimidation. Additionally, playing in Miami, the fervor of the home fans imposes considerable psychological pressure on the Magic team. Zhao Yi furrowed his brows. Although Wade is often referred to as the Flash, his moral character leaves much to be desired. However, his skills are undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, considering Wade's previous arrogance, should he gain the upper hand in their matchup, it is likely that his audacity would reach unparalleled heights. Presently, a grave issue looms. Zhao Yi felt a certain weariness in his physical strength. Although he had successfully restrained the frenzied Flash, the toll on Zhao Yi's stamina was astonishing. Should he fail to match Wade's first step with his endurance, the unleashed Flash would herald the onset of a nightmare for the Magic team. This underscores why the People's Liberation Army emphasizes endurance training over strength training. It is a matter of principle. Even if one possesses myriad skills, without adequate stamina, they become utterly ineffective. However, the system's attribute panel lacks a stamina category. It seems that stamina is influenced by innate talent, yet it is predominantly honed through rigorous personal training. Both physical and mental endurance are forged through diligent practice. In the time that follows, Zhao Yi must learn the art of stamina management, preserving his energy for the final moments to deliver a devastating blow to the Heat. In the home locker room, the Heat players appeared in good spirits. However, Wade was incessantly cursing. "Damn that rookie from Huaxiao. I will make him pay. He will regret inciting my wrath. I will ensure he regrets ever crossing paths with me. Humph, a pathetic rookie. Your arrogance cannot last long." The brooding Beasley quickly approached with a grin, saying, "Hey, don't pay any mind to that rookie. A rookie is just a rookie. They play fiercely. Have you forgotten that Huaxiao players are never known for their stamina? Rest well, and perhaps by the second half, he won't have the energy to keep up with you." Wade's mood lightened slightly as he revealed a sinister smile, proclaiming, "Humph, when the time comes, I will unleash the humiliation I've suffered upon him 100-fold. Anyone who dares to provoke the Flash will never dare touch a basketball again." Meanwhile, Zhao Yi opened the system panel, eagerly anticipating the S-rank system rewards. Hundreds of basic upgrade cards. What a windfall. I will surely make Wade Toolman Wade pay dearly. Across the nation, basketball legends watching the game were truly astonished. Jordan remarked, "I must say, this rookie's defense is remarkable. He possesses the three-point prowess I had in my prime." LeBron added, "He should come to Cleveland. We could play brotherly basketball together." Kobe stated, "I admire Zhao Yi, but his performance has truly exceeded my expectations." Kid exclaimed, "My goodness. The elbow pass is a realm I would not easily attempt, yet Zhao Yi succeeded on his first try." Shaquille chimed in, "Zhao Yi, when you face me, I will make you experience my mighty elbow." The halftime break concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. On the Magic's side, Van Gundy, a masterful coach, promptly instructed Zhao Yi to prepare for the fourth quarter, allowing him to rest and recover his stamina during the entirety of the third quarter. This considerate gesture alleviated Zhao Yi's anxiety. As the game progressed, Wade relentlessly dominated Nelson, overwhelming him. Wade executed a series of drives and shots, accumulating 16 points, 2 steals, and 1 block in a mere quarter, single-handedly dismantling the entire Magic team, even posterizing Howard with a dunk. By the end of the third quarter, the Flash had surpassed 30 points, reaching an astonishing total of 34. The fans erupted in exuberance, chanting, "Explode them! Smash their backsides! Crush their skulls!" Throughout the third quarter, had it not been for the Magic players' dogged resistance, the game might have been over. Nevertheless, even with their efforts, the Magic trailed by 13 points at the end of the third quarter, 81-94. Van Gundy gritted his teeth, determined to hold on. He believed his players could endure. Once Zhao Yi took the court in the fourth quarter to guard Wade, the tide would surely turn in their favor. The entire third quarter saw the Heat dominating the Magic. Wade seemed to have transformed back into the invincible Flash. During the break, Van Gundy exhaled. Although trailing by 13 points was not ideal, he had a trump card up his sleeve. "Zhao Yi, when you enter the game in the fourth quarter, your three-point shooting ability is what we need. Distribute the ball to your teammates judiciously, and when you have a good opportunity, shoot decisively, without hesitation." Van Gundy had not forgotten. Zhao Yi's three-point shooting technique has yet to be unleashed, a formidable prowess that had astonished audiences in previous matches. Zhao Yi smiled confidently. "Coach, I will definitely make the shot." The intermission swiftly passed. Soon, both teams returned to the court once more. Wade surprisingly remained in the starting lineup, demonstrating his remarkable stamina, which explained the plethora of rumors surrounding him. Aside from his questionable character, if his physical condition were inadequate, how could he possibly captivate the many admirers vying for his attention? Nevertheless, Wade had already played for 3 quarters, and aside from halftime and 3 brief breaks, his energy had been significantly depleted. Thus, Zhao Yi was not far behind Wade in terms of endurance. Zhao Yi, indeed, enjoys a significantly greater amount of rest compared to Wade. As the game commenced, Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the halfway line. Wade's several provocative attempts to pressure him were effortlessly countered by Zhao Yi. In terms of ball-handling talent, Zhao Yi possesses an innate ability that transcends the system itself. Subsequently, Zhao Yi passed the ball to the interior player, Howard. A classic strategy of one star surrounded by 4 shooters was set in motion once again. Zhao Yi is not merely a tool. Once he passes the ball, he immediately begins to reposition himself. Wade, after Zhao Yi's pass, lowers his guard. Perceiving this newcomer merely as a playmaker with somewhat extraordinary skills, Howard, besieged in the paint, prepares to distribute the ball to the perimeter. Seizing the moment of Wade's oversight, Zhao Yi surges forward, executing a rapid cut around the baseline, sprinting to the weak side corner beyond the three-point line. Attuned to this, Howard swiftly adheres to Van Gundy's directive and flings the ball in Zhao Yi's direction. He secures the catch with poise, crouches slightly, and leaps. With precision, he releases the shot. Swish. Before Wade can react and leap in defense, Zhao Yi has effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop, watching it settle into the net's embrace. A flawlessly executed corner three-pointer. In the stands, countless spectators are left in awe once more. Goodness, this Chinese player's shooting accuracy is astonishing. I recall that in previous games, he scored over 30 three-pointers with ferocity. My word, he can assist, shoot threes. What can't he do? The Heat's head coach, Eric, wears an expression of shock, murmuring to himself, "We overlooked one crucial point. This guy is not only an exceptional defender, but also possesses remarkable three-point shooting skills. How infuriating that I neglected this." Wade, visibly irked, clenches his jaw, his face a mask of disbelief. I had heard his three-point shooting was decent, but I never expected it to be this fluid. His shooting form and release speed are of the highest caliber, clearly the makings of a future sharpshooter. We must guard against his three-point shots, otherwise, we are doomed. The score is now 84-94, merely a 10-point deficit. In the television broadcast studio, Rita beams with a radiant smile, illuminating the entire room. She tousles her golden hair and looks at Zhao Yi on the screen, exclaiming, "How dashing. I have never encountered such a handsome man." He just nailed a three-pointer in front of Wade. Old Bird, looking shocked and slightly disgruntled, remarks, "What flash? He is merely a bumbling rookie who cannot even defend against a newcomer. If it were my turn, I would have given Zhao Yi a formidable block." Rita, In high spirits, smirks playfully, aware that the jealous Wang has begun to spout nonsense. She eagerly anticipates a delightful date with this handsome Chinese gentleman after the game. Within the arena, a thunderous cheer resonates throughout. This remarkable shot was made by Zhao Yi from China. The audience is left speechless. Isn't he just a blue-collar worker? The game is well underway, and he starts shooting threes. How infuriating. He is clearly a 3D player, yet I mistook him for a perimeter defender. This fraud. My goodness. Wade must have been careless. He struck unexpectedly and without honor. In the Heat's bench area, Coach Eric S. furrowed brow reflects his inner shock. Such a level of three-point shooting is undoubtedly among the elite in the league. The Magic, with Howard and numerous sharpshooters, have now produced a marksman in Zhao Yi. This is utterly perplexing. In the Magic's bench area, J.J. Redick appears despondent, his shock rendering him numb. Zhao Yi's three-point shooting is astonishingly gifted. Undeniably a top presence in the league. I am truly foolish to have provoked such a genius. In terms of three-point shooting, Zhao Yi absolutely outshines me. I cannot fathom it. Is he truly just a Chinese individual? When did such a prodigy emerge from China? He must possess some Caucasian lineage, surely. Nelson, too, exhibits a troubled countenance, his confidence eroding under the weight of his disbelief. Is Wade truly that weak? No. Zhao Yi's shooting speed is truly astonishing. If I possess such remarkable quickness, I too could contend with Wade. How frustrating. I find myself lacking confidence in my game, in comparison to Zhao Yi. I feel utterly inadequate. Coach Van Gundy remains firmly seated on the bench, his expression oscillating between delight and disbelief, even when Zhao Yi's stamina wanes. He maintains an impeccable accuracy from beyond the arc. This is sheer talent. To my surprise, Zhao Yi's proficiency in three-point shooting is exceptional. We have struck a veritable goldmine. In the next play, Wade's Heat mount another offensive surge. This time, Wade employs the pick-and-roll strategy, but Zhao Yi, in a remarkable display of tactical awareness, retreats significantly to evade the screen, leaving Wade wide open for a three-pointer. What is the Flash's temperament? He rises for a quick shot from the perimeter. Clang. The ball ricochets off the rim. Howard leaps to secure the rebound. Wade's face alternates between crimson and ashen. He is humiliated. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi does not relent, casting a disparaging glance that nearly ignites Wade's fury. Suppressing his rage, Wade curses under his breath before returning to defense. The spectators are once again left astounded. Wade's three-point shooting has always been mediocre, yet this player from Huaxia has exploited Wade's vulnerability. Who would have thought that this Huaxia talent would possess such cleverness? Adeptly neutralizing Wade's shooting? It is not the ferocity of the opponent that is intimidating, but the intelligence with which they play. Fans watching from afar are equally astonished. Can it be? Allowing Wade an open three-pointer? This is audacious, especially in the NBA. The reality is that Wade has truly faltered. Given the opportunity, he has failed to capitalize. Just look at Wade's face, flushed and darkened. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have exploded with anger. LeBron James, watching the game with his younger teammates, wears a look of shock. OMG, he dares to play Wade like this. His companions echo his astonishment. It takes audacity to provoke Wade, despite his average three-point shooting. Kobe, alongside his sister-in-law, observes the game, his handsome visage filled with amazement. How intriguing. My young Huaxiao prodigy is indeed fascinating. I never anticipated he would employ such a tactic against the pick-and-roll. It seems he has absorbed everything I taught him. His sister-in-law laughs heartily, equally astonished. Wade is truly unfortunate. Facing you is bad enough. But now he must contend with a student of yours. Kobe smirks proudly, still somewhat shaken. In just a few hours, I shared merely some on-court experiences and defensive strategies. I never imagined he would develop so swiftly. Nearby, old fish chuckles and quips. Kobe, are you contemplating bringing him on board? Kobe, fixated on Zhao Yi's image on the screen, nods in silent affirmation. Not bad. Kid, watching from his villa, expresses a look of relief. No wonder I cannot breach Zhao Yi's defense. This lad can even limit Wade to such an extent. With an air of melancholy astonishment, Kid murmurs, we are growing old. The league belongs to these newcomers. Wade, being Wade, continues to shine. As the game progresses, Zhao Yi's stamina begins to wane, and consequently, his explosiveness and speed are affected. Meanwhile, the physically formidable Wade leverages his athleticism to regain the upper hand. In the final minutes of the third quarter, even without his teammate screens, he breaks through Zhao Yi's defense, penetrating the paint to score or dish out assists. Throughout the third quarter, Zhao Yi seizes opportunities, sinking 4 three-pointers with an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. However, as Zhao Yi struggles to contain Wade, the latter transforms back into the Flash, dismantling the Magic's defense single-handedly. By the end of the third quarter, not only has Zhao Yi's stamina plummeted, but the Magic also finds themselves trailing by 15 points. Wade's personal scoring surpasses 40 points. In this match, under Zhao Yi's pressure, Wade has unleashed a dazzling performance, single-handedly overwhelming the Magic team. The score stands at 93-108. Such high scores from both teams elicit ecstatic cheers from the audience. See, Wade is indeed Wade. This Huaxia newcomer is merely a fade. Yes, if Wade focuses. Few in the league can halt his advance. This is the Flash, who can truly contain lightning. Within the television broadcast booth, Rita's beautiful eyes betray a sense of concern as she brushes her golden locks and turns to Bird, asking, "Is there truly no hope for the Magic to win?" Bird scoffs, replying, "A rookie, perhaps succumbing to fatigue. I have long asserted that basketball is not a simple endeavor. Stamina plays a crucial role. This is why Huaxia players have consistently underperformed. Even Yao struggled due to fatigue-related injuries. This is a genetic issue. Zhao Yi is powerless to change it, humph." Rita then utters a statement that leaves Bird speechless. "Well, once the game concludes, I shall be sure to offer him ample comfort." Bird is taken aback. "This insufferable lad has more romantic prospects than I did at his age. Dreadfully annoying, he excels in appearance as well as in play. Such a wealthy young lady as Rita is smitten with him. Countless young heirs have pursued her. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing." As the fourth quarter begins, Van Gundy reluctantly allows Zhao Yi a brief respite. Consequently, Wade exploits his matchup against Nelson, racking up points once more. Fortunately, the other Magic players unite in a concerted effort. Howard dominates the paint, Lewis frequently capitalizes on mismatches, and Turkoglu sinks 2 long-range three-pointers. Even Nelson surprises with a shot over Wade. With just 3 minutes remaining in the game, the teams find themselves once again tied. At this juncture, all players' stamina has plummeted. Van Gundy decisively sends Zhao Yi back onto the court, with Nelson exiting in disappointment. Subsequently, Wade encounters a revitalized Zhao Yi, and both teams unleash their final reserves of energy. For 2.5 minutes, neither side manages to score, as the defensive intensity reaches playoff levels, with players fiercely battling for every point. With 26 seconds remaining, the Heat initiate an offensive possession. The score remains deadlocked at 118. With unwavering patience, Wade skillfully dribbled at the three-point line, allowing the clock to dwindle to a mere 15 seconds before he suddenly surged forward, akin to a bolt of lightning, utilizing his teammate's screen to penetrate the defense and drive towards the paint. Anticipating Wade's advance, Zhao Yi had already created a gap in his defense. Drawing upon the nimble footwork he learned from Kobe, he swiftly pivoted his body with rapid, tiny steps, deftly maneuvering around the screen to fiercely close in on the approaching Wade. This time, Wade was resolute, exuding an overwhelming aura of intensity. And in the blink of an eye, he barreled forward. At the moment of their physical collision, Zhao Yi clenched his teeth, managing to withstand the impact without being knocked aside. Wade, now a tempest of fury, resembled a fearsome, primordial beast. Capitalizing on his physical advantage, Wade accelerated and changed direction with lightning speed, effortlessly bypassing the fatigued Zhao Yi. He then soared into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk over Howard, marking the second time he had eclipsed Howard with such a display. The score now stood at 120-118, with the Heat securing a crucial 2-point lead. At this juncture, only 5 seconds remained on the clock. Howard and Zhao Yi exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, Zhao Yi bolted towards the front court while Howard swiftly retrieved the ball, hurling it forward. Wade immediately shouted in alarm, "Stop him," and unleashed a burst of speed, desperately pursuing Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's speed with the ball was not quite on par with Wade's, as he was caught up by Wade near the three-point line. However, just when Wade intended to accelerate and maneuver past Zhao Yi for defense, Zhao Yi abruptly halted, pushing off the ground with great force, and stepped back with remarkable agility. Retreating beyond the three-point line, Wade, taken aback, found himself unable to immediately adjust due to his own momentum. In that moment, Zhao Yi, standing wide open beyond the arc, entered a peculiar state. The thunderous cheers of the crowd faded into silence, and the spectators became mere shadows. His focus narrowed solely on the direction of the hoop, his mind enveloped in tranquility. Without any hesitation, he paused, slightly crouched, leaped, and released the ball with astonishing swiftness. Wade lunged with all his might, but could not alter the trajectory of the ball. It spun gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before finding solace in the net. The sound of the net snapping echoed like a powerful punch to the hearts of all fans present. Silence enveloped the arena, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Simultaneously, the red light on the scoreboard illuminated, and the referee's final whistle pierced through the stillness. The final score read 121-120, thanks to Zhao Yi's last-minute three-pointer. The Magic triumphed in a thrilling finish. The team celebrated their consecutive victory as all players surged onto the court, exuberantly lifting Zhao Yi high into the air. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Yi was indifferent to the commotion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task performance rating S. Task rewards. Basic skill upgrade card 200. Intermediate skill upgrade card 10. Basic stamina potion 1. System, you are my dear comrade. Such bountiful rewards would undoubtedly enhance Zhao Yi's abilities manifold. However, he had no time to contemplate how to allocate these gains. As the celebration concluded and Zhao Yi walked down the player tunnel with his teammates, a stunning blonde beauty approached him with a radiant smile, presenting her business card in an alluring manner. His teammates whistled in envy, marveling at such a striking encounter, something they had seldom witnessed. It was unbelievable that Zhao Yi, having won the game, was now presented with such an opportunity. As if plucked from the pages of a romance novel, he was indeed at the pinnacle of his youth. Yet, Zhao Yi simply lowered his head and walked past Rita, disregarding her entirely. Women only distract me from my shooting accuracy. Next, it was time to seek wisdom from those who appreciate the finer things in life. Rita stood in disbelief. Howard approached with a smug grin, flexing his muscular arms towards Rita. However, she didn't spare him a glance and turned away. "Humph, my dear. I shall win you over. I never fail to acquire what I desire." Chapter 12. Rita, my dear, when will you be in my embrace? Less than an hour after the game, media outlets across the nation erupted in excitement. Miami's downfall, the Flash has fallen from grace. The versatile superstar was successfully contained. Orlando welcomes its new assist prodigy as team chemistry blossoms. Basketball fans across the country took to the internet to express their astonishment. "Wow, incredible. Wade was completely shut down, reminding me of the greats. I've heard he is a disciple of the legendary player. They trained together at Staples Center. No wonder I sense the shadow of greatness in him. He is truly a bona fide Snake disciple." Meanwhile, reporters from the CCTV Sports Channel, far away in the East, also began to take notice of the rising star, Zhao Yi. "Amazing. After Yao Ming, our national team has found another guard. I can't wait to see Zhao Yi and Yao Ming collaborate in international competitions. It will surely be a sight to behold." How fortunate for China. The Chinese basketball scene has gained another formidable warrior. Who says we lack talent among our guards? Prominent figures within the basketball community also shared their thoughts on the match. Magic Johnson remarked, "His assists are commendable, but he lacks fluidity. If Zhao Yi has the opportunity, he should seek my guidance. I would gladly mentor him." Kobe stated, "Well done. He is truly a player I admire. Wade is just a paper tiger. Once the intensity rises, he gets devoured." LeBron exclaimed, "OMG. I am thrilled to see such a powerful newcomer join the league. Cleveland welcomes him. If he wishes to play alongside me, I assure you, his starting position will remain unchallenged." Kareem advised, he should practice his hook shot." Jordan commented, "This young man is remarkable, but whether he can ascend to stardom remains to be seen." After the game, Stan Van Gundy promptly brought Howard and Zhao Yi to the press conference. As they took their seats, an array of flashing cameras illuminated the scene focused on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's remarkable appearance made him a more appealing subject for photographers than Howard. Soon, during the question and answer segment, countless fans, through their cameras, were keenly focused on this press conference. Reporter A. Zhao Yi, what do you believe is the key to your potential victory over the Heat? Zhao Yi, it is attributed to the collective efforts of the coach and my teammates, as well as the unwavering support and encouragement from the fans and all the staff present. Reporter A pressed further, what I would like to inquire about is your personal contribution to this victory. Zhao Yi, 15 points, 6 assists, and 1 rebound. Are you referring to this? Reporter A then inquired, are you satisfied with this performance? Zhao Yi, with an awkward yet polite smile, remarked, do you really consider such abysmal data to be a commendable achievement? The journalists collectively gasped in astonishment. A near double-double performance, coupled with the successful containment of Wade throughout the game, was astonishingly deemed by Zhao Yi as nothing more than a dismal display. Journalist A swallowed hard and, with great difficulty, inquired, then, what does your ideal performance look like? With a confident smile, Zhao Yi remarked, I aim for at least 25 points and a minimum of 2 double-doubles per game. Journalist A, captivated by Zhao Yi's self-assured and handsome demeanor, nodded in agreement. I believe you speak not in jest. Journalist B inquired, do you think you completely outperformed Wade in this match? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, do you truly consider the opponent's impressive score of 45 points against me as a sign of my complete defeat? Reporter B pressed further, so, you still regard Wade as a formidable player, correct? Do you believe that when you encounter Wade again, you will be able to perform as you have now? Zhao Yi, absolutely not. I shall confine his score to within 10 points. The reporters were left astounded. To restrict the Flash's total points to merely 10 is tantamount to a direct affront to Wade. Wade, you little rascal, just wait for me. Reporter B, you appear to be unlike the typical Chinese players. You exude no semblance of restraint. Zhao Yi, I too wish to exercise restraint. Yet what more is there for you to capture? Reporter B nodded, gazing at Zhao Yi's youthful and handsome visage, a wave of jealousy washing over him. Young, dashing, and affluent, Zhao Yi had already begun to shine brightly upon entering the league, rendering Reporter B a mere shadow in comparison. Reporter C, Zhao Yi, do you believe that a positive chemistry has developed between you and your teammates? Zhao Yi embraced Howard confidently and proclaimed, you see, we are inherently destined to be brothers. All the teammates in our squad are my brethren, and we share a profound understanding. Reporter C interjected, I have heard that a beautiful commentator wished to get to know you, but you declined her advances, and she subsequently rejected your brother Howard. Having turned dark with displeasure, Howard retorted, do not expose my shortcomings. How am I, the mighty beast, to establish my standing in the realm of romance? This severely tarnishes my reputation as the prince of nightclubs. I shall seek recompense for my emotional distress. Zhao Yi exchanged a knowing smile with Howard. There is a saying in China, brothers are like limbs, while women are akin to garments. Anyone who looks down upon my brother is, in essence, disparaging me. Regardless of how enchanting a woman may appear, she is simply not to my taste. Rita, seated before the television, smiled faintly and noted this down. To truly understand a man, one must first comprehend his bond with his brother. The journalists were once again taken aback. In a nation like America, where feminism flourishes, Zhao Yi's remarks were exceedingly audacious. Indeed, the expressions of the female reporters darkened immediately. The essence of feminism is, fundamentally, a capitalist narrative that encourages women to abandon kindness in favor of selfishness, transforming them into fervent consumers and spendthrifts. In Western nations, which have been shaped by capitalist ideologies for centuries, concepts like feminism, which ostensibly promote product sales, have regrettably woven themselves into the fabric of a distorted culture. Reporter C chuckled at their predicament. You must be joking. Haha. Zhao Yi solemnly declared, my brothers are the pillars supporting my basketball aspirations. Yet women merely serve to hinder my shooting accuracy. In that fleeting moment, he became the arch-nemesis of feminists in the minds of countless spectators and journalists. Rita, rubbing her temples, sighed, the man I fell for at first sight turns out to harbor disdain for women? Alas, what can I do? I truly love him. Let his prejudices be. As the press conference concluded, Zhao Yi received a text message during a brief interlude to change his attire. Hello, this is Bird. Yes, that Bird. I wish to meet you, and should you have any objections, I shall swiftly deal with you. Zhao Yi was filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. Soon after, the system's notification chime rang out once more. Ding. A random task has been issued. Task details. Obtain Bird's recognition. Task rewards. Beginner skill upgrade, card 100. Intermediate skill, card 1. Zhao Yi immediately became exhilarated. After requesting leave from Coach Van Gundy, he hurried to the designated restaurant. Amidst the pulsating music, Zhao Yi encountered the legendary Larry Bird, who once dominated the league. Hello there, young man. Zhao Yi embraced Bird, exclaiming with excitement. It is a great honor to receive your attention. Bird shook his head and replied, I merely noticed your lackluster performance and thought I might offer you a few pointers. Zhao Yi nodded and smiled, saying, it is an immense honor. Ding. Recognition level at 60. Bird invited Zhao Yi to take a seat, ordered a few snacks and drinks, and then turned to Zhao Yi, inquiring, do you know what your greatest issue is? Zhao Yi, unable to convey his knowledge, thus shook his head in confusion. Gazing curiously at Bird, Bird smiled faintly, his ego experiencing immense gratification. Ding. Approval rating 65. You lack the ability to handle one-on-one play with the ball. Zhao Yi nodded obediently, waiting for Bird to continue. Therefore, shortly, I will take you to a training ground, where you will grasp the essence of dribbling and one-on-one play. Zhao Yi immediately understood, and, with a gaze filled with admiration, exclaimed, "I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience it right away. Bird, let us go at once." Observing Zhao Yi's fervent enthusiasm, Bird's vanity was once again profoundly gratified. Ding. Approval rating, 70. The two located a rented training facility. After Bird paid the rental fee, he approached Zhao Yi, basketball in hand. Zhao Yi initially attempted to take on Bird in a one-on-one confrontation, only to be decisively intercepted by Bird. Zhao Yi once again opted for brute force to overcome Bird. Ultimately, he was thwarted by Bird's skillful technique, resulting in a halted play. Reluctantly, he attempted a top shot, but it clanged off the rim. Zhao Yi once again executed a back-to-the-basket move against Bird, maneuvering into the paint for a layup, only to be met with an emphatic rejection from Bird. 30 minutes later, Bird finally vented his frustration. This young talent from Huaxia truly exhibited a deficiency in offensive skills beyond his three-point shooting prowess. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi's indomitable spirit and determination earned him Bird's admiration. Ding. Approval rating, 80. Bird elaborated on the essentials and nuances of ball handling, imparting various one-on-one techniques and considerations to Zhao Yi. Subsequently, Bird resolved to engage Zhao Yi in a series of three-point shooting contests, each consisting of 100 shots. As the reigning all-star three-point champion, Bird's iconic remark was, "Are you all debating who will be the second?" The outcomes were as follows: 99, 89, 100, 91, 97, 88. Bird initially believed he was performing exceptionally well, only to find himself defeated in all three matches, utterly overwhelmed. Ding. Approval rating, 100. Task accomplished. Task rewards. Beginner skill upgrade card 100, intermediate skill card 1. Zhao Yi was filled with elation. At this moment, he held in his hands 300 primary skill upgrade cards, 20 intermediate skill upgrade cards, and a basic stamina potion. Zhao Yi, I have never been this affluent before. Bird gazed at Zhao Yi in astonishment and said, "Zhao Yi, you are the only one who has triumphed over me in three-point shooting. Although it was due to my lackluster performance today, you have earned my respect. In the future, feel free to seek me out. I have ample time to assist you with any queries. Trust me, I can resolve all the challenges you encounter in the league, including those involving that young lady, Rita." Zhao Yi also smiled, sensing Bird's fondness and appreciation for him. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Yi went straight to his room and closed the door to catch up on sleep. In a few hours, they were to attend several events before returning to Orlando. Zhao Yi opened the system panel and fell into contemplation. Offensive skills, NBA level, three-point shooting, 97, mid-range shooting, 0, layup, 0, floater, 0, hook shot, 0, dunk, 0, assists, 90, pick and roll, 0, isolation, 0, movement, 0, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, 0, blocking, 0, stealing, 0, on-ball defense, 90, help defense, 0, switch defense, 0, rim protection, 0, awareness, 0, physicality, 90. Special skills, NBA level, damage resistance, 20, luck, 0, touch, 0, leadership, 0, competitiveness, 0, comprehensive evaluation, a mature 3D player. The engine of organization. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment, and his thoughts began to crystallize. At present, he perceives himself as a competent 3D player. To enhance his three-point shooting skills, he requires 100 high-level skill upgrade cards. However, he currently possesses none. Therefore, the most pressing need for Zhao Yi is to improve his defensive skills, as this is the most vital attribute. Zhao Yi believes he must allocate 70 points to elevate his damage reduction attribute to 90. Furthermore, he aims to raise both his help defense and switching defense to 90 points, which would significantly bolster his overall defensive prowess. Consequently, he is left with only 20 basic skill cards. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yi decided to allocate the final 20 points to his awareness. As a defensive skill attribute, awareness serves as a buff that enhances Zhao Yi's defensive mindset and observational judgment, undoubtedly providing immense assistance to his defensive capabilities. Once the allocation plan for the primary skill card was established, the more crucial issue of the 20 intermediate skill cards remained. In today's defensive efforts against Wade, Zhao Yi had indeed suffered numerous setbacks due to insufficient resistance. Often, his awareness and actions were not at fault, but rather his inability to withstand Wade's strength created openings for the latter. Thus, as a competent 3D player, possessing exceptional physical resilience is a fundamental skill. Therefore, Zhao Yi deemed it prudent to invest his precious 2 points in resistance, which was rated above 90. Subsequently, a series of radiant lights flickered in his mind as he made the adjustments. Cooperation, 090. Switching defense, 090. Damage reduction, 2090. Awareness, 020. Resistance, 9092. A warm surge of energy coursed through his body, and Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to express his relief audibly. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, 97 mid-range shooting, 0 layup, 0 floater, 0 hook shot, 0 dunk, 0 assists, 90 pick and roll, 0 isolation, 0 movement, 0 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, 0 blocking, 0 stealing, 0 on-ball defense, 90 cooperation, 90 switching defense, 90 rim protection, 0 awareness, 20 resistance. 92 special skills, NBA level damage reduction, 90 luck, 0 feel, 0 leadership, 0 competitiveness, 0 overall evaluation, top-tier 3D player. Elite defender, assist engine. System resources, 1 bottle of primary stamina potion. Zhao Yi has grown increasingly eager to step onto the court and engage in defensive matchups against formidable opponents. The significant enhancement of his defensive capabilities has left him somewhat oblivious to his own growth. However, one thing is certain, should Zhao Yi face the Miami Heat at this moment, he would undoubtedly inflict considerable distress upon them. Presently, Zhao Yi's primary challenge lies solely in his stamina. During the brief respite of the off-season, he has committed to a rigorous daily regimen to enhance his physical fitness, which includes rising early each day to run 5 kilometers while burdened with a pair of 5-kilogram weights strapped to his calves. In recent days, Bird has frequently reached out to Zhao Yi, while Jordan has also been inquiring after him, and Kobe has discreetly sent him text messages. Beyond the interest of these basketball legends, Rita, the affluent young lady, has orchestrated numerous chance encounters with Zhao Yi. This cunning blonde has experimented with various fashion styles over the past few days, ranging from pure and innocent to sultry and alluring, all in an effort to capture Zhao Yi's attention. Yet, Zhao Yi has remained entirely indifferent to Rita's overtures, responding only with polite smiles and nods, nothing more. This aloof demeanor has only intensified Rita's desire to conquer him, having never experienced denial in her life. The proud and ambitious Rita has gradually become increasingly infatuated with Zhao Yi. The more aloof Zhao Yi became, the more determined Rita was to conquer him. However, Zhao Yi remained entirely focused on his basketball career, showing little interest in this idle person from a distant land. Time flew by swiftly, and the off-season soon came to an end. The next opponent for the Magic in the regular season was confirmed. The Phoenix Suns, led by the speedy Nash, with Stoudemire and Shaquille O'Neal forming a formidable twin tower in the paint, and the fast-paced offense spearheaded by Nash, the Suns boasted a combination of role players including Richardson, Grant Hill, Barbosa, and Rajabel. The Suns had always been a team to be reckoned with. What troubled Zhao Yi the most was that this team, known for their fast-paced style of play, consisted of athletes with extraordinary stamina. Their specialty lay in accelerating the game's tempo, leaving their opponents scrambling to keep up. This posed a significant challenge regarding Zhao Yi's endurance. Moreover, although Howard was incredibly powerful, one fist could hardly fend off 4 hands. Whether he could withstand the challenge posed by the Suns' twin towers remained uncertain. As Zhao Yi's defensive capabilities continued to improve, what role would he assume in this unfolding narrative? Chapter 13. Nash, I'm questioning my existence. Before boarding the plane, Zhao Yi received another call from Rita. Zhao Yi abruptly ended the call, yet before long, a message arrived. Wishing you a triumphant start. I have always believed in your victory. It remains a mystery how Rita managed to secure his phone number. Zhao Yi promptly deleted the text message. Women would only distract him from his defensive focus. With his striking looks, finding a girlfriend would be as effortless as eating or drinking. The aircraft soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance. Inside a room at the airport, Rita watched the plane disappear before turning to her companion and commanding, "Book me a flight to Phoenix. I need to be there within the hour." No team had ever embodied the spirit of a player quite like the Suns did with the ageless legend, Steve Nash. For years, the entire Phoenix roster had been built around this timeless maestro. Now, the fast-paced warriors of the Suns were in their prime, and the aging Shaquille O'Neal had been brought in to form a formidable twin tower duo with Amare Stoudemire. On paper, the Suns stood as a Western powerhouse, rivaling even the Orlando Magic. At the pregame press conference, the Suns players didn't hold back their bold declarations. Nash, we fear no opponent. And the Magic are certainly no Lakers. Stoudemire, I'll show Dwight Howard just how hollow his Defensive Player of the Year title really is. O'Neal, I hear Zhao Yi's been getting a lot of attention lately. Let us see how he handles a few of my signature elbows. Grant Hill, I've been feeling great lately. Expect me to contribute even more to the team. Leandro Barbosa, Hito T RKO Lu, prepare to be locked down. When it was the Magic's turn at their press conference, they fired back without hesitation. Howard, Shaq is a relic of the past. And Amar E is nothing but a soft pretender. I'll show you the true power of a Defensive Player of the Year. Zhao Yi, I am delighted to encounter the Windchild. Recently, I have been diligently training my physical fitness, hoping to surprise the Suns team. Hiki. Lewis, I have been practicing high-position jump shots lately, and I am certain I will impress the Suns. Turkoglu, it seems I must sink a few three-pointers to show Barbosa that his words are mere nonsense. JJ Redick and Nelson, we all believe that as long as Zhao Yi remains on the court, victory is assured. Zhao Yi is the undisputed core of our team. The public adulation of the racially charged dogs. Zhao Yi regarded them with disdain. When you bullied me, I remembered you for a lifetime, however. My objective does not revolve around you. Otherwise, you would have long been expelled from the Magic. After the warm-up concluded, Van Gundy imparted his final instructions: remember to control the pace of the game. We must engage in a half-court battle and not allow the Suns to impose their fast-paced style upon us. Furthermore, Zhao Yi, Nash is entrusted to you. Be decisive in your offense. Although Nash's defensive efficiency ranks among the top 10 in the league, his physical gifts are limited. Seize your opportunities and shoot your three-pointers with conviction. In the television broadcast commentary room, the host was a strikingly handsome Caucasian man named Wood. His sleek black hair complemented by a chiseled jawline that exuded charisma. Accompanying him was a jovial, portly African-American man known as the Magic Man, who had defied the odds of living healthily into his 60s despite being HIV positive, thanks to cocktail therapy. He was one of the legendary figures from the Magic-Bird rivalry era. A prominent star who once led the league before Jordan, Irvin Magic Johnson, would flash a professional smile and address the Magic Man. Magic, what are your thoughts on this game? The Magic Man grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and replied, the variable in this game will be the newcomer Zhao Yi from China. Several of my old friends have mentioned him, praising both his talent and character. If he secures a victory in this game, I would not mind meeting him afterward to impart some passing techniques. Wood, with a charming smile, responded, I've heard about him too, but he is Chinese, and historically, the athleticism of Chinese players has been a weakness. The fast-paced offensive onslaught of the Suns might prove to be Zhao Yi's greatest adversary. The Magic Man shook his head and countered, I do not share that sentiment. The moment I laid eyes on him, my intuition told me he is not an ordinary individual. My instincts have never failed me. Wood nodded noncommittally as a staunch proponent of white supremacy. He held a disdain for the assertiveness of Asian players. Yet, in the presence of the Magic Man, who was also black, he refrained from expressing any racially charged sentiments. Nevertheless, in his heart, he scoffed. Humph. Yellow-skinned pig, you will be thoroughly dealt with by Nash. In truth, the relationship between Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard should have been one of the great legacies of supercenters. Howard idolized O'Neal. However, their shared obsession with the comic book character Superman ultimately drove a wedge between them. Subsequently, due to O'Neal's theories on pick-and-roll play, Howard began to abandon his own advantages and opted for isolation plays in the post. As a result of his weakened lower body strength, his performance drastically declined, rendering him just another player. At this moment, facing the devastation wrought by Riley upon the once great Cactus, Howard's heart still brimmed with excitement. Yearning for the recognition of his idol, the starting lineups for both teams were undeniably stellar. Suns, Nash, Richardson, Grant Hill, Shaquille O'Neal, Stoudemire. Magic, Zhao Yi, J. Redick. Hito T RKO Lu, Rashard Lewis, Howard. Given Zhao Yi's exceptional organizational skills, Van Gundy appointed him as the point guard, with J. Redick selected as the shooting guard. Zhao Yi maintains a clear distinction between his professional and personal sentiments towards the team. Although he harbors an unfavorable impression of Redick on a personal level, it is undeniable that Redick possesses the requisite three-point shooting prowess to be a starter. With Zhao Yi's assists, it would not be difficult for Redick to contribute several three-pointers. As the game commenced, Howard beamed as he greeted his idol, O'Neal. O'Neal merely scoffed, displaying a dismissive attitude towards Howard. While it is true that Howard's natural talent does not quite match the extraordinary caliber of O'Neal, Zhao Yi found it hard to overlook the situation, especially since O'Neal had declared at the pre-game press conference that he intended to deliver a few elbows. It was time for the aging Shaq to realize that his era had come to a close. In the stands, the Phoenix fans erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, "Shaq. Let us show them no mercy. We are invincible, and the Orlando fellows should return whence they came. Let us demolish them, make them unable to lift their heads." A striking figure hurried to the back row of the audience, eagerly gazing at the court. Rita's delicate skin glistened with a slight sheen of sweat. Her eyes fixed on Zhao Yi, a joyful smile gracing her lips. "Darling, let me cheer for you, and witness your triumph once more." On the internet, netizens buzzed with excitement. The Wind Child faces an unknown newcomer from Huaxia. No need to watch. It's bound to be a massacre. How audacious to challenge Nash. This newcomer must be insane. It appeared that Howard was also becoming somewhat arrogant, forgetting where he stood during Shaq's illustrious reign. As Zhao Yi stepped onto the court, the cold, mechanical chime of the system echoed in his mind once again. Ding. A new match task has been assigned. Task details. Achieve a defensive win share, WS, of 0.6 or higher in this match. Task reward. Rating to be determined based on the host's actual performance. So give it your all. Goodness. A defensive contribution of at least 0.6. This meant that Zhao Yi's performance in the Magic's defensive contributions must reach a minimum of 60. What a daunting challenge. With Howard anchoring the paint. Surpassing Howard's defensive WS was indeed a formidable task. Fortunately, after the last round of upgrades, Zhao Yi's capabilities in one-on-one, help, and supplementary defense had all reached level 90, making him a veritable defensive powerhouse without any shortcomings. Moreover, his 92 in competitive attributes instilled a sense of fearlessness against forward players. Let me once again astonish all. Zhao Yi's eyes brimmed with confidence, anticipation, and excitement. The referee cleared the court of any onlookers. The match officially commenced. Zhao Yi's heart swelled with overwhelming excitement. Glancing at Nash, he noticed the veteran player returning his gaze with an air of arrogance and disdain, having basked in the limelight of the league for years. Nash was no saint, a married man who partied shamelessly with his 22-year-old mistress, tearing his shirt in nightclubs to flaunt his muscular chest and dark chest hair. The opening tip was decisively claimed by Howard, still in his athletic prime, a truly phenomenal leaper whose vertical might as well have been powered by springs. O'Neal scowled in disapproval. "Humph. In my prime, Howard wouldn't have stood a chance. Look at that height and shooting ability. Just an overrated all-star." Howard sighed dejectedly. Why couldn't his idol ever see his worth? Zhao Yi dribbled the ball over to Howard, exchanging a knowing glance. "Brother, let us show that old shark a thing or two." Instantly, a childlike grin spread across Howard's face. Nash refrained from applying full-court pressure, instead positioning himself at the three-point line, awaiting Zhao Yi's approach. Zhao Yi cast a direct glance at Howard, who cheerfully approached to set a screen for him, simultaneously drawing out the cumbersome aging shark. Howard's screen-setting prowess is truly commendable. As Zhao Yi penetrated the paint, Nash and O'Neal found themselves thoroughly obstructed by Howard. Meanwhile, as the two desperately pursued Zhao Yi's retreating figure, Howard suddenly sprang into action, stealthily cutting toward the weak side beneath the basket. The Suns' interior defense immediately contracted. Zhao Yi, now besieged from all sides, faced a precarious situation. Nevertheless, a mocking grin appeared on his face. Just as Nash was closing in, Zhao Yi executed an unexpected pass, sending the ball bouncing toward the opposite side of the basket. At that moment, the cumbersome O'Neal was still struggling to move his heavy feet, watching as Howard charged into the lane. Upon receiving the ball, Howard leaped into the air, gripping the ball with one hand, and emphatically slammed it through the hoop. The resounding thud echoed, a spectacular assist leading to a thunderous dunk. Howard exuberantly collided with Zhao Yi in celebration. The earlier frustration on his face now vanished. "Brother, your pass was sublime." Zhao Yi chuckled inwardly at Howard's exuberance. "Just wait for me to deliver you more passes. Have you heard of Malone and Stockton? We could be a magical pick-and-roll duo. Just make your cuts to the basket, and my passes will find you with precision. No questions asked, brother." Howard laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Zhao Yi's shoulder, their bond as close as that of brothers. Nash's face was a portrait of astonishment. As a maestro of assists, he recognized the gap between Zhao Yi's organizational and assistive prowess compared to his own, yet it was undeniably impressive, marking him as a formidable player. However, this was Zhao Yi's rookie season. Nash reflected on his own rookie stats. 3 points, 2, 1 assists, 1, 0 rebounds, and 0, 3 steals. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Nash lamented the emergence of yet another rookie seemingly destined for greatness. I must impart some NBA wisdom to him. In the Suns bench area, Coach Gentry was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated the formidable synergy between Howard and Zhao Yi's pick and roll to be so potent. The Suns' seasoned defensive lineup had been effortlessly torn apart. Gentry frowned, vexed by the rapid development of this rookie. Was he truly a novice? It felt as though some seasoned players were outshone by his current performance on the court. O'Neal, too, was taken aback. This brash young man, a pick-and-roll center, surprisingly exhibited hints of Karl Malone's finesse in playing power forward, and his style echoed that of his Chinese counterpart. New Utah duo? Humph. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll deliver a few elbows. Grant Hill, watching Zhao Yi return on defense, felt a mix of shock and nostalgia. Once, he had shone just as brightly, bearing the mantle of Jordan's successor, strong and seemingly invincible. Ah, the torch has passed to a new generation. Stoudemire's fierce countenance was also filled with astonishment. I couldn't leave Lewis open. He pulled me to the high post, allowing Zhao Yi and Howard to steal a basket. That troublesome duo was indeed more formidable than anticipated. Meanwhile, on the Magic side, head coach Van Gundy wore a satisfied smile. Well done. Keep playing like this. Zhao Yi has invigorated the entire team. In addition to our one-star shining among four, we have also developed a sophisticated pick-and-roll strategy. Zhao Yi, you truly are our lucky star. J.J. Redick felt a surge of irritation but dared not voice his anger, much less show any trace of it in front of Zhao Yi. This damned yellow-skinned swine is growing increasingly arrogant. Damn it. The league belongs to the white men, yet these yellow and black pigs are stealing our glory. You all deserve to be crucified and punished by God. However, I have to admit, Zhao Yi has become someone I can only look up to in awe. Damn it. How can a yellow-skinned swine possess such rapid growth and talent? Unbelievable. Hito T. RKO Liu and Rashard Lewis walked over to Zhao Yi to congratulate him. Brother, you can trust me with plays like that too. If the opponent thinks they can lock me down, we should teach them a lesson. With a confident smile, Zhao Yi proclaimed, when you require it, my pass will undoubtedly find its way to you on time. In the stands, Phoenix fans unleashed a barrage of curses and jeers. That softy Howard has resorted to partnering with a Chinese player for pick and roll. How pathetic. Merely a rookie duo. A Chinese player, managing to break through for an assist, was merely benefiting from Howard's substantial physique providing quality screens. On his own, he would find Nash defending him to tears. Howard may indeed be a center adept at setting picks, but he ought to transition to playing power forward, for he is but a diminutive figure among centers. On the court, Nash dribbled past half-court, only to see Zhao Yi swiftly pressuring him with tight defense. Nash scoffed disdainfully, after years in the league. He was hardly intimidated by a newcomer attempting to apply close marking. Positioned near the three-point line, Nash dribbled with ease, his gaze swiftly scanning the court, absorbing the defensive layout of the Magic. With Howard as the defensive anchor in the paint, there was no opportunity for the aging Shaquille O'Neal. The billion-dollar contract holder, Lewis, exhibited a proactive attitude in defending Stoudemire, as both players possessed comparable talent and experience. Turkoglu sagaciously neutralized the injury-plagued Grant Hill. Richardson of the Suns, merely a role player, found little chance against the vigilant Redick. Nash exchanged a knowing glance with Stoudemire, who promptly moved to set a screen, drawing Lewis to follow. Utilizing Stoudemire's screen, Nash deftly maneuvered past Zhao Yi, who struggled to circumvent the imposing and solid frame of Stoudemire. Lewis quickly shifted to provide assistance. Nash accelerated towards Howard in the paint, drawing him in. Meanwhile, Stoudemire, having completed the pick, made a sharp cut towards the basket, now facing an open rim with the majority of the defensive attention diverted by Nash. Naturally, Nash seized the opportunity, lofting the ball high towards the hoop. Stoudemire, stepping just inside the paint, leapt into the air. However, at that very moment, a slender figure surged forth from beneath the basket. Zhao Yi sprinted towards the basket with remarkable speed, preparing to defend against the soaring Stoudemire. Gritting his teeth, he leaped into the air, charging at Stoudemire with unwavering determination. At that moment, his 92-level confrontation attribute proved its worth. Although Stoudemire possessed an impressive confrontation attribute exceeding 95, Zhao Yi still had a glimmer of resistance. Their bodies collided with a resounding impact, and Stoudemire felt as though he had crashed into a steel ball. The sharp pain elicited a roar from him, igniting his fighting spirit as he raised the basketball high and forcefully aimed for the hoop. However, just as the ball was about to near the rim, a formidable hand intervened with ferocity. Bang! As a result of Zhao Yi's interference, the dunk attempt was thwarted. Subsequently, Zhao Yi was sent crashing to the floor by the sheer force of inertia, while Howard seized the rebound with ease. Despite their frustration, the Suns were experts in fast breaks, demonstrating impeccable discipline in their defense. The Magic's fast break came to naught. In the stands, some fans had already switched allegiances. What a remarkable display from the Chinese player. Such fervor. The guard interfered with the power forward's violent dunk. How exhilarating. The courage is extraordinary. If it were me, I would have been terrified, exclaimed one. Incredible effort. Most would have ended up injured after such a clash. With an injury resistance attribute of level 90, Zhao Yi was well equipped to withstand this level of confrontation. The remaining fans were equally astonished. Such tenacity in the regular season is a rarity among Chinese players. Aren't they usually more reserved? Zhao Yi is nothing like the typical Chinese athlete. He dared to obstruct Stoudemire's thunderous dunk. He truly has no regard for his safety. In the Magic's bench area, Van Gundy was profoundly shocked, observing the confident, sunny demeanor of Zhao Yi off the court. He was taken aback by the explosive style of play exhibited on the hardwood. It's dangerous, but what a player willing to confront challenges is precisely what the team requires. I never anticipated Zhao Yi to be such a fearless warrior. Howard was also taken aback. Zhao Yi is truly impressive. I wouldn't dare to challenge such a shot with my strength. Remarkable. JJ Redick was astounded beyond measure. Wow, he really has no regard for his life. Most would be seriously injured attempting to interfere with a dunk like that. Is Zhao Yi's hand made of steel? It appears as though nothing can faze him. It truly defies belief. A look of astonishment flickered across Nash's face. Can basketball be played in such a manner? Stoudemire soared, only to have a guard thwart his dunk. I find myself questioning existence. In a corner of the audience, a sharp scream escaped Rita's lips. She anxiously fixed her gaze on Zhao Yi, finally reassured after several minutes that he had not sustained any injury. Exhaling deeply, her eyes now brimmed with affection for him. How vexing, to have worried for nothing. You strong, robust figure, your bravery is indeed captivating. Rita felt her heart racing intensely at that moment. Each time she beheld Zhao Yi, it was as if her heart synchronized with his every movement. In that instant, she sensed an inseparable bond with him. Go for it. My dear, you are simply the best. Chapter 14, The Magician. I bet on this Huaxia player to win, wagering $100,000. In the television broadcast commentary room, Wood appeared utterly flabbergasted, taking a moment before slowly articulating, "This is the first time I've witnessed such fervent play from a Huaxia player. Magician. Do you believe these newcomers from Huaxia will prevail again in this match?" The magician responded with a confident smile. His passing technique is still somewhat raw, but with just a bit of guidance, it won't take long for him to reach Nash's level. After all, his physical gifts surpass those of Nash. Wood was taken aback by the magician's high praise for a Huaxia newcomer, and with a hint of ethnocentrism, he retorted, "But don't you find it strange? How can a Huaxia player exhibit such performance?" The magician's smile dimmed slightly, yet he replied cheerfully, "It seems you have little faith in Zhao Yi. However, I hold great expectations for him. Shall we make a wager?" Wood eagerly nodded, saying, "Absolutely. If I lose, I shall pay you 20,000 ugly dollars. How does that sound?" The magician chuckled even more joyfully, replying, "Deal. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000 ugly dollars. Wood smirked inwardly, thinking it foolish to place trust in a Huaxia newcomer. As the first quarter drew to a close, Zhao Yi diligently labored on the defensive end. Due to the remarkably high shooting percentages from both teams, the Suns' fast-paced game had yet to materialize. With Zhao Yi enhancing the defense and orchestrating the offense, the Magic managed to gain a slight lead. However, Nash executed a successful driving layup in the final moments of the quarter, leveling the score at 26-26. The first quarter ended in a tie. During the intermission, Zhao Yi returned to the bench. Closing his eyes and reclining, he reviewed the system panel in his mind. Task evaluation. So far, defensive WS0. 3. Please continue your efforts, host. Overall performance rating, A. The match has only just begun. Zhao Yi remained unperturbed. However, if he were to take the court again in the second quarter, it would be imperative for him to devote greater energy to defense, striving to fulfill his responsibilities and showcase a superior performance, as this was of utmost importance at present. In the first quarter, Howard had repeatedly capitalized on Zhao Yi's assists to execute powerful dunks, even managing to dunk over O'Neal once more, thus avenging a previous slight. O'Neal, visibly perturbed, found himself humiliated by a center he considered beneath him. The thought of being dunked on by someone he looked down upon drove O'Neal to the brink of madness. Yet, as O'Neal attempted to reclaim his former glory, the reality of his over 30 years weighed heavily upon him. He could no longer leap as he once did. His movements had slowed, and his physical dominance was not what it had been in his prime. Despite the passage of time, O'Neal had never relinquished hope. He likely understood deep down that his era had long since faded. This current age belonged to Howard, perhaps out of jealousy or a sense of unfulfilled potential. O'Neal harbored animosity towards Howard. Meanwhile, in the Magic's bench area, Stan Van Gundy was in high spirits. Zhao Yi's performance on both ends of the court has entirely silenced the doubts surrounding him within the team. No one perceives Zhao Yi through the lens of prejudice towards players from Huaxia anymore. Many teammates regard him as the leader of the team, akin to Howard. This transformation is a testament to Van Gundy's discerning eye for talent. Young men, you have played commendably. The rhythm in the first quarter was well controlled. As long as we maintain our shooting efficiency, the opposition will struggle to execute fast breaks, leaving us in a secure position. Zhao Yi, remember, your three-point shots are also a vital source of firepower. If you deem it necessary, I grant you the freedom to unleash your shooting from beyond the arc without restraint. The other players smiled as they gazed at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi smiled confidently and said, "Coach, rest assured, I understand your intentions." At home, Jordan was once again astonished as he watched the game. How had Zhao Yi's defensive skills become so comprehensive? The last time they met, he barely exhibited any defensive prowess. Surely, some veteran must have mentored him. What an endearing young man he is. In the training facility, Kobe soaked his feet in an ice bucket while watching the live broadcast of the game on his Huawei laptop. Goodness. This young lad Zhao Yi has remarkably improved his defense. He mused. At this rate, I might not stand a chance against him in a few seasons. This won't do. I need to step up my training regimen. I'll add an additional session for fundamental conditioning. Little brother, no matter how rapidly you evolve, my stamina will still surpass yours. Meanwhile, LeBron James, watching the game at home, only pulled out his phone to call his trusted agent Paul after the first quarter concluded. "Hey, Paul, it's LeBron. Don't hesitate. I authorize you to use all means necessary to bring Zhao Yi from Orlando to Cleveland. Tell the team management that if they can't make this happen, I'm considering leaving this place." After Paul agreed, he slowly replied, "Brother, I believe Zhao Yi won't easily leave Orlando, and the Magic may not be willing to part with him. We lack sufficient leverage. However, I will do my utmost. Even if I can't accomplish this task this season, I promise to make it happen within 2 years." As LeBron hung up, he was astonished, reflecting. He is the most exceptional and gifted player from China I have ever encountered. Even Yao Ming cannot compare. If I can bring him to Cleveland this morning, my championship dream will be within reach. Whether to utilize him with the bench during garbage time or to leverage his outstanding 3D attributes. A player like Zhao Yi is universally beneficial to any team. Securing him before his remarkable talents are fully revealed would yield tremendous rewards for us. At home, Kid was increasingly astonished as he watched the game. What a prodigy. In just a few games, he has evolved into a defensive stalwart. Losing to him earlier was truly no disgrace. He is practically a second Kobe, a complete offensive and defensive player. Zhao Yi undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. Alas, this league is brimming with talent. We old-timers should start contemplating retirement. In the second quarter, Zhao Yi remained a starter for the Magic. Van Gundy intentionally allowed Zhao Yi to acclimatize to the intensity of NBA regular season play. How does one nurture a newcomer? By granting them sufficient trust and ample playing time. The court serves as the ideal environment for players to accumulate experience, the more time they spend on the floor, the better they grasp the nuances of the NBA and basketball. During the first quarter, Nash dished out 4 assists and made 2 three-pointers. Nash's offensive prowess is undeniable, however. He is known for his preference for sharing the ball. In fact, had Nash not ventured to the desert city of Phoenix, he might have performed even better with the Lakers. In the minds of many, Kobe is perceived as a player who monopolizes the ball. This, however, is a misconception. Kobe does not dominate possession. More often than not, it is Odom and Fisher who orchestrate the offense. This is a product of the Zen Masters triangle offense, with Kobe merely serving as the final point of execution, which creates the illusion of him hoarding the ball. In truth, if Nash had joined the Lakers, it would have liberated Kobe, allowing him to thrive as an off-ball shooter. Yet, the reality is that after being unceremoniously cast aside by the Mavericks, Nash found himself in Phoenix, where he did reach the pinnacle of his career, but ultimately, the Suns roster was insufficient to secure a championship. Thus, in this current season, Nash's peak performance is evident. If he is limited to just 6 points and 4 assists in a quarter, it speaks volumes about Zhao Yi's defensive capabilities. The reason Zhao Yi couldn't completely neutralize Nash lies in his versatility as a defender. He serves as a Swiss Army knife on the defensive end. Always ready to provide help defense, he fills any gaps that may arise. This inadvertently eased the pressure on Nash. Nash, being a tactical maestro, recognized that only by unleashing his own offensive firepower could he draw Zhao Yi closer, alleviating the offensive burden on his teammates. From the onset of the second quarter, Nash appeared possessed, darting around the court, running tirelessly, and even playing off the ball during offensive sequences. This exertion took a toll on Zhao Yi's stamina. Ultimately, midway through the first quarter, Nash seized 2 opportunities and swiftly sank 2 3-pointers. On the other hand, the defensive synergy between Zhao Yi and Howard was astonishingly effective. Despite Nash's impressive performance, accumulating 12 points and 7 assists, Stoudemire and O'Neal found themselves tightly contained by Howard. Howard's remarkable agility compensated for his height and lower body limitations. Even when Howard occasionally faltered, Zhao Yi was there to provide timely interference, effectively forcing the Suns' dual towers into an embarrassing 3-for-14 shooting night. Fortunately, Grant Hill of the Suns stepped up, breaking through against Turkoglu's defense to score 6 points and stabilize the situation. The score stood at 38-42. At this moment, amid the Magic's robust offensive push, the Suns trailed by 4 points. The battle between the two teams remained fiercely contested. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the halfway line with composure. Nash positioned himself at the 3-point arc, bracing for action. However, he was unprepared for what was to come. Zhao Yi positioned himself 4 steps away from the 3-point line, slightly beyond the half-court mark, and executed a swift, elevated shot. His movements were not only agile, but the release of the ball was remarkably rapid. The trajectory of the basketball followed a beautifully smooth arc, with its direction impeccably precise. Zhao Yi's face radiated with a confident smile. The sensation of that long-distance 3-point shot was exquisite. In the brief moment of stunned silence that enveloped the arena, the basketball traced a graceful arc before plunging into the net with a resounding thud. It was as if the ball had been a cannonball, striking the center of the hoop with precision. A magnificent, epic-making 3-pointer. In the stands, the fans were utterly flabbergasted. No way, it truly went in. I must be seeing things. My goodness, that was from 4 steps away. How did he even manage that? It must be sheer luck. This cannot be his usual level of play. He has outdone himself. In the Magic's bench area, Van Gundy sprang to his feet, his astonishment unmistakable. My word. I want to criticize Zhao Yi for his audacity, but with that shot, I find myself at a loss for words. If this is indeed Zhao Yi's standard routine, then I can only imagine the firepower he would unleash across the entire court, even executing a logo 3-pointer. What am I thinking? My goodness. JJ Redick and Nelson were so taken aback they felt as though they were dreaming. A man from Huaxia had accomplished the legendary long-distance 3-pointer. I must be dreaming. This is impossible. How could a Huaxia person, considered inferior to even the black race, achieve what most white or black players cannot? And yet, he actually made it. What the hell? Turkoglu wore a look of disbelief. This Huaxia individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. He had concealed this skill until now. I would bet my reputation as a shooter that Zhao Yi had over a 70% chance of making that shot. My goodness. A wide-open long-distance 3-pointer with over a 70% success rate. How terrifying. Lewis was also left in a state of shock. Zhao Yi had completely surpassed my understanding of Huaxia players. Where could one find a Huaxia individual capable of such a breathtaking long-range shot? It can only be said that Zhao Yi's future is beyond my imagination. I'd better cultivate a good relationship with him. This fellow might eventually usurp Howard as the true leader of the team. After all, aside from his exploits with women, Howard isn't particularly adept at much else. Howard, while astonished, was also pleasantly surprised. My brother is incredible, truly worthy of being my brother. The two excitedly bumped chests. Nash was overwhelmed with disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? No player has ever achieved this distance. Not even Reggie Miller or Ray Allen could make such a long-range 3-pointer. That little punk has embarrassed me. In the next defensive play, I will make him pay. Grant Hill's weathered face displayed astonishment. I have seen many prodigious talents, but I have never encountered a player like Zhao Yi. At such a distance, simply making contact with the rim is a feat, let alone scoring. This is truly a miracle, an unrepeatable miracle. Shaquille O'Neal was equally astounded. Wow, can basketball be played like this? Actually, I was pretty good at 3-pointers too. I used to play guard back in school. I should try this move sometime. It would look fantastic. Stoudemire was visibly shocked. Damn. This Huaxia player has become the focal point of the entire crowd. He has stolen my thunder. I will make sure to give him a taste of his own medicine. The score stood at 38-45, with the point differential widening to 7. In the subsequent moments, Zhao Yi intensified his defense against Nash, though the team's overall defensive coordination suffered somewhat. At this juncture, Zhao Yi grasped a fundamental truth. In defense, the importance of awareness is comparable to the shadow clone technique. With the right judgments, his comprehensive defensive abilities could yield the impact of multiple defenders. Now, with a level 20 awareness attribute, Zhao Yi had become a versatile defender. He resolved to elevate his awareness to level 90 by the end of this game, and if he could acquire sufficient intermediate cards, he aspired to raise it even further. After all, utilizing intellect in basketball is the ultimate essence of the game. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the Magic maintained a slim 2-point lead. Throughout the first half, Zhao Yi had only made 3 3-pointers, one of which was a long-range shot, accumulating a mere 11 points including free throws. However, the system panel revealed that Zhao Yi's defensive WS value for the half reached an impressive 7.0. Indeed, despite significant physical exertion, Zhao Yi had transformed into an omnipotent force on the defensive end. Not only could he guard positions 1 through 5, but his precise predictions and timely assists also rendered the Magic's defensive lineup nearly impenetrable. Zhao Yi beamed with joy. However, soon his smile grew even wider. The system assessed the host's performance, near S rank. Just halfway through the game, he had achieved near S rank. If he exerted himself a little more, who knows? Perhaps an S rank could be within reach. Moreover, witnessing Nash's vexed expression brought Zhao Yi immense delight. Tormenting novices was momentarily gratifying, but persistently outshining the seasoned players was truly exhilarating. What fast-paced attacks! Throughout the entire first half, the Suns barely executed a few fast breaks, all of which were thwarted by Zhao Yi. Under Zhao Yi's elusive defense, Nash's passing became increasingly erratic. The only concern Zhao Yi harbored was regarding his stamina. Yet, glancing at the junior stamina potion on the system panel instilled confidence within him. At worst, he would consume a single vial. Could the entire team of stamina beasts from the Suns truly overpower him? Chapter 15. O'Neal. Actually, I can shoot logo threes too, I swear. In the stands, Phoenix fans were utterly astonished. Goodness, this newcomer from Huaxia is formidable. His defense seems impenetrable. Incredible, he can even make those long-distance three-pointers. It's absurd. With three-point shooting and defense, why isn't he such an exceptional 3D player in Phoenix? In the Magic locker room, Van Gundy's astonishment transformed into a smile of encouragement. Zhao Yi, splendid work. I'll allow you to rest for a while in the second half, but you must return to the court in the fourth quarter. Zhao Yi, you must persevere. I have high hopes for you. JJ Redick and Nelson now greeted Zhao Yi with sincere smiles. Zhao Yi did not dwell on the matter too much and responded to them with a smile, which instead made the two races of dogs feel grateful and appreciative. Zhao Yi sighed inwardly. Indeed, strength commands respect. The weak remain unacknowledged, yet when they acquire power and ascend to prominence, what once eluded them through endless efforts becomes effortlessly attainable. He lamented the world of superficiality and the fickle nature of human hearts. In this realm, the weak inhabit a hell while the strong dwell in paradise. Fortunately, Zhao Yi is undoubtedly an unparalleled powerhouse. With the system at his disposal, his future is undeniably promising. The astonishment etched on the faces of Tekagru and Lewis was unmistakable. They both believed. Zhao Yi's progress in every match is nothing short of astonishing. They have come to regard him as a remarkable prodigy. As for Howard, in his astonishment, he has embraced Zhao Yi as if he were his own brother. During the halftime break, the two engaged in playful banter, creating an exceptionally positive atmosphere within the team. Meanwhile, in the locker room of the Suns, Nash sat sulking in a corner, his expression one of exasperation. How infuriating. Zhao Yi, that scoundrel, always appears in defensive positions right after I deliver a stunning assist, as if he can anticipate my intentions. Furthermore, I have been severely restricted in one-on-one situations, my offensive firepower significantly curtailed. Grantil silently wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished as he recalled Zhao Yi's performance in the first half. Zhao Yi is certainly no ordinary rookie. Throughout the first half, he managed to defend me 3 times, and I failed to score on all 3 attempts. His defensive prowess is truly exceptional. All of us have suffered from his defensive skills. Even the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Amare Stoudemire have been thwarted by his interference. A formidable defensive force, indeed, capable of guarding positions 1 through 5. Damn it. Shaquille O'Neal vented his frustration, equally astonished. Zhao Yi is clearly looking for trouble. Given the chance, I would have delivered a few sharp elbows. How audacious. However, his passing resembles that of Nash, both precise and perfectly timed. It is astonishing, especially considering he is not yet 20. A future Nash in the making. Moreover, his three-point shooting is remarkably accurate. Amare closed his eyes to rest, increasingly awed by Zhao Yi's performance as he reflected on it. His contributions on both offense and defense are commendable. He possesses three-point shooting, defensive skills, and considerable talent. Facing such a formidable opponent, especially one who is a rookie, is truly daunting. The thought of Zhao Yi fully developing his potential is frightening. The halftime break swiftly passed. The once quiet audience erupted with enthusiasm as the second half commenced. O'Neal, give him a few elbows. Nash, you are the best. Crush them with fast breaks. Stoudemire, dominate the rim. You are no less than Howard. In the third quarter, Van Gundy opted to strategically rest Zhao Yi. Howard played for half the quarter before taking a breather. Nelson and J.J. Redick finally received their chance to shine. Simultaneously, the Suns substituted their starting lineup. The lackluster exchange between both teams' benches dulled the audience's interest. Many spectators rose to buy snacks or use the restroom. Let that Huaxia player take the court. I want to see his duel with Nash. It was hard to imagine that Howard could hold his own against two defenders. This is so dull. When will this garbage time end? Ultimately, the third quarter concluded with a score of 70-66, the Magic still leading by 4 points. J.J. Redick was in excellent form, hitting 2 open three-pointers off Nelson's assists. Nelson also contributed with 2 out of 3 shooting, totaling 4 points and 4 assists. Their performances were commendable. However, Lewis's performance was less impressive. Without Howard's presence to draw attention, Lewis struggled to execute his high-percentage shooting strategy, thus losing much of his threat. After the intermission, as the fourth quarter commenced, Zhao Yi finally appeared on the roster. The audience buzzed with excitement. Great. Both Nash and that Huaxia player are on the court. It's going to be a show. The tedious garbage time had finally passed. And now fans could enjoy their beers while watching the game. What a delight. I sense that Nash will not yield easily. A thrilling showdown awaits us. As the game began, Turkoglu was off his game. After receiving a pass from Zhao Yi, he attempted a three-pointer but tragically missed. Bang. In an instant, Nash seized the rebound and propelled the ball forward. Meanwhile, all 4 Suns players surged forward in perfect synchronization. An enthusiastic fan shouted, "Fast break," before the Magic could react. The ball was passed forward again, culminating in Richardson completing the fast break with a layup. 2 points, all within 3 seconds. This is the essence of a fast break. Speed is the key to all martial arts. After executing this play, the Suns players swiftly transitioned back on defense, denying the Magic any chance for a counterattack. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Is this truly the legendary whirlwind of rapid strikes? Zhao Yi truly aspires to challenge himself through his defensive capabilities. In the next round, when the Suns launch another fast break, he intends to find a way to disrupt their momentum. Although Zhao Yi's speed may not be exceptional, he believes that where talent falls short, intellect can prevail. There are always more solutions than problems. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. This time, Nash lingered near the mid-court logo, waiting for Zhao Yi to cross the center before advancing to apply pressure, determined to deny him any opportunity for a long-range three-pointer. However, at the very moment Zhao Yi stepped onto the center line, without any forewarning, he unleashed the ball with remarkable speed, propelling it towards the distant hoop. An astonishing logo three-pointer. The audience was left in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Stan Van Gundy sprang to his feet, taken aback. Could Zhao Yi truly master a shot from such a distance? Had he been too indulgent, permitting Zhao Yi to become complacent? Just as Van Gundy felt a surge of frustration, the basketball traced a graceful arc before plunging into the net with a resounding thud. A flawlessly executed logo three-pointer. In the stands, fans were so astounded that they momentarily forgot to breathe. After a few seconds, an uproar erupted. Incredible! Is this the legendary logo three-pointer? Has the NBA reached such heights? Could this be a shot that any human could make? The three-point shooting talent of this Chinese player is genuinely terrifying. His touch and consistency are on par with that of superstars. Even renowned sharpshooters like Ray Allen and Reggie Miller would struggle with such a shot. In the television broadcast commentary room, Wood felt as if he were dreaming, pinching himself in disbelief. Upon feeling the pain, he realized this was no dream. Oh my goodness. This Eastern player has indeed made a logo three-pointer. It's impossible. There must be some mistake. Magic Johnson smirked disdainfully and remarked, "I told you." Zhao Yi is not an ordinary player. If you continue to view him as just another Chinese athlete, you will surely suffer a resounding defeat. With a chuckle, Magic thought of the 20,000 wager he had placed, feeling quite pleased. Money was not an issue for him. But he certainly wouldn't turn down a profit of 20 grand. That amount equated to over 100,000 yuan in 2008 China, enough to purchase at least half a house. The thought of potentially losing 20-0-0-0 made Wood feel a deep pang of regret, prompting him to lose control and shout, "Nash will surely triumph over this Chinese player." Zhao Yi's arrogance shall not endure for long. In his luxurious villa, Jordan and Pippen were engrossed in the live broadcast of the game. Jordan took another sip of vodka, suppressing the astonishment within, and remarked to his old partner, "My friend, do you not sense that the league has been devoid of such vibrant young talent for quite some time? Moreover, he is a Chinese, and we have the opportunity to support him. I am quite fond of this young man from China." Pippen, with a twitch of his donkey-like visage, revealed a slight smile and replied, "In our era, young men like him were often targets of ridicule. Times have indeed changed. In our day, one could hardly dream of shooting three-pointers with such ease. Yet, to hit a three-pointer from midcourt, this era is utterly insane. Is basketball merely a contest of launching long-range shots from one's own backcourt and wagering on accuracy? Absurd. The current NBA is becoming increasingly preposterous." Jordan reflected. The future undoubtedly belongs to Zhao Yi. His three-point shooting will surely herald a new epoch. After his training session, Kobe extracted his tablet and continued to monitor the game. Still quite astonished. Zhao Yi's three-point prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. I could never achieve such a feat. How infuriating that he has outshone me. I must intensify my training. The next time I encounter Zhao Yi, he shall realize that I merely withheld my full potential. In his Cleveland residence, LeBron was watching the game with his close friends. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? If Zhao Yi were to join our team, would you oppose it?" His agent, Paul, shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "LeBron, we need him. I will ensure he arrives in Cleveland post-haste. His growth is astonishing." LeBron, equally astonished as he gazed at the television, affirmed, "Indeed, I see in him a reflection of my younger self. In fact, as a rookie, Zhao Yi's performance surpasses my own at that stage. I will not overlook this talent. I must do everything in my power to recruit Zhao Yi." Paul nodded, exuding confidence as he replied, "LeBron, I understand." Meanwhile, on the court, the game continued. The Suns were eager to establish their own fast-paced rhythm. Yet the Magic relentlessly controlled the tempo, exhibiting an unusually high shooting percentage, leaving the Suns with no opportunity for a fast break. As the fourth quarter reached its midpoint, Zhao Yi has achieved a remarkable personal tally of 22 points, along with 7 assists and 3 rebounds, showcasing an all-star caliber performance. Securing a substantial double-double should not pose much of a challenge. However, Zhao Yi's contributions on the defensive end have been lacking, as the system indicates that his defensive win shares have plummeted to 0.58. This is an unfavorable development. If he fails to fulfill his responsibilities, will his efforts in this game be in vain? Moreover, Zhao Yi is set to take on the challenge of the fast-paced offensive style of the Suns. The opportunity soon presented itself. J.J. Redick was struggling, missing outside shots. After grabbing a rebound, Stoudemire launched the ball toward the front court. Instantly, the entire Suns team surged forward, exemplifying their trademark fast break once more. Yet this time, Zhao Yi remained vigilant. The moment Richardson received the ball, Zhao Yi charged forward, applying intense pressure. Richardson promptly prepared for a quick pass, but Zhao Yi anticipated his intentions, intercepting the pass with precision. Following this, Zhao Yi dashed to collect the basketball and hurled it towards the Suns' half of the court. At that moment, Howard was still in the Suns' territory, accompanied only by O'Neal. Upon receiving the ball, Howard dribbled fiercely towards O'Neal. Both players exuded an intimidating presence. Nevertheless, given the age of the veteran, Howard leaped from just beyond the free-throw line, executing a spectacular dunk over O'Neal. Thud. O'Neal's massive frame collapsed onto the floor, his face a mask of disbelief. He had to concede that his era had indeed come to an end. The once mighty Shaquille O'Neal, now physically diminished, was no match for the emerging generation of pick-and-roll centers. The old warrior had succumbed, having feasted too heavily and now faced the consequences. Howard let out a triumphant roar, heralding the arrival of his own era. In the television broadcast commentary room, what appeared astonished, disbelief etched across his face. This was surreal. The Suns' fast break had been disrupted by a newcomer from Huaxia. It was truly unfathomable, an individual from Huaxia, and a rookie at that. The Magic Man, equally taken aback, soon broke into a smile, stating, "This is indeed beyond my expectations. I knew he had potential for development, but I did not foresee that he had begun to think critically." The initial long pass in the Suns' fast break was crucial. In the rapid advancement, the likelihood of errors was significantly heightened. If he could grasp this concept, Zhao Yi might leverage his exceptional defensive skills to create timely disruptions. This Huaxia talent is truly remarkable. It seems your 20,000 ugly dollars are destined for me. Oh, haha. In a corner of the audience, Rita gazed at Zhao Yi on the court, her heart and mind entirely consumed by his presence. Zhao Yi's performance and progress in this match have genuinely evoked Rita's heartfelt admiration and affection. A player who can influence the outcome of a game in his rookie season is indeed extraordinary. Truly, he is deserving of my regard. And I am resolute in my desire to win him over. Subsequently, Rita made a call to have her butler arrange a bouquet of flowers, intending to present both the flowers and herself to Zhao Yi. With a gentle sweep of her golden locks, her heart brimmed with tender emotions. She was confident in her allure. The successful men who fell at her feet were countless, yet none captured her interest. It was only Zhao Yi who struck her heart at first glance. My dear, I shall make you aware that I am the woman who loves you most in this world. Moreover, I am the only one worthy of you. As the fourth quarter progressed, time flew by. The competition grew increasingly fierce and intense. Under Zhao Yi's foresight and defense, the Suns committed an astounding 11 turnovers in a single quarter. This significantly disrupted their fast-paced rhythm. In a moment of crisis, Nash unleashed a remarkable display of skill. However, he found himself ensnared by Zhao Yi's tenacious defense. At the very last moment of the game, Nash took a risky shot, only to be thwarted by Zhao Yi, who seized the opportunity to deliver a spectacular block. With a resounding slap, the game concluded with the Suns narrowly defeated by the Magic, 110-108. Zhao Yi achieved an extraordinary performance with 26 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, and 3 steals. As the referee sounded the final whistle, the game came to a close. In Zhao Yi's mind, the system's cold notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. The task has been completed. Final defense victory contribution value, 0.86. Task rating, S rank. Task rewards, 1 junior skill upgrade card, 200. 10 intermediate skill upgrade cards, 5 junior stamina potions. Wow, 5 bottles of junior stamina potions. Zhao Yi had already consumed the primary stamina potion awarded from the previous match to conserve his energy for this game. To his surprise, the generous system rewarded him with 5 additional bottles. Truly, it is both affluent and benevolent. These 5 stamina potions are nearly sufficient to replenish his energy expenditure for 5 regular season games. In the context of the playoffs, particularly during the divisional semifinals or finals, the energy consumption could potentially double. However, with these 5 potions at his disposal, Zhao Yi can momentarily cast aside his concerns regarding stamina. In the television broadcast commentary room, the magician laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am not short of money, but winning brings me immense joy. Wood, visibly displeased, muttered a few curses under his breath and reluctantly withdrew a thick stack of cash from his wallet, placing it before the magician with a pained expression. To his astonishment, the magician was not yet finished with him. I told you, you didn't believe me. This player from Huaxia is truly not your average athlete from the region. Wood could only nod in resignation, offering a wry smile as he remarked, I can only say I'm unfortunate to have encountered a formidable opponent. It's unbelievable that the whirlwind move was countered by a Huaxia player. This is nothing short of a miraculous impossibility. The magician counted the bills, satisfied as he tucked them into his pocket, then cheerfully reassured him, this is the NBA, a place that continually creates surprises and miracles. Chapter 16, The Magician, Zhao Yi. Thank you for your embrace. The match had just concluded not long ago. Zhao Yi changed his attire in the locker room. Following this, Stan Van Gundy accompanied Zhao Yi and Howard to the post-game press conference. With several consecutive victories under their belt, a radiant smile adorned Van Gundy's face. Make us proud. Upon entering the venue, after a brief period of equipment calibration, the post-game press conference commenced officially. Reporter A, Zhao Yi, you have single-handedly unraveled the Phoenix fast break whirlwind. How do you perceive this remarkable achievement? Zhao Yi, in truth, fast breaks inherently entail a higher rate of errors. I merely applied defensive pressure to induce a slight increase in my opponent's mistake rate. Reporter A, prior to the match, many speculated that your stamina would pose a significant challenge. However, you did not exhibit this issue during the game. Could you share how you managed to overcome it? Zhao Yi, being able to challenge the Phoenix Suns fills me with exhilaration today. Perhaps it has awakened the latent potential within my physical capabilities. As of now, I feel as though I could still play another quarter. The journalists present were left in astonishment. When did a physical prodigy emerge among the Huaxia players? Even Yeo, after gaining weight, could only manage less than 30 minutes on the court. To suggest you could play another quarter? Moreover, You executed a plethora of three-point shots, including a remarkable logo 3 and a long-range 3. Defensively, you performed exceptionally well. Ultimately, you amassed an impressive stat line of 26 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, and 3 steals, a luxurious double-double. Your performance is undeniably that of an all-star. Is this truly not the extent of your capabilities? Another reporter, unable to contain his eagerness, rose once more to direct a question at Zhao Yi. Reporter B. Zhao Yi, there is a statistic that likely eluded the attention of most. Your defensive win shares, WS, for this match soared to an astounding 8.9. This is an extraordinary figure. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Yi, prior to this match, I set a personal objective to enhance my defensive win shares as much as possible, aiming for a target of 6.0. To my astonishment, I exceeded my expectations. Reporter B. Zhao Yi, you may not have fully grasped the significance, but do you realize what it means for a player to achieve a defensive win contribution of 8.9? Your teammate is Howard, a Defensive Player of the Year, and to attain such a remarkable defensive contribution is truly miraculous. Zhao Yi, I believe the vast majority present understand one truth. Defensive statistics and actual contributions are not directly proportional. Although my defensive win shares are high, it's because I faced the brunt of the opponent's offensive firepower. Without my teammates' solid defensive containment and coordination, I couldn't possibly defend against all 5 opponents alone. Reporter B. Zhao Yi, you possess the oriental virtue of modesty, but I still believe you're truly an extraordinary rookie. Thank you. All media personnel were astonished. No one had noticed a defensive win share of 8.9 meant Zhao Yi had contributed 89 of the Magic's defensive performance this game. This was essentially one man shouldering the entire team's defensive burden, single-handedly extinguishing the Suns' fast-break offense. And after such a stunning performance, he still remembered to acknowledge his teammates' contributions. Indeed, the Chinese nation possesses the highest emotional intelligence in the world, and Chinese people understand interpersonal relations best. Howard's previously tense expression softened into a genuine smile after Zhao Yi's remarks. Several subsequent reporters directed their questions exclusively at Zhao Yi, leaving Howard seemingly neglected. Fortunately, the final reporter gave the superstar some face. Reporter C. Against the combined forces of O'Neal and Stoudemire in the paint, they only managed 36 points while you alone scored 21, including dunking over O'Neal and blocking Stoudemire. What are your thoughts? Howard glanced at Zhao Yi, who nodded encouragingly, then confidently declared, my era has arrived. O'Neal's time belongs to history. I will lead the Magic to championship glory this season. With Zhao Yi by my side, I know we can achieve this. The atmosphere electrified as cameras captured the two stars embracing shoulder to shoulder. Years later, one such photograph would auction for $340,000. Across American media, the Magic and Zhao Yi dominated headlines. Desert Storm vanquished by Orlando Magic. Chinese phenom Zhao Yi shines again. 26 points, 3 reb, 11 AST, 1 BLK, 3 STL. Zhao Yi ascends to all-star caliber. Phoenix's fast break meets its Waterloo. China's basketball prodigy arrives. NBA legends joined the discourse on social media. Jordan, my brother didn't disappoint, haha. Kobe, this kid Zhao Yi makes me want extra practice sessions. O'Neal, humph. I'll give Zhao Yi some elbows eventually. LeBron, come to Cleveland. Let's create miracles together. Kareem, as I said, he should develop a skyhook. He'd average 35 otherwise. Online communities erupted. Holy hell. From 5-ring bust to all-star in just a few games? Unreal. Logo 3s with Van Gundy's blessing? And he actually makes them? Insane. Zhao Yi's first double-double, and a massive one at that. Historic for his fans. Back in China, basketball enthusiasts began taking notice. Yishin is legendary. GOAT status. Next-level greatness. Zhao Yi returned to the parking lot with the team and was just about to board the bus back to the hotel when he noticed a somewhat familiar woman gazing at him with admiration. Holding a small notebook in her hands, Zhao Yi furrowed his brows. Rita displayed her most enchanting smile as she offered Zhao Yi a glass of water. Her melodious voice resonating softly. My dear, your performance in today's match was truly exquisite. I am utterly captivated by your charm. Would you grant me the pleasure of your autograph? Moreover, if you have a moment to spare, might we consider dining at a restaurant to discuss the intricacies of life? Zhao Yi's teammates immediately erupted in gasps and whistles, their faces alight with gossip and envy. Gazing at Rita's sultry attire, along with her striking charisma and beauty, these fellows could think of nothing else. Zhao Yi, you may leave. We shall take over. Consequently, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, shook his head, and silently bypassed Rita to board the bus. This indifferent demeanor rendered Rita momentarily uncomfortable. The players from the Magic team quickly approached, attempting to tease and provoke Rita. However, she ignored them entirely and turned to walk away. It appears that the man I have set my sights on is truly devoted to basketball, with no intentions of pursuing romance at this time. Otherwise, any reasonably normal man would not decline such an invitation from me. Clearly, I must grant him some time to accept my presence. The man I, Rita, have chosen shall not escape. Upon returning to the bus, Howard, with a heart full of concern, advised, "Brother, this girl is truly remarkable. You cannot let such an opportunity slip away. I understand that you and Huaxia are quite reserved, but I am acquainted with her, and her family background is quite impressive. Even dating with the intent of marriage would pose no issue." Lewis further encouraged Zhao Yi to be bolder and take the initiative. "She is already so forward. Do not reject her. Who among us has not dated a dozen fiery girls? As an outstanding player, having such a passionate girlfriend is quite normal, is it not? Young man, you must learn to savor life." Turkoglu, with a rather lascivious grin, added, "Based on my years of experience, this girl is not only stunning but undeniably alluring. Trust me, after one date with her, you shall never forget her." Zhao Yi coldly declared, "Before I secure the championship with you all, I do not wish to engage in any relationship with women. They only serve to distract me from my pursuit of basketball." His teammates from the Magic were taken aback, astonished by his unwavering dedication to the sport. At that moment, Stan Van Gundy nodded approvingly from the front row, affirming, "Truly a player I admire. He has not disappointed my expectations." Just as Zhao Yi was about to close his eyes and contemplate how to enhance his skills systematically, a message arrived on his phone. "Hello, Zhao Yi. This is the Magician. I find you quite intriguing and hope we can meet. I will be waiting at the entrance of your hotel in an instant." Zhao Yi felt invigorated. Despite being afflicted with AIDS, the renowned name of the magician Irvin Johnson is one that resonates with everyone. Zhao Yi promptly responded to the text message. "It is a great honor. I am equally intrigued by you. You are my idol, a basketball superstar I have admired since childhood." Soon, another notification chimed in. "All right, we shall meet shortly." Before Zhao Yi could calm his racing thoughts, the system's alert sounded once more. Ding. A random task has been issued. Task details: achieve a favorability rating of 100 with the Magician. Task rewards: beginner skill upgrade card 100, intermediate skill upgrade card 5. Zhao Yi's face radiated with ecstatic delight. Based on the enthusiasm and admiration expressed by the Magic team in the text message, what difference does this random task's reward make compared to a gift bestowed upon him? Soon, the bus came to a halt in the hotel's parking lot. Zhao Yi requested his teammates to assist him in carrying his belongings back to the room, while he hurriedly alighted from the vehicle and made his way to the designated meeting spot in the distance. Zhao Yi beheld a suave African gentleman, who greeted him with a friendly smile and a wave. In the hotel restaurant, the Magician casually ordered a selection of desserts and coffee. Upon their meeting, Zhao Yi embraced the Magician without any hesitation, which deeply touched the Magician. It is worth noting that the Magician carries the HIV virus, despite consistently testing negative. He took a brief sip of his coffee. Zhao Yi gazed at the Magician and remarked, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation and have yearned to seek your counsel on various matters. Yet I have been at a loss for a way to approach you." The Magician, increasingly amused, responded, "Young man, I find you quite likable. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish." Subsequently, Zhao Yi and the Magician engaged in a profound discussion in the corner of the restaurant, delving into numerous topics concerning assists, judgment, and defense. Zhao Yi's understanding of numerous issues became remarkably clear, which deepened his fascination with the subject. Concurrently, the affection the Magician held for Zhao Yi steadily increased. Ding. 60. Ding. 75. Ding. 90. Ding. 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards: basic skill upgrade card 100, intermediate skill upgrade card 5. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped away. Subsequently, Van Gundy arrived in search of Zhao Yi. Upon seeing the Magician, both exchanged faint smiles, familiar as they were with each other as notable figures within the league. However, as the Magic were set to depart for the airport, Van Gundy felt compelled to interrupt the mentor-student duo. "Elvin, I apologize for intruding upon your enjoyment, but we truly must hurry to the airport." The Magician responded with a knowing smile, saying, "Zhao Yi is indeed an exceptional point guard. Your decision to select him is undoubtedly wise." Van Gundy replied with a proud grin, "I share that sentiment." After expressing his gratitude to the Magician, Zhao Yi embraced him once more, further endearing himself to the magician. Upon returning to Orlando, it was already 2 p.m. Stan Van Gundy granted the entire Magic team a day off to recuperate, instructing them to convene for practice at 8 a.m. the following morning. Once back home, Zhao Yi immediately reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and accessed the system panel. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97 mid-range shooting, level 0 layup, level 0 floater, level 0 hook shot, level 0 dunk, level 0 assists, level 90 pick and roll, level 0 isolation, level 0 movement, level 0 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 0 blocking, level 0 stealing, level 0 on-ball defense, level 90 help defense, level 90 switching, level 90 rim protection, level 0 awareness, level 20 physicality, level 92 special skills, NBA level damage resistance, level 90 luck, level 0 touch, level 0 leadership, level 0 competitiveness, level 0 overall evaluation, elite 3D player. Defensive specialist, assist engine, resource inventory, basic stamina potions, 5 basic skill upgrade cards, 300 intermediate skill upgrade cards, 15 before making any enhancements. Zhao Yi took a moment to ponder. First and foremost was the allocation of 300 basic skill upgrade cards. Given the current singularity of his offensive tactics, his strengths were predominantly in defense. As an exceptional 3D player, he felt no immediate need to augment his 3-point shooting talent, which could rival that of a peak Stephen Curry. The sole area requiring enhancement remained his defensive capabilities. As a point guard, to infuse a degree of aggressiveness into his defense, he recognized the necessity of bolstering both his confrontation and steal attributes. Thus, Zhao Yi resolved to elevate his steal attribute to level 90. Equally significant was the importance of his awareness attribute, which he deemed as vital as Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone technique, and he was determined to max it out at level 90 as well. This allocation consumed 160 basic cards. With 140 upgrade cards remaining, Zhao Yi ultimately decided to invest in his shooting touch and luck, enhancing his 3-point shooting percentage. After all, his reputation for sinking long-range and ultra-long-range shots was already established. For such distant shooting, the attributes of touch and luck were paramount, often overshadowing natural talent. The reason Curry achieved his legendary status was not merely due to his talent, but also his character, universally. No one disputes that Curry is a gentleman of the highest caliber. Thus, the enhancement of these two attributes brought Zhao Yi one step closer to emulating Curry's greatness. Indeed, the system proved to be an extraordinary ally. As for the remaining opportunity to allocate a medium card, Zhao Yi unequivocally reserved it for his confrontation attribute. Until his confrontation attribute reached 95, he could not consider himself among the elite in that regard. Without confrontation skills, excelling in the league would be impossible, regardless of how extraordinary one's techniques might be. Having contemplated this thoroughly, he was ready to proceed. Zhao Yi commenced his enhancements. As golden radiance once again flickered in his mind, steals escalated from 0 to 90 levels. Awareness surged from 20 to 90 levels. Touch advanced from 0 to 90 levels. Luck increased from 0 to 20 levels. Physical confrontation progressed from 92 to 93 levels. Subsequently, the system interface transformed once more. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, 97 mid-range shooting, 0 layup, 0 floater, 0 hook shot, 0 dunk, 0 assists, 90 pick and roll, 0 one-on-one, 0 movement, 0 defensive skills. NBA level rebounding, 0 block, 0 steal, 90 on-ball defense, 90 help defense, 90 switching, 90 rim protection, 0 awareness, 90 physical confrontation, 93 special skills, NBA level damage immunity, 90 luck, 20 touch, 90 leadership, 0 competitiveness, 0 overall evaluation, elite 3D player. Defensive powerhouse, lethal steal artist, assist engine. Resource space, basic stamina potion 5, intermediate skill card 5. Zhao Yi's lips curled into a smile as the system panel's comprehensive evaluation revealed an enhancement in his stealing ability. This indicated that Zhao Yi had developed commendable skills in this aspect. Furthermore, his heightened awareness, improved defensive aggression, along with a fortuitous touch for 3-point shooting, filled him with anticipation for the upcoming match in a few days. Undoubtedly, in the next game, Zhao Yi planned to test the waters by attempting a greater number of long-range 3-pointers and intensifying his aggressive steals on the defensive end. Eager to experience the benefits of his attribute enhancements, time flew by, and soon Zhao Yi found himself boarding a plane once more. The Magic team was embarking on another journey, setting off towards the high-altitude city of Denver. This season, the Nuggets were a constellation of stars. There was the renowned Gage, a kaleidoscope of offense known as Anthony. The answer to every question, the rebellious and unrestrained Allen Iverson, was also among them. Joining them was Chauncey Billups, once a stalwart of the formidable Pistons, a master of mid-range shooting. The infamous J.R. Smith, known for his unpredictable style, added to the mix. Lastly, there was Nene Hilario, the son of a Brazilian tycoon, whose unwavering dedication to basketball and remarkable talent made him a noteworthy presence in the paint. Zhao Yi reclined in the first-class cabin of the aircraft, his emotion surging. A multitude of renowned stars from the league awaited his challenge. Particularly, he pondered whether his newly acquired skills could dismantle Iverson's seemingly insurmountable breakthrough. With Iverson's speed waning in the twilight of his career, it was indeed an opportune moment to secure victory over him. The formidable adversaries only heightened Zhao Yi's excitement and joy. Chapter 17 Iverson. While we play, Zhao Yi is in the gym and training facilities, preparing for the match. The media in the United States buzzed with speculation regarding this highly anticipated game. Would the combination of Melo and the answer overwhelm Zhao Yi? Who stands as the most formidable shooter, Chauncey with his mid-range jumpers or Zhao Yi with his three-pointers? The son of a concealed Brazilian billionaire faces off against the strongest defensive player of the year in the paint. The fervor on American social media was palpable. The notion that Zhao Yi could rival Iverson was met with skepticism. Even a fool would not believe it. The discourse inevitably centered around Melo. If he were to explode, the Magic would surely suffer defeat. Recently, I had profited substantially from betting on the Magic, and I placed all my stakes on them for this match. Let us hope they don't disappoint. On domestic forums, the consensus among Chinese netizens was unanimous. Zhao Yi shall prevail. Zhao Yi shall prevail. Zhao Yi shall prevail. At the pre-match press conference, the Nuggets displayed an air of arrogance. Iverson remarked, "I don't know who Zhao Yi is, but I believe he poses no problem." Melo Anthony declared, "I have been in excellent form lately. I aim to score over 35 points." Billups added, "Our roster is now formidable. The Magic may not be our match." J.R. Smith chimed in, "Hee, I've been training hard lately, and I will surprise them." Nene stated, "I will not concede defeat. For the sake of my basketball dreams, I will vanquish all opponents." After all, wouldn't it be easier for him to return home to inherit a fortune worth billions? It is rumored that Nene's father possesses more than half of Brazil's wealth, truly opulent. Nene must genuinely love basketball to be in the NBA. The Magic's morale was equally high. Howard quipped, "Nene, that sounds like underwear. I want to lose to a pair of shorts." Lewis asserted, "My mid-range shooting has become more precise lately. You all should be cautious." Turkoglu added, "Zhao Yi has recently guided me in my three-point shooting, and I have greatly benefited. In this match, I will ensure they see my skills." J.J. Redick proclaimed, "Zhao Yi is our undisputed leader. I am confident we will emerge victorious." Zhao Yi expressed his confidence, stating that he would lead the team to victory. Although the match had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already charged with tension, with both sides exchanging words laced with disdain and arrogance, leaving the audience eagerly anticipating the unfolding of the game. Currently, the Magic team is on a winning streak, having secured 4 consecutive victories, marking a triumphant start to the season. If they manage to win this match, it would undoubtedly enhance the pride of the entire organization. In contrast, the Nuggets are reeling from a 3-game losing streak and are in dire need of this match to regain the confidence of both fans and media alike. Thus, both teams are acutely aware of the necessity for victory. In the television broadcast commentary section, the elegant commentator Aiko, with her chestnut locks cascading down, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and, with a gentle smile, turned to the basketball legend beside her, inquiring, "Mr. Kareem, what are your thoughts on this match?" The legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the all-time leading scorer, also smiled and replied, "Is there any need to say more? The Magic simply cannot triumph over the Nuggets." Aiko, encouragingly, probed further, "What is the reasoning behind your assertion?" Jabbar, with a smirk of confidence, elaborated, "From the richness of their roster and bench depth to their tactical system, the Nuggets are a natural counter to the Magic. Moreover, the recently celebrated Zhao Yi is likely to face a harsh lesson from Iverson. And as for Carmelo, he is in good form, while Turkoglu pales in comparison and will likely be outmatched." Aiko smiled and summarized, "So, you believe the Magic are destined to lose this match?" Jabbar nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, that is my conviction." In the home team's locker room, Carmelo approached Iverson with a mischievous grin, teasing, "I hear that the player from Huaxia is quite formidable defensively." Be careful not to end up scoreless against him. Iverson, wearing a fierce grin, retorted, since you mention it. I will ensure he leaves the court in tears by the end of the first quarter. Carmelo nodded in agreement, declaring, I, too, aim to score over 12 points. Let's clock out in the first quarter. In the visiting team's locker room, Stan Van Gundy spoke with a serious demeanor, stating, listen up, gentlemen, our adversaries are formidable. But we are not to be underestimated. Once we step onto the court, play with intensity. And Zhao Yi, if you're confident in your long-range shots and logo threes, I grant you unlimited shooting privileges. Aim to shatter their spirits. Zhao Yi nodded confidently. No problem, coach. With the support of good fortune and luck. His three-point shooting accuracy from long distances would undoubtedly reach a terrifying level during this match. The moment Zhao Yi stepped onto the court, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind once again. Ding. A new task for the match has been issued. Task details, shatter Iverson's signature crossover while sinking more long-range three-pointers over his head. Task rewards. System rewards will be granted based on match performance. Please do your utmost, host. Zhao Yi cast a glance at Iverson, only to find that he too was gazing intently in his direction. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Zhao Yi grinned widely. The rebellious underdog is awaiting my wrath. You are nothing but an overestimated little man. As the game commenced, the starting lineup was announced. For the Nuggets, Allen Iverson, Chauncey Billups, Carmelo Anthony, J.R. Smith, and Nene. For the Magic, Zhao Yi, J.J. Redick, Hito T.R.K.O. Lue, Rashard Lewis, and Dwight Howard. At the opening tip-off, Howard leapt into the air, directing the ball to Zhao Yi. Even now, the peak of his prowess, Howard is indeed beyond comparison with Nene. Zhao Yi dribbled past the halfway line. Iverson stationed himself near the three-point arc, awaiting Zhao Yi's approach. It is worth mentioning that Iverson has always been a player known for his offensive prowess rather than his defensive capabilities. Especially considering this is the later stage of his illustrious career. After Zhao Yi dribbled past the half-court line, he took a step and halted in an open position to take his shot. The ball was propelled forcefully by Zhao Yi, tracing a lengthy arc through the air before plunging into the embrace of the net. Bang! A flawlessly executed long-range three-pointer. Zhao Yi commenced with a formidable display, leaving the entire arena in astonishment as the spectators wore expressions of sheer disbelief. My goodness, is it truly possible to play basketball in such a manner? I had heard that he had made such long-range three-pointers in his previous game, but I was initially skeptical. How exhilarating! To achieve such a remarkable shot from such a distance is simply astonishing. Within the Orlando Magic's bench, Stan Van Gundy displayed an expression of surprise. I never expected Zhao Yi's long-range three-pointer to be so precise. The distance seemed negligible as he effortlessly launched the ball and it sailed through the net. Zhao Yi's talent for three-point shooting must be harnessed wisely. It is bound to yield extraordinary results. J.J. Redick and Nelson were once again astonished. The yellow-skinned player is truly remarkable, casually sinking shots from beyond the arc. Is he really from Huaxia? Keep it down. If he hears us, we will be in trouble. I must admit, we misjudged him. Had we known he would perform like this, we would not have fallen out with him in the first place. Alas, what misfortune. Turkoglu was once again astounded by Zhao Yi's dazzling display. This young man is truly exceptional. From 5 steps away, he can effortlessly score with a flick of his wrist. I feel humbled by his innate talent. His future is undeniably limitless. Lewis was also left in awe by Zhao Yi's prowess. Goodness. He just threw it and scored from such a distance. Is he using cheats? Does he think this is a basketball video game? Even in 2K. I couldn't pull off such feats. The fact is, Zhao Yi's three-point shooting percentage from long range is currently at an astonishing 100. Moreover, he even made a logo three-pointer. What a prodigy. Howard's face displayed shock once more, his mouth agape in disbelief. Subsequently, he rushed over to Zhao Yi, celebrating with a chest bump. Brother, that was incredible. I am so proud of you. Heh, this is just the beginning. Today, I intend to make them leave the court on their knees. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Iverson wore a grim expression. As the league's most charismatic and stylish small player, when has Iverson ever endured such humiliation? In his dictionary, even during a marital dispute, he is the type to resort to violence. A man who grew up in gang-ridden neighborhoods, how could he swallow this insult? Nevertheless, Iverson was slightly shaken, though he refused to admit it. Humph, just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? Just wait, I'll get you back on the next shot. Billups appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was a bundle of nerves. My goodness, how did he manage to score so effortlessly from that distance? This was no mere lucky shot. One could tell from the shooting form that he must have undergone rigorous training, possessing remarkable accuracy from long range. Good heavens! Is the league going to embrace three-point shooting? Such shots are undoubtedly more entertaining than mid-range attempts. It is hard to believe the league management wouldn't favor Zhao Yi's style of play. However, there is no denying that, in terms of contribution to the team, my mid-range shooting remains more reliable. Anthony was utterly stunned. Wow, he really made it. Darn it, I'm so impressed. I'll attempt a long-range shot myself soon. It's just a matter of distance, and my luck shouldn't be worse than his. J.R. Smith was completely bewildered. Oh my God. I've never seen such long-range shooting. It's astonishing. Even LeBron has never made such explosive three-pointers. I still can't believe he managed to score from such a distance. OMG. Nene Hilario wore a shocked expression, yet inwardly he felt a ticklish excitement. This long-range shooting is incredibly stylish. I should find time to practice it myself. If a center can shoot from so far, I imagine the team would be eager to offer me a max contract. Although I'm not in need of the money, I should seek a professional shooting coach to help refine my skills. I sense that the future belongs to three-point shooting. Coach George Karl exhibited a slight shock. Even one accustomed to high-pressure situations found Zhao Yi's actions somewhat surprising. Well, if he insists on shooting from long range, his accuracy will likely be low. This could actually work in our favor. In the next round, given Iverson's nature, he was certain to seek retribution. Anthony understood and did not impose any demands. Instead, he encouraged his teammates to space out, allowing Iverson and Zhao Yi the opportunity to engage in a one-on-one showdown. Zhao Yi beamed with excitement, extending his arms in anticipation of Iverson's approach. Unlike Zhao Yi, Iverson lacked the ability to shoot from long range. He paused near the three-point line, dribbling with composure as he surveyed the opponents and the court. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly bent low, executing a swift change of direction, and like a specter, he broke to the right. Time, indeed, is a relentless adversary. Now, in the later stages of his career, Iverson's speed was no longer at its zenith. Thus, Zhao Yi, having anticipated the move, instinctively shifted his body and managed to keep pace with Iverson's speed. Iverson was momentarily taken aback. He then unleashed another crossover with an even quicker burst of speed, still veering to the right. The answer at the peak of his prowess was clear. Even to a child, a rightward breakthrough was inevitable, yet defenders often found it impossible to keep up. However, this time, Zhao Yi's awareness and one-on-one defensive skills were perfectly executed. Not only did he match Iverson's speed, but he also pressed tightly with a remarkable physicality, applying intense pressure on Iverson. As a result, Iverson became flustered, his rhythm of dribbling and breakthrough thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi swiftly snatched the ball from Iverson's grasp, executing a spectacular defensive steal. He then maneuvered around Iverson to retrieve the basketball and launched a long pass down the court. Howard, upon receiving the ball, accelerated with ferocity, leaping from the free throw line like a superhero donning a cape, and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. Bang! The connection between Zhao Yi and Howard resulted in a breathtaking fast-break dunk, executed from the free throw line by Howard himself. The audience was left in sheer astonishment. Howard truly is remarkable. With his towering height, he possesses an athleticism akin to that of a forward, showcasing an extraordinary leap. I must say, this talent from Huaxia is indeed impressive. He even managed to steal the ball from Iverson during a drive. Do you have any idea how swift his reflexes are? The outcome of this match remains uncertain. This Huaxia player is exceptionally formidable. Outside the arena, in an upscale villa district, Jordan sat at home, intently following the game, a look of admiration once again illuminating his eyes. Has he truly developed the ability to defend against Iverson? Zhao Yi truly impresses me, igniting within me a desire to return to the court. Youth is indeed a glorious thing. In the Staples training facility, Kobe rested his chin on his hand, watching the game unfold on the screen, murmuring, "This young lad Zhao Yi is becoming increasingly formidable. His defensive awareness is timely, and his anticipation is exceptional." Although everyone knows Allen Iverson's direction of attack and Iverson is no longer in his prime, managing to contain the current Iverson is no small feat. I had to find time to converse with Zhao Yi. If he could come to Los Angeles, I believe he would be the ideal ally for me. In a grand villa, the young emperor was left in awe. Oh my God. Zhao Yi has truly unraveled Iverson's breakthrough. It feels as though his defense has strengthened significantly. Moreover, his long-range shooting is becoming increasingly fluid. Paul, perhaps we should expedite bringing him to Cleveland. Paul, the agent watching the television nearby, nodded in agreement, stating, "I comprehend your sentiment. Zhao Yi is indeed an outstanding 3D player. I shall undertake further efforts to entice him from Orlando." In his home, Bird took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of smoke. A look of indulgence crossed his face as he gazed at the television, remarking, "Not bad. He possesses a semblance of my former prowess. I should find time to converse with Zhao Yi. This young man is advancing at an astonishing pace, and I am quite intrigued by him. A remarkable talent from the East." Magic Johnson, watching the game at home, displayed an expression of astonishment. "My goodness. This fellow's three-point shooting and defensive skills are of the highest caliber. Even in our era, he would hold his own. The Magic have indeed discovered a gem." His pairing with Howard is reminiscent of the iconic duo of the past. In the television broadcast commentary room, the brown-haired beauty, Aiko, observed Zhao Yi on screen, feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks. She then turned to the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, professionally inquiring, "Mr. Skyhook, what is your assessment of Zhao Yi's performance in these plays?" With a reluctant expression, Jabbar replied, "He is indeed impressive. His long-range shots are both decisive and precise. His defensive fundamentals are solid, and most importantly, his defensive awareness is outstanding. A player of Zhao Yi's caliber is undoubtedly a coveted asset in the league. I anticipate many teams will seek to acquire him. Since his 35-point comeback against the Cavaliers, his performance has not only been stable but also characterized by high shooting efficiency, excelling in defense, playmaking, and three-point shooting. Though I still find it hard to believe, truth be told, Zhao Yi has reached near all-star caliber in the league." Aiko smiled brightly, glancing at Zhao Yi on the screen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes fluttered, filled with allure. Internally, Aiko resolved, "So it's Zhao Yi, is it? Sister has taken a liking to you. Once the game concludes, I must invite you to discuss life." Meanwhile, in the audience, a blonde beauty arrived fashionably late. Rita wiped the perspiration from her forehead and, upon witnessing Zhao Yi's remarkable defensive maneuvers, erupted in cheers. "Darling, you are incredible. I am so proud of you." Rita had hurried over after finishing her work to support her beloved Zhao Yi. Although Zhao Yi appeared indifferent to her, she firmly believed he loved her in return. Everyone has a tendency to project their feelings. Rita, utterly enamored with Zhao Yi, naturally projected her affections onto him, convinced he reciprocated her love. Unbeknownst to her, another striking brunette commentator had emerged as her rival. Indeed, exceptional men are never devoid of adoring women, and given Zhao Yi's stunning looks, this is a perfectly understandable phenomenon. Ivasan's expression turned fierce. A man who grew up amidst gangs and the grit of the streets, accustomed to danger and crime, would he fear a newcomer from China? "When I was dominating the league, you were but a mere cell." Iverson approached Zhao Yi, speaking with a menacing tone. "Kid, you're done for. You've crossed me. Do you understand?" Zhao Yi smiled with confidence and turned to defend. "Let us see who is stronger." He thought to himself, "Hee, the answer lies above," making this quite manageable. "The completion of my task is now assured. If Iverson does not challenge me, how can I attain a higher system reward?" He glanced at the system panel in his mind. System evaluation, A. Zhao Yi was overjoyed. Achieving an A so swiftly felt as effortless as eating or drinking. "My abilities are steadily on the rise, and the Nuggets can expect to face dire consequences." Chapter 18. Coach George, "Damn that Iverson. Do you intend to poison the team?" In the stands, the fans remained unconvinced. Iverson seemed to have lost his edge, unable to surpass a newcomer from Huaxia. It appeared he was becoming increasingly subpar. "Do you not think that the Huaxia player merely anticipated Ivasan's move?" Nonsense. Even a fool knows Iverson would inevitably attempt to break through from the right. The real question is how that Huaxia player matched Ivasan's speed. It's ludicrous. In the television broadcast commentary room, Jabbar crossed his arms, still doubtful of Zhao Yi's potential. "I acknowledge that Zhao Yi is indeed remarkable. However, he harbors a critical flaw. He underestimates Iversan's prowess, and he shall soon learn this lesson. Iversan's greatest strength lies not solely in his speed, but in his indomitable spirit of perseverance. Those who provoke Iverson invariably meet with grim outcomes. Zhao Yi is no exception." I shook his head and remarked, "I do not share that sentiment. Perhaps Zhao Yi is indeed an exception. A youthful individual of 20 undoubtedly possesses greater promise and potential than the 30-something Iverson." Jabbar scoffed, saying, "Not every handsome player excels simply because of their looks." Ha. The first quarter swiftly passed. Thanks to Zhao Yi's defense and three-point shooting, the Magic held a 5-point lead. The score stood at 29-24. With the Magic ahead by 5 points at the end of the first quarter. During the intermission, Stan Van Gundy praised the performance of Zhao Yi and his teammates, simultaneously encouraging Zhao Yi to take more long-range shots. "Zhao Yi, do not hold back. If the opportunity arises, take the shot. I shall not object. I grant you the freedom to shoot at will. Unleash your talent." Zhao Yi nodded confidently with a smile. "I understand, coach." On the side of the Denver Nuggets, Coach George Karl roared in fury, "Are you all imbeciles? Letting that Chinese player shoot three-pointers at will. Iverson, set aside your arrogance. I know you despise defense, but we've already lost 10 points in the first quarter to that Chinese player. This is your responsibility. If you cannot recover the lost points, I will bench you for your teammates. Remember, you are still at 0 points. Iverson, what is wrong with you? Do not disappoint me, or you will regret it." Carmelo smiled and reassured, "Coach, don't blame Allen. Trust me, in the second quarter, I will step up and ensure they have a hard time with the team leader's defense." George Karl's anger was somewhat alleviated. However, within Iverson, a fierce competitive spirit ignited. How could the rebellious player, after years of defiance, tolerate a newcomer from China overshadowing him? As the second quarter commenced, Zhao Yi was benched for a brief respite, a gesture of goodwill from Van Gundy. Facing the formidable Nuggets, brimming with stars, it was essential to manage Zhao Yi's stamina judiciously. Yet, during these few minutes, Iverson went berserk, relentlessly penetrating the Magic's defense, accumulating points through drives, shots, and assists. In merely 5 minutes, he amassed 12 points. He resembled a bloodthirsty demon. Despite the Magic players striving to catch up, their shooting turned cold, and the deficit ultimately widened to double digits, 43-28. The Magic trailed by a full 15 points. At this juncture, Van Gundy could no longer remain seated. He turned to Zhao Yi, meeting his gleaming, hopeful gaze, and declared, "Zhao Yi, get on the court. Strike hard and reclaim the lost points. I grant you unlimited shooting freedom. Unleash your three-pointers. Lock down that demon Iverson." Zhao Yi shrugged off his outer garment, rising with a flourish and a confident smile. "I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. Do not worry, coach. I shall make them aware of our prowess." Subsequently, the Magic called for a timeout. When the players returned to the court, Zhao Yi re-entered with determination. In the stands, the fans unleashed a cacophony of boos and derision. "Iverson will surely defeat you. He is the answer, while you are but a mere jest. Come on, give them a taste of your brilliance, Gua. You've been in the shadows for far too long. Unleash your sharpness. Howard, you are utterly useless. Even if the Huaxiao player takes the court, defeat is inevitable for you." Iverson cast a provocative glance at Zhao Yi, sauntering over to unleash a torrent of taunts. "Remember, I glide past you as effortlessly as air." Zhao Yi, unfazed, chuckled. "I recall a certain individual who was as timid as a young bride under my defense. Who might that be?" Instantly, Iverson's fury surged, his veins bulging with rage. Had it not been for Carmelo's intervention, a fierce brawl could have erupted. "Remember your words, rookie." Iverson snarled, his finger menacingly aimed at Zhao Yi's face. Zhao Yi replied with a smile, "My memory is quite remarkable, so there is no need for concern." Zhao Yi's provocation yielded remarkable results. Indeed, Iverson was stirred up. When it was the Denver Nuggets' turn to attack, Iverson dribbled the ball across half-court and signaled to his teammates that he intended to take Zhao Yi one-on-one. In a moment, Iverson, with astounding speed and agility, made a sudden move to break past Zhao Yi's left side. However, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity, bending low to extend his iron hand. And with a swift motion, he stripped the ball away. An astonishing scene unfolded. Iverson, believing he had outmaneuvered Zhao Yi, was abruptly taken aback to find the ball had vanished from his grasp. Zhao Yi swiftly retrieved the airborne basketball and executed a long pass, assisting the rapidly advancing Turkoglu, who finished with an elegant layup, securing 2 invaluable points. The entire fast break transpired in under 6 seconds, epitomizing Orlando's version of a whirlwind offense. The score was instantly narrowed to a mere 13 points. Furthermore, Zhao Yi notched his second steal of the match, simultaneously bestowing 2 turnovers upon Iverson. In the face of Zhao Yi, Iverson had yet to score a single point. His renowned crossover, a hallmark of his prowess, proved utterly ineffective against Zhao Yi. In the stands, the fans were left in astonishment. "Incredible, it's happened again. He has truly locked down Iverson," they gasped. "That's the progenitor of speed-oriented point guards. And this Chinese player has actually accomplished it. Unbelievable. My goodness, has Iverson's decline been so severe that he can be completely shut down by a Chinese player?" J.J. Redick and Nelson were utterly flabbergasted. My heavens, that's Allen Iverson, the answer. A legendary guard of historic proportions. Widely regarded as the most difficult scoring guard to defend. When did Zhao Yi's defense become so formidable? Is this still the 5-ring fraud? How times have changed. Turkoglu excitedly high-fived Zhao Yi in celebration. "Good pass, my brother," he exclaimed. "Haha, I'll be sure to pass you a few more like that. You're a true brother, I acknowledge that." Lewis was utterly astonished. Such defensive prowess was undoubtedly at an all-star level. It was hard to fathom the rapid pace of Zhao Yi's development. He had fully acclimated to the intensity of the NBA regular season. It was as if he bypassed the rookie wall entirely, adapting to everything in just 5 games. Truly remarkable. Howard's eyes widened in disbelief. "My goodness, that's Iverson," he exclaimed, referring to the assassin guard who had made a name for himself in the league for years, a nightmare for countless players. Yet, Zhao Yi had become Iverson's nightmare instead. How amusing. On the Nuggets side, Iverson was equally shocked. "He actually stole my dribble. This is impossible," he thought. "At that speed, how could anyone possibly read my moves? Let alone snatch the ball from me? Zhao Yi, this peculiar individual, has piqued my interest. He is indeed a formidable force worthy of my attention. I shall surely defeat him." Billups observed Zhao Yi with a composed demeanor, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. "My goodness. Having thwarted Iverson twice and recorded 2 steals along with turnovers, this will undoubtedly infuriate Iverson. If Coach Carl remains oblivious to this, our team will suffer the consequences. However, it is unnecessary for me to alert the coach. Offending both Iverson and the coach would be unwise. Silence is golden." Carmelo approached, offering Iverson a few words of comfort. And in his gaze towards Zhao Yi, there was not only admiration but also a hint of shock. As a veteran of the league for many years, Carmelo Anthony is acutely aware of Iverson's terrifying prowess. Everyone knows he will invariably attempt a right-side drive, yet no one can match Iverson's speed and rhythm. Now, with Zhao Yi capable of keeping pace with Iverson, it signifies that his defensive abilities have reached all-star caliber. A formidable newcomer indeed. "Allow me to impart some wisdom upon you." J.R. Smith was taken aback. "Is this what LeBron referred to as the championship puzzle? It is indeed impressive. I must take the time to respond to the king. This individual named Zhao Yi from Huaxia truly warrants our efforts to nurture him as a teammate." The son of a Brazilian super tycoon, Ninhil Rio, was equally astonished. Such an extraordinary defensive talent is genuinely enviable. In just 5 games, Zhao Yi has undergone a remarkable transformation. I am envious of such prodigious talent. In the television broadcast commentary room, the brown-haired beauty commentator, Aiko, gazed at Zhao Yi on the screen, her eyes reflecting admiration as she remarked, "A man like Zhao Yi, handsome and skilled in the game, is indeed a rare breed." The sensitive Jabbar immediately felt a pang of insecurity, thinking, "Are you implying that I am not handsome enough?" He then frowned and said, "It cannot be denied that Zhao Yi has been fortunate, having anticipated Iverson's next moves twice. However, it is impossible for him to completely shut down Iverson. Even God could not achieve that. I believe that by the second half, Zhao Yi will, like all Huaxiao players, exhaust his stamina early and become a mere wooden figure without accomplishments, replaced by the coach." Aiko frowned, feeling displeased, and responded, "But don't you think it's quite impressive for a rookie to exhibit such performance?" Jabbar's irritation grew, and he retorted, "I averaged a double-double of 28. 8 points, 14, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist in my rookie season. Allen also managed to secure 23, 5 points, 1 rebounds, and 5 assists in his debut season. It is merely commonplace for any player with a modicum of talent to achieve such numbers in their rookie season. There is nothing remarkable about it." Aiko chuckled lightly and said, "The mere fact that Zhao Yi can be compared to you indicates he is no ordinary player." Hearing the compliment from the beautiful commentator, Jabbar's expression brightened considerably. "Indeed, you make a valid point." The game continued. Iverson once more dribbled past half-court, facing Zhao Yi again. His character dictated that surrender was not in his vocabulary. With a background of poverty and gang affiliation, Iverson has always adhered to the belief that Black Lives Matter. Possessing a unique understanding of life, his fierce spirit completely occupies his unrefined mind, compelling him to stubbornly resist the constraints of society through sheer talent. He was once an idol for countless American youths. Yet today, he confronts Zhao Yi, a nemesis capable of toppling him from his pedestal. This is utterly intolerable for Iverson. After a brief adjustment of his body, Iverson faced Zhao Yi once more, executing an even quicker and more agile crossover that instantaneously vanished before Zhao Yi's eyes. Under the enhancement of the system, Zhao Yi swiftly maneuvered to match Allen Iverson's speed. With remarkable defensive prowess rated at level 93, he closely pressed against Iverson, disrupting his dribbling rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi reached out for the 3rd time, skillfully swiping the slightly chaotic basketball from Iverson's grasp. Snap! Zhao Yi once again intercepted Allen Iverson. Subsequently, Zhao Yi maneuvered around Iverson, swiftly retrieved the basketball, and launched it high towards the front court. This time, Howard had already anticipated the play, showcasing his astonishing speed as he caught the ball in the front court. He then took 2 steps into the free throw line and soared, delivering a thunderous dunk from just inside the line. The crowd erupted in amazement, many left in disbelief. My goodness. That Chinese player has stolen the ball from Iverson for the 3rd time and assisted Howard with yet another fast break dunk. Has the Magic truly become this formidable this season? Why does it feel like these plays resemble the Suns? The Orlando fast break whirlwind? Zhao Yi's defense is simply suffocating. Even the long dominant Iverson has fallen into his grasp, making him a truly terrifying opponent. Howard and Zhao is celebrated with a chest bump, with Howard's face radiating joy. Brother, playing with you is incredibly comfortable. Haha, rest assured. You will become even more at ease. In a villa, Jordan bore an expression of astonished admiration. Indeed, he possesses the sharpshooting prowess reminiscent of my prime. I must invite him to my training camp. I shall provide him with free coaching. He is nearly there, and for a rookie, he is already impressive. Truly a promising young man. Zhao Yi, please don't jinx me, Mr. Jordan. Your jinx is potent. In the training facility, Kobe observed the game on a flat screen, his face again reflecting shock. 3 times now, Iverson has been completely shut down by Zhao Yi, resulting in 3 turnovers. Is Iverson faltering? Or has this young fellow truly ascended to such a formidable level? I cannot allow myself to be outdone. After the game, I must engage in extra practice. At home, James watched the match on television, once more displaying astonishment. OMG. A 3rd time completely stifling Iverson. This news is sensational. Paul? You must move quickly. We desperately need Zhao Yi. If we secure his 3-point shooting and defense, our playoff journey this season will be significantly smoother. We shall both reap great rewards. Paul replied confidently, rest assured. Boss, when have I ever failed to secure the players we desire? In Magic Johnson's home, he engaged in cocktail therapy while following the game on his phone. When Zhao Yi executed his 3rd steal from Iverson and assisted Howard's dunk, Magic's eyes widened in shock. My goodness, a 3rd steal from a driving Iverson? Moreover, his defensive prowess absolutely obliterates nearly all guards. His defensive awareness is exceptional, his lateral movement fundamentals are solid. And he fears no confrontation, with his steals being both precise and decisive. This is no ordinary rookie. He plays with the poise of a seasoned veteran with a decade of NBA experience. I must find the time to mentor him. This young man has limitless potential. In Bird's luxurious villa, he took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of white smoke as he gazed at the television. What an astonishing rookie. His defensive capabilities are utterly suffocating. Another formidable talent has emerged in the league. The future of the league is bound to be intriguing. While he may not surpass me, he is certainly impressive. With this fast break, the Magic reclaimed 2 points, tallying 2 assists and 2 steals, narrowing the score to an 11-point deficit. 43-32. As time progressed, Iverson became increasingly reckless, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Time and again, he found himself on the verge of collapse under Zhao Yi's defense. Although Iverson was more cautious, Zhao Yi no longer had opportunities to steal the ball from him. However, he managed to halt Iverson twice, force an offensive foul once, compel Iverson to pass 4 times, and witness Iverson's 3-point attempts clang off the rim 3 times. Consequently, the Magic seized the momentum, with Howard frequently dunking, Lewis consistently scoring from the high post, Turkoglu contributing a 3-pointer, and J.J. Redick finishing with a layup. Iverson's reckless actions not only disrupted the Nuggets' offensive rhythm, but also thoroughly infuriated coach George Karl. With a roar, Iverson was benched to regain his composure. Following the entrance of the Nuggets' backup point guard, Zhao Yi unleashed a barrage of 3-pointers, scoring 3 in the final 2 minutes of the second quarter. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the Magic and the Nuggets were once again tied. 52-52. Both teams returned to square one. Zhao Yi's personal statistics have reached an impressive 13 points, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 2 rebounds, showcasing a magnificent and comprehensive performance in the first half. During the moments when Zhao Yi was tasked with defending Allen Iverson, Iverson failed to score a single point. Meanwhile, on the bench, a visibly agitated Iverson covered his face with a towel, his chest rising and falling dramatically, a clear manifestation of his inner fury and emotional turmoil. This occurred during the halftime intermission. After Zhao Yi briefly freshened up, he leaned against the wardrobe and closed his eyes. Subsequently, he accessed the system panel in his mind. Post-performance evaluation. Near S rank. Zhao Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Not bad. In just one half, he managed to elevate his performance to a near S level. However, Zhao Yi was no longer content with the S-level system rewards. If only he could achieve an S rating or higher, it would be even better. In a corner of the audience, Rita, adorned in her alluring golden attire and possessing a stunning figure, caught the attention of the surrounding young men repeatedly. Yet, Rita paid them no mind. Her heart was captivated by a singular figure on the court. "My dear, you are truly remarkable. When will you accept me? You have no idea how much I adore you." Meanwhile, in the television broadcasting commentary room, Aiko gazed adoringly at Zhao Yi on the screen. She mused, "Such a man. Even a single date would be worth my life. Once the match concludes, I shall certainly present him with my designer card and perhaps lower my collar a bit. I'm certain this foolish boy will take the bait." Suddenly, Zhao Yi shivered. "Why do I feel as though someone is plotting against me?" Chapter 19. Anthony. I never expected my presence as sweet melon brother to be so minimal. During the halftime break, in the television commentary room, the brown-haired beauty commentator Aiko lavished praise on Zhao Yi's performance. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his three-point shooting was precise, his defense suffocating, and his fundamental footwork solid. He was undoubtedly of all-star caliber. With such looks, skills, and strength, he was certainly a potential ideal husband. The basketball legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, often seen as somewhat melancholic, immediately donned a frown. He thought to himself, "This infatuated woman. What does being handsome have to do with playing basketball well?" He then furrowed his brow and said, "You are overestimating him, haven't you noticed?" Zhao Yi lacks the ability to excel in one-on-one situations. Aside from his commendable three-point shooting, he possesses no other means to conclude scoring opportunities. His journey remains lengthy. At present, he is merely a promising rookie. Aiko playfully furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure. To be regarded as a promising newcomer is no small feat in itself. He faced the infamous rookie wall and was mockingly labeled a five-ring bust, teetering on the brink of being cut, only to stage a remarkable comeback. I hold great admiration for rookie players who rise from the abyss. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Lindbergh, feeling envious, remarked sourly, "At best, he may become an all-star in the future, akin to Yao Ming. What lofty prospects can a player from Huaxia truly aspire to?" The attractive commentator Aiko, with her chest held high, asserted, "I firmly believe that Zhao Yi will achieve results that astonish everyone." Lindbergh internally scoffed, "I am utterly exhausted by this superficial world. Does being handsome equate to divine omnipotence?" Subsequently, Jabbar questioned, "Do not allow his looks to cloud your judgment. As it stands, he is merely a commendable 3D player. Slightly better than a role player, far from deserving the title of a star. Only when Zhao Yi can lead his team to score 30 or more points single-handedly can he be considered a true star." In the home locker room, the atmosphere among the Nuggets was rather oppressive. Coach George Karl vented his frustrations onto the players, particularly targeting Allen Iverson, who had underperformed in the game. "Allen, I understand your reluctance to be outplayed by a rookie and your desire to regain your pride. However, you are no longer the player you were a few years ago. Given Zhao Yi's defensive prowess, you should have ceased your attempts to go one-on-one after the third time. If it weren't for Anthony covering for you, our deficit would have been far greater." Iverson remained stubbornly silent. Coach Karl found it difficult to express more. He recognized Iverson's indomitable spirit. The concern was that if Iverson's stubbornness led him to demand a trade, where could Coach Karl find a superior guard? Nonetheless, Coach Karl resolved to take a firm stance. "Allen, if you continue to engage in one-on-one battles with Zhao Yi, I will immediately bench you. Do not hold it against me. I am making myself clear." Iverson, with a sullen expression, remained mute. Coach Karl understood that he had said enough, just as Coach Zinn allowed the disobedient Kobe to be. He knew that with a player like Iverson, if the coach did not temper his emotions, it could lead to consequences for himself. Carmelo Anthony acted as a mediator, stepping forward to resolve the conflict. He privately reassured Iverson, "Allen, do not worry. In the second half, we will exert our strength together and surely overwhelm the Magic. Let that Huaxia player understand our prowess. I believe in you." Finally, Iverson broke into a smile, patting his good friend's shoulder. "Rest assured, that Huaxia player may be tough, but I can handle it." This is the essence of Iverson. It is also why he has become an idol for countless fans. His unwavering confidence persists. He believes he will be the most dazzling star in the league. The distinction between Iverson and Kobe lies in their ambition. Iverson's lofty aspirations are marred by rumors of his lack of commitment and training. In contrast, while Kobe harbored even greater ambitions, he demonstrated tangible dedication and effort towards his basketball dreams. Consequently, the latter became an irreplaceable legend in the NBA, an undisputed superstar after Jordan, boasting a lifetime of 5 championships and numerous accolades. In contrast, aside from a regular season MVP, Iverson lacks significant honors to his name. The celebrated feats of Iverson's one-on-one challenges were merely publicity stunts orchestrated by the illustrious director David Stern to boost the league's revenues. In reality, Iverson's defensive capabilities have waned, and his offensive edge has dulled with age. Nevertheless, Iverson remains quintessentially himself, albeit with diminishing resources to support his rebellious spirit. Halftime swiftly passed, and during the third quarter, both teams rested their starting lineups. As the pivotal star of the Magic, Zhao Yi was also taken off the court to rest. Consequently, the bench unit led by Nelson galloped onto the court like wild horses, finally seizing the opportunity to showcase their talents. This individual indeed possessed some genuine skills. During garbage time, he audaciously garnered 9 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. During the intermission, Van Gundy even offered him a few words of encouragement, lifting Nelson's spirits considerably. However, when Nelson, in high spirits, attempted to celebrate with a high five from Zhao Yi, he was met with a distant smile, a mere formality. Regret gnawed at Nelson's heart. Why had he allowed himself to be blinded by prejudice and antagonize Zhao Yi? After all, a person of Huaxia descent is still human. Why must he bully him? Had he fostered a stronger bond with Zhao Yi, the benefits would have been manifold. Given Zhao Yi's stature within the team, a mere word from him could easily extend Nelson's playing time by over 10 minutes. Such an opportunity would undoubtedly elevate his statistics significantly. Soon, the fourth quarter was set to commence. In the stands, fans erupted in excitement and derision upon seeing Zhao Yi rise to don his gear once more. Let the Huaxia man eat dirt. Hand him a beating. Come on, give them a lesson. They seem to have forgotten whose territory this is. Hit him hard. Crush that Huaxia man. In the television broadcast commentary booth, the brown-haired beauty commentator, Aiko, felt her heart race at the sight of Zhao Yi on the screen. Oh my. Zhao Yi is finally on the court. I can sense he will surprise us. Jabbar merely smirked, shaking his head and muttering, No, no, no. Zhao Yi will comprehend the terrifying connection between Gage and the answer. Did you observe the earnest expression on Carmelo Anthony's face? He must be serious about making a substantial effort. Zhao Yi, that pretty boy, will soon be brought to his knees, only to flee the court in tears. Aiko remarked. You underestimate him immensely. I believe he is, at the very least, a true man. Jabbar responded gravely. In any case, I have little faith in Zhao Yi. Past experiences have taught me that 99% of players from Huaxia are hardly reliable. I doubt Zhao Yi will prove to be an exception. Aiko, though dismissive in her heart, wore a smile as she continued her professional commentary. Yet, within her thoughts, she mused, Zhao Yi, if you can secure victory in this match, I shall be yours. Do not let me down. The game resumed, and it was now the Magic's turn to possess the ball. Zhao Yi swiftly advanced with the ball past the halfway line, while Iverson immediately closed in with fierce tenacity. Zhao Yi flashed a broad smile. A mere pipsqueak amidst the throngs. What a farce of a defense. As Allen Iverson lunged fiercely to guard him, Zhao Yi paid no heed to the defensive effort. Positioned at the midcourt, he planted himself on the logo and effortlessly launched the basketball into the air. Iverson, caught entirely off guard, felt his face flush with anger as he turned to witness the graceful arc of the ball in flight. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was, without provocation, a logo three-pointer. Audacious. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi maintained a charming grin. From the moment the ball left his fingertips, he was certain it would find its mark. Thud. The basketball soared like a cannonball, tracing a long, elegant curve before precisely crashing through the center of the hoop. A top-tier shot from the logo. Utter humiliation for Iverson. As he beheld Zhao Yi's infuriatingly smug expression, he was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Zhao Yi had yet to circumvent him when he unleashed a taunt that nearly drove Iverson to the brink of madness. Why can't I feel your defense? It seems there is nothing but air before me. I cannot see you at all. Just as Iverson was on the verge of losing his composure entirely, Carmelo Anthony swiftly embraced him, forcibly guiding Iverson back into defense. Zhao Yi maintained an infuriating smile throughout the entire encounter, as it was his deliberate intention to provoke Allen Iverson's ire, compelling him to engage in a relentless offensive battle. This tactic not only showcased Zhao Yi's defensive prowess but also served as an excellent means of enhancing his own notoriety. J.J. Redick stood by, utterly astonished. He mused to himself that while his three-point shooting was commendable, it was limited to the vicinity of the arc. Yet here was Zhao Yi, effortlessly sinking shots from the logo range. Was he a deity? Ever since Zhao Yi had refined his shooting touch and fortuitous attributes, his proficiency and accuracy from long distances had surged remarkably. If he were to max out his three-point shooting, touch, and luck, one could only imagine the godlike prowess he would wield when shooting from extreme range. Indeed, Zhao Yi was growing increasingly formidable. My previous underestimation of him felt almost absurdly foolish. Perhaps there are indeed rare geniuses among the Easterners. Hito Turkoglu wore a look of sheer astonishment. Goodness. He truly scored again. If my memory serves me correctly, Zhao Yi's current shooting percentage for long-range and logo threes stood at an astonishing 100%. This was nothing short of superhuman, a miraculous feat. I genuinely wonder how long he can maintain such a phenomenon. Lewis's face reflected immense shock. My heavens. Zhao Yi's three-point talent is simply extraordinary. Is basketball truly played this way? A shot launched from beyond half-court, effortlessly converting into 3 points. This would surely leave opponents desolate. Oh haha. Thank goodness I am Zhao Yi's teammate. Otherwise, I would be utterly bereft of tears. It is unfathomable how he shoots with such disregard yet maintains an exceptionally high success rate. Witnessing Iverson's face contort in frustration was genuinely amusing. Howard, astonished yet exhilarated, exchanged high-fives with Zhao Yi. Brother, you accomplished what we all wished to do but dared not attempt, sinking a logo 3 over Iverson. This is undoubtedly a heart-wrenching blow to him. Zhao Yi grinned broadly and confidently remarked, do not be overly excited. This is merely a routine operation. In a moment, I shall sink a few long-range three-pointers, compelling Coach George to substitute Iverson, thereby significantly enhancing our chances of victory. Howard erupted into hearty laughter. Zhao Yi, I truly relish being your teammate. Let us dominate the league together. Zhao Yi chuckled. No problem. We will certainly succeed. Iverson, suppressing an intense fury, had already resolved to pursue Zhao Yi relentlessly. Damn that Chinese man. I will make him weep as he crawls out. I shall make him aware of the terror that comes from provoking me. Billups was so astonished that he felt numb. Incredible! Such shooting ability is revolutionary. I must return and practice my three-point shooting. The three-pointer is undoubtedly the future. If I persist with mid-range shots, it will yield no benefits for me. The society around Gage was filled with astonishment. Wow, this extraordinary long-distance logo three-pointer seems effortless. Even I cannot achieve that. Who is this Chinese prodigy? Truly impressive. If I possess such a skill, would I need to worry about not having beautiful women seeking me out after the game? It is no wonder I have heard that Zhao Yi is particularly popular among the ladies. J.R. Smith was equally astonished. This isn't the first time he has made such miraculous shots. Could he possibly have the ability to make logo threes as a norm? That is preposterous. Yet, why does my instinct tell me that this is indeed the truth? It's utterly chilling. I feel a lack of confidence in my own game. Nene Hilario felt both shock and envy. Such an enviable talent for three-point shooting is truly remarkable. If I could make a three-pointer from the half-court line, I would willingly renounce my inheritance at home. Comparing myself to others is utterly disheartening. Even if my family possesses a fortune in the billions, I will never attain such extraordinary shooting ability. It remains a profound regret. After the game, I shall also practice my logo threes. Zhao Yi is capable. Perhaps I too might be able to achieve such feats. Could it be that I would become the sole center capable of sinking three-pointers from the logo? The mere thought is exhilarating. In the time that followed, Iverson remained the indomitable Iverson, despite being thwarted by Zhao Yi time and again. Whether through offensive fouls or disrupted shots that clanged off the rim, and even conceding 2 blocks and a steal to Zhao Yi, the resolute Iverson persisted in his attempts to challenge Zhao Yi one-on-one. Zhao Yi occasionally taunted Iverson with playful banter, jesting, "Shall I gift you a pair of dance shoes? You would undoubtedly perform the swan dance amusingly. You are as soft as dragon beard noodles. You are not the answer, but rather delectable Italian pasta, ripe for my indulgence. Little fellow, if you strive a bit harder, you might just touch the ball. Are you pleased?" On the sidelines, the Denver Nuggets head coach, George Karl, deliberated extensively before ultimately deciding to relent. He conceded this regular season game to Iverson, granting him this small courtesy to facilitate future management of the rebellious star. After all, Iverson's popularity remained exceedingly high. Had Coach Karl insisted on forcing Iverson into submission, he would likely have faced the ire of Denver fans post-game. Ultimately, Iverson's obstinacy led to the team's downfall. Under Zhao Yi's relentless defense, Iverson amassed an astonishing 18 turnovers and, filled with shame, stormed off without participating in the customary post-game interactions. This left Coach Karl both frustrated and helpless. He understood that Iverson's commercial value and standing in the league were not to be trifled with, even for a coach of his stature. Meanwhile, Zhao shone brightly with an impressive stat line of 28 points, 5 rebounds, 7 steals, 4 blocks, and 4 assists, earning him the undisputed title of the game's standout performer. Most delightfully, at the conclusion of the match, the system rewards once again manifested. Ding. Task completed. System rating, S. Rewards, Basic Skill Upgrade Card 300, Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card 20, Advanced Skill Upgrade Card 1. Training Efficiency Potion 1. Joy. Elation. An S rating was indeed remarkable. It was sufficient for him to elevate 3 skill attributes to level 90, and perhaps even enhance any intermediate skill by 2 points beyond that. Moreover, an advanced skill card could potentially enrich a skill attribute to above level 95, an invaluable resource. Achieving an S performance rating unlocked access to such advanced cards. This prospect filled Zhao Yi with optimism for the future. Additionally, the training enhancement potion added to his triumph. However, the true source of Zhao Yi's happiness did not solely stem from the victory or the system rewards. The system had not let him down. Upon returning to the locker room, Zhao Yi received 2 more invitations on his mobile phone. He swiftly deleted the ambiguous date invitation from the brunette-haired commentator, Aiko, without even glancing at it, and promptly blocked her number. Zhao Yi is now wholly engrossed in his basketball aspirations, perceiving any woman as an obstacle in his pursuit. He believes that women merely hinder his optimal performance, just as even the most formidable players, like LeBron James, can be thwarted by a single opponent. A woman can similarly distract a man, rendering even the strongest of men vulnerable. After all, few can match the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, who could engage with multiple partners in a single night, rest for mere hours, and still astonishingly score 100 points in a game. However, such exceptional feats are rare. And Chamberlain's fate ultimately culminated in a tragic heart failure. A text message, however, brought Zhao Yi immense joy. After a brief exchange with Stan Van Gundy, he returned to the court without even removing his jersey. "Hello, Zhao Yi, I am Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. If you have a moment, I would like to discuss the skyhook with you. I am curious whether you could surpass me, even after my retirement." The system also delivered a random task notification. Ding. New random task issued. Task details. Achieve a friendship level of 100 with Abdul-Jabbar. Task rewards. Beginner Skill Upgrade Card 100, Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card 5. As the all-time leading scorer in league history, Abdul-Jabbar, despite his somewhat delicate demeanor, is undeniably a pivotal figure from the Magic Bird era. It was under his mentorship that Magic Johnson ushered in the Showtime Championship era. Zhao Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to meet such a historical icon. Chapter 20. Abdul-Jabbar. Zhao Yi is an outstanding young man. As the game concluded, the entire realm of American basketball media was left astounded. Carmelo could no longer muster a smile, as Denver suffered a devastating defeat to Orlando. The league had no answers. Zhao Yi had single-handedly dismantled Allen Iverson's indomitable myth. With an astonishing 18 turnovers, Iverson achieved a historic humiliation. Social media users expressed their sharp critiques. With that attitude, Iverson never faced a worthy adversary, did he? Reduced to a caricature by a Chinese player. Just a pawn in Stern's game, thinking he is something special. Iverson's impressive speed vanished after his injury. Carmelo racked up 32 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, yet was burdened by Iverson's failures. Domestic fans proudly lauded Zhao Yi. Godavi is incredible. YYDS. Godavi is invincible. On Facebook, prominent basketball figures congratulated Zhao Yi. Michael Jordan remarked, "Young players should possess the competitive spirit of Zhao Yi. Reminiscent of my own three-point tenacity." Kobe Bryant noted, "This season, the Magic are formidable. I genuinely look forward to a matchup to assess the young brother's growth." Larry Bird stated, "This young man Zhao Yi possesses qualities akin to mine. He will not fall short of anyone." Magic Johnson commented, "Averaging 4 assists is commendable. But to become a legendary point guard, he must elevate his average to at least 7. Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed, "My goodness, they've won again." Howard's celebration with his Superman costume infuriates me. "I am the only Superman in the league." During the press conference, reporters expressed disappointment at not encountering the MVP of the game, Zhao Yi. They had no choice but to focus on Howard and J.J. Redick, who, while boasting, also took a moment to praise Zhao Yi. The atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Stan Van Gundy specifically commended Zhao Yi, stating, "He is undoubtedly an exceptional guard, and I believe he will become one of our core players. He has established strong relationships with each of us and is the most reliable leader in our eyes." Howard echoed this sentiment, expressing no discontent. "The atmosphere in the locker room with Zhao Yi is fantastic. We feel like long-lost brothers. I believe we have the strength to contend for the championship this season. And it is Zhao Yi who has instilled that confidence in us." J.J. Redick dropped a bombshell. "You may not realize it, but during the off-season, Zhao Yi consistently trains for over 12 hours a day. He is an absolute training fanatic. His progress is solely the result of his hard work." When it was time for the Nuggets interview, Iverson was absent. Carmelo wore a charming smile, sharing his thoughts on Zhao Yi. "Initially, I thought Zhao Yi was a minor player, someone who would soon vanish from the league. However, this game has made it clear that Zhao Yi is undoubtedly on par with me as a rookie. His future will surely rival mine. Reporters at both press conferences were left in awe. Players from both sides unanimously held Zhao Yi in high regard. What virtues and capabilities does Zhao Yi possess that elicit such unreserved admiration from all? Curiously, this enigmatic Eastern gentleman vanished after the match. Is it possible that such opportunities to enhance his stature failed to pique Zhao Yi's interest? The media reporters find their curiosity and intrigue regarding Zhao Yi intensifying. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi has returned to the court, where a tall man with dark skin, having removed his outer garments, practices his hook shots with a basketball. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, the man halts his training and turns to face Zhao Yi, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a tone of indifference. Are you Zhao Yi? Zhao Yi, undeterred by Jabbar's frosty demeanor, maintained a warm smile as he introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhao Yi. Jabbar nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Come, let us engage in a one-on-one match. With that, Jabbar handed the ball to Zhao Yi and positioned himself at the three-point line. His expression serious as he focused intently on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi smiled broadly. He understood Jabbar's character well, willful, petty, and exceedingly delicate like Lin Dayu. Only by truly demonstrating his abilities could he earn Jabbar's genuine respect. It was only when Zhao Yi confronted Jabbar's defense that he realized the formidable figure loomed before him like an impenetrable wall. At this stage, Zhao Yi's most significant weakness lies in his lack of dribbling and one-on-one abilities, with his breakthrough skills being the least impressive among his peers. Thus, Zhao Yi, with a smile, retreated 3 large steps, halting at a distance of 4.5 steps from the three-point line. Jabbar immediately shouted, You think you can break past me? Come on. To his surprise, Zhao Yi simply raised his arm and launched the ball into the air. Jabbar scoffed. Are you joking? Have you already given up? Just then, he heard the crisp sound of the basketball grazing the net. Swish. A remarkably accurate long-range three-pointer. Zhao Yi displayed a friendly smile and remarked, It's your turn now. 3 points. Inside, Jabbar felt a surge of irritation. He thought to himself, This lad is extraordinarily fortunate and remarkably audacious. I must teach him a lesson. He clearly underestimates me. Subsequently, Jabbar turned his back to the basket, skillfully maneuvering his way into the paint, and executed a one-handed, long-range hook shot with finesse. Standing over 13 meters tall, with an impressive wingspan. His hook shot resembled the Iceman's delicate layup, both relying heavily on innate talent. The very nature of the hook shot makes it challenging for opponents to defend against. Nevertheless, due to his years of retirement, Jabbar's physical attributes had significantly diminished. Zhao Yi, with his formidable defensive prowess from the class of '93, adeptly disrupted Jabbar's offensive rhythm. Bang! The shot clanged off the rim. Jabbar skillfully anticipated the rebound, leaping high to seize it. It was once more Zhao Yi's turn to mount an offensive. Zhao Yi began to retreat once more. Jabbar, having learned from experience, followed closely behind, fully prepared to concede a breakthrough. To his surprise, Zhao Yi did not halt even upon reaching the midcourt. Jabbar abruptly stopped, straightened his posture, and disdainfully remarked, There should be limits to jest. Just as Jabbar uttered these words, Zhao Yi suddenly came to an abrupt stop, raised his arm, and swiftly propelled the basketball skyward once again. Jabbar chuckled, amused, and exclaimed, If you manage to make that, I shall no longer be called Jabbar, ha ha. Moments later, the crisp sound of the net echoed in Jabbar's ears. Swish. Another precise, long-range three-pointer. Moreover, it was a formidable logo three-pointer. Jabbar struggled to turn around, his astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. He swallowed hard and, with great difficulty, declared, No more. No more. You terrifying little Eastern fellow, playing basketball with you is utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi glanced at the system panel. Jabbar's affinity level, 92. Zhao Yi sighed inwardly. Realizing that Jabbar possessed such a peculiar temperament, the more one tormented him, the more affection he seemed to develop. Perhaps it was due to the humiliation Jabbar suffered from Zhao Yi's extraordinary long-range three-pointer on the court that his demeanor towards Zhao Yi softened. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on how, after years of abstaining from the game, he had now transformed into a rather cantankerous old man. Zhao Yi shook his head and remarked, In those years, you were the illustrious Skyhook King who, alongside the magician, forged the Lakers dynasty. We all aspired to emulate you in our gameplay. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's praise, Jabbar felt quite gratified. He then took the opportunity to impart some of his wisdom to Zhao Yi, sitting down together to discuss a multitude of experiences on the court. In particular, Jabbar provided a thorough and patient explanation of his signature skyhook technique. However, Zhao Yi was acutely aware that, much like the Iceman's delicate layup, Jabbar's skyhook became a legendary move only after his retirement, precisely because both techniques demanded a rare and innate talent as their foundation. Zhao Yi exuded an attitude and demeanor that provided emotional value, and before long, he endeared himself to Jabbar, who found Zhao increasingly agreeable. Individuals like Jabbar, akin to the character of Lin Daiyu, harbor a particular aversion to unflattering remarks about themselves, yet they possess little resistance to flattering words. Ding. Jabbar's favorability reached 100. Random task completed. Task rewards. Beginner skill upgrade card 100, intermediate skill upgrade card 5. Ultimately, as they parted ways, Jabbar patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder and remarked with genuine admiration, "Zhao Yi, you are destined to become a promising basketball star. Keep striving. Should you encounter perplexing challenges, feel free to seek my counsel. It has been a pleasure to meet such an intriguing young man like you." Zhao Yi smiled as he parted ways with Jabbar, then joyfully opened the system panel. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97 mid-range shooting, level 0 layup, level 0 floater, level 0 hook shot, level 0 dunk, level 0 assists, level 90 pick and roll, level 0 isolation, level 0 movement, level 0 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 0 blocking, level 0 stealing, level 90 on-ball defense, level 90 help defense, level 90 switching defense, level 90 rim protection, level 0 awareness, level 90 physicality, level 93 special skills, NBA level damage, resistance, level 90 luck, level 20 touch, level 90 leadership, level 0 competitiveness, level 0 overall evaluation, elite 3D player, defensive powerhouse, deadly stealer, assist machine, resource inventory, beginner skill upgrade cards, 400 intermediate skill upgrade cards, 30 advanced skill upgrade cards, 1 beginner stamina potions, 5 training efficiency potions, 1. As Zhao Yi contemplated how to allocate the points from these system rewards, a fragrant breeze wafted by. The delicate scent of a uniquely French perfume gently caressed his senses. He looked up to behold a stunningly beautiful woman who stirred ripples within him. Rita, adorned in a form-fitting lace gown that accentuated her deep, snow-white neckline, revealed her long, elegant legs adorned with black stockings. Her alluring figure, sweet smile, delicate features, and cascading golden hair would undoubtedly cause any man to feel captivated. Zhao Yi, congratulations on your victory once again. May I embrace you? Attempting to suppress his inner turmoil at Rita's eager gaze, Zhao Yi quickly maneuvered around her and walked away, his expression cold and indifferent. A pang of disappointment struck Rita's heart as she grappled with a sense of defeat akin to heartbreak. Yet, in that instant, her long-held sense of superiority surged back, restoring her confidence. Just as Rita contemplated pursuing Zhao Yi for further conversation, another stunning brunette deliberately loosened her shirt collar to reveal her neckline. Her graceful figure, provocative attire, and exquisite features rendered her impossible to ignore for any man. Aiko gazed at the real-life Zhao Yi, her heart aflame. So handsome. This is the man worthy of me. With a flirtatious and radiant smile, Aiko extended her hand towards Zhao Yi and said, "Hello. I am the live commentator for this match. May we get acquainted? If you have time. I believe we could discuss the philosophy of life at a hotel." Zhao Yi lifted his gaze, unable to suppress a surge of admiration once more. This was a natural inclination experienced by every man, a mere manifestation of the normal passions of life. It merely indicated that Zhao Yi's aesthetic sensibilities were intact. However, the uninhibited demeanor of the foreign beauties, coupled with their brazen remarks, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He cast a glance at Aiko, then turned away and strode off decisively, offering no further words. Just as Aiko contemplated chasing after him, Rita swiftly approached and seized her arm, her expression one of hostility as she declared, "Give it up. He belongs to me, you little harlot. You are unworthy of him." Aiko, not one to back down easily, shrugged off Rita's grip and retorted, "Humph. Do you really think Zhao Yi would be interested in you? A mere commoner." The two women exchanged barbs, and before long, they were embroiled in a physical altercation. By the time they regained their senses, Zhao Yi had vanished without a trace. Zhao Yi has no time to entertain these tedious women. His heart belongs solely to basketball. Women merely serve to hinder his pursuit of his basketball dreams. If Zhao Yi were to choose a sport to engage in, he would resolutely select basketball, even if he could not master any other ball with just one hand. In the words of Liu Bei, a man of virtue should not be ensnared by the trivialities of women. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Yi returned to Orlando with his team. Upon arriving home, he immediately reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and opened the system panel in his mind. Offensive skills, NBA level, 3-point shooting, level 97, mid-range shooting, level 0, layup, level 0, floater, level 0, hook shot, level 0, dunk, level 0, assist, level 90, pick and roll, level 0, isolation, level 0, movement, level 0, speed, level 0, explosiveness, level 0, consistency, level 0, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, level 0, shot blocking, level 0, stealing, level 90. On-ball defense, level 90, help defense, level 90, switch defense, level 90, rim protection, level 0, awareness, level 90, physicality, level 93, special skills, NBA level, damage resistance, level 90, luck, level 20, touch, level 90, leadership, level 0, competitiveness, level 0, overall evaluation, elite 3D player, defensive powerhouse, lethal thief of possessions, and assist engine, resource inventory, basic skill upgrade cards, 400, intermediate skill upgrade cards, 30, advanced skill upgrade cards, 1, basic stamina potions, 5, training efficiency potions, 1 currently. Zhao Yi has nearly reached the all-star level in the realm of 3D players, and his next consideration is to enhance his offensive capabilities. First, he must address the allocation of the 400 basic cards. Moreover, given his historic three-point talent akin to that of the peak shooting prodigy, Stephen Curry, exceptional isolation skills are indispensable. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi discovered a delightful surprise. The system panel had silently upgraded once more, adding 3 new attributes: speed, explosiveness, and consistency. After much contemplation, Zhao Yi ultimately resolved to allocate 270 basic cards to enhance his speed, stability, and one-on-one skills, elevating all to level 90. Furthermore, he deemed it essential to invest 70 cards into the luck attribute, also raising it to level 90. Consequently, his proficiency in handling, three-point shooting, stability, and luck would all exceed level 90, granting him a formidable edge and distinguishing him as one of the few elite three-point shooters in the league. With both speed and one-on-one skills reaching level 90, Zhao Yi would transcend the limitations of a mere off-ball player, acquiring a degree of self-generated offensive capability, a significant milestone on his journey from a role player to a star. As for the remaining 60 basic cards, he swiftly decided to devote them to enhancing his explosiveness, thereby further refining his one-on-one prowess. Regarding the 30 intermediate skill upgrade cards, Zhao Yi required little deliberation, committing 2 points to his confrontation skill, elevating it to level 95. Such a level of confrontation ability would suffice to compete against power forwards, affording him an advantage over 60 players in the league. The final 10 intermediate cards were allocated to one-on-one skills, culminating in a remarkable level 91 capability, which undoubtedly places him at an all-star caliber. With the system's enhancements to speed, explosiveness, awareness, and confrontation attributes, Zhao Yi's one-on-one skills are poised for a tremendous leap forward. In a mere span of a day, Zhao Yi's one-on-one abilities evolved from nothingness to the threshold of an all-star. Such a meteoric rise would leave the media in the entirety of the United States utterly astounded. His shooting touch has ascended to a level of 90. And fortune undoubtedly accompanies this enhancement, necessitating the expenditure of 70 primary cards. Furthermore, with the system's rewards of basic stamina potions and training efficiency boosters, Zhao Yi adeptly mastered the elevation of his newfound competencies within just a few days of the off-season, ensuring ample time for development. This is the marvel of the system's benevolence. As for the remaining precious advanced skill upgrade card, an additional 99 cards are required to elevate his three-point attribute from 97 to 98, which translates to needing 99 victories with an S performance rating. Initially, Zhao Yi felt despondent about this season's prospects. However, upon reflection, he pondered that perhaps post-season, the system's rewards might double with the intensification of competition. The future appears promising. With these thoughts settled, it was time for the delightful process of system augmentation. After a cascade of shimmering golden light illuminated his mind, luck surged from level 20 to 90, speed from 0 to 90, stability from 0 to 90, one-on-one skills from 0 to 91, explosiveness from 0 to 60, and confrontation from 93 to 95. The system panel refreshed its data once more. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, 97 mid-range, 0 layup, 0 floater, 0 hook shot, 0 dunk, 0 assist, 90 pick and roll, 0 one-on-one, 91 movement, 0 speed, 90 explosiveness, 60 stability, 90 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, 0 blocking, 0 stealing, 90 on-ball defense, 90 help defense, 90 switching, 90 rim protection, 0 awareness, 90 confrontation, 95 special skills. NBA level damage immunity, 90 luck, 90 feel, 90 leadership, 0 competitiveness, 0 overall evaluation. A. Premier three-point shooter. A master of one-on-one play, a tenacious defender, a relentless thief of possessions, and an assist engine. League assessment, all-star reserve level. Resource inventory, advanced skill upgrade card 1. Basic stamina potion 5, training efficiency potion 1. Zhao Yi's heart brimmed with elation. In the forthcoming match, when he showcases his masterful one-on-one skills coupled with his league-leading three-point prowess, he shall emerge as the astonishing Zhao Yi, destined to astound the league. Let the charming deity tread his own path, while he continues to enchant the audience. Presently, Stephen Curry is likely still lost in the reverie of Davis's miraculous performance. Perhaps, when the time comes for Curry's draft, Zhao Yi might very well serve as his template. The night passed without a word. By dawn, around 4 o'clock, Zhao Yi rose with vibrant energy and made his way to the training facility. He then engaged in comprehensive training to refine his one-on-one capabilities. The results were exhilarating. He maneuvered with unfettered freedom, executing each move as if the ball were an extension of his own hand, effortlessly conjuring the techniques he envisioned in his mind. Zhao Yi could not help but exclaim, "The system is truly remarkable." Yet, he was not content with merely that. He relentlessly honed his individual skills. To the astonishment of all his teammates, Zhao Yi trained for an average of over 18 hours a day for 3 consecutive days. Even the formidable Van Gundy was taken aback. Nash urged Zhao Yi to prioritize rest and take care of his health. However, when the off-season concluded and Zhao Yi boarded the plane with his teammates, preparing to fly to the next competition venue, everyone noticed that this rascal showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The members of the Magic could only smile wryly, thinking, what a prodigy. With such outstanding talent and unwavering diligence, it feels almost unbearable. Nevertheless, the players soon quelled their concern over Zhao Yi's rigorous training, for they were about to face an unprecedentedly formidable opponent, the Boston Celtics. The Celtics and the Lakers have long been among the few historically elite teams in the league. The total number of championships these two franchises have attained ranks either first or second in the league's history. This season, the Celtics boast a luxurious F4 lineup, featuring 4 legendary players, Pierce, Garnett, Ray Allen, and Rondo, each a superstar in their own right, making the Celtics starting roster appear extravagantly formidable on paper. The bench is equally impressive, brimming with hidden talents. The Magic, buoyed by a string of victories, had now achieved 5 consecutive wins, their morale soaring high. Zhao Yi eagerly anticipates the opportunity to face off against Rondo on the court, testing his individual skills against the formidable defense of the seasoned player. Hoping to deliver a performance that will astonish all, he aims to convey a message to the ignorant Bostonians. The people of Huaxia are not to be underestimated. Chapter 21. Zhao Yi, those who insult Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance. The Boston Celtics, also known as the Green Army, are a team with a storied and illustrious history in the league. In recent years, their successful acquisition of Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen has propelled them into the ranks of elite teams. Garnett has fortified the Celtics' defensive framework, while Allen, a player of impeccable skill, possesses the capability to contend with Kobe Bryant on equal footing. Alongside them is the blue-collar center, Kendrick Perkins, anchoring their interior presence, creating a well-rounded team both offensively and defensively. However, the Celtics are also infamous for their deeply ingrained racial prejudice, a notorious scandal that lingers in the shadows. Even Bill Russell, the legendary figure who secured 8 championships for the Celtics, retired due to the extreme humiliation and abuse he faced in Boston. The Celtics' home court is regarded as one of the most notorious venues in the league. When the Magic visit Boston, they must first confront the hostility and unpredictable antagonism of the local fans. Moreover, as 2 of the leading teams vying for the championship this season, the Magic and the Celtics share a contentious history. With their paths crossing again, one can expect a palpable tension in the air. During the pre-game press conference, the Celtics players exude confidence. Rondo remarks, "Zhao Yi? A Huaxia man, elevated by the ignorant. I will dismantle him." Ray Allen adds, "I believe the Magic's perimeter shooting is no match for ours. With Perkins alongside Garnett, I am confident we will emerge victorious." Pierce chimes in, "The Magic will not be our rivals. Watch as we leave them in disarray." Garnett states, "Yes, I have been plagued by injuries lately, but I feel in excellent form for this match, and I will give it my all." Perkins declares, "I will not fear Howard. Let him come at me." The Magic players respond with their own fiery retorts. J.J. Redick asserts, "They will soon learn of Zhao Yi's prowess. I foresee Rondo leaving the court in tears." Hito T. RKO Lu adds, "With our 4 sharpshooters, can you withstand our perimeter firepower?" Rashard Lewis remarks, It seems I must show Garnett that my precise jump shot is not to be taken lightly. Dwight Howard concludes, I am in great form lately, and I will ensure they recognize my strength. They have gravely underestimated me. Zhao Yi, this is my first visit to Boston, and I shall undoubtedly leave a trail of despair in my wake. In an instant, the internet is abuzz with comments from American netizens. Despite Zhao Yi's somewhat brash demeanor, he undeniably possesses considerable talent. However, facing the Celtics, it is likely that his prowess will be significantly diminished. It is difficult to envision the outcome of the match between the Magic and the Celtics. Personally, I lean towards the belief that the Celtics will emerge victorious. Yet the unpredictable nature of basketball renders any predictions uncertain. It is commendable to see Perkins exuding such spirited confidence, but can he endure the repercussions of provoking the sparks? Domestically, netizens rally in enthusiastic support of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi shall prevail. YYDS. Zhao Yi, I desire to bear your offspring. An hour before the match, the American media released a plethora of articles. Boston faces the provocation of Orlando. Can the steadfast Celtics secure victory once more? With the Magic's rising star in formidable form, will he achieve further accolades in this encounter? The Orlando Magic, riding a 5-game winning streak, are they capable of surmounting the formidable challenge posed by Boston? Ignoring the media and public interest in this match, 1 hour prior to tip-off, 2 strikingly beautiful women entered the arena, fortuitously seated next to one another. Rita regarded Aiko, adorned in a sultry ensemble, with a hint of disdain. Aiko, in turn, scrutinized Rita's opulent designer attire, feeling equally unyielding. Both women intended to approach Zhao Yi post-match, vying for greater opportunities. Their infatuation with Zhao Yi intensified daily, falling asleep while gazing at his handsome visage. They embraced his photographs, yearning for sweet dreams. It is fair to say that their obsession with Zhao Yi bordered on madness, driven more by desire and the thrill of conquest. To Zhao Yi, they appeared as 2 privileged women merely toying with a handsome man. Furthermore, his mind was consumed by his basketball career, leaving no room for romantic distractions. As Zhao Yi and his Magic teammates emerged from the tunnel, a cacophony of boos, jeers, and insults rained down upon them, as though they were the enemies of the local populace. Go back, you hicks. We will tear you apart and shatter your egos. Coward, don't soil yourself out there. The atmosphere grew more hostile when a drunken, disheveled white man hurled a beer can at Zhao Yi while uttering derogatory remarks. Yellow-skinned pig, return to the CBA. You are the greatest disgrace on this court. The surrounding Boston fans erupted in cheers, fueling the flames of animosity. Yellow-skinned pig, how revolting. You have no place here. You belong in a cesspool. In an instant, fury surged within Zhao Yi. Then Gundy intervened, preventing him from retaliating against these basketball thugs. Zhao, as a professional athlete, our response to such provocations must be through our performance on the court. Remember, do not let these ignorant fools provoke you to the brink. When the match and their vile insults will become mere absurdities. Van Gundy's words momentarily calmed Zhao Yi, yet an ominous aura radiated from him, instilling trepidation in all present. As Zhao Yi completed his warm-up and stepped onto the court's edge, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. New task assigned. Task details, decimate Boston. Demonstrating the greatness and strength of the Chinese people to these ignorant racists. Achieve a victory by a margin of at least 25 points against the Celtics. Silencing these foolish basketball thugs with a resounding triumph. Task reward, evaluated based on the host's performance. Note, the host must display courage. Those who insult China shall be met with retribution. Those who offend the Chinese nation must pay in blood. The system will grant an additional 100 special rewards based on the host's performance in this game. The host is encouraged to showcase the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people to the world. Ding. Special reward task triggered. Task details, manifest the spirit of the Han and Tang dynasties. Task reward, iron-blooded Han and Tang medal 1. Note, the iron-blooded Han and Tang medal will enhance the host's willpower by 100 during the final 12 minutes of the game, aiding in the creation of miracles and crucial moments. Activation of the medal requires special events, and opportunities are random and unpredictable. The obtained medal will be displayed on the system panel, with no limit to the number of medals equipped. In that instant, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes, sending a chill down the spines of the basketball thugs still hurling insults from the stands. However, their taunts intensified. Yellow-skinned pig, what can you do to me? Coward. Prepare to apologize to us shortly, ha ha ha. Humph. Asians are the most disgusting race. All you do is collect welfare, ha ha ha. On the court, Rondo, known for his short temper with teammates, scowled at Zhao Yi's fierce demeanor. Approaching him, he disdainfully remarked, Kid, this is how it is here. Asians are simply unwelcome. Just get used to it. No one is afraid of you. Zhao Yi regarded the arrogant demeanor of Rondo and nodded, stating, "Your parents have evidently failed to instill in you the value of respecting others. Allow me to enlighten you. We, the people of Huaxia, are not to be disparaged or insulted by anyone." Rondo, immediately irked, retorted, "Rookie, who do you think you are to act so conceited? Just be sure not to weep later." A Huaxia individual, perpetually assuming a grandiose sense of self, truly displays an utter lack of self-awareness. Zhao Yi walked away with a cold smile. "Ignorant and foolish individuals from the ugly country, I shall make you comprehend why, throughout the 5 millennia of our Huaxia civilization, every adversary that has looked down upon us has ultimately vanished into the annals of history, while we shall forever emerge victorious." In the television broadcast commentary room, the commentator Chris, a bald and rotund man, with the quintessential rural-to-urban physique, his round belly and barrel-like waist, was passionately exclaiming, "We will undoubtedly triumph over the Orlandians. They shall not be our match. We will crush them decisively." After Chris had vented his emotions, he calmed himself and turned with a smile towards a grinning ebony giant. "Do you believe we will emerge victorious in this match?" His plump face radiated an eagerness for affirmation. The giant was none other than Hakeem Olajuwon, the foremost of the 4 great centers, known as the Dream. Olajuwon endeavored to maintain a smile, as a black man. He found it difficult to appreciate the intensely racial atmosphere of the city. However, out of decorum and politeness, the Dream conformed to the foolish commentator's sentiment, saying, "Yes, I too believe that the Green Army will undoubtedly achieve victory." Chris immediately beamed with delight and continued, "Dream. Do you think the recently popular Huaxia newcomer from the Magic team will crumble and lose confidence?" Olajuwon wished to afford the television station some courtesy. After all, the invitation fee of $150,000 ugly dollars seemed worth the effort. "Yes, there is a possibility. However, I have learned about this young man. He consistently creates miracles. A few individuals have already provoked him at the start of this match. I anticipate that something remarkable will occur shortly." Chris abruptly shook his hefty head, roaring, "No. He will surely be beaten into a pulp and come to recognize himself as a worthless Asian pig." Olajuwon felt a profound dissatisfaction. As a black man, he was all too familiar with the foolishness of these ignorant white individuals. Yet, he refrained from retorting or saying anything. In his heart, he mused, "Little handsome man from Huaxia, if you indeed win this match and deliver a severe lesson to these foolish whites, I would not mind meeting you to offer some guidance. Entirely free of charge." Shortly after the warm-up concluded, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, tossing the ball high into the air. Howard, still in his prime, undoubtedly seized the jump ball. Zhao Yi swiftly received the ball and advanced past the midline. From the outset, Rondo implemented an aggressive full-court press strategy. Perhaps the Celtics were aware of Zhao Yi's formidable and routine long-range shooting prowess, which deterred them from leaving him unguarded as he crossed the half-court line. Zhao Yi refrained from attempting an audacious long-range three-pointer, for such a shot could not adequately express the fury raging within him. Ultimately, he positioned himself 3 steps away from the three-point line, confronting the approaching defensive Rondo, who stretched his long arms in a bid to impede Zhao's advance. In the stands, Boston fans unleashed a torrent of derision. "You overestimate yourself, you Chinese pig. A mere Chinese pig dares to provoke Rondo, a death wish. Rondo, if you can't handle a Chinese pig, you ought to retire immediately." These taunts ignited the players on the court, amplifying the pressure on Rondo, who tightened his muscles and fixated intently on Zhao Yi's every move, resolved to prevent the shot at all costs. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Yi executed a swift feint and surged forward with the speed of a cheetah, darting towards Rondo's right side. Rondo hastily shifted his position to intercept, only to be met with an overwhelming force akin to that of an interior player, propelling him aside in shock. Rondo's expression was one of disbelief. This Chinese athlete's physical prowess far surpassed that of the majority of guards he had encountered. He was on par with the likes of Wade and Harden, who were known for their strength. Before Rondo could regain his composure, Zhao Yi accelerated past him, taking a colossal step to the right, thereby creating a substantial gap between them. In that instant, none of the Celtics players could provide timely support, granting Zhao Yi an invaluable opportunity to take an open shot from beyond the arc. Zhao Yi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. In an instant, he executed a sudden jump shot. The grace of his shooting form was utterly seamless. At the moment Zhao Yi released the ball, a fleeting glimmer of confidence and ferocity danced in his eyes. The audience erupted in a cacophony of derisive boos. "Enough of this. You cannot make that shot. What delusions are you harboring?" Yet, the basketball traced a graceful arc, plunging into the welcoming embrace of the net. The crisp sound of the net swish silenced the tumultuous uproar of the arena in an instant. Swish. A perfectly executed three-point shot found its mark. Zhao Yi faced the audience, making a mocking gesture as if to listen. After a brief silence in the stands, an uproar erupted once more. Incredible, he actually made it. This Chinese player is remarkably accurate. It's just luck. If he makes another shot, I'll eat this beer bottle. Rajon Rondo, who had been left floundering by Zhao Yi's one-on-one play, bore a look of embarrassment, his already unattractive face now displaying sheer astonishment. What a stroke of luck. Humph, I underestimated him. You won't have this chance again, Chinese pick. I will ensure you crumble and weep. Ray Allen's face also revealed shock. As one of the few sharpshooters in the league, he understood all too well what that shot represented. The reports hadn't indicated that Zhao Yi possessed such impressive one-on-one skills. They only mentioned his long-range shooting and catch-and-shoot abilities. Furthermore, Zhao Yi's speed and ball handling had seen a rapid enhancement. What a terrifying pace of growth. It was simply unbelievable. Paul Pierce felt a slight shock in his heart. This Chinese individual was no ordinary player. It was evident that he had been concealing his true abilities. His one-on-one skills were undoubtedly of all-star caliber. Moreover, with his exceptional three-point shooting talent, he was certainly a formidable and troublesome opponent. We had all underestimated him. The Magic proved to be more formidable than we had anticipated. Damn it, Kevin Garnett exclaimed. The reports indicated that Zhao Yi had no one-on-one skills in his previous games. Has he really developed such refined skills in just a few days? He must have been hiding his abilities. How infuriating. Was he merely waiting for the opportunity to showcase them against us? Come on, if you dare drive to the basket. I will show you what it means to be tough. Kendrick Perkins also looked astounded. The Magic's perimeter was already terrifying with numerous off-ball shooters. However, I had always believed that with Ray Allen on our side, we maintained an advantage on the perimeter. Yet, Zhao Yi had successfully elevated the Magic's outside game above ours. This mature, all-star level one-on-one ability, combined with top-tier three-point shooting talent, made him an exceptionally challenging adversary. A powerful presence that could eliminate opponents without needing to drive to the basket. Coach Doc Rivers of the Celtics was deeply astonished, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This Zhao Yi had garnered admiration from many seasoned players. He was indeed extraordinary. However, such mature one-on-one skills and elite three-point talent were incredibly difficult to contend with. Additionally, according to reports, his passing ability was also quite impressive. How can one defend against such a headache-inducing young talent? On the Magic side, J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson were rendered numb with shock. It was hard to fathom that we had previously dared to bully such a genius. Zhao Yi was truly a unique gem among the Chinese players, a treasure seemingly forgotten by the gods in this world. Their hearts were filled with words of praise. This is the world of Europe and America. If you become a strong contender, your enemies will applaud and smile at you. If you remain a perpetual weakling, you will witness the most grotesque cruelty of humanity. Hito Trko Lu was still profoundly shocked. He knew Zhao Yi had developed one-on-one skills. But, my God. To go from having no one-on-one ability to all-star caliber in just 3 days is nothing short of a miracle. My admiration for Zhao Yi grows deeper. This guy not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also trained for a total of 36 hours over just 2 days during the off-season. He is simply inhuman. Rashard Lewis was also greatly astonished. Such outstanding one-on-one skills combined with elite three-point talent is decidedly not a simple matter of addition. It will trigger a qualitative transformation in Zhao Yi's offensive game. From this point onward, Zhao Yi would transition from being a 3D player to a star player. It is truly incomprehensible how this young man can achieve in mere days what others might take 5 to 6 years to accomplish. Zhao Yi is truly a genius. Howard immediately stepped forward to embrace Zhao Yi. Brother, you are remarkable. This team's future belongs to you. Zhao Yi playfully tapped Howard on the chest and remarked, regardless of whose it is, we brothers need not distinguish between ourselves. The team belongs to us. Van Gundy sat on the bench, his face a mixture of astonishment and delight. Previously, I had heard whispers of Zhao Yi honing his one-on-one skills. Yet I had never witnessed such a prodigious talent develop such mature offensive techniques in merely a few days. It seems our team has indeed welcomed a star player capable of assuming a leadership role. No wonder numerous teams have been eager to reach out to me, seeking to negotiate a trade for Zhao Yi. Many have recognized his extraordinary potential, and I would be foolish to let him go. Zhao Yi is destined to become the cornerstone of our Magic team, as we aim for the championship next season with this lineup. Zhao Yi, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? As the match commenced, Zhao Yi executed a precise three-pointer, successfully outmaneuvering Rondo. Zhao Yi cast a bloodthirsty glance at the audience. a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he beheld the basketball rascals who were frantically showcasing their skills. Unbeknownst to these oblivious cockroaches, they would soon learn that the repercussions of insulting Huaxia are beyond their endurance. Chapter 22. Rondo, my tear-stained face. In the television broadcast commentary room, the rotund, bald man Chris faced the camera, hysterically shouting, "This is absurd. That shot should not have gone in." Rondo defended brilliantly. Yet, this Huaxia player started off with extraordinary precision. He is simply fortunate. Beside him, Olajuwon wore a knowing smile. As the organizer of the training camp, Olajuwon possessed not only exceptional footwork, but also a profound understanding of basketball that ranks among the best in the league. Thus, his perspective on Zhao Yi starkly contrasted with Chris's ignorant outbursts. "No, Chris, you fail to grasp the essence of basketball. One can easily discern from Zhao Yi's shooting form that his release is remarkably swift, and both his shooting technique and feel are quite commendable, with a notably stable shooting percentage as evidenced by prior data. However, he had never showcased his one-on-one skills in previous matches. You have provoked him." Chris continued to rant. "What of it? We do not fear a newcomer from Huaxia. He will undoubtedly face a crushing defeat. Even with decent one-on-one abilities, he will still suffer a dismal loss. For we are the Boston Celtics. We are the strongest team in the league, indeed, in the entire world. I am resolute in this belief." Olajuwon regarded the portly Chris with a professional smile. Given the substantial fee for his appearance, he wished to spare the television network any embarrassment. Yet internally, he mused, "Foolish Chris. Can he see that the combination of Zhao Yi's one-on-one prowess and three-point ability is cataclysmic? As long as Zhao Yi is present, the reign of three-pointers shall not cease. Moreover, his commendable one-on-one skills enable him to create excellent opportunities for three-point shots. This is the hallmark of a star-level offensive capability." The Magic team already thrived on a strategy of multiple shooters. Now, with the addition of Zhao Yi, an elite scorer, they would be further empowered. Underestimating the Magic would be a monumental strategic blunder. In the stands, the basketball rascals grew increasingly boisterous. "Humph, just a stroke of luck. A Huaxia pig. Acting all high and mighty, oblivious to his fate. Rondo, show no mercy, crush him, obliterate him, tear him apart." The audience erupted into an even greater chorus of boos. "Just a lucky shot. Next time, he'll surely miss. Huaxia man, you shall only make that one basket this entire game." The overwhelming home court advantage of Boston revived Rondo's spirits, filling him with renewed confidence. He approached Zhao Yi once more and said, "Kid, don't get too cocky. The game has only just begun. Remember, you are a Huaxia man, and thus, you shall inevitably succumb to me. For the Asian race is the most contemptible." Zhao Yi's piercing gaze emanated an intimidating pressure as he cast a disdainful glance at Rondo before turning to retreat defensively, a cold smile gracing his lips. Foolishness abounds. This single remark caused Rondo's veins to bulge with ire. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi had already retreated in anticipation, prompting Rondo to hastily seize the ball and advance towards the front court. In this play, Rondo assessed the situation before unexpectedly delivering a pass to Garnett in the paint. Garnett, possessing a physical advantage over Lewis, backed down into the key with several powerful moves. After a series of shoulder fakes, he executed a sudden turnaround jump shot, successfully sinking a two-pointer. Swish. 2, 3. The Magic temporarily took the lead. Rondo strode towards Zhao Yi with pride, declaring, "Did you see that? I will teach you a lesson in my own way." Zhao Yi sneered, "Are you referring to your lackluster shooting ability?" Instantly, Rondo's cheerful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a simmering anger born from humiliation. However, Zhao Yi swiftly returned to the baseline to receive the ball. Zhao Yi skillfully dribbled past the half-court line, with Rondo guarding him with exceptional intensity. His defensive aggression and physicality were at their peak. However, since reaching a 90-level attribute in one-on-one play, Zhao Yi had experienced significant enhancements in his dribbling, speed, explosiveness, and agility, elevating him beyond the level of a mere role player. Consequently, under Rondo's pressing defense, Zhao Yi found himself stationed 4 steps beyond the three-point arc. This time, Rondo deliberately maintained a slight distance, wary of being outmaneuvered again. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi feigned a sudden drive, prompting Rondo to instinctively retreat to regain position. Yet Zhao Yi swiftly pushed off the ground, executed a pullback, and took a substantial step back, successfully retreating to a position half a step before the midcourt line. At that moment, the distance between Zhao Yi and Rondo was more than 5 steps. Even if Rondo desperately attempted to pivot and rush back to disrupt the shot, he was unprepared for Zhao Yi's remarkably quick release and unwavering decisiveness. In a mere 0.6 seconds, Zhao Yi propelled the ball into the air with force, Rondo was utterly incapable of interfering with the trajectory of the shot. The audience erupted in boos as Boston fans sought to sway the outcome with their jeers. The basketball traced a graceful arc before plunging into the center of the hoop. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed in the hearts of everyone present. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in astonishment. It was yet another three-pointer from Zhao Yi, an exceptionally long-range step-back shot taken near midcourt. Many fans were beside themselves with excitement, convinced they were witnessing a miracle. My goodness, is he a deity? This young man from Huaxiao plays with such elegance, effortlessly sinking shots from such a distance. Within the first 5 minutes of the game, he had already scored 2 three-pointers. Such form was quite daunting. Watching the game from home, Jordan smiled as he sipped his red wine, reclining on the sofa, and remarked to himself, "This young man Zhao Yi is truly remarkable. My three-point shooting was never as proficient as his. However, a three-pointer alone does not suffice if he lacks the ability to drive to the basket and shoot from mid-range. All will be for naught. This young fellow has great potential. I wonder how he will compare to me in the future. Can he achieve even half of my accomplishments?" In LeBron James's home, his agent Paul, with a troubled expression, reported, "Boss, the Magic are as stubborn as a mule. We've shown them our utmost sincerity. Yet they still insist that Zhao Yi is not for sale. As for Zhao Yi himself, we cannot even reach him. This guy has devoted himself entirely to training during the off-season, averaging an astounding 18 hours of practice each day. He's practically a machine." LeBron rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "Paul, perhaps I should pay the Magic a visit. If Cleveland cannot offer me a championship, why not take a chance in Orlando?" Paul gasped in shock. "LeBron, do you really think Zhao Yi and Howard would welcome your arrival? Moreover, would Zhao Yi be willing to accept a supporting role? Given the Magic's salary cap, absorbing your contract won't be easy. Additionally, the Cavaliers' management might not be inclined to let you go." LeBron nodded and then looked at Paul, stating, "We'll split our efforts. I'll communicate with the team management while you reach out to the Magic. This trade is one the Orlando Magic won't decline. If I, Howard, and Zhao Yi form a lethal trio, winning a championship would be a mere formality." Paul nodded, reassuring him, "Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of it." In the training facility, Kobe finished his workout and, with laptop in hand, focused intently on the game. Zhao Yi's one-on-one ability is truly impressive. He didn't possess such skills before. Who has guided him to this enlightenment? What a terrifying rate of growth. Although he's still within my control, I must intensify my training. I cannot allow Zhao Yi to surpass me. Magic Johnson lay comfortably in his bedroom, watching the large television with astonishment. Zhao Yi's growth rate is astounding. I remember when we last met, he was merely a decent 3D player. Now, just weeks later, he has evolved into a near all-star caliber player. With his current one-on-one skills paired with elite shooting ability, the league is in for a storm. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. In his home, could watch Zhao Yi on the screen, overwhelmed with shock. My goodness, has it really been less than a month, and Zhao Yi has already developed one-on-one skills? His level is undoubtedly all-star caliber. This is astonishing. It's known that any star requires several seasons to reach such maturity in their rookie years. Rumor has it that Zhao Yi has strong connections with many veterans. Perhaps he has received guidance from some great mentors. Yet, even with guidance, such rapid progress requires exceptional talent and relentless diligence. What a formidable rookie. I feel I can no longer compete with him. Wade, watching at home, grew increasingly frustrated, unwilling to admit his astonishment. That brat is becoming more arrogant by the day. I cannot claim that such one-on-one abilities can be easily defended. I did not achieve such rapid growth in my rookie season. How infuriating. It's true that comparison breeds discontent. The next time we meet in the playoffs, I will surely triumph over you, Zhao Yi. I shall forever remain the great Flash, destined for the Hall of Fame, while you, Zhao Yi, are fated to fade away early, thinking yourself merely an Asian player. In his villa, Bird lit a large cigar, savoring the smoke before turning back to the television. Reflecting aloud, I really like this kid. He reminds me of my younger self. Yet, he is still too conservative. If it were me, I would have my teammates set screens for me, then unleash a barrage of threes from half-court, sealing the game. Nevertheless, he is already performing admirably. And I genuinely look forward to seeing how far he can go. The league is increasingly favoring three-point shooting. Defensive finals are simply unwatchable. The future NBA will undoubtedly revolve around three-point shooting, and this kid's potential is limitless. At home, Jabbar allowed a female masseuse to knee his shoulders, a soothing sensation enveloping him. Yet, he was fixated on the television, watching Zhao Yi with profound astonishment. My goodness, Zhao Yi has finally undergone a transformation. With elite shooting skills, combined with exceptional one-on-one ability and speed, he has reached the level of a distinctive star. I believe Zhao Yi has a strong chance of joining the All-Star game this season. This young man is truly driven. The last time we met, he barely had any one-on-one skills. In just a week, he has honed his singles skills, exhibiting a level of technique that is remarkably mature and refined, truly a prodigy. In the stands, Rita's heart raced, her gaze fixated solely on Zhao Yi's figure on the court. With each successful three-pointer, her admiration for his form intensified, and she found herself unable to suppress a scream, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Beside her, Aiko regarded Rita with disdain, perceiving her as a flower ripe for the picking. Although Aiko appreciated Zhao Yi and harbored considerable affection for him, she understood that her feelings were merely a fleeting attraction, likely to dissipate after a brief encounter. Aiko's philosophy was clear: what use is exceptional athleticism? What she truly sought was the social stature of influential elites. Her interest in Zhao Yi was little more than a passing fancy, a mere date. In the television commentary room, the portly, bald commentator Chris exclaimed with a hoarse voice, "Oh my, how infuriating. That lucky shot went in again. This is purely luck." Rondo's defense was impeccable. The issue lies in Zhao Yi's outrageous shooting touch. However, such a streak cannot last forever. If he continues this reckless style of play, we will inevitably bring him to tears. It is bound to happen. Meanwhile, Olajuwon wore a bemused smile, internally astonished. It was the first time he witnessed Zhao Yi effortlessly sinking logo three-pointers. In Olajuwon's era, such feats were inconceivable. Even a three-pointer from beyond the arc seemed excessively distant. To the old guard, a logo three-pointer was sheer folly. Goodness, Van Gundy displayed no anger whatsoever, instead wearing an expression of admiration. Were they all losing their minds? At such a distance, can Zhao Yi truly maintain a consistent shooting percentage? It's utterly insane. I feel increasingly bewildered by basketball. If my thoughts hold any truth, Zhao Yi may indeed usher in a distinctive era of three-point shooting. This flamboyant style of play would surely be welcomed and appreciated by the headquarters. Just imagining a future where every player possesses the ability to make logo three-pointers is terrifying. As the match progressed, Rondo intensified his defense against Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi's physicality and confrontational prowess established a dominant advantage over Rondo, rendering him incapable of containing the explosive Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi resembled a bloodthirsty beast. Within the first 12 minutes, he feverishly sank 5 three-pointers, including 2 from the logo, 2 from long range, and 1 rapid-fire shot during a one-on-one play. Coupled with his flawless 6-for-6 performance at the free throw line, he amassed an astonishing 21 points in just one quarter, leaving the audience in utter shock. The spectators, once filled with jeers and taunts, now found themselves silenced, their hearts sinking under Zhao Yi's fierce gaze. They had to concede. They had misjudged him. This handsome player from Huaxia was indeed extraordinary. As the first quarter drew to a close, Zhao Yi's anger began to subside. The Magic held a 6-point lead, much to Stan Van Gundy's satisfaction. Securing such an advantage against the formidable Celtics in the regular season signified that the Magic had now established themselves as a top-tier team in the league. Moreover, Van Gundy observed an intriguing detail. Although Rajon Rondo was not known for his scoring prowess, averaging over 11 points per game was a commendable feat, ensuring he met the NBA's acceptable scoring standards. However, in this matchup against Zhao Yi, Rondo failed to score in the first quarter and committed 5 turnovers, one of which nearly resulted in a steal by Zhao Yi. This highlighted Zhao Yi's increasingly refined defensive skills. With his enhanced speed attribute, Zhao Yi's defensive capabilities had further strengthened, making it increasingly challenging to breach his defense. Consequently, as a gesture of encouragement and admiration, Van Gundy openly praised Zhao Yi's remarkable performance in front of all the players and assistant coaches. He added, "Zhao Yi, take a breather in the second quarter. When the second half arrives, unleash your full potential. I grant you unlimited freedom to shoot those audacious three-pointers." All the players regarded Zhao Yi with a mix of envy and admiration, yet they understood that currently, apart from Howard, Zhao Yi was the core of the Magic. In fact, should Howard choose to step aside, Zhao Yi would undoubtedly emerge as the unequivocal leader of the team. Who could possibly question the privileges of their team captain? Zhao Yi's remarkable performances in several games and his astonishing rate of growth have completely won the admiration of all players and coaches within the Magic team, including the likes of Redick and Nelson, who have both expressed their profound respect for him. In the second quarter, both teams seamlessly substituted most of their starters, allowing Zhao Yi to remain on the bench to recuperate his stamina. Meanwhile, Nelson and J.J. Redick shone brightly, forming a dynamic backcourt duo from the Magic's bench, consistently sinking impressive three-point shots. By the end of the first half, the Magic had astonishingly extended their lead to 9 points. Zhao Yi graciously celebrated with a high five. Having now forgiven the foolishness and shallowness of the two individuals, who could blame them for perceiving him as merely a counterfeit in their eyes at that time? While their actions were certainly misguided, they can be understood from a human perspective. If Zhao Yi truly aspires to become the leader of the Magic, he must unite all the coaches and teammates, garnering the overwhelming support of the majority. The domineering leadership style exemplified by Kobe is not one that resonates with Zhao Yi. As the instructors have stated, the essence of politics lies in securing the backing of a greater number of individuals. Presently, Zhao Yi's standing within the team is on par with Howard, as long as he can earn the support of the majority, including Howard's endorsement. The day when he commands this team will be within reach. Closing his eyes, he envisioned opening the system panel in his mind. Post-performance evaluation, approximately S level. Zhao Yi's heart brimmed with elation. Achieving such a rating in the first quarter was remarkable. With the additional bonuses from the system, Zhao Yi had the opportunity to challenge for an SS rating in this match. Green team, you shall pay dearly for your insults towards Huaxia. I will deliver retribution to you as swiftly as the Eastern Express. The Chinese nation will not tolerate your slander. I shall personally reclaim everything from my country and make you aware of the grave consequences of insulting the Chinese people. Chapter 23, SS Level, Abundant Rewards. During halftime, the spectators expressed their astonishment. The Huaxia star is truly formidable. Who would have thought that we, in Boston, would falter against an Asian player? An Asian with such exceptional three-point shooting ability is indeed perplexing. It seems that Rondo is no match for him, despite Rondo's solid defense. In the television commentary room, the bald and portly commentator Chris was in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot as he raged at the camera. This cannot be true. Our green team is invincible. There must be some reason. Trailing by 9 points at halftime is unacceptable. The Magic and that Huaxia player must have employed some trickery. It has to be. Olajuwon chuckled inwardly, remarking, Rondo's defense is indeed unable to contain Zhao Yi's scoring prowess, which has led to significant point losses for the green team. After all, everyone understands the threat posed by precise three-point shooting. He then glanced at Zhao Yi on the screen, expressing concern, given Rivers' temperament. He cannot allow Zhao Yi to score at will. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether Zhao Yi can maintain his extraordinary three-point shooting percentage of around 49% in the second half. The green team's performance in the first half should not be indicative of their capabilities if they regroup and come back fiercely in the second half. It will undoubtedly be a challenge for the Magic to cope with such a robust counterattack. Chris, the bald and portly commentator, quickly wore a grin, becoming even more animated as he proclaimed, absolutely. We are destined for victory. The green team is invincible. The Magic are no match for us. Olajuwon smiled. Choosing not to engage further in trivialities, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yi's silhouette on the screen, contemplating, after the game, I might have the chance to meet him. I have heard that many veterans admire him, which piques my interest. Moreover, with a bit of guidance, he could potentially make significant strides. Should he truly excel, I could take pride in being his mentor, which would be quite a commendable affair. As the third quarter commenced, Van Gundy grit his teeth, refraining from allowing Zhao Yi to start again. He was acutely aware that Zhao Yi's stamina typically peaked at around 30 minutes per game. Excessive use could prove detrimental. If Zhao Yi were to sustain an injury, it would be the most unacceptable outcome for the team this season. With Zhao Yi resting, the green team engaged in a fierce battle with Howard in the paint. On the perimeter, Rondo retaliated against Nelson with a series of relentless drives and shots, scoring 9 points in 8 minutes, showcasing his formidable form. By the end of the third quarter, all 7 players on the green team had scored in double digits, with Garnett and Pierce exceeding 20 points. Under Rondo's orchestration, the green team's offense flowed seamlessly, while their defense grew increasingly tenacious and aggressive. Nelson's performance in the third quarter was dismal. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and 3 turnovers, inheriting Zhao Yi's previous legacy of ineptitude. He attempted 7 shots without success, drawing ridicule even from the players of Sibia, falling short of their standards. When Nelson sat on the bench, he stole a glance at Van Gundy, who regarded him with a cold and unyielding gaze. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to hastily retreat to a corner of the bench, hoping to escape the coach's scrutiny. Once Van Gundy forgot about him, he believed he would be in the clear. Ultimately, thanks to Howard and the other key players' relentless efforts, the Magic still led by 4 points at the end of the third quarter, 90-86. The cumulative scoring in the third quarter was notably high, indicating that both teams exhibited excellent shooting performance, maintaining a field goal percentage above 39%. 6. Notably, the Magic starters had taken 7 fewer shots than the green team. Yet their scores were closely matched, showcasing their efficiency. The failure to extend their lead fell squarely on Nelson's shoulders, which explained Van Gundy's displeasure towards him. As the fourth quarter commenced, Zhao Yi finally re-entered the game. After a lengthy respite, he felt rejuvenated and brimming with energy. In the stands, the basketball ruffians had lost some of their bravado, yet their taunts persisted. He merely got lucky with a few three-pointers. What else there to boast about? Humph. Even if Rondo cannot restrain him, does Rivers truly intend to indulge him? A double team will reveal his true self. How can an Asian lack self-awareness? Disregarding the jeers from these ruffians, the audience's reaction was far from amicable. We will surely prevail. Let the Huaxia man eat dirt. The luckless Huaxia player. Your three-pointers will clank off the rim throughout the second half. Rondo, go for it. You are the recognized starting guard for Boston. How could you possibly be outdone by a Huaxia rookie? Do not yield to him. Zhao Yi stands on the court, awaiting the commencement of the fourth quarter. In his mind, he activates the system panel. Post-performance rating, approaching S. At this moment, Zhao Yi is fervently seeking a justifiable explanation for his country and ethnicity. Yearning for rewards more abundant than ever before. Green team, I shall defeat you with my own hands, and I shall do so resoundingly. The affronts you have inflicted upon our nation and people will be avenged by me. As the fourth quarter commenced, Pierce initiated the play with a back-to-basket move, executing a precise turnaround jumper that found its mark effortlessly. Following this, Lewis attempted a mid-range shot that clanged off the rim. Garnett secured the defensive rebound and delivered a long pass, assisting Rondo in a fast-break dunk for 2 points. Within less than a minute, the score was equalized. The green team's counterattack was fierce, gaining momentum as it was now the Magic's turn to attack. This time, upon crossing half-court, Zhao Yi faced relentless pressure from Rondo, who denied him any opportunity for a long-range three-pointer. However, this also opened a path for Zhao Yi to drive past Rondo, reminiscent of the countless times he had done so in the first quarter. Seizing an opportunity after Rondo's risky attempt at a steal, Zhao Yi accelerated, cleanly bypassing Rondo. Just before Ray Allen could provide adequate defense, Zhao Yi abruptly halted 3 steps beyond the three-point line, leaping into the air to launch the basketball skyward. In that moment, the audience fell into a hushed awe, all eyes fixated on the soaring ball. Rondo's heart sank. He sensed impending doom for the shot. Garnett, anticipating the rebound, positioned himself confidently beneath the basket. Ray Allen sprinted down the court, trusting Garnett's rebounding prowess and doubting Zhao Yi's ability to make such a hurried long-range shot amid the rapid changes in rhythm. The basketball traced an elegant arc before plunging through the center of the hoop. Boom. A flawless long-range three-pointer. The arena's DJ immediately announced a precise long-range three-pointer from Zhao Yi of Huaxia. Upon hearing the net swish, Ray Allen turned in shock to gaze at the basket. My heavens, how is this possible? Such a long-range shot, executed amidst a flurry of rhythm changes, is a feat even among all-stars. The audience, initially filled with disdainful jeers, was now stunned into silence as Zhao Yi's shot found its mark once again. Incredible! The yellow-skinned player is quite formidable. Is he truly a mere Asian? They began to rally behind Zhao Yi, with a few Boston fans cheering him on. Huaxia lad, I support you. You remind me of the Lord of the Rings. I dare say, you are the second Huaxia person I admire, the first being the great Yao Ming. On the court, Rondo stood in disbelief and frustration. I was so diligent in my defense, yet Zhao Yi bypassed me effortlessly. His one-on-one play is simply unanswerable. My talent and defensive abilities are among the best in the league, yet I cannot contain him. His strength is unlike that of any Huaxia player. He is as robust as a power forward, and I cannot withstand his physicality. Moreover, his speed and explosiveness are remarkable, and crucially, his three-point finishing ability is exceedingly difficult to counter. Just a hint of space, and he can utterly dismantle you. Pierce watched Zhao Yi celebrating with his teammates, astonished. This player is far from easy to contend with. His three-point shooting is at an elite level, akin to that of a rookie in his prime. Yet, I sense this is not his ceiling. Another figure reminiscent of Jordan or Kobe has emerged, and he is a Huaxia player. God is playing a grand joke on us. Garnett was equally shocked, his dark expression marred by discontent. Damn it. Zhao Yi is infuriating. He relentlessly shoots threes, leaving us no respite. If he possesses the skill to penetrate the interior, let him challenge us directly. How dare he only rely on long-range shooting? Perkins was taken aback by the precision of Zhao Yi's three-pointer. Good grief, he actually made it. Such a senseless long-range shot. He's sunk so many. Is he even human? From that distance, how did he manage to score? If everyone played like him, my position in the paint would be rendered obsolete. On the sidelines, Coach Rivers furrowed his brow, astounded by Zhao Yi's relentless performance. Cunning Van Gundy. He allowed Zhao Yi a full 20 minutes of rest. Plus halftime. No wonder Zhao Yi returned to the game bursting with energy and prowess. This is troublesome. If Rondo, already one of the best defensive guards, cannot contain Zhao Yi, our only recourse is to double-team him. However, the Magic boasts a plethora of sharpshooters. If we commit to doubling Zhao Yi, we risk giving others open looks, rendering the double-team futile. Yet, do we truly need to treat a rookie with such gravity? This is utterly perplexing. This troublesome Huaxia rookie is driving me to distraction. On the Magic's side, Van Gundy looked upon Zhao Yi with satisfaction. Well done. Keep playing like this. Zhao Yi is still in a period of rapid growth, and I envision his potential extending far beyond that of merely an all-star caliber player. He is undoubtedly destined to become the cornerstone of future teams, the unquestionable leader and pivotal figure. Future tactical strategies must consider Zhao Yi's role within the framework of the team. We should disregard any offers from other teams regarding Zhao Yi. Even the current bids seem rather modest. A 4-year contract worth $11 million, averaging less than $3 million annually, is quite a bargain for a budding superstar. Had we secured him with a 7-year contract initially, it would have been an exceedingly profitable decision. However, pursuing such an arrangement could jeopardize Zhao Yi's loyalty to the team. In conclusion, it is imperative to nurture Zhao Yi diligently and convey a clear message to all those in the league who harbor designs on acquiring him. Zhao Yi is an invaluable asset, eternally irreplaceable. J.J. Redick and Nelson have completely capitulated. Our leader is truly remarkable. We once underestimated our leader. How foolish we were. The astonishment in the heart of the handsome white player, Hedo Turkoglu, is overwhelming. My goodness, he scored again. His three-point shooting is simply extraordinary. It feels as though, as long as Zhao Yi is on the court, we are invincible. It is a privilege to be Zhao Yi's teammate. And if we can return to the semifinals with his assistance, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Lewis, with his $100 million contract, can no longer conceal his astonishment. Good heavens, he actually made it. When did shooting three-pointers from such a distance become so effortless? It feels as if Zhao Yi can casually toss the ball and it will find the net. It is utterly absurd. Moreover, Zhao Yi's one-on-one skills are so formidable that even Rondo cannot contain him, which speaks volumes. The league is on the verge of transformation. Zhao Yi's emergence has shattered the existing equilibrium. If Zhao Yi can maintain this astonishing rate of growth, I foresee an unpredictable postseason this year. Indeed, the league is becoming increasingly fascinating. Howard, without a word, beams with a radiant smile as he celebrates by colliding chest with Zhao Yi. My brother, you are exceptional, and I take immense pride in having you as a companion. With a confident smile, Zhao Yi remarked, it's merely a routine operation, nothing to be overly concerned about. I could effortlessly sink 5 or 6 of those long-range three-pointers without much pressure. In my eyes, defending against Rondo is as simple as crossing a street. Howard chuckled heartily. He genuinely appreciated Zhao Yi's character, finding it quite agreeable. No worries, brother. I'll secure the rebounds and pass the ball to you. Together, we'll annihilate them. Indeed. I almost pity them for having to face us. In the front row of the audience, the two lovely ladies, Rita and Aiko, were entranced by Zhao Yi's recent powerful and audacious long-range three-pointer. Rita exclaimed, so handsome. Zhao Yi's long-range shot is simply mesmerizing. I feel like I'm melting. Aiko replied, I've dated many men, but Zhao Yi is by far the most charismatic I've ever encountered. I fear I have hopelessly fallen for him. I now understand the sentiments of this infatuated girl beside me. It's not mere infatuation. Zhao Yi is truly the epitome of a perfect man. Meanwhile, the male spectators around occasionally stole glances at these two stunning beauties, discreetly salivating. One adorned in opulent attire, the other dressed in a sultry, fiery ensemble. Who could they possibly be focusing on? Truly blissful. As time progressed, Zhao Yi frequently engaged in one-on-one confrontations with Rondo, attempting three-pointers with remarkable success. Hitting 4 out of 6 attempts and amassing a staggering 13 points by this juncture of the quarter. He treated Rondo as though he were an easy target for withdrawal. Rondo, increasingly frustrated, found himself outmatched by Zhao Yi's exceptional individual skills and superior physicality. Zhao Yi's three-point shots were taken with a defiance of both distance and defensive pressure, boasting an astonishing accuracy that rendered Rondo helpless, leaving him in a state of despair. Under Zhao Yi's leadership, the Magic swiftly amplified their score advantage in the fourth quarter. With 5 minutes remaining, they had established an 11-point lead. In this critical moment, the Celtics' 3 star players rose to the occasion. Ray Allen made a wide-open three-pointer, followed by Garnett executing a decisive turnaround jumper over Lewis for 2 points. Meanwhile, Pierce contributed with a mid-range shot and a three-pointer, in addition to the Celtics' free throws, leading to a tie at 109-109 with just 1 minute left in the game. In a pivotal sequence, Garnett aggressively went one-on-one against Howard, executing a powerful spin move to break through and slam dunk, securing 2 crucial points. The score stood at 110-109, leaving the Magic with a mere 13 seconds to reclaim the lead. Following an inbounds play from the baseline, the Celtics immediately intensified their full-court pressure, striving to force the Magic into a hurried shot, which ultimately resulted in a miss. In a moment of urgency, Allen and Rondo teamed up to double-team Zhao Yi. In this critical juncture, Zhao Yi boldly accelerated, leveraging his physical advantage to break through the double-team. From just a step beyond the half-court line, he launched a quick shot as Pierce rushed in for a late contest. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, ultimately finding its way into the net. With a resounding thud, the backboard lit up with red lights as the referee signaled the end of the match. In a dramatic finale, Zhao Yi clinched victory for the Magic with a long-range three-pointer, finalizing the score at 111-110. The Magic triumphed by a narrow margin in the closing moments. His teammates immediately hoisted Zhao Yi into the air, and the entire team erupted in jubilation. Zhao Yi, with a smile, reveled in the moment of victory, while his mind was absorbed in the system notification within his brain. Ding. Task completed. Performance rating, SS level, plus special reward bonus. Task rewards, 500 basic level cards, 40 intermediate level cards, 9 advanced level cards, and 1 Ironblood Hantang medal. Effect of the Ironblood Hantang medal. This badge will enhance the host's willpower by 100 during the final 12 minutes of the match, aiding the host in creating miracles during critical moments. After the game concluded, the basketball rascals in the audience quietly slipped away. Zhao Yi felt a shiver run through them as they gazed at him with fervent eyes. In this match, Zhao Yi achieved a remarkable record of 28 points, 8 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 steal from 12 attempts, delivering a resounding slap to those racists, leaving their faces swollen beyond recognition. They could no longer face the victorious Zhao Yi, who dares to claim that the Huaxiao people are inferior. Today, their green team succumbed to the Magic, led by the Huaxiao man. What could they possibly say? They could only return home, nursing their wounds in silence, questioning whether their racism might indeed be misguided. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi's splendid performance imparted a profound lesson to the people of Boston. Huaxia is not merely a collection of Black or other Southeast Asian ethnicities. It is a formidable nation with a rich heritage of thousands of years, having triumphed over countless formidable foes with valor and ingenuity. Though the Huaxia people embody gentleness and courtesy when they unleash their fury, no other nation can withstand the awakened spirit of the Han and Tang dynasties. Over millennia, the Huaxiao people have vanquished numerous barbaric tribes and, in modern times, have risen resolutely from the ashes of national peril, standing tall once more. This resilient nation, weathered by time, possesses an indomitable spirit and civilization that far surpasses the humility and modesty they often exhibit. Never underestimate the Huaxia gentle souls. When the Huaxia gentle souls truly unleash their wrath, no other ethnicity will stand a chance. Nearly 5 minutes had passed since the match when the post-game press conference commenced. Undoubtedly, Stan Van Gundy once again brought Zhao and Howard along with him. On the way to the conference, Zhao Yi received another text message. Young man, this is Elijah. Once you finish the press conference, I would like to meet you. If you wish to learn about the dream footwork, I can offer you some valuable advice. I greatly admire you and would be delighted to spend a wonderful afternoon with a promising young talent in the gym. Zhao Yi's heart surged with joy. The legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, regarded as the foremost among the 4 great centers, had once led the Houston Rockets to championship glory with his extraordinary footwork, a hallmark of the ancient era centered around the painted area. It is said that even Kobe Bryant received guidance from the dream, which significantly enhanced his footwork beneath the basket. Zhao Yi promptly replied to the message. It was an honor. Ding. A random task has been issued. Task details. Increase the favorability of Deming by 100. Task rewards. Beginner skill upgrade card 100. Intermediate skill upgrade card 5. Oh haha. Zhao Yi, brimming with confidence, gazes upon a future that shines ever brighter. Chapter 24. Li Ning, Zhao Yi is my brother. We revel in life's pleasures together. The match concludes. At the post-game press conference, the reporters turn their attention to Zhao Yi first. Reporter A. Zhao Yi, are you satisfied with your performance today? Zhao Yi, no. If there were more time, I wouldn't hesitate to cut down by 100 points. The assembled reporters and media friends were left in utter astonishment. They had encountered countless boasts before, Yet this proclamation transcended their wildest imaginations. Infuriatingly, they all sincerely believed that Zhao Yi was not merely boasting. Reporter B. Zhao Yi, it has come to light that some fans have insulted your ethnicity. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Yi, I am a basketball player. Otherwise, I might have ceased to exist in this world. I can only communicate through basketball. Subsequently, I triumphed in the match, expressing my fervor, and afterward, they discreetly slipped away. I believe they have come to understand the gravity of the situation. The entire assembly of journalists and media representatives was once again astonished. Such a topic is one Zhao Yi dares to address openly. Racism and the relationship between China and the West have long been subjects that the media in the West prefer to avoid. Zhao Yi, speaking as a representative of the Chinese people, undoubtedly strikes back at the West, promoting the patriotic sentiments of the Chinese nation. The little cannon of China. How audacious. This is Boston, after all. To dare to speak ill of white people, can one even exit the court? However, the fierce aura Zhao Yi emanated while uttering these words truly sent shivers down the spines of all the journalists present. Another tough man from China. Many media representatives, in fact, hold Zhao Yi in high regard. Rising to prominence in a foreign land, he remains grateful for the nurturing and grace of his homeland. This, in itself, reflects the principles that the Westerners advocate. Applause resonated throughout the venue as the journalists applauded Zhao Yi's words. Reporter C. Recently, Cavaliers leader LeBron James has expressed a desire to invite you to join the Magic as an assistant. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Yi cast a glance at the somewhat anxious Van Gundy, then smiled calmly and said, "The opportunity for more people to appreciate my skills has been graciously afforded to me by Coach Van Gundy and the team, which provided me a platform, even extending a substantial contract during my most challenging times. I believe we in Huaxia have a saying, one should remember and repay kindness. Until I have aided the Magic in securing a championship ring, I shall never depart from the team that nurtured my growth." In an instant, Van Gundy relaxed, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction and joy. He truly had not misjudged this young man. Not only was Zhao Yi exceptionally talented, but his character was equally commendable. The gathered media reporters were left in astonishment. Zhao Yi's intention is to decline an alliance with James? An opportunity to join forces with James. The simplest shortcut to contend for the championship, and yet Zhao Yi chooses to stand alone? Such unwavering resolve? Such loyalty? Such fervor? At this moment, over 80% of the fans in front of the television screens are captivated by Zhao Yi's words, leading to a meteoric rise in his popularity. In this ironclad era, before LeBron's comradeship taints the league's spirit, the one-city loyalty, epitomized by legends like Duncan and Kobe, symbolizes fidelity and indomitable spirit. Zhao Yi's audacious declaration of such steadfastness has garnered the admiration of fans and journalists alike. During this press conference, the reporters ignored Howard, failing to pose any questions to him, rendering his presence rather lonely. However, Howard was utterly elated. Ever since Zhao Yi uttered the words championship, he became indifferent to the trivialities of the press conference. As long as Zhao Yi could help him secure the coveted championship ring, Howard would overlook any shortcomings of Zhao Yi. Their camaraderie had always been strong, marked by a genuine bond. When it came to the Celtics press conference, the reporters seized the opportunity to pounce. Reporter A. Rajon, what are your thoughts after being thoroughly outplayed by Zhao Yi? Rondo, thinking, oh no, I wasn't in top form today. Reporter B. Rajon, Zhao Yi scored 28 points, 8 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 steal against you. What do you have to say? Rondo, thinking, sobbing, Zhao Yi was simply on fire. Reporter C. Rajon, with 0 points and 9 turnovers against Zhao Yi, do you believe he is superior to you? Rondo, thinking, this is infuriating. I don't think so. He just happened to have good luck. Throughout the Celtics press conference, reporters relentlessly targeted Rondo, drawing pitying glances from Rivers. Despite Rondo's notorious temper, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though his mood darkened with each question. After all, the press conference's conduct reflected the dignity and reputation of the entire NBA, and the wrath of David Stern was not something Rondo could bear. Nevertheless, Rondo silently vowed, Zhao Yi, just you wait. I will reclaim my honor. Within 20 minutes after the press conference concluded, media outlets across the nation erupted with reports on the game. Boston faced defeat as the newcomer from Huaxia rained down 28 points, drenching the Celtics in a deluge of three-pointers. The new hero of the Asian community, Zhao Yi, shot an impressive 8 for 12, decisively overcoming the Celtics. The end of racial discrimination was heralded as the newcomer dismantled all biases through action. Subsequently, esteemed figures began to weigh in on Facebook. Jordan, I'm still not entirely convinced by Zhao Yi, but his performance in this game was indeed commendable. Kobe, Zhao Yi's rate of improvement astonishes me. I find myself increasingly drawn to training on the court. Bird, he possesses the three-point skills reminiscent of my own. Magic, I deeply admire Zhao Yi's character. And his skills are beyond reproach. He will undoubtedly become a hallmark of the league. Jabbar, Zhao Yi should practice his hook shots. His offensive repertoire is too limited. Elijah, perhaps I can teach Zhao Yi some fundamental footwork. I believe he will elevate the dream shake to new heights. On social media in the U.S., netizens express their excitement. OMG, incredible. Another three-point barrage, taking down opponents with discrimination. Wow, 28 points again. This is the rhythm of a Rookie of the Year MVP. Goodness. Rondo may be weak offensively, but he shouldn't be completely shut down. 0 points and 9 turnovers is brutal. Meanwhile, in Huaxia's online community, fans rally behind Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, you are invincible. Crush them, show them no mercy. As Zhao Yi wrapped up the press conference and prepared to meet the dream, Van Gundy's phone was inundated with calls. The Los Angeles Lakers. Kobe seems interested in Zhao Yi. Could he be persuaded to join us as the main attraction? The Boston Celtics. Garnett suggests trading Rondo for Zhao Yi. We're open to negotiations. The Cleveland Cavaliers. James wants Zhao Yi here. If Zhao Yi is reluctant to leave his old team, James is willing to join him in Orlando. The San Antonio Spurs. Popovich is keen on luring Zhao Yi, believing he would be the perfect addition to expand the San Antonio F4. The Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder trio is interested in Zhao Yi. Harden is ready to roll out the red carpet if Zhao Yi agrees to come to Oklahoma City. Only Westbrook voiced a different sentiment, acknowledging that if Zhao Yi joined the Thunder, he would have to relinquish his position as the team's leader, admitting that he couldn't compete with Zhao Yi's shooting prowess. Still, he welcomed Zhao Yi as the value of a championship outweighed everything else. As Zhao Yi exited the press conference venue, a charming lady with a radiant smile stood in his path. Rita flashed her most enchanting smile, directly inviting Zhao Yi, her intentions unmistakable. Aiko, dressed provocatively, unbuttoned several clasps on her attire, suggesting with her sultry demeanor that she would do anything Zhao Yi desired. Zhao Yi furrowed his brows as he circumvented the group of women. A band of shameless vixens, he thought, resolutely refusing to allow them to diminish his stamina. Women would only undermine his combat capability and accuracy. Rita and Aiko stared in astonishment. The carefully curated makeup that adorned them was met with disdain in Zhao Yi's eyes. Nevertheless, they did not feel disheartened. Rita remarked, Zhao Yi is indeed a fine man, utterly worthy of my pursuit. Aiko added, there is something intoxicating about a man of such charm and masculinity that leaves me utterly captivated. Once their obligations concluded, Zhao Yi once again sought permission from Van Gundy to meet Dream at the designated training venue. Van Gundy looked on enviously as Zhao Yi sprinted away. What a fortunate lad. It seemed that the legends of the basketball realm held him in high regard. The path ahead for Zhao surely appeared more auspicious. With so many seasoned veterans supporting him, it would be unjust for him not to achieve prominence. Upon arriving at the agreed training facility, Zhao Yi observed Dream executing impressive footwork as he consistently sunk close-range shots. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dream remarked appreciatively, Zhao Yi, your performance in the match was commendable, yet your offensive techniques are rather limited. If you could master a broader array of skills, it might prove to be greatly beneficial for you. Zhao Yi smiled and nodded, saying, Dream, your dream shake is my favorite move. It's a pity that as an outside guard, I can't really utilize this technique. Hakeem shook his head and replied, Kobe was also a guard. Yet he gained tremendously from my training camp. It significantly elevated his offensive skills. I've noticed your physicality is quite strong even among forwards. And your height is above average for a combo guard. If you're willing to learn, I believe it will undoubtedly diversify your offensive arsenal. Zhao Yi engaged in delightful conversation with Deming. Zhao Yi's kindness and humility have greatly endeared him to Deming. After imparting a few key insights and considerations, Zhao Yi swiftly grasped the concepts and demonstrated an ability to apply them creatively, which brought immense joy to Deming, who is currently running a training program. Moreover, Zhao Yi's charming demeanor further enhanced the experience. Just an hour later, the familiar notification chimed in Zhao Yi's mind once more. Ding. Random task completed. Task rewards. Basic upgrade card 100, intermediate upgrade card 5. When parting ways with Deming, the latter remarked with admiration during this off-season, you are welcome to join my training camp, where I shall provide you with the finest instruction. I can even offer you a discount on the fees. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Yi left with a smile. The very next day, as Zhao Yi returned to Orlando with the Magic, the league announced the latest award notifications. Zhao Yi, through his remarkable performance, has led the Magic team to an impressive 6-game winning streak, garnering 3 prestigious accolades: the Most Improved Player Award, the Player of the Week Award, and the Rookie of the Year Award. Simultaneously, the notification sound from the system echoed once more, signaling, "Ding. Congratulations, host," on receiving 3 honors with an honor rating of S. Honor rewards: Beginner Upgrade Card 300, Intermediate Upgrade Card 30, Advanced Upgrade Card 10. Before Zhao Yi could fully relish his triumphs, his agent, Jeff Schwartz, contacted him to inform him that numerous major sports brands were fervently pursuing him. Adidas presented a staggering 5-year contract worth $20 million for a shoe endorsement, indicating their high regard for Zhao Yi. Nike followed suit, offering an astonishing 7-year deal worth $28 million, which sent shockwaves across the nation. However, Zhao Yi declined both offers and instead instructed Schwartz to reach out to the domestic brand Li Ning. Zhao Yi's popularity within the country has surged, and following a series of captivating performances, his fan base has expanded rapidly, enhancing his commercial value. Consequently, Li Ning placed significant emphasis on collaborating with Zhao Yi. In fact, Li Ning himself flew to the United States to personally discuss partnership details with Schwartz and Zhao Yi. Ultimately, they reached an agreement for a 5-year contract valued at 70 million yuan. Li Ning exhibited minimal demands within the contract, as he admired Zhao Yi as an individual. The two developed a camaraderie, with Li Ning affectionately referring to Zhao Yi as Li Guo. Unbeknownst to Li Ning, this decision would lead to a remarkable increase in the company's global sales by 200 over the following year, while Zhao Yi's commercial value skyrocketed. Zhao Yi chose to collaborate exclusively with Li Ning throughout his career, with the company designing bespoke sneakers for him annually. Li Ning astutely recognized that any sneaker branded with Zhao Yi's name achieved sales figures exceeding those of other new models by over 300, significantly elevating Zhao Yi's commercial value and prominence within the country, a true win-win scenario. Above all, it was Zhao Yi's agent, Jeff Schwartz, who felt the greatest satisfaction, knowing he had indeed recognized exceptional talent. Zhao Yi is not merely an ordinary player from Huaxia. He is, in fact, a veritable treasure trove, a fountain of wealth. After completing all his obligations, Zhao Yi finally finds time to return home and rest. After a simple shower to wash away the fatigue from the match and the weariness of travel, he eagerly reclines on the sofa, closing his eyes as he opens the system panel in his mind. Offensive skills: NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97 mid-range shooting, level 0 layup, level 0 floater, level 0 hookshot, level 0 dunk, level 0 assists, level 90 pick and roll, level 0 isolation, level 91 movement, level 0 speed, level 90 explosiveness, level 60 stability, level 90 defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 0 blocking, level 0 stealing, level 90 on-ball defense, level 90 help defense, level 90 switching defense, level 90 rim protection, level 0 awareness, level 90 physicality, level 95 special skills, NBA level damage immunity, level 90 luck, level 90 shooting touch, level 90 leadership, level 0 competitive spirit, level 0 overall evaluation. A premier 3-point shooter, a master in isolation play, a tenacious defender, a lethal thief of the ball, and an assist engine. League assessment: All-Star bench level. Resource space: Beginner skill upgrade cards 1000. Intermediate skill upgrade cards 80. Advanced skill upgrade cards 20. Beginner stamina potions 4. Zhao Yi, I have never engaged in such a grand battle. With an abundance of resources at my disposal, I find myself contemplating the crucial attribute upgrades. At present, Zhao Yi's most formidable skills undoubtedly lie in one-on-one confrontations and 3-point shooting. Zhao Yi has identified 2 primary avenues for self-enhancement. He can either continue to bolster his strengths in one-on-one play and 3-point shooting or focus on elevating his foundational abilities from level 0, thereby achieving a comprehensive enhancement of his overall skill set. This would enable him to attain impressive statistics, potentially even double-doubles or triple-doubles. Achieving a top-tier 3-point shooting level of 97 is a formidable task, as it requires the use of 200 advanced cards to upgrade to level 99, followed by 10,000 legendary cards to reach level 100. Given that Zhao Yi currently possesses only 20 advanced cards, this goal necessitates a long-term strategy, as he presently lacks any legendary cards. In terms of one-on-one play, Zhao Yi plans to utilize 40 intermediate cards to elevate his one-on-one attributes to the intermediate card upgrade cap of 95, maximizing his offensive prowess. Additionally, anyone knowledgeable about basketball understands the significance of physicality and strength attributes in the NBA. Often, the side with greater strength holds an advantage during matchups. However, with Zhao Yi's current resources, his strength attribute is already at 95, and further enhancement is currently unattainable. On the defensive front, Zhao Yi intends to simultaneously strengthen his skills in individual defense, help defense, switching, and awareness. Defense is a multifaceted skill. Enhancing a single attribute by 4 points can yield substantial improvements in that area, yet it leaves one vulnerable to exploitation. Conversely, if each defensive attribute is improved by 1 point, the cumulative effect of 1-1-1-1 far surpasses 4, significantly amplifying Zhao Yi's overall defensive capabilities while minimizing exploitable weaknesses. Regarding the 1-0-0-0 basic skill cards, Zhao Yi plans to enhance all his abilities comprehensively. Initially, he aims to boost his offensive skills, increasing his explosiveness to level 90, while also raising his mid-range shooting, dunks, and movement skills to level 90, which will consume 300 basic cards. Additionally, as his status within the team rises, he will elevate both his leadership and competitiveness attributes to level 90. Complemented by the Iron Will buff from the Iron-Blooded Hantang metal, effectively equipping him with the essential tools of a competent team leader. If Zhao Yi can demonstrate extraordinary leadership, unwavering competitiveness, and the formidable willpower of an exceptional player during critical moments on the court, who could possibly contest his position as the team leader? Once he secures the role of team leader, the magic will become Zhao Yi's team, making it easy for him to implement desired tactics or strengthen the roster as he sees fit. He could even leverage his unique advantage of foresight to recruit underrated talents in the draft, ensuring a prosperous future for his team. After utilizing 180 basic cards, he remains determined to enhance his statistics further, recognizing the necessity of impressive data for an aspiring team leader. For instance, the Ninja Turtles may have never won a championship, but their historical triple-double records have solidified their status as legendary superstars in the NBA. Thus, he plans to elevate both his rebounding and shot-blocking attributes to level 90, consuming another 180 basic cards. With 340 basic cards still available, Zhao Yi intends to enrich his conventional offensive arsenal by raising his layup, floaters, and hook shot attributes to level 90, enhancing his fundamental inside scoring capabilities. The remaining 70 basic cards will be allocated to improving his pick-and-roll skills, ensuring smoother offensive screens and a more seamless understanding of pick-and-roll dynamics. Currently, Zhao Yi's system attribute panel shows only his rim protection attribute at level 0. However, this poses no concern. It is not typical for a point guard to provide rim protection, allowing centers and interior players to focus on their roles without worry. Should resources permit in the future, Zhao Yi would not be opposed to enhancing this attribute, potentially delivering a remarkable block against an opposing center, an event that, while fantastical, would undoubtedly create a sensational stir throughout the league. If he were to challenge a well-known center like Hassan Whiteside, it would likely catapult him into the spotlight, rendering him a household name. With these plans in mind, Zhao Yi excitedly begins to allocate points in his mind, envisioning golden light flashing with each enhancement, mid-range shooting from level 0 to 90, layup from level 0 to 90, floater from level 0 to 90, hook shot from level 0 to 90, dunk from level 0 to 90, pick and roll from level 0 to 70, one-on-one from level 91 to 95, movement from level 0 to 90, explosiveness from level 60 to 90, rebounding from level 0 to 90, shot blocking from level 0 to 90, leadership from level 0 to 90, competitiveness from level 0 to 90, individual defense from level 90 to 91, help defense from level 90 to 91, switching from level 90 to 91, awareness from level 90 to 91. The allocation of a total of 1-0-0-0 basic cards and 80 intermediate cards transforms Zhao Yi's prowess in just a matter of minutes. His offensive skills are now at an NBA level, 3-point shooting at 97, mid-range shooting at 90, layup at 90, floater at 90, hook shot at 90, dunk at 90, assists at 90, pick and roll at 70, one-on-one at 95, movement at 90, speed at 90, and explosiveness at 90. His defensive skills also reach NBA level, rebounding at 90, shot blocking at 90, stealing at 90, individual defense at 90, help defense at 90, switching at 90, rim protection at 0, awareness at 90, and physicality at 95. Special skills include damage immunity at 90, luck at 90, shooting touch at 90, leadership at 90, and competitiveness at 90. Overall evaluation: a top-tier 3-point sharpshooter, a resilient warrior, a leader with charisma, a child of fortune, an offensive virtuoso, a suffocating defender, technically proficient, capable in both offense and defense, and an adept playmaker. League assessment, a near-elite star, an all-star starter. Resource status, 20 advanced skill upgrade cards for basic stamina potions. Zhao Yi, oh haha. Zhao Yi's heart brimmed with joy. This time, his harvest was extraordinarily bountiful, propelling his abilities several tiers higher and officially ushering him into the ranks of basketball stars. With a diverse and rich skill set, he possessed no technical shortcomings, and his market value in the league had undoubtedly risen to that of a solid mid-tier player. During the brief interlude of the off-season, Zhao Yi often radiated laughter, and it was evident to all that he was in high spirits. However, during the routine training sessions, the entire team was left astonished. In a remarkably short span, Zhao Yi's individual performance metrics skyrocketed, mastering an array of techniques that were simply astonishing, all while maintaining a composed and seasoned playing style. Everyone could only attribute this remarkable transformation to Zhao Yi's extensive connections within the esteemed circle of basketball veterans. Believing that the guidance from these experienced mentors was the catalyst for his miraculous advancements in such a brief period. Undoubtedly, the most elated of all was Stan Van Gundy. Zhao Yi was discovered and promoted by him. The player he admires has now become the leader of the team, and he is still under 20. A fact that fills Van Gundy with immense pride. The upcoming challenges for the Magic will serve as the perfect test of Zhao Yi's ability to enhance the team's competitiveness, particularly against the Cleveland Cavaliers, who were led by the destined young emperor. This season, the Cavaliers have displayed formidable prowess, with LeBron James's improvement becoming increasingly evident. The management's goal is the championship. Recently, Zhao Yi orchestrated a stunning victory over the Cavaliers, humiliating their players. This time, the Cavaliers are certainly eager to redeem themselves. The rivalry between the two teams is rife with animosity, and they are poised for a fierce battle on the court. Chapter 25. LeBron James, submit to me, Zhao Yi. While the Magic team was en route to Cleveland, the media in the United States issued predictions and opinions on this regular season matchup. The young emperor seeks revenge for the last-minute defeat he suffered a month ago. Can the handsome player from China replicate his previous victory? Or will Cleveland fall into the same trap again? The battle of the rookie king versus the chosen young emperor raises the question of who is truly the darling of the league. The basketball community, however, unanimously favors the Cavaliers for victory. Jordan, there's no need for further consideration. Zhao Yi is an exceptional rookie, but he will undoubtedly not match up to the young emperor. LeBron is a great player. Kobe, I believe Zhao Yi still requires some refinement, although his one-on-one and three-point capabilities are outstanding. His skills are somewhat singular and lack a diverse range of offensive and defensive techniques, making him no match for the young emperor. Magic Johnson, while I have great admiration for Zhao Yi, I must speak the truth. If he plays for over 3 years, he may have a chance to catch up to the young emperor. However, he is still too immature and technically limited. In this match, given the Cavaliers' preparation, the Magic's chances of victory are nearly non-existent. At the pregame press conference, the Cavaliers' teammates spoke boldly. West, I will defeat this Chinese rookie. He will not be my opponent, as the young emperor is by my side. Williams, I am utterly unafraid of Zhao Yi. If he truly wishes to face me, I will make him weep. Zajunas, Howard has nothing to fear. I will show him that height is everything. Big Ben, facing Howard again will be interesting. I will demonstrate what true strength and tenacity are. The young emperor, I have stated that I hope Zhao Yi comes to Cleveland. And if next season I were to go to Orlando, that would be fine too. I mean, I enjoy being teammates with Zhao Yi. Let this game serve as an opportunity for us to deepen our understanding of one another. All the media reporters were taken aback. Rumors had circulated in the league that LeBron wished to join Orlando to partner with Zhao Yi. Initially, the basketball community dismissed these rumors. Considering the disparity in their status, having the young emperor play in Orlando as a subordinate to a Chinese rookie seemed absurd and theatrical. Even though LeBron's associates had hinted at his desire to join Orlando, most believed it was merely a tactic to pressure the Cavaliers management into acquiring more star players to assist him in his quest for the championship. However, in this moment, the young emperor's own words revealed the truth. The rumors were indeed credible. The young emperor genuinely admires Zhao Yi, willing to take a pay cut just to be his teammate. Upon reflection, LeBron's reasoning is not without merit. In the current Cavaliers lineup, their primary big men are past their peak, with Big Ben now a substitute. The starting forwards consist of a towering giant and a massive shield. Meanwhile, the guards, Williams and West, are relatively unknown, possessing some talent but lacking even all-star caliber. LeBron's skill set is versatile. He can drive, shoot, and play both small and power forward. However, his technique remains somewhat unrefined and incomplete. This season, his role as a small forward is more defensively inclined. With extraordinary physical gifts and basketball intelligence, he excels defensively. Any tactic presented to him will lose its effectiveness upon repetition. Despite his rugged appearance, his intellect is of the highest caliber. When both physical talent and tactical acumen reach historic levels, it's only natural for the young emperor to harbor ambitions for championships and legacy. Yet, after several seasons, one must ponder the young emperor's despair. Although he has led the Cavaliers to impressive regular season records and personal accolades, there remains a significant gap between his achievements and his aspirations. The crux of the issue is that LeBron is more of a core player with a self-contained system, and his scoring prowess does not rival that of Kobe, who can single-handedly dictate the outcome of a game. The young emperor urgently needs a star who can share the offensive burden during critical moments. In contrast, Zhao Yi emerged as a Super 3 and D player from the outset, defensive prowess, three-point shooting, and accolades like Rookie of the Year and Most Improved Player. Since overcoming the rookie wall, he has helped the Magic secure a 6-game winning streak, triumphing over formidable opponents from both conferences. Zhao Yi is precisely the second-in-command of the team that the Little Emperor favors the most. Thus, on one hand, the Little Emperor expresses his yearning for Zhao Yi, while on the other, he aims to compel Zhao Yi's genuine submission through this match. Only if Zhao Yi himself requests to leave the Magic can the team consider trading or selling him, thereby granting James the opportunity to assemble a championship-caliber roster. Zhao Yi is undeniably the most crucial piece in the Little Emperor's championship aspirations. The players of the Magic, during the press conference, exhibited a more humble demeanor. J.J. Redick stated, "I believe no one can rival Zhao Yi, hence we shall prevail, even against the Cavaliers led by the Little Emperor." Hito T. RKO Lu remarked, "Facing James will be intriguing. Although I don't believe I can overshadow him, I will soon discover that my three-point shooting can certainly give him considerable trouble." Lewis added, "My mid-range shooting has been quite accurate lately. The Cavaliers should be wary." Howard expressed, "I admire James, but I do not think we are inferior to them. I have faith in my brother Zhao Yi. He will surely lead us to triumph over any opponent." Zhao Yi, "Recently, I have made some modest progress, and you will soon be aware of it. Stay tuned." The on-site media reporters were once again astonished. Firstly, the formidable Howard openly expressed his support for the leadership of the new talent from Huaxia, willingly offering his assistance to Zhao Yi. Secondly, Zhao Yi's astonishing growth has elevated him to the status of an all-star player, yet he humbly claimed in the pre-game press conference that he has only made minor improvements. The reporters from the United States are acutely aware of the humble culture of the Huaxia people. If an American were to say they made a small improvement, it would indeed be a trivial advance. However, when a Huaxia individual mentions a small improvement, the magnitude of their progress often leaves one utterly astonished upon realization. Thus, when Zhao Yi stated that he had achieved a slight enhancement, the curiosity of all reporters was piqued, eager to discern just how much he had truly advanced during the brief hiatus. These 2 points provided ample material for the journalists to craft compelling narratives. The reporters increasingly favored the dynamic duo of the Magic's lineup. Howard plus Zhao Yi equals journalistic freedom. Upon the conclusion of the press conference, Zhao Yi returned to the locker room with his team, swiftly donned his jersey, and organized his gear before proceeding down the players' tunnel alongside his teammates. As they emerged from the tunnel, the surrounding fans erupted in cheers, their voices resonating throughout the arena, showcasing the traditional raucousness and hostility of Cleveland fans. "Look, the fools who narrowly triumphed over us last time have entered. This time, we shall not be complacent. The Little Emperor will surely crush them." Howard might very well be left questioning his very existence when faced with Big Ben, a player whose prowess in defense could render a mere jumper helpless. On social media platforms, even before the game commenced, predictions for the match began circulating. "I dare say, the Little Emperor will afford the Orlando players no chances. Cleveland is destined to claim victory. Although that Huaxia player's rapid advancement is remarkable, I do not believe he stands on par with the Little Emperor. They simply do not exist within the same echelon. Just watch, once the Little Emperor exerts himself, the Huaxia player will be utterly intimidated." In the television broadcast commentary room, the impeccably dressed Turner served as the commentator for the match, his refined demeanor endearing him to the audience. Seated beside him was the giant, with dark skin and a resolute countenance, none other than Patrick Ewing, the embodiment of the character Akaji from Slam Dunk, one of the 4 great centers who valiantly opposed Jordan's reign in New York. Turner smiled calmly and turned to Ewing, asking, "Do you foresee any surprises in the outcome of this match? Is there a possibility that the Little Emperor could lose?" Ewing pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow before responding, "I must concede, LeBron is an exceptional player with immense superstar potential. Even Howard from the Orlando Magic may not be his equal. However, I still believe there remains considerable suspense regarding the outcome of this match. Turner adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, with a measured tone, inquired, "Mr. Ewing, why is that?" Ewing grinned and replied, "Because of Zhao Yi. He is a newcomer to the Magic, and his recent progress has been remarkable. Us veterans in the league hold him in high regard. Legends of the game, from Jordan to Bird to Magic, have all spoken highly of him after having interacted with him. I believe he may surprise us." Turner discerned the underlying implication and smiled. "So, Mr. Ewing, you hold Zhao Yi in high esteem, leading you to believe that the outcome of this match is filled with suspense?" Ewing nodded affirmatively, confirming this sentiment. Turner chose not to press further, but instead turned to the camera, wearing a professional smile and a composed tone, proclaiming, "What an exciting newcomer we have. Let us await his performance on the court. May he deliver a performance worthy of contending against the Little Emperor, although such a feat seems almost unbelievable. Yet, this is basketball. This is the NBA." As the warm-up concluded, the moment Zhao Yi stepped onto the court, the cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. New task issued. Task details. Score more points. Please, host, unleash your full talents during this match and become the highest scorer on the court. Task reward. Final reward level will be determined based on the host's performance. Another unpredictable reward task. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the distant figure of the young emperor interacting with his teammates, silently declaring, "LeBron, prepare to be astonished by my performance. Last time, I managed to defeat you. This time, I shall demonstrate my scoring prowess that will leave you in despair." In the stands, the fervor and hostility of the Cleveland fans intensified. "Chet, get out of here, Orlando scrubs. LeBron, obliterate them. They are utterly powerless against you. Come on, lads, annihilate them. And then let us hit the nightclubs for some revelry." Within the Cavaliers' warm-up area, the young emperor delivered a final motivational speech, concluding with a generous promise, "I am incredibly eager to win this match. If you assist me in achieving victory, I shall cover the expenses for a week of nightlife, ensuring each of you has a stunning new companion every single day." A resounding cheer erupted from the Cavaliers players, their wildness and fighting spirit fully ignited. The young emperor glanced once more at Zhao Yi, who was still warming up in the distance, vowing to himself, "Zhao Yi, I shall make you submit to me. And together we shall conquer in Cleveland." With a sharp whistle, the game commenced. The towering centers of both teams leaped into the air, arms outstretched to seize the jump ball. Ultimately, it was Howard who directed the ball towards Zhao Yi, as he dribbled past the half-court line. Faced with the defense of the Cavaliers' diminutive guard, Williams, Zhao Yi felt as though he were being guarded by mere air. With the recent upgrade of numerous skills on his system interface, Zhao Yi had fully attained the caliber of a starter, with all his abilities reaching commendable levels. Zhao Yi's face radiated with exhilaration. At the pinnacle of his meteoric rise, he found himself matched against a 185 diminutive point guard. Although the latter weighed a solid 90 kilograms and was undoubtedly a formidable opponent among guards, he paled in comparison to Zhao Yi's 95-level physicality. Thus, as soon as Zhao Yi crossed half-court, he unleashed a ferocious drive past Williams' defense. Poor Williams, despite his desperate attempts to keep pace with Zhao Yi, was easily overpowered by Zhao Yi's significant physical advantage. With a swift acceleration, Zhao Yi took a decisive step, halting just 3 steps away from the three-point line, and unleashed a sudden jump shot before the Cavaliers' defense could arrive. In an instant, the spectators were left in stunned silence. Goodness, an ultra-long three-pointer. That is surely impossible to make. It's utterly absurd, they thought. Damn it, who could have anticipated that this Chinese player would be so tenacious? While the crowd was awestruck by Zhao Yi's audacious shot, he wore a confident smile. From the moment he released the ball, he sensed its destiny. The basketball traced an elegant arc before plunging into the net. Thud. The booming voice of the DJ echoed through the arena. Zhao Yi from China hits an incredible ultra-long three-pointer to start the game. In the stands, fans erupted into cheers. Wow, he actually made it. Incredible, they exclaimed. Humph. Just a stroke of luck. That was an outrageous start. Is he aiming to defy the odds? On the Cavaliers' side, the players were equally astonished by the shot. Williams thought, "This guy's luck is insane. It seems I must ramp up my defense." No wonder he had just recently turned a 35-point deficit into a victory against us. He is truly a phenomenal shooter. But when did he develop such one-on-one skills? It's only been a short time. What a prodigy. Zaza Pachulia added, "Humph. If he dares to venture into the paint, he won't know what hit him." West remarked, "My goodness, starting with an ultra-long three-pointer. What kind of beast is this guy?" This is unreal. Ben Wallace chimed in. If I had been guarding, I would never have allowed Zhao Yi to take that shot. LeBron James, with an appreciative smile and no hint of fear, thought to himself, the more formidable Zhao Yi becomes, the greater my desire to conquer him. Meanwhile, Coach Brown of the Cavaliers wore a grim expression, astonished. Could it be that this unreasonable ultra-long three-pointer has become a regular weapon for him? If he didn't possess a certain level of confidence in his shooting accuracy, he wouldn't dare attempt such a shot at the onset. For a miss would not only bolster the opposing team but also demoralize his own players. There can only be one explanation. Zhao Yi undoubtedly has significant confidence in his ability to make ultra-long three-pointers. This is terrifying. I must observe further. Williams may struggle to contain him. However, with LeBron, the court conductor, I need not worry excessively. Let the players handle the situation. It's a valuable experience for them. On the Magic's side, the players were equally astounded by the shot. J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson were completely in awe. The boss is incredible. We truly underestimated him. I feel like I should apologize. They thought. He is remarkable. He is the only Chinese player I truly respect. Greatness knows no race. There are indeed extraordinary figures among the Chinese. Hito Trko Lu was once again astonished. Has he progressed to this level already? To boldly drive past the opposing starting point guard and nail an ultra-long three-pointer. His tenacity, exquisite technique, and pinpoint shooting are beyond the reach of most of our team. Lewis wore a look of shock. I've long recognized that Zhao Yi is no ordinary player, but I never anticipated his growth would be this rapid. The opposing starting point guard is utterly no match for him. He was crushed by an ultra-long three-pointer, and his confidence must have taken a severe hit. If they are forced to double-team Zhao Yi, my opportunity will arise. I can draw that big guy, Zaza, to the high post, if he follows. We can penetrate the basket, and with him in the paint, I can shoot mid-range at will. In short, victory is assured. Zhao Yi is truly the team's lucky star. Howard excitedly celebrated by bumping chest with Zhao Yi. My good brother, your performance ignites my passion. Together, we shall crush them. Oh ha ha. Zhao Yi smiled with confidence and declared, in this match, I shall score no less than 50 points. Howard was taken aback. A rookie who had scarcely completed 10 games was now proclaiming his intent to achieve such a feat? What astonished Howard even more was the utter lack of doubt he felt towards Zhao Yi's words. All right, my good brother, let us join forces and give our all. Trampling them underfoot and bringing LeBron down. Zhao Yi shook his head and remarked, for the time being, I am not James's rival. Yet securing victory in this match is not insurmountable. The Cavaliers rely solely on James, the others are hardly our competitors. Basketball is not a solitary endeavor. Turning back. James immediately retaliated with a shot. Positioned at the three-point line, he faced Turkoglu and then unleashed an astonishing burst of power, akin to a bulldozer. As he barreled through Turkoglu and drove into the paint. As he met Howard's desperate leap, he forcefully shoved him aside and executed a thunderous dunk that nearly touched the rim, concluding the play. Boom. The young Emperor's innate talent remains exceptional. Upon landing, the young Emperor radiated an intimidating aura, bestowing upon everyone a sense of overwhelming dominance, as if a sovereign had graced the court. In the stands, fans erupted in exhilaration, chanting, "Goat! You are the greatest! The Emperor has arrived, unstoppable! King, the unrivaled sovereign!" Zhao Yi merely smirked, dismissing the significance of a mere two-point shot. Let him dunk at will. I'll sink 10 three-pointers and widen the gap to double digits, he thought. Radiating confidence in the face of the imposing gaze of the young Emperor. I shall surpass you one day, LeBron. And today, I shall outscore you. Chapter 26, Big Ben. No honor among warriors. After a dunk, he still throws up a shot. Am I to perish? In the television broadcast commentary room, commentator Turner displayed a look of astonishment. Wow, an incredibly distant three-pointer to kick things off. It seems Zhao Yi is in splendid form. Ewing nodded in agreement, chuckling. I have always asserted that Zhao Yi is no ordinary rookie. The veterans I know would not simultaneously admire someone without cause. Turner concurred, remarking, it appears this match holds a certain suspense. I wonder whether Zhao Yi's three-point prowess surpasses that of the young Emperor. Ewing, with admiration, stated, Zhao Yi's shooting ability is indeed commendable, yet his capacity for physical confrontation and one-on-one play has reached elite levels within the league, a miraculous feat for a newcomer. Turner acknowledged, indeed, if Zhao Yi were to play for over a decade, the skills and abilities he displays would not be particularly surprising. However, as a newcomer, it is rather astonishing. Ewing reclined comfortably against the sofa, smiling as he added, perhaps I should meet this Zhao Yi after the game. I am quite intrigued to discover what manner of individual earns the unanimous admiration of the veterans I know. Turner expressed surprise. Zhao Yi is extraordinarily fortunate to receive your favor and guidance. Yet, given the potential he has demonstrated recently, it seems entirely reasonable. Ewing continued. All this hinges on one condition. He must secure victory in this match. I have no interest in a loser, even if he faces LeBron James. My stance remains unchanged. Turner, with sympathy, noted, Mr. Ewing, you are indeed quite stringent with Zhao Yi. In the stands, fans, emboldened by James' response, grew audacious once more. Just a softie who can only shoot threes. Can't you drive in like a man? They taunted. You can only linger outside the arc. Ha. You will never achieve greatness like James. They challenged, if you're so capable, keep shooting those threes. I don't believe you can maintain 100% accuracy. Following a powerful dunk in response from James, the Cavaliers' morale revived, setting the stage for an intense battle between the two teams. As the game progressed, the Cavaliers intensified their defense against Zhao Yi. Upon crossing half-court, Zhao felt the pressure. However, Williams' height and wingspan were no match for Zhao Yi. He could not even impede Zhao's advance. Without hesitation, Zhao exploded past the midcourt line. Williams found himself struggling. Zhao Yi's speed had him scrambling, and his extraordinary physicality, atypical for a player of his background, was beyond Williams' capacity to withstand. Utilizing the same maneuver, Zhao Yi once again leveraged his physical advantage to push Williams aside, then executed a sudden stop, launching a three-pointer just outside the arc with remarkable swiftness. The shot took everyone by surprise. He had transitioned from midcourt to the three-point line and released in under 3 seconds, leaving the Cavaliers caught off guard. Swish. The crisp sound echoed as the basketball sailed directly into the net. Zhao Yi raised 2 fingers towards the young emperor, the meaning unmistakable. The young emperor's face turned a shade of bluish-purple, shocked to realize that his teammate had deteriorated to such an extent. No. It was Zhao Yi who had ascended to this remarkable level. A formidable opponent he could no longer afford to overlook. During the ensuing moments, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity, frequently challenging the diminutive Williams, utterly astonishing everyone present. My goodness, he actually broke through to the paint, receiving a pass from Zuzunas to assist Lewis and making a mid-range jumper. Good heavens, he even executed a contested three-pointer over Williams. Incredible, that was already the 5th shot. This fellow had complete control over Williams, making 5 out of 5 attempts, his three-point shooting undeniably on fire. Throughout the entirety of the first quarter, spanning 12 minutes, Zhao Yi faced off against the bronze-level point guard with remarkable ease, amassing an astonishing tally of 16 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal. Zhao Yi felt an immense joy within. Through the experience of the first quarter, he had come to comprehend the advantages of his comprehensive attribute enhancement. His skills were remarkably well-rounded, although his signature moves were presently confined to one-on-one play, defense, and three-point shooting. Many remained unaware that Zhao Yi possessed a plethora of other finishing techniques. These methods, however, had yet to reach the level of being as unanswerable as his one-on-one and three-point abilities. Despite the Little Emperor's relentless scoring effort, he could only amass a mere 13 points, leaving him quite dissatisfied. He desired Zhao Yi's submission rather than facing defeat at his hands. During the intermission, in the Cavaliers' resting area, Coach Brown sighed and addressed the Little Emperor, saying, "LeBron, you will be starting in the second quarter. Zhao Yi, I entrust you with the task of keeping a vigilant eye. Williams is no match for him, and only you can contain his frenzied offense." The Little Emperor's eyes glimmered. Was this not a splendid opportunity to subdue Zhao Yi? No problem, Coach. Coach Brown sighed in exasperation. Aside from the Little Emperor, the Cavaliers boasted no other formidable star. If they could not restrain Zhao Yi's three-point shooting, there was little point in even playing the game. Patting his ace on the shoulder, Coach Brown cast an envious glance at Van Gundy in the distance. What sheer luck to have stumbled upon such a prodigious talent. I cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Soon, as the second quarter commenced, the entire arena was astounded. Standing before Zhao Yi was the towering figure of LeBron James, 2.06 meters tall and as formidable as a warrior. The fans erupted in excitement. Tear him apart, King. It's over for you, Chinese. Kick his butt. Everyone believed that under LeBron's watchful eye, Zhao Yi stood no chance and would surely be completely stifled. Yet, only Zhao Yi understood that LeBron's defense was not as formidable as most presumed. It was merely his extraordinary strength that set him apart. Zhao Yi dribbled calmly at the three-point line for a few seconds, meeting LeBron James' fierce and intimidating gaze with a confident smile. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, he utilized his formidable physicality to force his way just inside the three-point line, accelerating swiftly toward the basket. The Cavaliers' defense immediately collapsed into the paint. At that precise moment, Zhao Yi astutely recognized the opportunity on the weak side, where Hito TRKO Lu was already positioned beyond the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi executed a deft pass, delivering the ball to TRKO Lu. After making a slight adjustment, TRKO Lu launched a clean three-point shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. Zhao Yi once again achieved an impressive assist statistic, given his current attributes and skill level. He finds it challenging to score effortlessly against the full defensive pressure of the Little Emperor. However, this does not hinder his ability to facilitate scoring opportunities for his teammates. With the absence of the Little Emperor's defensive prowess in the small forward position, the eruption of Turkoglu was entirely expected. Before long, the Little Emperor retaliated with a mid-range jump shot assisted by his teammate. Nevertheless, thanks to the Magic's barrage of three-pointers, the point differential between the two teams widened once more. 41-31. The gap had reached double digits. By the conclusion of the first half, the score stood at 52-36, with the Magic holding a commanding 16-point lead. Zhao Yi's personal statistics have reached an astonishing level: 28 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds, and 1 steal. Is this the rhythm of a near triple-double? Meanwhile, the young Emperor exerted himself to the fullest, scoring 25 points, which is commendable. However, what infuriates him is that his Cavaliers teammates are struggling with their shooting, rendering his outstanding performance somewhat futile. At this moment, the young Emperor increasingly yearns to leave this small market. Even the mightiest of kings requires loyal and capable subjects to assist him. Nevertheless, he remains unwilling to concede defeat. Based on the first half's performance, Zhao Yi's primary scoring method is still the three-pointer, and since the small ball trend has not yet fully taken hold in the league, the young Emperor believes his style of play remains more mainstream, thus bolstering his confidence. Everyone recalls the sage words of the legendary Jordan: the closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. The prevailing philosophy in the league still emphasizes mid-range shots and attacks close to the rim. Players like Zhao Yi, who diverge from the norm, are considered anomalies, especially before the emergence of the MVP who revolutionized traditional basketball. Therefore, the young Emperor still perceives his style as more mature, with talent that eclipses Zhao Yi's, leaving no reason for him to be unable to subdue this young upstart. Moreover, Cleveland fans harbor immense expectations for the young Emperor, and he is reluctant for these hopes to transform into disappointment and anguish. Meanwhile, Jordan, in his villa, is taken aback. Is it truly possible that someone could eclipse the young Emperor's momentum? After less than 10 games in his rookie season and less than a month of training, has he already reached this level? No wonder when I first encountered Zhao Yi, I felt an immediate kinship. We are not bound by convention, but rather aspire to create new rules for the league. However, I still believe that James will not easily concede defeat. Pippen interjects, stating, "Mike, this soft player who can only shoot three-pointers can never become a superstar like you. At best, he is merely a championship puzzle piece with outside scoring ability." Jordan shakes his head, asserting, "My intuition tells me this young man has yet to unleash his full potential. Just wait and see. He will soon leave the young Emperor in distress." Kobe has been closely monitoring Zhao Yi's every game, sharing similar sentiments to the young Emperor. Kobe increasingly hopes that Zhao Yi will join him in Los Angeles, especially as Zhao Yi continues to demonstrate greater strength and potential. This desire intensifies. His one-on-one skills and three-point shooting have reached all-star caliber, and his ability to compete among guards is exceptional. Zhao Yi's current prowess is undeniably captivating. Yet I have a strong intuition that he has not yet fully unleashed his abilities. Judging by his first-half performance, his offensive arsenal certainly extends beyond just three-pointers. His technical skills and physical attributes enable him to execute a wider array of scoring techniques. Perhaps he is merely biding his time for the second half to unleash his power. Regardless, I must find an opportunity to discuss with the team. Zhao Yi is undoubtedly an essential asset we should pursue for reinforcement. During halftime, a striking figure rushes into the arena from the entrance of the audience. Rita, having meticulously prepared herself, has flown to the chaotic and shabby city of Cleveland, all for the handsome young man from Huaxia whom she yearns for. She surveys her surroundings, feeling elated. Indeed, Aika's fleeting infatuation with Zhao Yi was merely a whimsical impulse. There is no way she would come all the way to Cleveland to accompany Zhao Yi in playing basketball. It is clear that the one who truly loves Zhao Yi is none other than myself. Zhao Yi, you belong to me. Today, Rita is dressed in a serious manner, adorned in a professional attire, indicating that she has just concluded her work and immediately boarded a flight to arrive here. This heartfelt gesture truly touched Rita's colleagues. However, Rita is also acutely aware of one thing. Zhao Yi's heart is momentarily consumed by basketball. Her frequent appearances before him serve only the purpose of positioning herself as the foremost choice when he is ready to pursue a romantic relationship. After taking her seat according to her ticket number, Rita unveils a prepared sign that reads, "Dear Zhao Yi, I shall always support you." The intermission swiftly passes, and the game is poised to recommence. Both teams' players return to the court, igniting the spectators' fervor once more, with resounding cheers echoing throughout the arena. Cleveland shall prevail. The Kings have arrived, invincible. Let's dominate them, LeBron. Zhao Yi returned to the court and effortlessly opened the system panel in his mind. Performance evaluation, SS grade. Zhao Yi was brimming with excitement. Well, as I challenge the Little Emperor, let me also explore the extraordinary rewards of surpassing the double S rating. After a brief respite, the Little Emperor was back at his peak. This humanoid behemoth possessed historical levels of physical prowess and athletic ability, embodying a prodigy that has reached its zenith from the outset, destined to maintain such supremacy for over 2 decades. Remember, my promise remains steadfast. As long as you assist me in defeating Zhao Yi, I will deliver on my word. Whatever you desire, you shall obtain, I assure you. The bronze beasts of the Cavaliers immediately felt their spirits soar, their levels rising rapidly, ignited by fervor. At last, the second half of the match commenced. However, to Zhao Yi's surprise, Stan Van Gundy opted not to send him onto the court, allowing him to rest and replenish his energy while leading by a significant margin in the third quarter. This decision, intended as a safeguard and a sign of care for Zhao Yi, left him feeling rather helpless. As a player renowned for his resilience, injury prevention, and fortune, Zhao Yi harbored no fear of fatigue-induced injuries. Even if he were to endure the most grueling of challenges, injuries would be mere trifles, resolving themselves with a few days of rest. This was a testament to the formidable attributes granted by the system, bolstering Zhao Yi's unshakable confidence in his quest for NBA dominance. Nevertheless, with the coach's decree in place, Zhao Yi could only quench his thirst and observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. With Zhao Yi, a potent offensive force, absent, the Magic's momentum was swiftly quelled by the Cavaliers. In a mere 5 minutes, the Little Emperor delivered 2 assists, executed 2 successful drives to the basket, and drained a wide-open three-pointer. The Cavaliers amassed an astonishing 13 points in a brief span. Defensively, after entering the game, Ben Wallace effectively neutralized Howard, allowing him to score nothing, while the Little Emperor transformed into a defensive juggernaut, utilizing his unparalleled athleticism to fortify the Cavaliers' defense. As the Magic struggled to find their rhythm, they fell into a scoring drought. By the midpoint of the third quarter, the Cavaliers, thanks to a precise jumper from the Little Emperor, had completely leveled the score. In just 6 minutes, LeBron led his band of bronze teammates in a relentless pursuit, erasing a 16-point deficit, truly terrifying. In the stands, fans erupted in fervent cheers. King, unrivaled. The sovereign has descended. Who dares to defy? The overlord reigns supreme, invincible. At last, Stan Van Gundy could no longer contain his frustration. After consulting with the referees, he summoned Zhao Yi to the court. In that moment, the Little Emperor had established an overwhelming presence. He cast a glance at Zhao Yi, resolute in his silent challenge. "Come forth, young one. I shall ensure your complete submission to my prowess." Zhao Yi dribbled past the half-court line, and the Little Emperor immediately closed in to defend, denying Zhao Yi any opportunity to take a 3-point shot. Zhao Yi smiled confidently and, from the center line, suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, entangling with the Little Emperor as he charged towards the 3-point line. This time, the Little Emperor, exercising caution, refrained from unleashing his full speed, opting instead for a defensive strategy that allowed penetration but restricted shooting. Consequently, Zhao Yi soon barreled into the paint, pressing against the Little Emperor. Maintaining vigilance to thwart Zhao Yi's shot, the Little Emperor was taken aback as Zhao Yi explosively accelerated towards the hoop, launching into a breathtaking leap over Ben Wallace for an unexpected dunk, astonishingly posterizing him. A resounding slam. After breaking through the Little Emperor's defense, he emphatically dunked over Ben Wallace. It was as if he single-handedly dismantled the entire Cavaliers team. LeBron, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Oh my God, you're an outside shooter. Why would you charge in for a dunk? Do you really think you're the Flash? That's Ben Wallace, one of the legendary Pistons, the epitome of toughness. And you just dunked over him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God." Williams was incredulous. "My heavens. Is there really a guard who can dunk over Ben Wallace? That guy's strength is akin to that of a lion." Zhao Yi did what? An exchange of blows between 2 prodigies? This world is utterly insane. I feel as if I'm dreaming. West was equally shocked. Wow, to dunk over Ben Wallace. You must be joking. A guard dunking over Ben Wallace? That is undoubtedly a top 5 play. It's explosive. It's unbelievable. Most people would get swatted away trying to dunk on him. Upon reflection, Zhao Yi's explosive power is remarkably strong. It seems he excels in every aspect. Is this newcomer truly of Chinese descent? Surely, he must possess some African heritage, like Curry, a black man in the guise of an Asian. This level of performance is beyond what a typical Chinese player could achieve. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, etc. TSK, Ben Wallace's fury was laced with astonishment. Is there really someone bold enough to dunk on me? Zhao Yi, I'll remember you. If you dare attempt that again, I will send you packing. A Chinese player with guts that surpasses even that of a black man. It's truly miraculous. I've rarely encountered anyone brave enough to dunk over me. And they were all renowned superstars in the league. This Zhao Yi is certainly extraordinary. The towering backup center, Virajo, was equally taken aback. It's hard to fathom that a guard can play with such ferocity. With his shooting ability, wouldn't it be more elegant and safer to play a tactical game and wait for an opportunity to hit a three-pointer? With Ben Wallace in front and the Little Emperor behind, what are the odds of injury in such a scenario? I predict that if Zhao Yi continues to play this way, he won't last more than a few years before succumbing to injury. Zhao Yi, sorry. I'm just too good. Cavaliers coach Brown was left profoundly astonished, his furrowed brow deepening. Damn it. I didn't expect him to possess such drive to attack the basket. His ability to dunk over Ben Wallace indicates that ordinary big men simply cannot contain Zhao Yi's scoring at the rim. This is truly adding insult to injury. We have already struggled against Zhao Yi's outside shooting, and now he adds a penetrating drive, a dual threat both inside and outside. This poses a significant problem. The game continued. The Little Emperor quickly stepped up, helping his team with a ferocious dunk over Howard. The sheer force of his momentum causing Howard to crash to the floor. Roaring with exhilaration, the Little Emperor flexed his muscles and unleashed a terrifying shout. In the stands, fans erupted in excitement, chanting, "King, King, King." The home court advantage momentarily overshadowed the impact of Zhao Yi's dunk. It was now the Magic's turn on offense. This time, Zhao Yi relinquished the ball, engaging in off-ball movement under the Little Emperor's watchful eye. Having reached a high level in his off-ball movement, Zhao Yi's abilities in this regard were now among the elite in the league. The Little Emperor frowned as he followed closely. A player of his caliber is least intimidated by opponents willing to go toe-to-toe. He could even be positioned as a center without issue. However, when faced with off-ball movement, the Little Emperor would expend considerably more energy, and his tactical acumen had yet to reach the level of experience he would possess a decade later. Ultimately, the Little Emperor's strategy remained, allow penetration, but deny the shot. Zhao Yi yearned for a breakthrough, indifferent to the surrounding concerns. The Cavaliers' interior defense was formidable, and he need not fret excessively. Being ambushed and dunked on once did not imply that Zhao Yi would allow himself to be dunked on repeatedly. It was merely a moment of carelessness on Big Ben's part. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi executed a sudden reverse cut toward the basket, catching the young Emperor off guard and causing him to lose defensive position. Despite a fervent attempt to recover, he found himself in a one-on-one situation with Big Ben after Zhao Yi received the pass. Instinctively, Big Ben regretted his hasty retreat to the basket. Facing Zhao Yi, who was poised and ready, should Zhao Yi foolishly attempt another dunk, Big Ben was determined to impart a lesson on why he was known as a hard-nosed player. To his surprise, Zhao Yi slowed down, positioned just 2 steps away from Big Ben, and executed a flawless little floater that sent the basketball gracefully through the hoop. Swish! The ball glided smoothly through the net, a crisp sound echoing throughout the arena. The crowd was left astonished. Goodness, he can shoot floaters too? What can he not do? This floater was exquisite, leaving Big Ben with no outlet for his frustration. It was hard to fathom just how many offensive techniques Zhao Yi possessed. It was truly astonishing. On the Magic's sidelines, Coach Van Gundy was utterly taken aback. Just days prior, in the game against the Celtics, Zhao Yi had shown no signs of floaters or dunks. Yet, in a mere few days, he had developed his attacking skills, and this floater was clearly executed with remarkable finesse and timing, accompanied by an exceptionally soft touch. I have truly found a gem. Zhao Yi is undoubtedly the hope of our future. J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson stared, dumbfounded. My heavens, the boss is incredible. I practiced floaters for 6 months without grasping the technique, while it seems the boss mastered it in just a few days, effortlessly toying with Big Ben. The disparity is maddening. Indeed, if you were on the court, you would understand. Facing Big Ben, the mere presence of his imposing figure can leave one paralyzed. The boss is truly a man's man. Turkoglu's pale face displayed astonishment. Goodness, he can even shoot floaters now. Watching Zhao Yi play is thrilling. At his current rate of growth, in less than 3 years, there will be few, if any, who can rival him in the league. Thankfully, I have befriended him. As long as he remains with the Magic, a championship is surely within our grasp. Lewis was once again astounded by Zhao Yi's performance. In just a few days, he had developed such a silky floater. Zhao Yi truly is impressive. Just a month ago, he was deemed a bust. Yet, inexplicably, after hitting his stride, he first showcased a ferocious three-point shooting ability, then his assists flowed seamlessly, and now he has become an indispensable core of the team. The speed of his growth is nothing short of extraordinary. Is there any skill in this league that Zhao Yi cannot master? Howard and Zhao Yi exchanged celebratory chest bumps. Grinning. Brother, you are incredible. I practiced floaters all summer and made no progress, yet you perfected it in a matter of days. Sure thing, brother, when I have time. I'll teach you the floater. It's quite simple. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, Coach Brown's expression grew increasingly grim. Exceptional three-point shooting is one thing, but Zhao Yi's mastery of dunks and floaters was infuriating. Even with LeBron attempting to contain him, once Zhao Yi began to move off the ball, his threat multiplied exponentially. He is versatile and indeed challenging to counter. LeBron's countenance darkened, shock evident in his heart. When did Zhao Yi acquire the skill to shoot floaters? I have never seen him utilize such techniques in the past. Could it truly be the result of a few days of practice during the off-season? It is simply unfathomable how rapidly this young man is progressing. It defies comprehension. Williams's shock was palpable. My goodness, is Zhao Yi really this formidable? I had thought he was merely a three-point shooter. No wonder I struggled against him. He hadn't even exerted his full strength. Given Zhao Yi's tremendous advantages in confrontation, I genuinely cannot defend against him. Another prodigy is emerging, and the landscape of the league is shifting. West's expression mirrored astonishment. My heavens. A rookie capable of mastering such a diverse array of skills. How diligent must he be in his training? No, beyond diligence, he must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, such miraculous growth would not be possible. Big Ben scowled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Zhao Yi turn and sprint back on defense. In my years of fame, I have encountered countless extraordinary talents, but few like Zhao Yi, who, in his rookie season, can execute floaters with such calmness. Most newcomers would falter at the sight of me guarding them. Yet Zhao Yi's confident execution of that floater signifies he is indeed a brave man. I must remain vigilant. Perhaps Zhao Yi possesses even more hidden techniques yet to be unveiled. The backup big man Varejao gazed in astonishment at Zhao Yi's retreating figure. His shooting far surpasses mine. And his skills in floaters and dunks are also superior. His physical gifts eclipse my own. I find myself feeling despondent. Indeed, in the NBA, my fate as a European star seems to be relegated to that of a role player. Among geniuses, even my first-rate talents have been eclipsed by the ordinary. In the ensuing match, Zhao Yi continued to unveil his extensive repertoire. Beyond being a focal point of defensive attention at the three-point line, his off-ball movement created opportunities. He could shoot from both outside and inside, not only assisting but also cutting in or receiving quick passes for shots, with his range extending across the entire court. He was nothing short of a versatile warrior. The young emperor increasingly felt that Zhao Yi was the best second-in-command bestowed upon him by the heavens. Thus he too unleashed his full potential in a scoring duel with Zhao Yi. The pace of the game quickened, with Zhao Yi and the young emperor alternating in their scoring prowess. Ultimately, as the third quarter concluded, the Magic maintained a 5-point lead over the Cavaliers. Zhao Yi's personal score has exceeded the remarkable milestone of 45 points, with an impressive tally of 46 points, 11 assists, 9 rebounds, and 1 steal, a near triple-double achieved by the third quarter of the match. The performance of the young monarch also deserves commendation, as he recorded 39 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block. However, in terms of scoring, Zhao Yi outpaced the young monarch by a full 7 points, highlighting the disparity between the scoring efficiency of a three-point sharpshooter and that of a two-point player. Much like the prodigious three-point marksman, the efficiency of Zhao Yi's scoring is astonishingly high. If one can indeed shoot three-pointers more accurately than mid-range shots, the allure of the three-pointer is undeniable. The score tightened to 85-80, with the Cavaliers narrowing the gap. In the Cavaliers' bench area, Brown hesitated before discussing the possibility of double-teaming Zhao Yi with the young monarch. Although the young monarch had managed to limit Zhao Yi's performance to some extent, it inadvertently liberated his teammates on the Magic. For instance, the small forward Turkoglu scored 11 points with a commendable efficiency of 50, hitting 3 out of 6 three-point attempts, demonstrating that having the young monarch focus on Zhao Yi could be counterproductive. After suppressing his impulsiveness and contemplating the situation, the young monarch nodded in agreement, stating, "Coach, I concur with your strategy. I ought to allocate more of my energy to the offensive end rather than exhausting it on Zhao Yi. You see, Zhao Yi has now reached a level akin to Durant of the Thunder. Once he finds his rhythm, he is virtually unstoppable." What astonished me most was that Zhao Yi's stamina seemed unparalleled, showing no signs of fatigue typical of a player from Huaxia. I will personally ensure his submission. Aiding me in my quest for a championship in Cleveland, Zhao Yi secretly opened another vial of stamina potion. Having consumed 2 already, he now has 1 remaining. My stamina is boundless. During the intermission, Zhao Yi accessed the system panel in his mind, his delight palpable. Performance rating, near SS. Although the previous match had special rewards, this game's rewards might not be as plentiful. Nevertheless, with continuous system rewards, he will ultimately dominate the league. Young monarch, I shall triumph over you. In a corner of the audience, Rita, adorned in luxurious attire, wore a face filled with excitement and joy. My Zhao Yi is truly handsome. I wish to embrace him. What causes his rapid advancement? Could it be that he loves me, striving for improvement for my sake? Surely that must be the case. Zhao Yi. Women's fantasies can be quite terrifying. In the live broadcast's comment section, the eloquent commentator Turner was no longer composed, urgently inquiring of Ewing, "Mr. Ewing, how did you predict Zhao Yi's remarkable performance?" Ewing's dark visage broke into a joyful smile as he calmly replied, "Once." Many were astonished at how a black player could achieve what Russell did. Some even questioned my career. However, you must understand, the louder the doubts, the more it indicates that one is actually favored by the majority. True mediocrity never garners discussion or attention. I did not foresee Zhao Yi's astounding display, but I am now more resolute in my desire to meet him post-game. But Turner, I believe you should now grasp this. Never underestimate any black or Asian player. With such a vast population, the emergence of geniuses is inevitable. Among black and Huaxia players, it is even more likely that more prodigious talents will surface. Turner nodded in agreement, extolling, "Zhao Yi is indeed a most exceptional presence among Huaxia players, a genius among geniuses. His emergence is a boon for the league. The upcoming league will not be tranquil." Ewing chuckled. "Do you believe there has ever been a day of peace since the league's inception?" Turner nodded. "Indeed." Zhao Yi's rise adds a new layer of intrigue to the league. The competition among many vying for supremacy is always more captivating than a singular dominance. Although the Cavaliers trailed by only 5 points at the end of the 3rd quarter, the young monarch was far from satisfied. His usual overflowing confidence led him to attribute the blame to his less capable teammates. To be frank, the other Cavaliers players performed adequately on the court, with only the defensive contributions of Ben Wallace proving somewhat beneficial. However, after being dunked on and scored over by Zhao Yi, the young monarch began to underestimate Wallace. With Zhao Yi's current ability to attack the rim, if James were guarding the basket, such occurrences would be unlikely. In truth, Wallace is no longer the young, tenacious player he once was during the Pistons' glory days. The young monarch still held hope of subduing Zhao Yi and remained confident in himself, albeit with each passing moment. His admiration for Zhao Yi grew. He resolved that after this season, he would spare no effort to bring Zhao Yi to Cleveland. Should Zhao Yi refuse to leave the Magic, the young monarch would not hesitate to ally with him. No, rather, it should be termed brotherly basketball, a spirit of camaraderie. For with James's astute business acumen and basketball intellect, he has clearly recognized one truth: if they form an invincible duo, even the likes of Kobe and Shaquille will pose no threat to them. The young monarch snapped back to reality from his thoughts, feeling a twinge of headache. His ideas were sound and promising, yet the reality was that Zhao Yi hardly regarded him, and Zhao Yi might not welcome him to the Magic. While this situation greatly favored the young monarch, it was of little necessity to Zhao Yi. Moreover, given Zhao Yi's recent declarations of loyalty to the Magic and Van Gundy at the press conference, even if his agent possessed extraordinary capabilities, it would be challenging to turn his aspirations into reality. The crucial point is that the young monarch must secure victory in this match. Otherwise, all his plans would amount to naught. At this moment, Zhao Yi was brimming with confidence. He had already attained a commendable SS rating. If he did not endeavor to secure an SSS rating, it would be a disservice to this opportunity. In essence, the Cavaliers were merely a team with a singular standout player, LeBron James, with the formidable assistance of Zhao Yi and Howard among others. Defeating a singular opponent like James is not a trivial endeavor. As the intermission draws to a close, the fervent fans in the stands once again chant passionately, "King, King, King." The unwavering faith of Cleveland's citizens in their young monarch is both blind and fervent. Otherwise, when he contemplated joining forces on the West Coast, he would not have faced such hostility from the fans. They felt betrayed, as their dreams of the young monarch leading the team to glory were shattered by his own actions. However, when the young monarch later secured a championship and returned to the Cavaliers, leading the struggling team to triumph over the Warriors, all past grievances transformed into mere amusing memories. It must be acknowledged that the astute young monarch possesses an extraordinary ability to gauge the sentiments of the masses. Soon enough, the fourth quarter commences once more. As Zhao Yi receives the ball and prepares to advance past half-court, two figures swiftly surround him. Zhao Yi smiled happily. Finally, they have chosen to double-team me. The two guards, Williams and West, relentlessly pressured Zhao Yi across the entire court. However, no matter how many obstacles there were, they could not create significant trouble for Zhao Yi. After Zhao Yi executed a behind-the-back dribble to deftly maneuver past Williams, he seized a fleeting moment of space to accelerate beyond the halfway line. At that instant, West came rushing in. As Zhao Yi came to a halt at the three-point line, calmly surveying the court's dynamics, Williams and West once again approached with fierce determination to double-team him. However, both defenders lacked considerable bulk, allowing Zhao Yi to suddenly unleash his explosive speed, leveraging his physical advantage to create a narrow opening. He effortlessly surged into the three-point arc, securing an open shot. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi executed a deft stop, harnessed his momentum, and leapt into the air, gently releasing the basketball with a flick of his wrist. The ball traced a graceful arc before finding its home at the center of the hoop. Swish! A flawlessly executed mid-range shot. The entire crowd was left in stunned silence. Incredible! He can shoot mid-range. He can indeed shoot mid-range. He can make three-pointers, dunk, isolate, break through defenses, and now shoot mid-range as well. Is he destined for greatness? This charming young man is truly a force to be reckoned with. Jordan, in the comfort of his villa, was utterly astounded. How remarkable! It turns out Zhao Yi has been concealing his talents. Such a refined mid-range shooting technique could only be honed through no less than 3 years of dedicated practice. I refuse to believe that Zhao Yi has achieved this level in just a few days. What a formidable young man, so deeply reserved. His mid-range shooting skill is nearly on par with my own during my rookie season. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Kobe, in the training facility, was watching Zhao Yi's game on his tablet. At the moment Zhao Yi made that mid-range shot, Kobe furrowed his brows. No one understands the intricacies of mid-range shooting better than he does. Kobe recognized that Zhao Yi's shot was a testament to the maturity of his shooting technique. From the rhythm of his release to the timing of his jump, and the feel of the shot, every aspect was impeccable. It was only natural that he succeeded. This young man is quite cunning, indeed. It seems he is far from the weak player he once appeared to be. How intriguing. I look forward to our match. Zhao Yi, and the brilliance it will surely showcase. Bird, in his villa, lit a cigar and took a puff, watching Zhao Yi celebrate his successful mid-range shot. He murmured to himself, not bad, reminiscent of my own three-point prowess. If it were me, I would have shot with even greater decisiveness and precision. Zhao Yi's shot lacks a bit of ferocity. Yet, this is a different era from my own. Had Zhao Yi played in my time, a single elbow could have sent his shooting spiraling into failure. However, as a newcomer, this is quite commendable. I cannot expect every newcomer to possess my level of excellence. Meanwhile, Magic, indulging in cocktail therapy at his villa, watched Zhao Yi's game on television. He has improved once again. Zhao Yi consistently brings me delightful surprises. Witnessing his growth is akin to the joy one experiences as a parent watching their child mature. However, his assist level has not seen significant improvement. While he has become reasonably competent, I believe it would be beneficial to engage him in conversation and offer some guidance. To be frank, my mid-range shooting technique may not even rival that of Zhao Yi at this point. This fervent young man must be exerting every ounce of effort in training during the off-season. A promising talent indeed. Meanwhile, Jabbar, under the attentive care of his servants, relishes a sumptuous feast while enjoying a live broadcast of Zhao Yi's game on television. Quite impressive, indeed. Zhao Yi's offensive repertoire has already become quite diverse. However, should he refine his hookshot technique, it is likely that his skills would attain an even greater level of comprehensiveness. Zhao Yi, being a defender, is indeed constrained by his height, rendering him less suited for the skyhook technique, which demands considerable stature, wingspan, and release point. Were Zhao Yi to grow beyond 2 meters, imparting my skyhook mastery upon him would certainly prove intriguing. Given his gentle touch on mid-range shots, I surmise that he would not struggle excessively in mastering the hook shot. During Zhao Yi's vigorous efforts, the little emperor unleashed his full potential, frequently succeeding in one-on-one confrontations against Turkoglu. Whether through powerful drives culminating in thunderous dunks or sudden mid-range jumpers, occasionally punctuated by a three-point shot, he single-handedly bore the offensive burden of the Cavaliers. Coach Brown, while feeling gratified, also found himself in a quandary, although they had liberated the Little Emperor, allowing him to showcase his prowess to the fullest. The effectiveness of their double-teaming on Zhao Yi proved inadequate. Zhao Yi's dribbling and combat skills are such that, aside from the king, no member of the Cavaliers can contain him. Even when faced with a double team, the restriction on Zhao Yi remains negligible. Time swiftly passes, and suddenly, only 3 minutes remain in the game. The king demands the ball and once more executes a breathtaking drive culminating in a dunk, leveling the score between the two teams. The king's personal tally for this match has now exceeded 51 points. The comparison of individuals is truly daunting. Thus far, Zhao Yi has amassed an astounding total of 64 points, along with 15 assists, 11 rebounds, and a steal. In the next possession, Zhao Yi assists Lewis, whose mid-range shot misses. After Howard secures the rebound, he delivers a brilliant pass to Zhao Yi stationed in the corner, who then effortlessly sinks a wide-open three-pointer. 112-109. With the shot, the Magic regain a three-point lead. Time continues to tick away, and soon less than a minute remains. It is again the Kings' turn to take on Turkoglu, but he is met with Lewis's timely double team, disrupting the Kings' rhythm and resulting in a missed shot. After Howard collects the rebound, Zhao Yi sprints down the court, executing another fast break dunk to score 2 more points. 114-109. At this juncture, fewer than 20 seconds remain in the game, and the deficit has expanded to 5 points. The Cavaliers, resigned, attempt a standard offensive play that also results in a miss. And the referee sounds the game-ending whistle. 115-109. Ultimately, the Magic triumph over the Cavaliers by a margin of 6 points. Zhao Yi erupted across the American media landscape with a monumental triple-double of 65 points, 15 assists, and 11 rebounds, along with 1 steal. The Kings' face darkened as he turned and retreated to the locker room. The Cavaliers players were each steeped in regret. Their week-long nightclub celebrations had slipped through their fingers like sand. The Magic players naturally reveled in jubilation with Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi received a text invitation from Ewing. After securing Coach Van Gundy's permission to leave, he departed the locker room immediately, heading toward this rendezvous with the legend. Rita intercepted him in the parking lot, finally getting her wish to see Zhao Yi. At the sight of her, Zhao Yi was mildly startled. Finding this girl utterly terrifying, how could an American be so irrationally love-struck? Had his rejection not been clear enough? Faced with Rita's beaming smile and open arms, Zhao Yi turned away without a word and boarded the team bus. Women were like tigers, they only disrupted his shooting accuracy. Zhao Yi harbored such thoughts. Rita felt somewhat aggrieved. Yet she smiled and departed. The strong-willed Rita firmly believed that as long as she persevered, Zhao Yi would eventually become her boyfriend. What thrilled Zhao Yi the most was when he opened the system panel, revealing the anticipated rewards. System rating, SSS level. Astonishingly, it bypassed SS, achieving the illustrious SSS level. Zhao Yi's heart soared with elation. Task rewards, 900 junior upgrade cards, 70 intermediate upgrade cards, 10 advanced upgrade cards, 10 bottles of junior stamina potions, and 10 bottles of junior training potions. Zhao Yi was overjoyed. This generous reward, aside from the special task bonus from the last time, was the most substantial yet. With an abundance of stamina and training potions at his disposal, Zhao Yi felt as though he could almost float. Never before had he engaged in such a prosperous battle. Before he could fully comprehend his excitement, another wave of surprises unfolded. Ding! A new system module was activated. The System Store 1.0 is now open. Featuring the following items: Basic Stamina Potion, 100 Basic Cards, Basic Training Potion, 200 Basic Cards, Intermediate Stamina Potion, 1000 Basic Cards, Intermediate Upgrade Card, 1000 Basic Cards, and Advanced Upgrade Card, 1000 Intermediate Cards. How marvelous! At last, he had the opportunity to exchange for advanced cards. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yi reveled in his elation, news of his triumph over the young emperor, achieving a staggering triple-double with 65 points, swiftly swept through the media and sports circles of the ugly nation like wildfire. Chapter 28. Ewing. I had a delightful conversation with Zhao Yi. As soon as the match concluded, the media buzzed with excitement in the ugly nation. A rookie from Huaxia scored an astonishing 65 points, leading to victory over the young emperor. The young emperor, left to lament his home court, scored 55 points in a regrettable loss. A brand new star, a kaleidoscope of comprehensive offensive skills. The Iron Piston team faded into obscurity, as Big Ben suffered a brutal dunk from Zhao Yi on home turf. When it comes to a well-rounded three-point sharpshooter, Zhao Yi's future is boundless. During the press conference, Coach Van Gundy attended alongside Howard and Zhao Yi, his face beaming with pride and joy. Reporter A. Mr. Van Gundy, did you foresee the outcome of this match before it began? Coach Van Gundy cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Yi before turning to the reporter, saying, to be honest, I was confident we would triumph over them, but I never expected it to be so effortless. Our preparations were thorough, and the players showcased their tactical prowess, which delighted me. However, what brings me the greatest joy is that Zhao Yi has once again made significant progress. I am immensely pleased with Zhao Yi's performance in this match, and I hope he continues to progress and lead the team towards greater heights. The entire press corps was astounded. Is this the head coach's explicit acknowledgement of Zhao Yi's position as the team's leader? Subsequently, all reporters turned their inquisitive gazes towards Howard, who has long been recognized as the leader of the Magic prior to Zhao Yi's rise. To everyone's astonishment, Howard smiled and nodded in agreement, affirming the matter, and even gave Zhao Yi a thumbs up, displaying no traces of displeasure. This indicates that Howard, too, recognizes his good friend Zhao Yi's leadership status. The entire assembly of journalists was once again taken aback. In less than 10 games during his rookie season, Zhao Yi not only secured the position of team leader, but also garnered the unwavering recognition and support of both the head coach and Howard. Truly remarkable. All the reporters now regard Zhao Yi with respect and admiration. Reporter B. Zhao Yi, do you consider your impressive performance of 65 points and a substantial triple-double in this match to be your limit? The eyes of the entire press turned curiously towards Zhao Yi, as this was undoubtedly an opportunity for him to reflect on his own accomplishments. Zhao Yi smiled humbly, then turned to Coach Van Gundy and said, basketball is not a solitary endeavor. My achievements are first and foremost a testament to the trust my coach has placed in me. He has granted me the freedom to express my game and provided me with ample playing time, which has allowed me to showcase my current form. Additionally, I owe a debt of gratitude to my brothers on the team, who have alleviated my burdens and assisted me in scoring numerous baskets. We are a cohesive unit, and my accomplishments are as much theirs as they are mine. We are forever a family. I cherish Orlando and hold my team dear to my heart. I aspire to bring a championship to my team, and even as a rookie, I will strive relentlessly to improve and fight for that goal. The entire audience was astounded. Winning a championship in his rookie season? How is that different from telling Iverson he would grow over 2 meters? Or claiming to Shaquille O'Neal that his free throw percentage could surpass Curry's? Or asserting to Kobe that he would play more efficiently and avoid missed shots? Yet, beside him, Van Gundy's expression was multifaceted, reflecting both pride and the ambition ignited by Zhao Yi's words. Van Gundy, a renowned coach, began to ponder why they could not attain a championship this season. In that moment, he felt a burgeoning desire and hope for the championship, while simultaneously contemplating strategies to strengthen the team. Howard gazed intently at Zhao Yi, a joyful smile gracing his face. He had long yearned for a championship ring to solidify his legacy. He had already amassed numerous accolades, but now he was solely missing that coveted ring. While Howard's true loves were women and fine wine, it is undeniable that even someone like Harden, the nightlife aficionado, left the comfort of the Rockets in pursuit of a championship ring. For the sake of the championship, how many team leaders have wandered in search of glory? And how many clever individuals have sacrificed their principles to unite with rivals? Regardless of the honors one has received, without a championship ring, one's legacy post-retirement remains insignificant. Thus, in this moment, both Van Gundy and Howard were invigorated by Zhao Yi's declaration. They were confident that under his leadership, the Magic had a genuine opportunity to contend for the championship. However, the reporters present were left utterly astonished. In front of the cameras broadcasting across the nation, Zhao Yi boldly proclaimed his intent to secure the championship this season. What a splendid headline! This was exceptional material for the press. Each journalist was visibly moved, with some even tearing up. Immediately, one reporter stood up to pose a question to Zhao Yi. Reporter C. Zhao Yi, if you were to face the Lakers, do you believe you have a chance of victory? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Kobe's pettiness is of a historically significant caliber. A single misstep in words can incite his resentment for an extended period. To be frank, we lack absolute confidence. With the imposing duo of Odom and Gasol in the paint, even with Howard on our side, we may not necessarily hold the advantage. Moreover, Kobe has always been my idol. His very presence poses a formidable challenge, an enigma that remains unsolved. Nevertheless, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of the championship. I will exert every effort in training. Grant me at least 3 years, and I shall surely surpass Kobe. At that moment, Kobe, attentively following the press conference on his tablet, revealed a knowing smile. My young brother is determined to eclipse me. Perhaps I should extend my practice by 2 hours. The relentless competitor does not wish to be outdone by a newcomer, especially one he has minnored. The gathered media and journalists were once again taken aback. Surpass Kobe? Are you out of your mind? Yet, they greatly admired Zhao Yi's audacity and ambition. There could be no more fitting headline than Zhao Yi's bold declaration. He is truly the darling of press releases. The media's favorite interview subjects are those unrestrained, audacious souls. Meanwhile, at the Cavaliers' press conference, the players expressed their discontent. LeBron remarked, "I believe our performance today was not up to par. The season is long, and when we next face the Magic, we shall surely triumph." Williams added, "You cannot fathom the terror Zhao Yi brings to the court. He is an unstoppable force, and his three-point shooting is more precise than that of the divine. I dread facing him again. It is utterly terrifying." West commented, "Our attempts to contain Zhao Yi proved futile. He is a savage beast, able to hold his own even against 2 defenders, and his three-point accuracy is infuriating. He is truly a fearsome opponent." Ben Wallace declared, "Humph. I underestimated him today. In our next encounter, I will ensure Zhao Yi sees my strength." Zydrunas Ilgauskas lamented, "Regrettably, Zhao Yi's performance left me feeling humiliated. I failed to deliver a block, while he scored 11 points over me. Zhao Yi is a formidable and respectable rival." Vareja reflected, "Zhao Yi's three-point shooting tantalizes me. If I possessed even half of his talent, I would reign supreme." Alas, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. And thus, the press conference came to a close. Zhao Yi promptly took leave and proceeded to the designated location agreed upon with Ewing. The system's random task arrived as scheduled. Task details: attain Ewing's favor to a level of 100. Reward details: beginner upgrade card 100, intermediate upgrade card 10, beginner stamina potion 1, beginner training potion 1. Zhao Yi harbored no disdain for the modest rewards of his task, for even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. The essence lies in his anticipation of meeting the illustrious basketball luminary, Patrick Ewing. Such an encounter transcends the value of mere accolades. Unlike other legends, Ewing opted for a quaint CAF on the street. At this hour, many patrons of African descent frequented the establishment, engaging in lively conversations with friends over steaming cups of coffee. By the time Zhao Yi arrived, Ewing was already savoring his aromatic brew, and graciously offered to treat Zhao Yi to a cup as well. After rising to embrace Zhao Yi, Ewing smiled and encouraged him to indulge in his favorite coffee. Zhao Yi nodded and took a generous sip. Instantly enveloped by the rich aroma, he couldn't help but praise the coffee for its exquisite quality. Ewing, delighted by Zhao Yi's commendation of his favorite brew, felt a surge of happiness. "Zhao Yi, when you mentioned your ambition to contend for this season's championship, were you speaking earnestly?" A look of perplexity adorned Ying's face, for in his experience, he had never encountered a prodigy who claimed the championship in their rookie season. Zhao Yi smiled confidently and remarked, "Ordinary individuals perceive success as the attainment of their ideal goals. However, my personal definition of success is to strive relentlessly for my objectives until the very last moment, even if I ultimately fall short of my ambitions. The years of dedication I have invested are sufficient for me to regard myself as successful." Yu Yin's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely right. As long as one has made an effort, the outcome truly holds little importance." Ding. Yu Yin's favorability increased to 75. "Zhao Yi, this great dark tower is indeed quite gullible." After a brief exchange, Yu Yin steered the conversation towards basketball. "Zhao Yi, I have always believed that your mid-range shooting technique is quite refined, yet it lacks a certain spirit." Zhao Yi nodded and remarked, "I have also noticed it. But I find myself at a bottleneck. Could you assist me in devising a solution?" Ewing, whose precise mid-range shooting is a hallmark of his career, smiled with a hint of pride and said, "Although we occupy different positions, I firmly believe that mastering mid-range shooting necessitates extensive practice to deepen the muscle memory associated with shooting. Ultimately, the goal is to reach a level where, even with your eyes covered or when shooting instinctively, you maintain a high shooting percentage. This, however, hinges on properly adjusting your shooting form." Zhao Yi nodded and inquired, "Mr. Ewing, are you suggesting that I should refine my shooting technique?" Ewing immediately shook his head and responded, "Your shooting form is commendable. Not only is your release swift, but it also exhibits remarkable stability, making it quite resilient to interference. My sole recommendation is that you intensify your training regimen. It is evident that your muscle memory is not yet sufficiently robust, which results in inconsistent shooting accuracy when faced with distractions." "Zhao Yi, what is training? I am merely a spectator. Enhancing my system attributes can yield the same results as decades of rigorous practice." Zhao Yi nodded humbly and said, "Indeed, My time in the Alliance has been brief, and these issues certainly require resolution. Just as the two finished their coffee with delight, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Yuan's affinity reached 100. Task completed. Task rewards. Beginner upgrade card 100, intermediate upgrade card 10, beginner stamina potion 1, beginner training potion 1. Zhao Yi, system. I graciously accept this reward. When Zhao Yi bid farewell to Yao Ming specifically advised, Zhao Yi, your three-point shooting is formidable, but remember, a consistent mid-range jump shot is an even more powerful weapon. Zhao Yi nodded with a smile and said, rest assured. I will practice my mid-range shots until they are nearly as proficient as yours. Subsequently, Zhao Yi returned to the hotel where he was stationed. An hour later, he boarded a flight back to Orlando. Upon returning to Orlando, Van Gundy instructed the players to head home and recuperate. There would be routine training the following mornings. And having just concluded a match, Van Gundy was not one to overexert his team. Upon returning home, Zhao Yi immediately took a refreshing shower, washing away the fatigue that clung to him. He then prepared a simple vegetable salad for himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he feasted. Afterward, he reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes once more, and opened the system panel within his mind. Offensive skills, NBA level, three-point shot, level 97, mid-range shot, level 90, layup, level 90, floater, level 90, hook shot, level 90, dunk, level 90, assist, level 90, pick and roll, level 70, isolation, level 95, movement, level 90, speed, level 90, explosiveness, level 90, stability, level 90, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, level 90, block, level 90, steal, level 90, on-ball defense, level 90, help defense, level 90, switch defense, level 90, rim protection, level 0, awareness, level 90, physicality, level 95, special skills, NBA level, damage immunity, level 90, luck, level 90, touch, level 90, leadership, level 90, competitiveness, level 90, overall evaluation, a premier three-point sharpshooter, a tenacious warrior, a natural leader, a favored son of fortune, an offensive kaleidoscope, a suffocating defender, possessing comprehensive skills, a dual threat on offense and defense, and an adept playmaker. League assessment, near elite superstar, all-star starter. Resource space, 1. 000 beginner skill upgrade cards, 80 intermediate skill upgrade cards, 30 advanced skill upgrade cards, 10 beginner stamina potions, 10 beginner training potions. Embracing the principle of indulgence afforded by wealth, Zhao Yi first decided to expend 110 beginner cards to elevate both pick and roll and rim protection to level 90. Consequently, all of Zhao Yi's attribute skills surpassed level 90, signifying an extraordinary level of versatility in his technical prowess. The remaining 890 beginner cards would be conserved, as they were unnecessary for attribute enhancements, yet could be exchanged in the newly activated system store for potions or higher-tier upgrade cards. As for the 80 intermediate cards left, they could sufficiently increase attributes below level 95 by 8 points, warranting Zhao Yi's contemplation. Currently, Zhao Yi's advantageous attributes consist of 3, a level 97 three-point shot, level 95 physicality, and level 95 isolation. It was evident that the priority for attribute allocation was to amplify his strengths while minimizing weaknesses, with the enhancement of his advantages being of utmost importance. After considerable reflection, Zhao Yi resolved to allocate 50 intermediate cards to speed, followed by the remaining 30 to explosiveness. Thus, provided he avoids double teams, his isolation three-point shooting ability would be further augmented, and his breakthrough speed would reach a level that would perplex his adversaries. One must accumulate 100 advanced cards to increase any attribute above level 95 by a single point. If such an opportunity arises, it would undoubtedly be prioritized to elevate his three-point shot to level 99, surpassing the illustrious babyface. He envisioned personally ushering in the small ball era, attaining a status of a league superstar, and making a historically significant contribution to the NBA, following in the footsteps of the babyface. He yearned to see him defeated in the most humiliating manner. However, for the time being, these aspirations remained mere thoughts, as he currently possessed only 30 advanced cards, rendering him unable to act. With these considerations in mind, Zhao Yi began to excitedly allocate points to upgrade his attributes. A radiant glimmer of golden light flashed within his mind as his attributes were once again enhanced. Pick and roll, level 70-90 rim protection, level 0-90 speed, level 90-95 explosiveness, level 90-93 upon completing the upgrades. The newly refreshed system panel appeared as follows: offensive skills, NBA level, 3-point shot, level 97, mid-range shot, level 90, layup, level 90, floater, level 90, hook shot, level 90, dunk, level 90, assist, level 90, pick and roll, level 90, isolation, level 95, movement, level 90, speed, level 95, explosiveness, level 93, stability, level 90, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, level 90, block, level 90, steal, level 90, on-ball defense, level 90, help, defense, level 90, switch defense, level 90, rim protection, level 90, awareness, level 90, physicality, level 95, special skills, NBA level, damage immunity, level 90, luck, level 90, touch, level 90, leadership, level 90, competitiveness, level 90, overall evaluation, a premier 3-point sharpshooter, a tenacious warrior, a natural leader, a favored son of fortune, an offensive kaleidoscope, a suffocating defender, possessing comprehensive skills, a dual threat on offense and defense, an adept playmaker, and an engine of speed. League assessment: best third team, all-star starter. Resource space: 890 beginner skill upgrade cards, 30 advanced skill upgrade cards, 11 beginner stamina potions, 11 beginner training potions. Zhao Yi was elated, his strength steadily advancing. The resources required for upgrading attributes were becoming increasingly substantial, yet he felt both content and hopeful. Although the system's attribute enhancements were exceedingly formidable, Zhao Yi remained devoted to rigorous training. He understood a crucial principle, regardless of how extraordinary his physical prowess became. The power of the body and the knowledge of how to utilize it were distinct concepts, even if he maximized his system attributes. Without an understanding of tactics and the ability to effectively harness his capabilities, he would merely be an average all-star. In basketball, the ultimate competition lies in the intellect. Once talent reaches a certain threshold, the significance of basketball IQ becomes paramount. It is akin to two individuals wielding the same sharp blade in the hands of a master. It commands respect, while in the hands of an ordinary person, it merely cuts through iron. Each vial of primary training potion had a usage limit of 24 hours. During the 3-day off-season, Zhao Yi decisively consumed 3 vials of the primary training potion, and unexpectedly, by sheer serendipity, he activated a new module within the system. Ding! Proficiency module activated. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97, 81, mid-range shooting, level 90, 11, layup, level 92, floater, level 90, 12, hookshot, level 90, 3, dunk, level 90, 15. Assist, level 90, 55, pick and roll, level 90, 23, isolation, level 95, 70, movement, level 90, 54, speed, level 95, 35, explosiveness, level 93, 33, stability, level 90, 43, defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 90, 21, blocking, level 96, stealing, level 90, 56, on-ball defense, level 90, 74. Help defense, level 90, 61. Switching defense, level 90, 55. Rim protection, level 90, 1. Awareness, level 90, 68. Physicality, level 95, 87. Special skills, NBA level. No proficiency, damage immunity, level 90 luck, level 90 touch, level 90 leadership, level 90 competitive spirit, level 90 overall evaluation, elite 3-point sharpshooter. Tenacious warrior, charismatic leader, fortunate prodigy, offensive virtuoso, suffocating defender, well-rounded technician, seamless two-way player, adept facilitator, and a nimble dynamo. League assessment: best third team, all-star starter. Resource inventory: primary skill upgrade cards 890, advanced skill upgrade cards 30, primary stamina potions 11, primary training potions 8. Upon a brief examination, Zhao Yi discerned that the new proficiency system merely serves as a display module to gauge one's control over physical abilities. Both training and competition will enhance Zhao Yi's mastery of his attribute skills. Proficiency does not inherently elevate attribute capabilities. Rather, it employs advanced technology to visually represent Zhao Yi's command over his own abilities. In essence, under the current attribute conditions, Zhao Yi's training volume is far from sufficient. Thus, for the past 3 days, he has practically resided in the training facility, dedicating over 18 hours each day to practice, leaving his teammates in awe. Zhao Yi, with my immunity buff at level 90, a little hard work is of no consequence. Do not envy me. I am a legend. When one's growth can be quantified in numerical terms, the motivation to strive will undoubtedly double. This, perhaps, is one of the advantages of the system's new module. Time flies, and soon the challenge of the next match approaches. This time, the adversary is unlike any before, the prestigious Purple Gold Legion of the league. That man, the obstinate and tenacious serpent, whose stubbornness runs deep. Following their defeat last season, the Purple Gold Legion has returned with renewed vigor. Last season, plagued by injuries, their strength was stifled. After a season of frustration, this year, the Lakers are firing on all cylinders. That man, in particular, continues to excel with each game, presenting an insurmountable challenge akin to a goat. Zhao Yi was filled with ambition. Let me defeat you, Kobe. It shall be the finest tribute to you. A salute to Kobe, a salute to the Lakers, and a salute to my youthful self. Chapter 29. Kobe. Zhao Yi, you have provoked my ire. The Magic were poised to face the Lakers. This match was set to be broadcast live on national television. Even before the game commenced, both the netizens and media journalists were in a fervor. The Lakers are destined for victory. There is no reason for them to falter against the Magic. This season, Kobe was surely to claim the championship. The Magic were but mere jesters. No matter how formidable Howard may be, he could not contend with the interior defense of Bynum and Gasol. Zhao Yi was fundamentally no match for Kobe. The Lakers had also bolstered their roster with Artist, effectively addressing all their shortcomings this season. The championship was undoubtedly theirs. On the internet, users were vocal in expressing their opinions. Zhao Yi is merely a newcomer. How could he possibly compete with Kobe? What a joke, haha. With the return of his sister-in-law, Kobe is back at his peak, and one Howard cannot impede him. I am eager to witness Zhao Yi face off against Kobe. He will be utterly overwhelmed. They laughed. The Magic had recently secured a commendable 7-game winning streak, yet they were about to encounter the Lakers and Kobe. What a pity. On the Chinese internet, Zhao Yi's fans were equally vocal. Zhao God will surely triumph. What of Kobe? Zhao God is more than capable of overcoming him. Zhao God, forever the best. At the pre-game press conference, the Lakers players displayed unwavering morale. Kobe remarked, Zhao Yi is indeed a rapidly advancing newcomer, but he will soon realize how far he still has to go. Fisher stated in this matchup, I will show Zhao Yi that the NBA is not as simple as he imagines. Odom added, aside from Zhao Yi and Howard, I regard the others as inconsequential. Bynum asserted, with Gasol by my side, we will contain Howard. He shall not act with impunity. Gasol vowed, I will give my all. The Magic are a formidable team, and we will not underestimate them. Meanwhile, the Magic players also exuded confidence in their statements. Zhao Yi, Kobe was an extraordinary player, and I aspire to emulate his greatness. This game has provided me with the clearest understanding of the gap between us. J.J. Redick, we all place our trust in Zhao Yi, under his leadership. We believe we have a chance at victory, and we possess that confidence. Hito T. RKO Liu, I will fiercely defend against Odom. He is certainly not to be underestimated. Lewis, the Magic's frontcourt is not solely reliant on Howard. I will also demonstrate, through my mid-range shooting, why the flowers bloom so vividly. Howard, restrict me? Let us settle this on the court. The players from both teams expressed themselves with a certain bluntness at the press conference, indicating their mutual desire to secure a victory in this match. The game is hosted at the Staples Center, the home ground of the Lakers. Bathed in the moonlight of Los Angeles at 4 a.m., this arena is a repository of memories and honors for the legendary Lakers franchise. The accolades of the Purple and Gold Brigade have long adorned the display hall, instilling profound pride and faith in their fans. Thus, while the Lakers' home advantage may not rival the altitude-induced challenges of Denver, it stands as one of the most formidable home courts in the league. As Zhao Yi stepped out of the players' tunnel and into the arena, he was greeted by the resounding cheers of the fans. Victory! 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 Their fervent enthusiasm for the Los Angeles Lakers, a championship team, was palpable, particularly following the acquisition of the beloved player, who had been sent to the Lakers by the Grizzlies at a bargain price. The hopes for a resurgence in Kobe's performance were rekindled, despite the Grizzlies' management harboring ulterior motives. This move had at least restored the confidence of the Los Angeles faithful in their team. However, the previous season had been marred by injuries that plagued the squad, ultimately preventing the Lakers from meeting the expectations of their supporters. This season, though, the entire team returned in good health, and the combination of Kobe and Gasol was blossoming into a formidable partnership reminiscent of the legendary duo. At the moment Zhao Yi reached the edge of the court, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! New mission issued. Mission objective, Mamba Legacy. Achieve complete recognition from Kobe. In the game, Perform and attain statistics exceeding 60 of Kobe's numbers. Mission reward. Final reward determined based on the host's performance on the court. Zhao Yi silently nodded. Kobe's excellence and strength manifest in his technical prowess on both offense and defense, his strategic acumen, his commanding presence as a leader, and his unyielding desire to win. Kobe's greatness did not commence the moment he stepped onto the league's courts. Rather, from his early days as a bench warmer, he has ceaselessly evolved, diligently honing his skills and analyzing game footage for insights. Kobe epitomizes the art of basketball, achieving a level of mastery few players have ever attained. He boasts countless admirers and athletes who embody the Black Mamba mentality, revered for its tenacity. With a combination of exceptional talent and relentless effort, it is nearly impossible not to equate Kobe's gifts to a staggering performance level. While he may not be the most naturally gifted player in league history, he undoubtedly transformed his innate abilities into extraordinary prowess on the court. Thus, given Zhao Yi's current capabilities, facing Kobe would be akin to a feeble effort against an unstoppable force. It is not a matter of lacking the will to compete, but rather the stark reality that the odds of victory are utterly non-existent. This season marks not only the Lakers' championship triumph, but also Kobe's inaugural title as a leader, defining his unparalleled peak performance. Zhao Yi comprehended that the system's assessment of him was quite favorable. Within the entire league, there exists no guard capable of scoring normally under Kobe's defense. Likewise, there are very few guards who can effectively restrain Kobe when he is on the offensive. Kobe embodies a seamless blend of offense and defense, both exceptionally formidable. Such a historically significant superstar ignited a fire within Zhao Yi's heart. Come on, Kobe. Let us engage in a game of basketball and ascertain just how far I am from your pinnacle. The match commenced. Zhao Yi is undeniably a starter. The starting lineups for the two teams are as follows. Magic, Zhao Yi, Redick, Turkoglu, Lewis, Howard. Lakers, Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Bynum, Gasol. In terms of lineup, the Lakers hold a distinct advantage, and their bench depth far surpasses that of the Magic. Stan Van Gundy exhibits no fear. Rather, he appears somewhat exhilarated. With Zhao Yi's emergence, the team's overall strength has significantly improved this season, and he is eager to ascertain whether the current squad possesses the prowess to contend for the championship through this game. The referee blows the whistle. The initial jump ball is slightly lacking in vigor from Bynum, easily seized by Howard. Subsequently, the match officially commences. At the outset, both teams' players exhibit a rather cold shooting touch. Turkoglu and Redick both miss their attempts, as do Gasol and Odom from the Lakers. For a full 2 minutes, both teams are ensnared in a scoring drought. In light of this predicament, Kobe raises an eyebrow, stepping up to take control. With a dazzling display of skill, he deftly dribbles past Turkoglu, executing a smooth stop-and-pop jump shot that finds the net with ease. Kobe's performance from the beginning is nothing short of fiery. He casts a burning glance at Zhao Yi, filled with anticipation and competitive spirit, igniting Zhao Yi's eagerness. Meanwhile, the audience erupts in fervor. Mamba must win. The boss is invincible. Let's obliterate Orlando and spank them. In the television broadcast commentary section, the commentator this time is a strikingly beautiful Eastern European woman named Guzman, a former model. Her delicate features and sparkling eyes immediately endear her to viewers. With an excited smile, she proclaims, "Fantastic. Kobe's initial performance is stellar. They are surely poised to defeat the Magic." It turns out that this enchanting commentator is indeed a fan of Kobe. Sitting beside her is an elderly African-American gentleman with graying hair, known as the ringmaster, Bill Russell, who personally invented the shot-blocking defensive technique and led the Celtics to an impressive 8 championships. Russell smiles slightly, saying, "It seems you have great confidence in Kobe. However, the reason I agreed to be a guest is to meet the newcomer whom my old pals have praised." Guzman immediately furrows her brow and asks, "You mean Zhao Yi?" Russell nods, affirming, "Yes, that's him." Guzman shakes her head impatiently, retorting, "A rookie like him cannot possibly be compared to Kobe, no matter how exceptional he is. He needs more experience before he can even think of surpassing Kobe." Russell shakes his head, responding, "Regardless of the outcome, I wish to meet him and have a conversation. My old friends have lauded Zhao Yi numerous times in my presence, and I am quite curious about him. Moreover, I believe he is not a simple character. It won't be as easy for Kobe to win against him as you might think." Guzman scoffs, "Ha. I truly do not believe he can defeat Kobe. Even Kobe's little toe would be too much for him." Russell remains unfazed and continues, "Do you know how Mike evaluates Zhao Yi?" Guzman chuckles dismissively. "The basketball god knows Zhao Yi? It seems Zhao Yi's focus isn't entirely on basketball." Russell states, Mike said Zhao Yi is the closest player to him and Kobe. Gusman's face registers shock and disbelief. I am genuinely curious. Is Zhao Yi truly that formidable? As the game approaches, staff begin to clear the court of unrelated personnel. With a whistle, the basketball is tossed high into the air. This thrilling match has officially begun. The first jump ball is unchallenged as Howard secures it effortlessly. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Yi calmly dribbled past half-court, with the relentless defense of the seasoned Fisher applying pressure, leaving no opportunity for Zhao Yi to attempt a long-range three-pointer. It is worth noting that although Fisher is a guard, his physical prowess truly lives up to his reputation. The first shot of the game held significant importance for team morale, as both teams sought to seize the initiative. Kobe observed Zhao Yi's every move, keen to ascertain whether Zhao Yi was indeed as formidable as the media proclaimed. However, Zhao Yi opted not to force the play. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to the interior player, Howard. Upon receiving the ball in position, Howard was immediately met with a double team from Bynum and Gasol. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and these 2 opponents were no easy adversaries. Amidst the physical contest and various distractions, Howard's awkward hook shot clanked off the rim. Subsequently, Gasol secured the rebound and launched a long pass to the sprinting Kobe. With a resounding thud, Kobe executed a fast break dunk, securing the first points of the game and showcasing his exceptional form. In the stands, Los Angeles fans erupted with excitement, fervently waving their arms and chanting, "Kobe, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe," with a subtle smile, acknowledged the crowd. Despite the media and the team's attempts to tarnish his reputation by shifting the blame for Shaquille O'Neal's departure to him, those in the know understood that the true abandonment of Shaq lay with the Lakers management, who refused to offer him a substantial contract in favor of the younger Kobe, a decision that ultimately led to Shaq's exit. Of course, Kobe's own stubbornness played a role as well. Nevertheless, Kobe was immensely eager to lead a team to a championship, to prove that he could establish a dynasty even without O'Neal. In the Lakers bench area, Zen Master, chewing gum, wore a confident smile, feeling assured of victory. Kobe was in fine fighting spirit today, and the outcome of the match appeared certain. In the next possession, the ball returned to the Magic's side. The Magic needed to respond, otherwise, it would dampen their morale. Facing the formidable Kobe and the championship-contending Lakers, the psychological pressure on the Magic players was already substantial. Observing the muscular Fisher before him, Zhao Yi dribbled past half-court, realizing that it was time for him to step up. After a few seconds of composed dribbling and assessing the court dynamics, Zhao Yi noted that his teammates had created space for him to isolate. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Yi smiled and retreated toward the midline. Fisher immediately tensed up, closely adhering to him in defense. Zhao Yi's long-range three-pointers are exceedingly lethal. Old Fish must be fully aware of this. It is preferable to allow Zhao Yi to drive, as he can be somewhat reassured with Bynum and Gasol guarding the paint. However, under no circumstances should Zhao Yi be afforded the opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Zhao Yi's accuracy in three-point shooting approaches the divine. However, his prowess has rapidly escalated to a level where even moderately defensive players like Lao Yu cannot contain his scoring ambitions. After executing a stunning explosive drive, Zhao Yi skillfully maneuvered the ball behind his back, evading Lao Yu's grasp. This granted him a fleeting opportunity to shoot. With an effortless step, he created the space necessary for his attack. Then, akin to a coiled spring, he leaped with remarkable force, releasing the ball in less than half a second. Before Lao Yu could mount any interference, the basketball had already soared into the sky, thanks to his height and wingspan. Even Lao Yu's highest reach could not disrupt Zhao Yi's shooting point. Lao Yu was thoroughly outmatched. The entire arena was left in astonishment. "Goodness, that's Lao Yu. Surely his defense isn't that poor," they exclaimed. "He must think he is Kobe, haha. Just look at him, dazzling with moves before clanking the shot." Yet, the basketball traced a graceful arc, plunging into the net with the precision of a cannonball. Bang! A flawlessly executed long-range three-pointer. As the fans redirected their gaze towards Zhao Yi, they were once again left in utter disbelief. Upon landing, Zhao Yi immediately raised his arms high and confidently turned to defend. He had an instinct, a premonition from the sharpshooter's intuition. This shot was destined to succeed. After a brief moment of silence in the audience, an uproar erupted. "My goodness, it truly went in. To dare provoke Kobe, you're finished. A spectacle is about to unfold." Observe Kobe's gaze, brimming with excitement. Old Fisher's face was a portrait of astonishment. After a series of intricate feints, the offensive rhythm remained unperturbed. As a rookie in his debut season, facing such a defensive stalwart, he displayed remarkable composure, executing a deep three-pointer with unwavering steadiness. Is this truly a novice? Even seasoned veterans seldom possess such mature mental fortitude. Meta World Peace was equally astonished. Can a player from Huaxia display such explosive prowess? What is Old Fish doing, unable to contain even a player from Huaxia? If it comes to it, I shall defend him. I refuse to believe he can maintain such arrogance in my presence. Humph. If necessary, I shall deliver an elbow. The left-handed magician Lamar Odom also wore a look of disbelief. Kobe had spoken of Zhao Yi. No wonder he earned Kobe's admiration. For such talent and ability are indeed remarkable. Old Fish's inability to guard Zhao Yi was evident from that very shot. Furthermore, it is rumored that Zhao Yi possesses the capability to drive to the basket. I must remain vigilant. Should Zhao Yi dare approach me, I am uncertain whether I could hold my ground. Bynum's mind was in turmoil. What kind of shooting touch is this? A death god from Huaxia? Old Fish defended without a flaw, yet still could not contain him. One can only imagine how vexing it must be for Old Fish to encounter Zhao Yi, whose talent utterly surpasses. How I envy Zhao Yi for possessing such gifts. Kardashian too was taken aback. Is it truly possible for someone to have such an extraordinary talent for three-point shooting? To remain composed under such circumstances and still make the shot? Alas. Yet another formidable opponent has emerged in the league, young and progressing at a terrifying pace. I sense that Zhao Yi will be the greatest obstacle in my and Kobe's quest for the championship. In this match, I must give my all. Kobe and I are the most formidable duo. Kobe bore no trace of anger. Instead, he regarded Zhao Yi with admiration and approached him, saying, "Zhao Yi, well done. I did not misjudge you. However, be prepared, I am about to get serious." With that, Kobe bit down on his jersey, savoring the sweat upon it. In an instant, the audience erupted into excited cheers. Kobe is ready to unleash his full strength. Grabbing his jersey, this signifies Kobe's fury. "Zhao Yi, having provoked Kobe, you shall face the consequences." Zhao Yi shook his head at Kobe and declared, "Kobe, there will come a day when I shall defeat you. Why not today?" The smile on Kobe's face vanished, giving way to a flicker of genuine anger. Zhao Yi was inwardly delighted. The essence was captured perfectly. Teasing Kobe Bryant won. Kobe pointed at Zhao Yi and growled menacingly, "You will soon regret your words." Zhao Yi smiled with confidence and declared, "From the moment I entered the league, it marked the beginning of your decline from greatness, Kobe." In a fit of rage, Kobe responded with a bitter laugh, saying, "Ha, very well. Let us settle this on the court. I have little patience for those who merely speak without substance." Zhao Yi flashed a confident smile once more and exclaimed, "Great." In the Lakers' bench area, Zen Master wore an expression of surprise and astonishment. "Oh, splendid. This three-pointer surpasses my expectations. However, relying solely on three-pointers offers little promise." Kobe had been provoked, and I eagerly awaited his performance. As the game progressed, Zhao Yi and Kobe unleashed their full potential, igniting fervent cheers and screams from the audience. Kobe showcased his myriad skills, playing with unrestrained vigor. On the other side, the versatile Zhao Yi not only consistently sank three-pointers but also scored effortlessly, as if it were as natural as eating or drinking, nearly leaving Old Fish in a state of despair. The two formidable players not only excelled individually but also demonstrated a keen basketball IQ, assisting their teammates along the way. The first quarter unfolded with breathtaking excitement. By the end of the first quarter, Kobe had amassed an impressive 18 points, much to the delight of Lakers fans. Most astonishingly, the rookie Zhao Yi had also scored 13 points, making all three of his attempts from beyond the arc with a perfect shooting percentage of 100. His efficiency was staggering, and the rationality of his shot selection was remarkably high. Like a lethal assassin, he only took shots that threatened the opponent's very existence. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers held a narrow 4-point lead, 32-28. Both teams' performances thrilled the fans. Catching a glimpse of Kobe's gaze from afar, Zhao Yi smiled with joy. "This serpent would not easily let me off the hook. Yet, I too would not allow you to defeat me effortlessly. I shall be the one to ultimately vanquish you." Kobe. Paying tribute to Kobe means decisively defeating him. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in. Performance rating. Precision SS level. This time, let me achieve an SSS rating. I must swiftly upgrade my intermediate card to its maximum potential. Kobe, this season, I shall conquer you. The greatest homage to the Mamba is to triumph over him with undeniable skill. Chapter 30, Artist. The three-point rain continues, and the atmosphere is tense. In the live commentary room, the striking Eastern European beauty, Gusman, with her lustrous black hair, expressed her indignation. That shot was pure luck. No one can rival Kobe. He must be out of his mind to provoke him. The ringmaster smiled serenely, replying, "Kobe is indeed a superstar, following in the footsteps of Jordan and Bird. However, that does not preclude the emergence of a rising star who may surpass him. As my old colleagues would say, Zhao Yi is undoubtedly a young talent with limitless potential. Following Duncan, Kobe, and Shaquille, the challenge of a new king against the old king makes this match increasingly intriguing. Gusman frowned in discontent, stating, "There is no way anyone can defeat Kobe, let alone an arrogant rookie like Zhao Yi. You're joking." The ringmaster observed Gusman's fierce demeanor and chuckled gently, saying, "Kobe is truly fortunate to have your support. Nonetheless, one must not underestimate Zhao Yi. My judgment has never been flawed." Gusman shook her head, asserting, "No one considers long-range three-pointers as standard weaponry. It's simply impossible. He merely possesses slightly better physical gifts than Fisher. If Arteist were to guard him, Zhao Yi would likely struggle immensely. Furthermore, if Kobe were to personally defend Zhao Yi, he would probably be left in tears, haha." The ringmaster smiled kindly and chose not to respond further. The old man understood that arguing with a woman is futile, as women seldom adhere to logic. Let us wait and see. I believe Zhao Yi will surprise us all. During the break between the first quarter, a glamorous young woman emerged from the audience corridor. Rita, slightly perspiring, hurried to her designated seat marked on her ticket and, after inquiring with those nearby, displayed an excited smile. "Fantastic. I knew that even if I arrived late, my man would not disappoint me." Surrounding male spectators sighed in disappointment. Such a stunning woman is a fan of that handsome guy from Huaxia. How disheartening. That guy is even more dashing. Why doesn't he glance my way? Humph. That Huaxia fellow is truly fortunate to have such a beautiful girl swooning over him. Envy and jealousy abound. Meanwhile, on the Magic team, the players were once again astonished. J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson were utterly awestruck. I was truly blind. Zhao Yi is indeed our team's deity. With him, we fear no one. Now I finally comprehend the distinction between ordinary individuals and geniuses. Ordinary individuals toil for years to hone their skills, while geniuses reach maturity in mere days. What a stark contrast. Turkoglu was once more taken aback by Zhao Yi's performance. My goodness, in such a short span, Zhao Yi can already match strength with Kobe. Old Fish was thoroughly overwhelmed by Zhao Yi. Let it be known that Old Fish's defense is among the league's upper echelon. His growth is astonishing. We almost forgot we once mocked Zhao Yi as a five-ring wasteland. Yet now, we are no longer on the same level as Zhao Yi. This is a miracle only a few superstars in the league can achieve. Not only has he risen to stay on the team, but he has also become the team's leader. How absurd. Lewis was again astounded. I knew Zhao Yi was strong. But the first quarter has truly reshaped my perception of him. He has grown so powerful that he remains unfazed by the pressure of facing Kobe. This is his first encounter with the formidable purple and gold army in the league. How does he dare to play with such confidence and decisiveness? Most would likely crumble under the pressure. Kobe's fierce gaze would cause most players to falter in their dribbling. Zhao Yi, throughout the entire ordeal, wore a confident and composed smile upon his face. What a formidable youth. With a radiant grin, he annihilated his opponents without mercy. While Howard was astonished, he also felt immense joy for his good brother. Brother, we are all counting on you. If you can vanquish Kobe, we might just find ourselves in the finals this season. With a confident smile, Zhao Yi proclaimed, what difficulty lies in our collaboration to establish a dynasty? Amidst the colossal and raucous cheers from the audience, the second quarter of the game commenced anew. Right from the outset, Kobe maintained his excellent form, sinking a mid-range jumper. Shortly thereafter, he intercepted a pass from Redick, executing a fast break to secure an additional 2 points. Within less than a minute into the second quarter, he amassed 4 points, thereby extending the Lakers' lead to 8, tantalizingly close to reaching double digits. Zhao Yi stepped forward once more. After dribbling past half-court, he executed a lob pass to Howard. As Howard drew the attention of the defenders, Zhao Yi calmly repositioned himself, moving without the ball. With the aid of Turkoglu's screen, he found himself in a position of solitude at the weak side corner, awaiting the timely arrival of Howard's pass. Zhao Yi raised his arm, leaped into the air, and executed a shooting motion with a fluidity and grace that was simply mesmerizing. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, finding its mark precisely at the center of the hoop. Swish. A flawless three-pointer from beyond the arc. The deficit was once again reduced to 5 points. Kobe wore an exuberant smile, as for many years. No one had dared to challenge him so boldly. His inherent tenacity was stirred to life. After personally dribbling the ball past half-court, Kobe displayed a classic maneuver, followed by a signature dream shake, playfully outsmarting Redick before effortlessly pivoting and sinking a jump shot for 2 points. With a nonchalant flick of his finger, he seemed to disperse the remnants of tension like smoke from a discharged firearm. This time, the Lakers clearly intensified their defense against Zhao Yi. Old Fisher, fully aware that he could not contain him, still fought tenaciously, his devilishly muscular physique brimming with stamina. After Zhao Yi passed the ball to the interior player Howard, he executed a backdoor cut, initiating his off-ball movement once more. Zhao Yi was unable to find an opportunity, so he deftly cut from the baseline to the basket, then executed a backdoor cut to the strong side arc. During this sequence, Lewis proactively set a screen for Zhao Yi, effectively obstructing the pursuing old fish. At the arc's peak, the ball from his good friend Howard arrived just in time. Zhao Yi caught the ball and shot without a moment's hesitation, leaving the onrushing Kobe with a wry smile of resignation. Swish. With a swift motion, he scored a three-pointer. Zhao Yi's relentless six-point surge narrowed the Lakers' lead to a mere 2 points, just one basket away. Kobe took it upon himself to dribble and penetrate. And under the defense of Turkoglu, he coolly executed a fadeaway jumper, only to be met with the sound of iron. Bang! Howard seized the rebound, and the Lakers swiftly retreated on defense, denying the Magic any chance for a fast break. Zhao Yi once again dribbled past the halfway line, and then, near the three-point arc, executed a feigned pass to Howard. In an instant, he withdrew the ball and, with remarkable precision, unleashed a quick shot in approximately 0.3 seconds. By the time Lao Yu realized what had transpired, the basketball had already soared into the air. Anxiously, Lao Yu turned his gaze towards the backboard, only to witness the ball descending like a guided missile, striking the very center of the hoop with pinpoint accuracy. Swish. Another impeccably executed top-shot three-pointer. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Yi astonishingly scored 9 points, propelling the Magic to reverse the score to 36-37. The audience was left in shock. Goodness. Is he that accurate? Is Zhao Yi about to unleash a deluge of three-pointers today? Is this handsome lad from Huaxia a god of rain? Rain of three-pointers everywhere. Incredibly. Scoring 9 points in 2 minutes with a perfect shooting percentage of 3 from 3 was truly remarkable. Legendary players observing the match from the sidelines were equally astounded. Michael Jordan remarked, "Zhao Yi's three-point shooting is indeed impressive. Every team could benefit from a player like him, especially in the face of rapid competition growth, as he consistently improves his shooting accuracy, which is quite commendable." Larry Bird noted, "This young lad Zhao Yi is real talent, though not my rival. He is certainly capable of dominating the league." Magic Johnson commented, "Zhao Yi's passing is steady, his technique is refined, and his mastery of three-point shooting is evident. He is undeniably becoming stronger, and I foresee a significant place for him in the future of the league." Kareem Abdul-Jabbar added, "I have always had faith in Zhao Yi. He is a newcomer with exceptional skills and character, and I am filled with anticipation for his future." Hakeem Olajuwon stated, "If Zhao Yi were to join my training camp, I would gladly offer him a discount, for I admire him." On the Lakers side, Derek Fisher was utterly astonished. "I can't believe I couldn't guard a newcomer from Huaxia. In less than 2 minutes, he scored 9 points over me, with a 100 shooting rate. I'm embarrassed. Zhao Yi truly outperformed me." Meta World Peace, with a fierce and astonished expression, remarked, "Fisher's defense is typically solid, yet he was thoroughly overwhelmed. I want to have a go at Zhao Yi. He truly has some skills." Approaching Kobe Bryant, he implored, "Kobe, let me guard him. I simply cannot stand by." Kobe glanced at Meta with a smile and nodded. "All right." Meta flexed his muscular arms, exclaiming, "Young man, let us have a friendly encounter." Lamar Odom also expressed his shock. "My goodness, Zhao Yi's three-pointers are lethal. It's hard to fathom that despite Fisher's solid defense, Zhao Yi still managed to score 9 points. It's absurd." However, with Arteas stepping up to defend Zhao Yi, I fear he might face some challenges. Yet, my intuition suggests Arteas may not be up to the task either. The towering Bynum appeared equally astonished. "What a display. 3 consecutive three-pointers have obliterated our lead and turned the tide. When did three-point shooting become such a formidable weapon? Isn't it supposed to be the icing on the cake? Zhao Yi is truly extraordinary." Pau Gasol maintained a calm exterior, yet internally he was tumultuous with astonishment. "Zhao Yi is indeed a formidable adversary to both myself and Kobe. His precise three-point shooting, combined with elite one-on-one skills, makes him exceedingly challenging and dangerous. Thankfully, Arteas is on the case. He should handle it well, right? Why does my instinct suggest he might not manage either?" In the Lakers bench, Coach Zen pondered, stroking his bearded chin in disbelief. Zhao Yi possesses remarkable talent. His three-point shooting and one-on-one capabilities are impressive, and his overall skills are commendable. His physical gifts far surpass Fisher's, and it is indeed wise to let Arteas handle him. I support Kobe's strategy. However, from my observations, this young man's speed exceeds Arteas'. So I doubt Arteas will be able to contain him. If Arteas fails, let us call on Kobe, their ISNTA player in this league he cannot handle. As the game progressed, Both teams struggled to score, seemingly influenced by various factors. Kobe missed several shots, living up to his reputation as the Iron King. The Magic players, too, rushed their shots and missed consecutively. In a fleeting moment, the Magic maintained a slender lead as the second quarter approached its midpoint. During this time, Arteast's defense against Zhao Yi showed some effectiveness, although Arteast's strength cannot compare to that of a brute like Ben Wallace. He remains the only viable option among guards. His powerful, tenacious defense often leaves opponents in dismay. It is akin to a strongman disrupting your offensive rhythm. How could one possibly avoid missing shots? Upon crossing half-court, Zhao Yi opted not to pass the ball to Howard in the paint. After a few minutes of scoring drought, Zhao Yi felt compelled to step up and uplift his team's spirits. Both teams were ensnared in a scoring slump, and the first to break free would undoubtedly widen their lead. As Zhao Yi had just crossed the half-court line, Arteast aggressively advanced to apply pressure. His defense fierce and relentless. "Kid, you've met your match with me." Arteast's tone was both menacing and gravelly. Zhao Yi did not utter a word in rebuttal. Instead, he surged forth with astonishing speed. With the enhancement of a system speed level at 95, he narrowly maneuvered past the approaching Atai, leaving him in the dust. This was precisely what Atai feared the most. He was not intimidated by power forwards or guards, but rather by players endowed with remarkable speed. Although Atai possessed considerable strength, his speed was comparatively lacking. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi positioned just 4 steps from the three-point line, elevated his arm, and released the shot. Before Atai could close the gap for a defensive play, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the net like a cannonball. Boom. A flawlessly executed long-range three-pointer. Atai's face flushed with embarrassment, quickly replaced by an inner fury. The recent basket scored by Zhao Yi left Atai feeling thoroughly humiliated. As a player whose reputation hinged upon defense, he took immense pride in his defensive capabilities. Little did he expect that his strongest asset would be so effortlessly undermined by Zhao Yi. With a fierce glare, Atai declared, "You won't get another chance." Zhao Yi smiled faintly, choosing not to retort, and instead turned to focus on defense. One may provoke a rational individual, for they will not react impulsively. However, should one encounter a character as unpredictable as Li Kuei, it is prudent to refrain from provocation. The incident where Arteast elbowed Harden, resulting in a concussion that necessitated hospitalization, is widely known throughout the league, and Zhao Yi was no stranger to this event. While he was confident in his basketball skills, he had no desire to engage in a physical altercation with someone as erratic as Arteast. Nevertheless, the scoreboard spoke volumes, 36-40. The Magic led by 4 points. J.J. Redick and Jameer Nelson had undeniably become fervent admirers of Zhao Yi. "Boss, splendid performance. That long-range three-pointer utterly dismantled Arteast. Incredible! The Lakers are nothing to fear. With our leader on the court, no team can stand against us." Hedo Turkoglu was equally astonished, having experienced Arteast's defensive prowess firsthand. He knew how effectively he could stifle opponents. Arteast's strength was formidable. Yet Zhao Yi had grown increasingly formidable, rendering Arteast powerless. Arteast's defense was notoriously aggressive, making precise shooting nearly impossible against him. Yet Zhao Yi not only breezed past Arteast, but also swiftly executed a long-range three-pointer with astonishing accuracy. Lewis was once again taken aback. Was Zhao Yi's speed truly such that even the tenacious defender Arteast could not keep pace? This explosive speed and agility reminded him of Iverson, yet Zhao Yi's height and innate talent far surpassed that of Iverson. Even against Iverson, Arteast would have held his own. It was unexpected that with Zhao Yi in play, Arteast was completely overwhelmed. Howard, brimming with childlike joy, rushed over to Zhao Yi, exuberantly celebrating their success. "Brother, well done. Keep it up. They're no match for us." Zhao Yi smiled brightly and remarked, "Atai's speed is truly sluggish. I passed him as if crossing a street." In the distance, Atai's face tightened, revealing a fierce expression. As a formidable figure on the court, he had never endured such humiliation. "You little brat. I will defend against you until you weep." Meanwhile, in the Magic's bench area, Van Gundy was filled with contentment, a joyful smile gracing his face. "Wonderful. Zhao Yi is truly remarkable. His rise this season will hold significant meaning for the team. With the combination of Zhao Yi and Howard in the low and high post, we now have our own Orlando version of the OK duo. Defeating the Lakers, we shall strive for a chance at the championship this season." As the game progressed, Kobe increasingly found his rhythm, gradually warming up, accumulating 11 points with a less efficient shooting performance. In contrast, Zhao Yi scored an impressive 12 points, hitting all 4 of his attempts. By halftime, Zhao Yi trailed Kobe by merely 4 points, with Kobe tallying 29 points while Zhao Yi notched 25. Meta World Peace felt an overwhelming frustration. Regardless of the dirty tactics he employed against Zhao Yi, the latter's shooting percentage remained unscathed. Although Zhao Yi refrained from retaliating against Arteist, he displayed no fear, responding with a barrage of three-pointers that only fueled Arteist's ire. A fleeting expression of malice crossed Arteist's face. "Kid, it seems I need to show you some toughness. You shall experience my formidable elbow." Chapter 31. Zhao Yi. When the three-point shot becomes efficient, Los Angeles at 4 in the morning is left in the cold. Seeking collections, inside the television studio. The exuberant commentator, Gusman, with her long black hair, exclaimed, "Indeed, Kobe is the greatest, scoring 29 points in the first half. What a miracle." The ringmaster, with a playful demeanor, retorted, "I beg to differ. Zhao Yi also scored 25 points, showing no signs of inferiority." Gusman, realizing this, frowned and countered, "That's different. Most of Zhao Yi's points come from three-pointers, and his shots are extremely unreasonable. Frankly, they are merely lucky shots. How can he be compared to the great Kobe?" The ringmaster chuckled, unfazed, and replied, "A sharpshooter averaging 8 three-pointers over 10 games, maintaining a strikingly efficient 60 shooting percentage. With a significant portion being deep threes, do you dare call that luck? Remember, if fortune frequently smiles upon someone, that individual undoubtedly possesses extraordinary skills unknown to you." Gusman was left speechless by Russell's retort, finally managing to utter, "Umph. Just wait until Zhao Yi's shooting cools off, then we shall see what you say. I truly do not believe anyone can maintain such a remarkable touch indefinitely." During the third quarter, Van Gundy opted to rest Zhao Yi for the entirety of the period. After all, Van Gundy was unaware of the miraculous stamina potion Zhao Yi possessed, and he assumed the latter required a certain amount of rest. With Zhao Yi and Howard off the court, the substitutes began to seize their moment to shine. On the Lakers' side, the Zen master naturally substituted his starting lineup as well. The substitutes exchanged blows, yet it was evident that the Lakers' bench possessed greater depth. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers' substitutes had turned the tide, leading by a margin of 6 points. Van Gundy maintained his composure throughout, understanding that these 6 points were inconsequential. His starters needed ample rest. In the stands, the Los Angeles fans were elated. Orlando was finally revealing its true colors. Once Kobe returned to the court, they would seize the game. Well played. They are merely exploiting our lack of depth. Humph. We are not on the same level as the Magic. And there is no way we can lose to that small city of Orlando. Meanwhile, in the Lakers huddle, the Zen master issued a directive to Kobe. "Kobe, Arteist is no match for Zhao Yi. Lock him down. Give it your all, leaving nothing behind. You may slightly reduce your offensive load since you've already scored 29 points, which is quite substantial. Help the team secure victory today, Kobe." Kobe raised an eyebrow, looking intently at the Zen master, responding earnestly, "Understood." As the fourth quarter commenced, the crowd erupted with raucous taunts. "Zhao Yi, you are no match for Kobe. Come to terms with reality. Kobe and his sidekick are invincible. Being defeated by us is an honor for your Orlando team." Zhao Yi remained unfazed, wholly immersed in the competition, a spark of excitement dancing at the corners of his mouth. As he dribbled past half-court, an imposing figure with an air of authority loomed before him. It was none other than the man himself, the defensive maestro, Kobe Bryant, who treated every challenge as mere routine, a fortress against which no player in the league could prevail. Once the blacksmith relinquished the offensive banner, the opposing star would face an ordeal akin to a nightmare. However, Zhao Yi was no simpleton. Upon noticing Kobe's tight defense, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the vicinity of the three-point line and, adhering to the team's strategy of 1 star and 4 shooters, delivered a precise pass to the interior's Howard. Subsequently, the tactical machine of the Magic commenced its intricate dance. Dynamic movements and screens wore down the Lakers' defenders. Meanwhile, Kobe shadowed Zhao Yi relentlessly as he navigated off the ball. Given Kobe's basketball IQ and prowess, evading his defense was a fanciful notion. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Yi executed a backdoor cut, sprinting towards the basket, catching Kobe unawares. At that instant, his teammate delivered the ball flawlessly into Zhao Yi's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Zhao Yi had already reached the edge of the paint. With Gasol and Bynum yet to position themselves for a defensive play, he unleashed a swift floater, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. Swish. The ball kissed the net, the crisp sound resonating enchantingly throughout the arena. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was he known as a three-point sharpshooter? When did he acquire the skill to float the ball so effortlessly? This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary talent. Even Kobe could not contain his offensive prowess, which was impressively diverse. The smoothness of his floater was astounding. How many techniques could he possibly possess? He was still a rookie. Old Fisher's face reflected sheer disbelief. Zhao Yi was indeed a profound enigma. His floater technique, so decisive and precise, could not have been honed without years of rigorous practice. It was hard to fathom that a newcomer, having joined the league barely 2 months prior, could wield such an arsenal of formidable skills. Zhao Yi, how could you continue to astonish me? The shock within Arteist was profound. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have given him an elbow. I never anticipated that this fellow would become increasingly outrageous. If even Kobe has been toyed with by him, how conceited can he be? This individual possesses remarkable skills in one-on-one play, physical confrontation, speed, and explosiveness. He is nearly a flawless player, excelling in both offensive and defensive realms without any discernible weaknesses. I am astounded to discover that he can also execute jump shots. The disparity between us is infuriating. I have practiced my jump shot to the brink of surrender, while Zhao Yi, after merely a few months of training, can effortlessly demonstrate this skill in a game. It drives me mad. Odom, too, wore a face of astonishment. Goodness, when did Zhao Yi learn to shoot jump shots? Was he primarily a three-point shooter? How terrifying. He is versatile in both inside and outside play, a veritable kaleidoscope of offensive capabilities. Moreover, this fellow's defensive prowess is equally formidable. Zhao Yi bears a striking resemblance to Kobe, as both exhibit an intense pursuit of technical excellence. However, it is truly astonishing that Zhao Yi has reached a level in just 2 months where he can hold his own against Kobe in a contest of strength. Indeed, the realm of genius is beyond the comprehension of ordinary players like us. In my heyday, I was also regarded as a left-handed magician, but in comparison to Zhao Yi, I feel utterly inadequate. It's infuriating. Bynum was left speechless in shock. I had prepared everything, only for Zhao Yi to execute a jump shot. Such a lack of sportsmanship. Zhao Yi, you're in a precarious position. Should you truly step into the forbidden zone, I shall ensure you face the consequences. A newcomer, not only proficient in three-point shots but also adept at floaters, and remarkably so, why not ascend to the heavens? Humph, how infuriating. Gasol's face was a canvas of astonishment. This Zhao Yi, surprisingly, understood the essence of teamwork, refraining from clashing one-on-one with Kobe. Indeed, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, knowing how to capitalize on his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, making him a formidable adversary. It appears that to triumph over Zhao Yi, one can only hope for an off day on his part. However, based on his current performance, such a possibility seems exceedingly slim. Kobe's expression grew increasingly fierce, his inner serpent agitated, having witnessed his protege score a basket while under his relentless watch. This was an affront that the obstinate Kobe could scarcely tolerate. With a fierce glance at Zhao Yi, he pivoted to return to defense. This serpent has never favored dishing out trash talk. The Mamba's true delight lies in conquering all opponents with his skills on the court. Thus, in this moment, beyond his stubborn rage, there flickered a hint of exhilaration and thrill. The strong yearned for the challenge posed by other strong contenders. In the next round, Kobe directly engaged in a one-on-one against Redick. With effortless finesse, he maneuvered past Redick and executed a picturesque fadeaway jumper, effortlessly erasing the lost points. 72-68. The Lakers maintained a 4-point lead. The might of the Lakers, alongside Kobe, ignited jubilation among the Los Angeles fans in the stands, simultaneously intensifying the pressure on the Magic players. Time raced on as the scores fluctuated between the two teams. With merely 3 minutes remaining in the match, Zhao Yi resolved to confront Kobe's defense head-on. This was imperative, for Howard, who should have had the advantage in the paint, was severely restricted by Bynum and Gasol, while the other players lacked substantial one-on-one capabilities. Under the Lakers' formidable defensive prowess, the Magic's tactical framework found itself in a dire predicament. At this juncture, what the Magic desperately required was a new powerful scoring threat to dismantle the suffocating Lakers' defense, thereby gradually reclaiming the upper hand. Zhao Yi resolutely stepped forward. At present, Zhao Yi's system attributes, one-on-one offense, three-point shooting, speed, and physical confrontation, are all at level 95 or above, placing him on par with Kobe Bryant in terms of raw ability. Thus, Zhao Yi understood clearly that to defeat Kobe, he must rely on these 4 enhanced attributes, supplemented by the element of surprise from his other level, 90 skills. Having strategized thoroughly, Zhao Yi locked eyes with Kobe. Kobe, I will defeat you tonight. Kobe's fury ignited instantly. Bring it on. Kobe was a master of defensive anticipation, making it perilous to rely solely on observation to decipher his intentions, lest one fall into his carefully laid traps. against a genius of his caliber. The only viable approach was to engage in sheer, unrelenting force, matching him blow for blow in raw combat. Thus, without any superfluous maneuvers, Zhao Yi unleashed his maximum explosive speed, charging toward Kobe's right flank. Attempting a contested three-pointer in Kobe's face was nothing short of fantasy. Kobe would swat such attempts into oblivion, leaving his opponents questioning their very existence. In his early career, fans had dubbed him the Black Mamba for his unparalleled leaping ability and lightning-fast reflexes. In an instant, Kobe discerned Zhao Yi's intent and shifted with impeccable timing, cutting him off with a powerful defensive stance. The collision was brutal, but fortunately, Zhao Yi's physical resilience ranked among the league's elite, preventing him from being completely overwhelmed by the impact. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and accelerated, charging towards the paint while Kobe relentlessly pursued him, entangling him fiercely. The two surged into the restricted area, where Bynum and Gasol also tightened their defensive stance, creating an unfavorable situation for Zhao Yi as the Lakers formed a triad of defenders encircling him. In the face of such adversity, at the moment he breached the encirclement, Zhao Yi executed a deft pass, sending the ball into the hands of Lewis, who awaited at the high post. Lewis swiftly released the ball, successfully sinking the long-range jumper. Swish. Zhao Yi smiled at Kobe and remarked, "Basketball is not a bullfight. I have teammates." Kobe, displaying an expression of admiration, nodded and replied, "Next time. I won't be fooled. I expected you to engage me to the bitter end, yet you understand the essence of teamwork. I underestimated you. However, you shall not have such an opportunity again." Several esteemed veterans, who closely followed each of Zhao Yi's games, engaged in discussions at home. Jordan stated, "Zhao Yi possesses a remarkable sense of the game. He did not succumb to the impulsive confrontation with Kobe, but instead orchestrated the offense in the most rational manner, which is commendable." Bird added, "Indeed, this young man I admire exhibits a rare perspective. Such awareness is a trait possessed only by superstars." Magic Johnson commented, "In truth, Zhao Yi's talent for assists and organization is on par with his three-point shooting. He simply becomes too engrossed in finishing plays. If he could dedicate himself to studying the art of organization and assists, I am confident that within a few years, he would emerge as the next Magic." Kareem noted, "You can always trust Zhao Yi. He is a rare young man who instills a sense of security and reliability." Olajuwon mentioned, "I have long advised Zhao Yi that if he could incorporate a touch of the dream shake, his offensive threat would be exponentially enhanced." In the stands, fans rallied in support of Kobe, chanting, "Kobe, victory! Kobe, invincible! Kobe, the conqueror!" In the crucial final moments, Kobe and Zhao Yi transformed into the Team S core, exerting their utmost efforts as they exchanged baskets with fervor. As the game drew to a close, Zhao Yi gradually began to reveal a slight disadvantage. Kobe, at this moment, was undeniably at his peak. His skills were comprehensive and masterful, and his physical prowess was of a historical caliber. Zhao Yi ultimately did not refine his skills to the perfection exhibited by Kobe. Even more concerning was the fact that Zhao's stamina had dwindled to a critical level. However, with resolute determination, he consumed a basic stamina potion, which instantly restored half of his energy. Subsequently, Zhao abandoned the option to drive towards the basket and instead began to hover on the perimeter, launching audacious long-range three-pointers. Despite being blocked by Kobe once, having 3 shots disrupted, and the offensive rhythm being thoroughly chaotic, Zhao relied on his exceptional three-point shooting ability. In the final 2 minutes of the match, he made 4 out of 6 attempts, amassing 12 points, and completely reversed the score. In the dying moments, he sealed the victory with a breathtaking game-winning three-pointer. On the defensive end, Zhao exerted every ounce of effort, relentlessly entangling with Kobe, who was also feeling the strain of fatigue. Kobe, giving his all, managed only 3 out of 10 shots for 6 points, ultimately succumbing to a 1-point defeat against the Magic. Throughout the game, Kobe efficiently scored 51 points. Yet he became the unluckiest player, his efforts in vain. Los Angeles fans left the arena in disappointment, with some even weeping uncontrollably. Their beloved Kobe had faltered, losing to a rookie from Orlando. Meanwhile, Zhao excelled, sinking 10 out of 16 three-point attempts for a total of 49 points. And his last-minute shot was nothing short of sensational, triumphing over the formidable duo of Kobe and Gasol, leaving the entire nation in awe. At the moment the game concluded, in the television studio, a striking Eastern European woman, Gusman, could not hold back her tears. "I know this isn't Kobe's fault. He gave it his all today. But this outcome is truly cruel for him. I wish for Kobe to win, not that Chinese player." The ring king comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Child, calm down. This hardly matters to Kobe. Did you not see him smiling as he embraced Zhao Yi? Gusman stopped crying and, upon closer inspection, realized the old man was indeed correct. Could it be that Kobe doesn't care about regular season victories? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't be Kobe. The Ring King replied with a benevolent smile. If Zhao Yi were to become Kobe's teammate, would Kobe mind if his teammate were even stronger? Gusman was momentarily taken aback. Kobe is Zhao Yi's teammate? Old man, are you jesting? The Ring King rose, his imposing figure resembling an iron wall. I also know that the little emperor is actively seeking to be Zhao Yi's teammate. Do not underestimate Zhao Yi simply because he is from China. His future achievements will undoubtedly rival Kobe's, if not surpass them. Ignoring the bewildered beauty commentator, the Ring King left the studio, sending a text to Zhao Yi. Young man. This is Russell. I hope to meet you at the agreed-upon location to discuss intriguing matters. Moments later, the Ring King's phone chimed again. No problem, old man. I would be honored. Without mentioning how the Magic teammates celebrated by lifting Zhao Yi into the air, the system notification thrilled Zhao Yi immensely. Task completed. Task rating. SSS. Task rewards. 900 basic upgrade cards, 70 intermediate upgrade cards, 10 advanced upgrade cards, 5 basic stamina potions, and 5 basic training potions. Another SSS-rated game reward. How could Zhao Yi not be overjoyed? What surprised him even more was that he had quietly been nominated for the All-Star selection. Chapter 32. The Ring King, Zhao Yi. You need to intensify your defense. Less than an hour after the match concluded, the networks and media in the nation erupted in fervor. Kobe's 51 points go to waste in defeat. Orlando's Chinese rookie triumphs over a formidable foe. The emergence of a versatile warrior. Zhao Yi's offensive prowess is a kaleidoscope of brilliance. The Lakers' fall to the Magic as Chinese rookie Zhao Yi contributes 49 points. A historically great three-point shooter is born. Averaging 2 three-pointers per game this season with a 63.2 shooting percentage. Fans across the country flooded online communities with comments. Wow, Zhao Yi is incredible. He is truly the Jordan of the perimeter. No one can rival his outside shooting. My goodness, Kobe lost to Zhao Yi. It's simply unbelievable. How could a rookie defeat Kobe? Who exactly is Zhao Yi? Domestic fans chimed in as well. God Zhao, YYDS. Zhao Yi, I want to have your children. God Zhao is invincible. God Zhao will win. Basketball legends also took to public forums to express their thoughts. Jordan, I truly never imagined Kobe would lose to Zhao Yi. But I find it understandable. Zhao Yi is indeed a rare talent with limitless potential. O'Neal. See? Without me, the Lakers can't even defeat a rookie. This is the price of losing me. Oh haha. Bird, not bad. Young people should be like this. Zhao Yi is the only young player I particularly admire. I have great expectations for him, and he has not disappointed me. Magic Johnson, Zhao Yi not only won the game but also had impressive statistics. He will surely achieve a triple-double one day. Jabbar, I think Kobe should reflect on himself. Instead of obsessing over his looks, he should focus on serious training. Perhaps then, he wouldn't have lost to Zhao Yi. However, even if Kobe were solely focused on the game, I believe Zhao Yi would still have at least a 30% chance of defeating him. Without Shaq, it has become increasingly difficult for Kobe to rise again. At the post-game press conference, the Lakers players spoke in much softer tones. Kobe, next time I face Zhao Yi, I won't be so careless. Fisher, I really do not want to encounter Zhao Yi again. This match felt like a nightmare to me. Artist, I was unable to fully contain Zhao Yi. He is indeed a challenging opponent. Odom, Zhao Yi's shooting talent is astonishing. I find myself somewhat envious. Bynum, Zhao Yi's finishing skills around the basket are comprehensive and exceedingly difficult to defend against. Gasol, we will never underestimate the Magic led by Zhao Yi again. They will undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to our championship aspirations this season. Zen Master, we underestimated him. We did not expect Zhao Yi to have grown to this extent. However, next time, we will certainly come back stronger. Meanwhile, at the Magic's press conference, reporters eagerly focused on Zhao Yi. Reporter A. Zhao Yi. Could you share your feelings about defeating the Lakers and Kobe? Zhao Yi smiled with delight and remarked, I feel a slight joy. After all, overcoming Kobe is a common aspiration among the majority of players in the league. However, I do not consider this as a culmination. The team's objective is the championship. To be the strongest in the entire league. Kobe is merely a formidable obstacle among many. I am confident that when I encounter him next, I will prevail once more. All the media reporters were astounded. Goodness, how provocative and audacious during a media interview. Is he intending to forge a bitter rivalry with Kobe? Given Kobe's temperament, this enmity may prove difficult to resolve. Before the reporters could regain their composure, a second journalist spoke up. Journalist B. Zhao Yi, your offensive skills are remarkably comprehensive. Could you share how you achieved such miraculous progress in a short period? Zhao Yi smiled calmly and remarked, You may have heard of the moon at 4 in the morning, but have you ever encountered the phrase 18 hours a day? Whenever I find the time, I dedicate myself to training for a staggering 18 hours daily. The remaining hours, aside from eating and sleeping, are exceedingly scarce. This is the secret behind my rapid progress. The assembled media reporters were once again taken aback. Truly, a disciple of the snake lineage. The intensity of his training is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary player. Moreover, he possesses remarkable health and strength. With such talent coupled with relentless effort, he leaves little room for other players to thrive. The crowd erupted in fervent applause, their gazes towards Zhao Yi filled with respect and admiration. How could they not be filled with anticipation for such a charismatic, diligent, and exceptionally gifted newcomer? Reporter C. Zhao Yi, if you were to face Kobe in the playoffs, do you still believe you could triumph over him? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Zhao Yi does not harbor fear towards Kobe, but rather profound respect. A luminary like Kobe, who passionately adored basketball from the depths of his soul and dedicated his entire life to the sport, possesses an admirable tenacity and resolve. How could Zhao Yi not feel a deep-seated respect for such an individual? Zhao Yi shook his head and remarked, I have always regarded Kobe as my role model. To me, he is the greatest of all time. Naturally, my ambition is to surpass Kobe, though I fear that may be a matter of years to come. I firmly believe that Kobe is a truly respectable and great player. Kobe, Zhao Yi understands me. The assembled media reporters were once again taken aback. This was not the first instance of Zhao Yi publicly declaring his intention to surpass Kobe, a sentiment that many players in the league aspire to but few dare to vocalize. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd on Zhao Yi's behalf. However, the most astonishing revelation was Zhao Yi's expression of respect for Kobe. It is well known that due to Kobe's affinity for the handsome aspects of the game, coupled with fans attributing the blame for Shaquille O'Neal's departure to him, Kobe currently faces immense public scrutiny. Zhao Yi's unwavering support for the recently defeated Kobe made it evident that their private relationship must be quite amicable. Could it be a case of mutual admiration between two formidable talents? Once the press conference concluded, Zhao Yi promptly took leave to meet with the legendary Bill Russell. En route, a new task was announced. Ding! A new random task has been issued. Task details: gain 100 favor points from the ringmaster. Task rewards: basic upgrade card 100. Intermediate upgrade card 10. Advanced upgrade card 3. Basic stamina potion 5. Such rewards hold little allure for Zhao Yi now. Acquiring SSS level task rewards through competition is far more lucrative than random tasks. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi yearned for an encounter with the legendary figure, Russell, a man of lore. Upon finally meeting Russell in a CAF, Zhao Yi was greeted by the elder's imposing stature and warm smile. Young man, you played quite well in the recent match, Russell remarked as they shook hands, Zhao Yi taken aback by the size of Russell's hand. After they sat down, Russell initiated the conversation. Do you know what your greatest flaw is? His inquiry, though somewhat abrupt, carried a tone of candor and sincerity. Zhao Yi gazed at Russell with anticipation, who then remarked, Your offensive prowess has advanced remarkably, astonishing even us veterans. However, your progress in defense has been considerably slower. You must understand that once the playoffs commence, it is a robust defense that secures the championship. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement and said, Indeed. However, mastering defense requires the accumulation of time. I can only gain experience through each game. The wise King of Rings smiled kindly and replied, Come, today presents a splendid opportunity. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I shall do my utmost to guide you. For a full 3 hours. The King of Rings offered Zhao Yi numerous suggestions and explanations regarding the nuances of on-the-spot defense, imparting a wealth of knowledge to him. Simultaneously, the system's notification finally chimed. Ding! Favorability reached 100, task completed. Task rewards: 100 junior skill cards, 10 intermediate skill cards, 3 advanced skill cards, and 5 junior stamina potions. After bidding farewell to Russell, Zhao Yi returned directly to the team. 3 hours later, he and the team returned to Orlando. Once home, Zhao Yi enjoyed a refreshing shower and then excitedly opened the system panel while lounging on the sofa. Offensive skills: NBA level 3-point shooting, level 97, 82, mid-range shooting, level 90, 12, layup, level 90, 3, floater, level 90, 13, hookshot, level 90, 3, dunk, level 90, 15. Assists, level 90, 55, pick and roll, level 90, 23, isolation, level 95, 73, movement, level 90, 56, speed, level 95, 39, explosiveness, level 93, 34. Stability, level 90, 43, defensive skills, NBA level rebounding, level 90, 22, block, level 96, steal, level 90, 56, on-ball defense, level 90, 75, help. Defense, level 90, 61, switch defense, level 90, 55, rim protection, level 90, 1, awareness, level 90, 69, physicality, level 95, 90, special skills, NBA level. No proficiency damage reduction, level 90 luck, level 90 touch, level 90 leadership, level 90 competitiveness, level 90 overall evaluation, a top-tier three-point sharpshooter. A tenacious warrior, a leader with charisma, a child of fortune, an offensive kaleidoscope, suffocating defense, well-rounded skills, integrated offense and defense, adept at assists, and a speedy dynamo. League evaluation, best third team, all-star starter. Resource space, 1890 junior skill upgrade cards, 80 intermediate skill cards, 43 advanced skill upgrade cards, 11 junior stamina potions, 13 junior training potions. Content with his progress, Zhao Yi contemplated how to allocate his skill points. He decided to focus on his strengths. First, he would raise his explosiveness from level 93 to 95, ensuring greater burst speed and impact during one-on-one situations to enhance his ability to penetrate defenses. Next, he aimed to elevate his movement from level 90 to 95, as this would provide essential boosts for his off-ball running, combined with his exceptional three-point shooting, making it challenging for opponents. With one remaining intermediate point, Zhao Yi intended to invest it in awareness, advancing it to level 91 to ensure superior anticipation and performance on the defensive end. As for the junior cards, he resolved to save them for exchanging potions, as each intermediate point required an astounding 10,000 junior cards, and with fewer than 2,000 cards currently, it was far from sufficient. Having made up his mind, Zhao Yi excitedly began allocating points on the system panel. A flash of golden light enveloped his mind. Explosiveness level 93-95. Movement level 90-95. Awareness level 90-91. The refreshed system panel was as follows. Offensive skills, NBA level 3-point shooting. Level 97, 82, mid-range shooting. Level 90, 12, layup. Level 90, 3, floater. Level 90, 13, hook shot. Level 90, 3, dunk. Level 90, 15, assists. Level 90, 55, pick and roll. Level 90, 23, isolation. Level 95, 73, movement. Level 95, 56, speed. Level 95, 39, explosiveness. Level 95, 34, stability. Level 90, 43, defensive skills, NBA level rebounding. Level 90, 22, block. Level 96, steal. Level 90, 56, on-ball defense. Level 90, 75, help defense. Level 90, 61, switch defense. Level 90, 55, rim protection. Level 90, 1, awareness. Level 91, 69, physicality. Level 95, 90, special skills, NBA level. No proficiency damage reduction. Level 90 luck. Level 90 touch. Level 90 leadership. Level 90 competitiveness. Level 90 overall evaluation. A top-tier three-point sharpshooter. A tenacious warrior, a leader with charisma, a child of fortune, an offensive kaleidoscope, suffocating defense, well-rounded skills, integrated offense and defense, adept at assists, and a speedy dynamo. League evaluation, best third team, all-star starter. Resource space, 1890 junior skill upgrade cards, 43 advanced skill upgrade cards, 11 junior stamina potions, 13 junior training potions. Fully satisfied, Zhao Yi, after completing all tasks, succumbed to the drowsiness brought on by the day's games and drifted into slumber on the sofa, a joyful smile gracing his lips. Time flew by, and match after match unfolded. Under Zhao Yi's stellar performance, the Magic's record soared, as the popularity of the Magic team surged. The voting for the All-Star rankings heated up. Although domestic voting enthusiasm in China was somewhat curtailed by the league, it still garnered an astonishing number of support votes, especially as Zhao Yi led the Magic to a remarkable 17-game winning streak, propelling his popularity to new heights. Ultimately, 1 week before the All-Star weekend, Zhao Yi emerged as the top vote-getter, surpassing renowned stars like Kobe, Iverson, and Wade. What delighted fans even more was Zhao Yi's impressive performance during the All-Star weekend, where he achieved several perfect scores in the three-point contest, ultimately claiming the title of three-point king. He became the first ever three-point king from China. Simultaneously, as the regular season came to a close, the selection for various honors commenced. Kobe won the regular season MVP by an undeniable margin, while Zhao Yi was awarded the most improved player, as well as selections for the defensive second team and the All-NBA second team, marking a period of great glory. However, as the regular season concluded, the atmosphere in Orlando grew increasingly tense, with the Magic's training intensifying. The reason was simple: the playoffs were about to commence. The Magic topped the Eastern Conference with a record of 68 wins and 14 losses. The Cavaliers and Celtics followed closely behind. In the Western Conference, Kobe's Lakers led with an impressive record of 65 wins and 17 losses. After the official playoff schedule was announced, Zhao Yi received the news that the Magic would face the Detroit Pistons in the first round, a team that had long lacked a superstar and was known for its blue-collar ethos, relying on ironclad defense and solid positioning to secure its place in the league. Zhao Yi is brimming with confidence. His system panel has transformed into something remarkable. Offensive skills, NBA level, three-point shooting, 97 out of 100, mid-range shot, 95-56, layup, 95-33, floater, 95-42, hook shot, 95-26, dunk, 95-55, assist, 95-85, screen and roll, 90-43, isolation, 95-100, movement, 95-87, speed, 95-68, explosiveness, 95-72, stability, 95-66, defensive skills, NBA level, rebounding, 90-31, block, 90-12, steal, 90-65, on-ball defense, 95-100, help defense, 95-87, switch defense, 95-85, rim protection, 99, awareness, 95-100, physicality, 95-100, special skills, NBA level. No proficiency, damage immunity, 95, luck, 95, touch, 95, leadership, 90, competitiveness, 90 overall evaluation, a premier three-point sharpshooter, a tenacious warrior, exuding leadership qualities. A child of fortune, an offensive kaleidoscope, suffocating defense, well-rounded skills, a dual threat in offense and defense, an adept playmaker, and a speedster. League assessment, second team All-NBA. All-Star starter. Resource inventory, basic skill upgrade cards, 94, 500, advanced skill upgrade cards, 99, basic stamina potions, 30, basic training potions, 24. It can be asserted that Zhao Yi now possesses the strength and talent to become an elite superstar. The only element lacking is postseason experience. The Detroit Pistons will be the first team to face Zhao Yi's relentless prowess. While the first round of the playoffs may not be his ultimate goal, Zhao Yi intends to treat the series as an invaluable training ground, enabling him to familiarize himself with the playoffs and fully acclimatize. 4. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Yi is poised to encounter the young king in the Eastern Conference Finals and face Kobe in the finals. Zhao Yi is filled with confidence, believing that he can clinch the championship title this season. Chapter 33, Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. Today marks Zhao Yi's inaugural playoff match. Although his abilities have transformed drastically since the beginning of the season, Zhao Yi remains vigilant. To tackle a formidable opponent, one must wield a powerful weapon. Prior to the match, the consensus among the media in the United States was overwhelmingly in favor of the Orlando Magic's victory, with stars like Howard and Zhao Yi. The Orlando Magic have undeniably established themselves as strong contenders for the championship. Conversely, the underdog Pistons, a team often overlooked, have garnered little faith from the public. The once-renowned Bad Boys era has faded into history, yet the current roster should not be underestimated. They boast seasoned veterans like Allen Iverson, alongside mid-range sharpshooters Richard Hamilton and Chauncey Billups. Additionally, the defensive prowess of Prince and the formidable presence of Rasheed Wallace in the paint make this team a formidable force. As the game commenced, the opening tip-off was effortlessly claimed by Howard. Zhao Yi remains the starting point guard. As the first quarter drew to a close, Zhao Yi showcased his prowess by sinking 5 out of 6 three-point attempts, amassing an impressive total of 16 points, while also delivering 2 blocks against Iverson and securing 3 rebounds. The Magic surged ahead with a commanding 11-point lead by the end of the first quarter. Iverson, known for his offensive strength yet defensive frailty, found himself at a disadvantage against Zhao Yi, who possesses not only physical prowess, speed, and explosive capability but also exceptional one-on-one skills and three-point accuracy. Moreover, Iverson is no longer the player he once was. Thus, in the presence of Zhao Yi, he appeared utterly overwhelmed. Zhao Yi played with remarkable ease, as if taking a leisurely stroll down a broad avenue. Faced with the formidable roar of the celestial lord, Howard held his ground just as valiantly. After delivering 2 impressive blocks, the opposing players hesitated to challenge the basket. The first quarter concluded with a score of 21-32, prompting Van Gundy to prudently rest Zhao Yi. The Pistons' style of play had always been rather aggressive, and Van Gundy was determined to avoid any injuries to Zhao Yi. Consequently, after substituting in Nelson, Iverson displayed a resurgence of youthful vigor. By the end of the first half, Iverson had tallied 13 points in the second quarter and also provided Nelson with 2 steals, much to the delight of the fans. Hamilton and Billups consistently found success with mid-range shots. Under Iverson's leadership, the Pistons managed to reverse the score, leading 56-55 as the Magic trailed by a single point at halftime. In the third quarter, both teams deployed their bench players, resulting in a clash of inexperienced talent. Yet the Magic's substitutes proved superior. Ultimately, at the end of the third quarter, the Magic regained a 3-point lead, 81-84. In the crucial fourth quarter, Van Gundy finally called Zhao Yi back onto the court, and then there was no looking back. At the outset, Zhao Yi remarkably sank 4 consecutive three-pointers, including an astonishing long-range shot that left spectators in awe. His unparalleled movement and shooting prowess struck fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. Ultimately, Zhao Yi amassed an impressive 42 points, leading the Magic to a decisive victory in Game 1 with a score of 112-101, triumphing by 11 points. In an instant, the media from the United States lavished praise upon the Magic, heralding Orlando's new king and celebrating Zhao Yi's flawless performance. Under the torrential rain of three-pointers, the once formidable Pistons crumbled, vanquished by Zhao Yi's prowess. The once feared bad boys were no more, their legacy reduced to mere whispers. However, in the post-game press conference, the Pistons players exhibited their discontent. Iverson remarked, "You have overestimated Zhao Yi. He was merely enjoying a favorable shooting night." Hamilton asserted, "In the next game, I will show them the essence of a steel-clad mid-range shot." Prince pondered whether to guard Zhao Yi individually. Billups reflected, "Yes, we lost this match, but it is of little consequence. Victories and defeats are the nature of the game." The enraged veteran grumbled that Howard is truly insufferable. "I will find an opportunity to teach him a lesson." In contrast, Zhao Yi responded to media inquiries with a single resolute statement, "You can always believe in us. We will undoubtedly clinch victory in Game 2. Subsequently, in Games 2 and 3, Zhao Yi scored 45 and 47 points respectively, showcasing consistent brilliance and leading the Magic to 2 consecutive victories, establishing a commanding 3-0 series lead. In the final game, the Pistons, driven by honor and dignity, summoned every ounce of strength to battle the Magic fiercely. By the end of the third quarter, the teams were locked in a tie. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, even with the Pistons employing double teams against Zhao Yi, he still managed to shoot 5 of 7 from beyond the arc, utilizing an array of jump shots, floaters, and hook shots to score 18 points in the quarter, ultimately dismantling the Pistons' resolve. The game concluded with a resounding 122-101 victory, a 21-point rout that advanced the Magic to the second round. In this match, Zhao Yi erupted for 52 points, once again dominating the headlines. A few days later, the Magic's second-round opponent was confirmed, the Atlanta Hawks, another underwhelming team devoid of superstars. Under Zhao Yi's leadership, the Magic swept the Hawks in 4 straight games, sending the Atlanta players home to embrace their families. Zhao Yi averaged 30 minutes on the court, amassing an impressive 36 points per game, with a remarkable three-point shooting percentage of 56, astonishing everyone. The Orlando Magic surged into the Eastern Conference Finals. Shortly thereafter, their adversary was confirmed, the Cleveland Cavaliers, led by the King himself. During the regular season, Zhao Yi faced off against the King in 5 encounters, securing victory in 4, a truly commendable record. However, this is the Eastern Conference Finals, a realm entirely distinct from the regular season. Even before the match commenced, speculation swirled in the media regarding the rivalry between the rookie Zhao Yi and the King, who would ultimately emerge victorious. The Orlando Warriors were set to confront Cleveland's King, and the outcome remained uncertain. This monumental clash commanded attention, a pinnacle showdown between the Magic and the Cavaliers. Legends of the game weighed in with their opinions. Jordan expressed his preference for LeBron, noting that Zhao Yi, as a newcomer, still required several seasons to mature. Bird believed Zhao Yi had a 50% chance of success, stating he had been closely following the young player's remarkable development. The Magic Man humorously remarked that, personally, he wished for both to triumph, yet conceded that the King's chances appeared slightly greater. Jabbar confidently predicted that Zhao Yi would advance to the finals, trusting in his intuition. Olajuwon acknowledged Zhao Yi's rapid improvement in footwork and eagerly anticipated the peak confrontation between him and LeBron, certain it would be captivating. Even before the game began, ticket scalpers had inflated prices to an astonishing 13,000 each, underscoring the immense interest surrounding this event. As Zhao Yi emerged from the player tunnel, a deafening roar resounded throughout the arena. King, the Emperor has arrived. Invincible. Although Zhao Yi currently boasts a modest following, it pales in comparison to the adoration reserved for LeBron James. Moreover, this match is hosted on the Cavaliers' home turf, where the advantage is unmistakably palpable from the outset. On the court, LeBron exuded an icy demeanor, radiating an intense aura of dominance, his gaze sharp and piercing. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace silently repeated his warm-up routines, his expression as frigid as ever, devoid of emotion. The other Cavaliers players, likewise impassive, engaged in their pregame shooting drills, instilling a sense of formidable pressure from afar. The Cavaliers' impressive performance throughout the regular season had undoubtedly raised expectations, as their journey to the Eastern Conference Finals seemed well within reach for the young king and the management. Conversely, the resurgence of the Magic this season has placed greater expectations and pressures on Stan Van Gundy. Throughout the regular season, the Magic had secured 3 more victories than the Cavaliers, boasting a commendable record that instilled pride. Thus, the matchup between the Cavaliers and the Magic saw betting odds in the underground casinos favoring the Cavaliers at 122, while the Magic's odds stood at 1, 2, 3. This stark contrast ignited a fire within the young king and his teammates. How could their worth be merely a fraction of the Magic's players? The uncle could endure, but the aunt could not. After Zhao Yi assessed the enemy's situation, he smiled with confidence. The competition was becoming increasingly intriguing. In his rookie season, Zhao Yi had already resolved to vie for the championship. In this match, Zhao Yi was determined to succeed. Having triumphed over the Little Emperor several times during the regular season, Zhao Yi was aware that, with his current system attributes, he had no fear of the Little Emperor, who had yet to reach his peak. At this moment, Zhao Yi's strength has become extraordinarily formidable, with nearly all attributes averaging at a remarkable level of 95. Akin to a flawless point guard, possessing an extensive repertoire of offensive and defensive skills. Should Zhao Yi truly triumph over the Little Emperor, he will utilize the Eastern Conference Finals as a springboard to embark on the journey to the championship finals. In Zhao Yi's eyes, a brilliant light shone. No one could impede my progress. I am destined to become the first Chinese player to win the NBA championship and be named Finals MVP. LeBron, prepare to be dethroned. In the stands, fans exuded unwavering confidence in LeBron, while simultaneously harboring biases and disdain towards the Magic, particularly towards the recently ascendant Zhao Yi. The moment a player of Chinese descent steps onto the Eastern Conference Finals floor, their true nature will be revealed. After all, he is merely a regular season phenomenon, a mere shadow of his potential. I wager that Zhao Yi will crumble under the pressure of the Eastern Conference Finals like delicate vermicelli. The Little Emperor has not even exerted himself during the regular season, and he truly believes he can conquer the Little Emperor. This is, without a doubt, the most amusing jest I have ever heard. As Zhao Yi stepped onto the court, he received a new task from the system. Ding. Eastern Conference Finals Victory Mission. Mission Objective. Advance to the Finals. Mission Reward. Based on the host's performance evaluation. A gleam of determination flashed once more in Zhao Yi's eyes as he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement coursing through his entire being. Inside the television broadcast studio for the Eastern Conference Finals, retired legend Charles Barkley and his longtime partner Kenny Smith sat before the cameras, engaged in a heated debate about the upcoming game. Smith, old friend, I suppose you're convinced that King James will emerge victorious? Barkley, isn't it obvious? Do you honestly believe Zhao Yi and Howard stand a chance? This isn't the regular season. The Magic don't have the slightest hope in the Eastern Conference Finals. Smith, smirking, proposed, how about a little wager then? Barkley tensed slightly, eyeing him warily. What are you thinking? Smith chuckled. Simple, $100,000. Relaxing at the mention of money, a trivial sum for him, Barkley waved a hand dismissively. Deal. If Zhao Yi defeats King James, you get your 100 grand. My word is my bond. Smith grinned in return. And if King James wins, the 100,000 is yours, under the watchful eyes of the national audience. The two made their playful bet, neither truly concerned about the sum, merely treating it as an entertaining diversion. Finally, with the referee's sharp whistle, the game officially began. From the opening tip-off, Zhao Yi found himself overpowered by Howard's strength, allowing the Magic to seize possession. As Zhao Yi dribbled the ball, he immediately sensed the distinct atmosphere of the Eastern Conference Finals. Mo Buchuan, in this crucial matchup, appeared to have transformed, exhibiting a heightened sense of pressure and defensive aggression. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi, possessing an impressive 95-level one-on-one skill, felt no trepidation in the face of such challenges. Upon crossing half-court, adhering to the traditional tactics of the Magic, Zhao Yi swiftly passed the ball to Howard in the paint. Yet, despite his 95-level positioning skills, he found himself relentlessly shadowed by Mo Buchuan, akin to a stubborn adhesive, unable to break free for an open shot. It was evident that the Cavaliers players on the Eastern Conference Finals stage felt as if they had undergone a complete metamorphosis, their defensive pressure amplifying significantly. However, Howard had no difficulty overpowering the smaller Z, considering his opponent was a 35-year-old Caucasian, clearly no match for Howard. After a powerful collision, Howard executed a swift spin and delivered the first dunk of the game. Bang! The Magic players immediately transitioned to defense, their spirits soaring. In the subsequent possession, LeBron James personally brought the ball across half-court, then forcefully drove past Turkoglu, soaring into the paint for a thunderous dunk over Lewis. Bang! Turkoglu lamented, "I truly cannot stop him. A human beast." The audience erupted in jubilant cheers. "Incredible! Wow, what a spectacular start. So exhilarating, so thrilling. I'm overjoyed." The dazzling performances of the star players captivated the entire crowd. As the game progressed, Zhao Yi refrained from showcasing his abilities excessively. Indeed, the Eastern Conference Finals presented a stark contrast to the regular season. Mo Buchuan, with occasional support from teammates, denied Zhao Yi any open looks. Clearly, the Cavaliers head coach had devised a targeted strategy against Zhao Yi, effectively neutralizing his scoring opportunities. In contrast, the young Emperor continued to score effortlessly. Although Howard was wreaking havoc in the opponent's paint, Zhao Yi's struggles meant that the score remained tightly contested. Ultimately, the first quarter concluded with a tie at 21-21. Both Howard and the young Emperor having scored in double figures. Zhao Yi attempted 4 three-pointers, successfully landing 2 of them, yielding a commendable shooting percentage of 50. However, in stark contrast to his regular season performance, it is evident that Zhao Yi has yet to fully acclimatize to the defensive intensity of the Eastern Conference Finals. Managing only a meager tally of 6 points and 3 assists, even Mo Buchuan managed to contribute 4 points and 1 rebound, showcasing a decent form. In the television studio, Barkley erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "My old friend, it seems you might be on the verge of defeat." Zhao Yi is severely underperforming in the Eastern Conference Finals. Smith expressed his concern, perhaps it's due to his first appearance in the Eastern Conference Finals. Zhao Yi has not completely adapted or loosened up. "I hope this isn't the onset of his playoff curse." Having had his fill of laughter, Barkley stated, "I believe Zhao Yi's previous performance was merely a product of the lax defense seen during the regular season. He appears to be a player who thrives only in favorable conditions and struggles against tough opponents." Smith shook his head in disagreement, asserting, "I beg to differ. I am confident that Zhao Yi will soon surprise us." Barkley, amused, scoffed, "If Zhao Yi surpasses James in scoring during the second quarter, I would willingly kiss a donkey's rear." Smith's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are you serious?" Barkley nodded and chuckled. "There is no way Zhao Yi can achieve that." "I was merely jesting." Smith, with a knowing smile, replied, "Perhaps that isn't the case." Chapter 34, Eastern Conference Finals. Rain is approaching. The atmosphere is tense. During the break, the Cavaliers players exhibited a hint of joy. Mo Buchuan remarked, "So Zhao Yi is also plagued by the playoff curse. He was a tiger in the regular season but falters in the playoffs, haha." Zhao Yi added, "Howard is still formidable, but if the Magic relies solely on him, they stand no chance against us." West commented, "Redick is nothing but a weakling. In the first quarter, he attempted 4 shots and missed all, achieving a 0% shooting rate. Just apply some pressure and interference, and it's easy to stifle him." Ben stated defiantly, "Humph. I will certainly make Zhao Yi pay for this game." LeBron rallied his teammates, "Brothers, we are the strongest. This season's championship is ours to claim." The fans further fueled the fire with their taunts and insults directed at the Magic players. "What a rookie of the year. He crumbles in the playoffs. It's utterly pathetic. And he is getting a hefty contract. What a nightmare for the Magic management." They were confident of victory, believing that as long as Zhao remained in a slump, the Magic posed no threat. On social media, netizens offered pointed critiques. "I know Zhao Yi well. What mischief is he up to now? This isn't his usual demeanor. something seems amiss. Many believed that Zhao Yi was on the verge of a breakout, asserting that he was certainly not a weakling. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Zhao Yi, with a towel draped over his face, revealed a smile. Zhao Yi did not perspire much at all. Zhao Yi was reluctant to deplete his physical energy too rapidly at the onset of the Eastern Conference Finals. The intensity of defense and confrontations on this stage was an unprecedented experience for him, significantly more intense than the regular season. Although Zhao Yi possessed the ability to acclimatize to the Eastern Conference Finals, or even the finals themselves, in a short span, he recognized the necessity of allowing himself some time to adjust. In fact, through a gradual easing into the first quarter, he began to adapt to the ferocity of the competition. By the second quarter, Zhao Yi made his triumphant return, ultimately tipping the score in favor of his team. LeBron. I shall seize this victory with my own hands. My era has arrived. The second quarter commenced swiftly thereafter. Zhao Yi took to the stage once more, casting a glance at the performance evaluation displayed on the system panel within his mind. Performance rating, A-. He smiled with newfound confidence. Zhao Yi felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his body. The tiger does not roar, yet they truly perceive me as a sickly cat, chuckling softly. As the second quarter commenced, both teams struggled to find their rhythm, repeatedly missing their shots. After Zhao Yi regained possession in the backcourt, he chose not to assist his teammate but instead gazed at Mo, wearing a smug expression of triumph. Suddenly, he surged forward from the center line with astonishing speed, effortlessly bypassing Mo. Before Mo could react, Zhao Yi raised his arm and released a shot in less than half a second, sending the basketball soaring into the air. The ball traced a long arc, resembling a projectile hurtling toward the distant hoop. The audience erupted in disapproving boos, convinced that the shot would surely miss. How audacious! With a frigid touch, he still attempted the shot. Was Van Gundy not going to intervene in such folly? Only LeBron wore a look of shock and concern. Oh my God, when did Zhao Yi regain his shooting touch? The shot appeared extraordinarily smooth. Thud. The basketball swished cleanly through the center of the hoop, causing the net to ripple violently. A precise deep three-pointer. In an instant, the crowd fell into stunned silence, only to erupt moments later in astonishment. Goodness! This fellow has awakened. Alas, the three-point barrage has returned. The atmosphere is anything but harmonious. In the Magic's bench area, Van Gundy wore a satisfied smile, the shock in his eyes having diminished considerably. Indeed, Zhao Yi was increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader, uplifting his team's morale in crucial moments and striking fear into the hearts of their opponents. He eagerly anticipated Zhao Yi's forthcoming performance. On the court, Redick was once again taken aback. Is the star back in form? Regardless, once the star regains his shooting prowess, that pesky West will be in for a reckoning. With the star on the floor, I fear nothing. Turkoglu laughed heartily, equally astonished. Surely, the star was conserving energy in the first quarter. Under the circumstances of the star's leniency, how could the opponent have merely tied the score? A team reliant solely on LeBron could not possibly be our match. Lewis maintained a calm exterior, though tumultuous thoughts churned within. To attempt such a long-range three-pointer in his first Eastern Conference Finals, to decisively penetrate defenses with such ferocity and decisiveness, truly, he is the star, and this is still his rookie season. Comparisons can be disheartening. Howard grinned broadly, high-fiving Zhao Yi in celebration. My good brother, you are magnificent. Once you regain your form, I sense victory is ours. LeBron's expression darkened. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Zhao Yi, that troublesome lad, must be hiding his true intentions. He has relinquished the first quarter, merely biding his time to conserve his strength. Infuriating. I shall not be defeated. I am determined to triumph in this match. James's gaze has grown increasingly oppressive, his frigid stare sending shivers down the spines of his Cavaliers teammates, akin to a beast poised to pounce. In the ensuing moments, Zhao Yi utterly dismantled Mo Chuan. In just over 3 minutes, Zhao Yi, through individual brilliance, unleashed an extraordinary barrage of 4 long-range three-pointers, one of which was a remarkable logo 3. He propelled the Magic to an impressive 11-point lead. Howard, exuberant, wreaked havoc in the Cavaliers' interior, seemingly invincible. Together, they successfully subdued the rampaging King. Despite the King's relentless efforts, supported by a cadre of less capable teammates, assisting, organizing, defending, and attacking with the resilience of a plow horse to uphold the Cavaliers' hopes, he was ruthlessly overwhelmed by the combined offensive onslaught of Howard and Zhao Yi. By the conclusion of the first half, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by a substantial 12 points, 59-47. In the second quarter, Zhao showcased his prowess, hitting 5 of 6 attempts, amassing an astounding 15 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound, bringing his first-half tally to an impressive 21 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Truly remarkable. Although the King also delivered an impressive performance with 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block, the Cavaliers lagged significantly in the overall score. In the locker room, the King sat alone in a corner, brooding. Indeed, had I remained in Cleveland, I might be squandering my prime. There is no one on this team who can assist me. No matter how well I perform, I am but one man against a multitude. With a resolute glint in his eyes, the King retrieved his phone and sent a text to his agent, Paul. I concur with your thoughts, my brother. Let us pursue this with vigor. Our future lies with Zhao Yi. Either I shall go to Orlando, or we shall bring Zhao Yi here. Moments later, a reply arrived. Okay, I understand. Boss. With only half of the game elapsed, the King had already acknowledged Zhao Yi's undeniable talent. Zhao Yi is undoubtedly the most pivotal second-in-command on his path to victory. He harbors little hope for this season but yearns for the next. Hoping the team can recruit Zhao Yi. At that moment, with their combined prowess, the championship will be within easy reach. Who in the league could possibly rival them? Oh, haha, the little emperor has finally regained his spirit. If he cannot surpass others, he shall unite. The little emperor has never been a stubborn relic. As a shrewd commercial genius, he understands that fame is merely a tool for profit. Only by securing tangible championship rings can his commercial empire truly rise. During halftime? In the television commentary room, Kenny Smith chuckled with delight. Haha, old buddy, it seems you'll be kissing the donkey's rear once again. Barkley, feeling a bit flustered, defiantly raised his chin and replied, that one tea happened. The little emperor has never disappointed anyone, and Zhao Yi is certainly no match for him. Smith, with a teasing tone, remarked, I think the donkey might share that sentiment, haha. Barkley composed himself and smiled at the camera, saying, however, Zhao Yi's performance has truly impressed me. It appears this is Zhao Yi's clever strategy rather than an off day. Smith nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhao Yi is quite astute. He used the first quarter to acclimate to the intensity of the Eastern Conference Finals, and he adapted remarkably quickly. Barkley scoffed. Let us not forget that LeBron, a prodigy. He has been a star player since high school. How could he possibly lose to a newcomer from China? Smith, amused by his old friend's obstinacy, laughed. Don't forget, there's only one Jordan, and the little emperor has been in the league for long either. They are essentially both fledglings of the league. Barkley shook his head with a smile. However, today's fledglings are every bit as formidable as we were in our time. Smith nodded. I truly look forward to the fierce duel between the two strongest fledglings in recent years. I genuinely hope they end up evenly matched. Barkley countered. The ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to the little emperor, and the donkey certainly wouldn't want me kissing its rear. Laughter erupted in the live broadcast. Haha, oh haha. Smith said with a mocking grin. Perhaps the donkey is eagerly anticipating your kiss. Barkley, haha. Barkley, visibly annoyed, responded, No, let us not go there. I believe the little emperor will surely force Zhao Yi to eat his own words. In the away team's locker room, Stan Van Gundy beamed with joy as he fervently praised Zhao Yi, uplifting the entire Magic team's morale. Zhao Yi, let your three-point reign continue. We need your unceasing barrage of threes. Furthermore, if you can overpower Morris in one-on-one situations, I grant you unlimited shooting privileges. Dominate Morris and score relentlessly from this ATM. And if the opposition double-teams you, Zhao Yi, use your playmaking skills to show them what you're made of. I know you, Zhao Yi. No one can thwart your victory. We shall surely triumph in this match. With a confident smile, Zhao Yi remained unfazed. The essence lies in strategically underestimating one's opponent to gain a psychological advantage, while tactically respecting the adversary to excel in the actual battlefield. This principle holds true in competitive sports as well. One cannot simply push a child to gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Nor can motivational platitudes transform one into a Jordan. Van Gundy has yet to master the art of encouragement, stating the facts. Zhao Yi's performance in the first half was commendable from all perspectives, data, execution, and contributions on the court. Even his subdued presence in the first quarter effectively fulfilled his defensive duties against Morris. Zhao Yi hardly cherished the insincere accolades. Nevertheless, one must still uphold the coach's dignity. Zhao Yi displayed a respectful smile and said, Rest assured, coach, I comprehend your intentions. Just before the commencement of the third quarter, Zhao Yi learned that Coach Van Gundy had decided to grant him a respite due to the substantial lead of the team. Throughout an entire quarter, Howard played for merely 6 minutes before taking a breather. The Cavaliers also tactfully began to substitute their key players for rest. In the latter half of the third quarter, The game devolved into a lackluster contest between the two teams' substitutes, resulting in a spectacle that was far from palatable. Errant shots and blunders proliferated, creating a cacophony of chaos and disarray. The audience in the stands found themselves drowsy, eagerly anticipating the return of the star players from both teams. Ultimately, the Cavaliers substitutes managed to redeem a fraction of the deficit, narrowing the score to 70-59, yet they still trailed by 11 points. The disparity in the depth of both teams' rosters was negligible. Now, the pivotal fourth quarter loomed on the horizon, heightening the excitement among the spectators. After enduring a quarter rife with unremarkable play, their fatigue had dissipated, and their cheers grew ever more fervent and spirited. "My king, you shall triumph. The emperor has arrived. Invincible in his path. I adore you, little emperor. You are a deity of limitless prowess." During the intermission, Zhao Yi diligently engaged in warm-up exercises. It is rare to find a novice player who, like Zhao Yi, approaches the maintenance of their body with such earnestness, patience, and meticulousness. Although the presence of a structured support system promises a lengthy career for Zhao Yi, he remains averse to the occurrence of unforeseen mishaps. He does not aspire to be a brilliant yet fleeting meteor. Rather, he envisions himself as a resilient evergreen, thriving for over 3 decades in his profession. Once the fourth quarter commenced, Zhao Yi encountered no unexpected developments. He was, as anticipated, subjected to double teaming, both in Mobuchuan and West. While not particularly prolific in their offensive contributions, displayed commendable defensive tenacity, relentlessly entangling Zhao Yi and denying him any opportunity to shoot. Zhao Yi, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only dribble the ball across half-court before deftly delivering it into the capable hands of Howard in the paint. As an adept three-point shooter, Zhao Yi, despite possessing a modicum of one-on-one skills, found it exceedingly challenging to attain the efficient scoring prowess under double teams that legends like Jordan and Kobe exhibited. To reach such a level, his individual skills would need to be elevated to at least a rating of 97. Given Zhao Yi's limited resources, this aspiration was beyond his grasp. At best, he might elevate his one-on-one skills to a mere 96 by the end of this match. Still insufficient to meet the demands of the Eastern Conference Finals. Nevertheless, as a player boasting an assist skill level of 95 and a well-rounded skill set averaging 95, Zhao Yi did not falter or retreat. Howard executed another successful one-on-one move against Big Z. In the next possession, James unleashed a ferocious drive, powering through for a dunk that secured 2 points. Turkoglu's expression was one of utter despair. He felt utterly incapable of stopping this relentless force and had no desire to attempt it, for a collision could spell the end of his career. And that was not worth risking. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi orchestrated the offense with remarkable precision, frequently assisting open teammates with accurate and comfortable passes. Under Zhao Yi's leadership, the Magic surged with a 7-3 mini-run, extending their lead to a formidable 15 points. At that moment, a fierce grimace etched across James's face. Shouldering the primary responsibilities on both ends of the court, he felt the immense pressure, yet the burning desire for a championship ignited a regal intensity within him, his icy gaze instilling fear in his opponents. With over 40 minutes elapsed in the match, the young king had already surpassed 35 points, his individual performance undeniably commendable. Yet, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by a staggering 15 points. Glancing at his teammates, forged in adversity from a young age, the young king refused to yield. The hardships of his youth had long imparted upon him the value of seizing every opportunity. He would exert every ounce of effort until the final moment, refusing to concede defeat, just as his decades of discipline and rigorous training had shaped him, as had his commitment to providing a loving and promising life for his ordinary wife, and his philanthropic endeavors for Cleveland and the less fortunate. The young king was destined for greatness, yet his ascent was not instantaneous. It was the culmination of daily diligence and perseverance. He understood that this pivotal moment was fleeting. If he could not bridge the scoring gap through his individual prowess, there would be no point in continuing this game one. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi glanced at the system interface in his mind. System evaluation, SS. Zhao Yi silently consumed a vial of stamina potion. Subsequently, he cast a piercing gaze at the formidable little emperor. The moment of the hunt had commenced. Chapter 35, the Eastern Decider concludes. Zhao Yi advances to the finals. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the crowd, the little emperor's eyes glimmered with intensity, radiating a chilling aura that made those who beheld him feel an unsettling tightness. Trailing by a daunting 11 points, the situation on the court had become exceedingly precarious. Should the little emperor choose to concede at this juncture, the ensuing match would undoubtedly come to an abrupt end. In truth, all the stars within the league grasp a fundamental truth. The game does not conclusively end when the final whistle blows, but rather at the moment one surrenders. Upon witnessing the Little Emperor's frigid and oppressive gaze, Zhao Yi could hardly suppress his excitement. Little Emperor, I shall unveil to you the essence of utter despair. At the outset, the Little Emperor took control of the game by personally handling the ball from the backcourt. With a ferocious and relentless drive, he effortlessly sent Turkoglu tumbling to the ground with a rueful smile. It was not that Van Gundy was unwilling to implement a double-team strategy against the Little Emperor. Rather, even in a 2-on-1 scenario, there was simply no means to contain him. This individual was anything but ordinary. When he charged, he could very well send someone to the ICU. An authentic human tank, brutal and unyielding, with a resounding slam dunk. The Little Emperor's score for the match soared beyond 40 points. However, as the Magic team prepared for their offensive turn, Zhao Yi too seized control of the game. Zhao Yi stood resolutely, refusing to yield to the double-teaming strategy, halting just a step away from the midpoint. Before Mo Buchuan and his partner could fully execute their defense, he abruptly halted and unleashed a swift shot. Mo Buchuan was left utterly astonished. Goodness, that was even farther than a logo three-pointer. West felt as if he were caught in a dream, pinching himself fiercely. Is this a joke? The audience, rendered speechless, was so stunned that they forgot to cheer. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief. Van Gundy sprang to his feet, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. I can accept an ultra-long three-pointer. Zhao Yi's precision is undeniable. I can even tolerate a logo three-pointer with decent accuracy, but at such a critical juncture. Every shot is of utmost significance. Are you really attempting a logo three-pointer? In the midst of the collective mental freeze, the basketball traced a graceful arc, plunging directly into the center of the hoop. Thud. A perfectly executed ultra-long logo three-pointer. Van Gundy's furious demeanor dissipated into a stunned, bitter smile as he sank back onto the bench. If it goes in, fair play, I won't say another word. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted. Goodness, a historical moment. An ultra-long logo three-pointer. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch my thigh. Why not pinch your own? What on earth? Zhao Yi made that shot. Morris stood there, dumbfounded. This is absurd. Zhao Yi just got lucky. West's expression mirrored that of shock. My word, has Mars collided with Earth? Give me that basketball. I want to go home. Little Z, overwhelmed by disbelief, struggled to contain his emotions. This cannot be real. From that distance, how did Zhao Yi make the shot? Big Ben wore a fierce expression, equally astonished. So Zhao Yi's greatest threat lies in his long-range shooting. This shooting talent is undoubtedly historic. The pressure emanating from the Little Emperor felt palpable, his icy gaze akin to an eternal icicle. Damn it, I will not concede defeat. Reddick stood there, wide-eyed in shock. Is the boss a deity? A shot like that, even a god would find it challenging to make.